Chapter 641. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, in that case, except for the members of the action team who share the mission, I order the others to stay here, and you will be able to go home soon. Hearing the word go home, the exhausted members of the reconnaissance team showed unconcealable joy on their faces. As he said, he walked to the selected ones. Of course, if any of you want to quit, you can quit now and evacuate with the others. These people looked at each other, but in the end, they all raised their heads firmly without any hesitation. Very good, then from now on. Mu Xing looked at Yi Chanfeng and asked for his opinion. Yi Chanfeng said directly, My order is as follows. From now on, everyone will obey the orders of Captain Blood Moon. His orders are the first orders of the Task Force Reconnaissance Team. He looked around. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Soon, when a rotating chaos portal began to unfold, the support troops outside the abnormal point finally opened a one-way transmission channel at the edge of the abnormal area. Mu Xing looked at the scouts, who were being teleported and evacuated one by one. Why can't we build a large teleportation array directly in the abnormal point? Yi Chanfeng stroked his long beard, and the green bamboo sword quietly floated behind him. It is easy to get out of the abnormal point, but difficult to get in. There are special rules here. It is quite difficult to teleport inside the abnormal point, not to mention teleporting between inside and outside. Hearing this, Mu Xing remembered the thrilling moment when Yuan sent them in. Using the Chaos Freak as a key and relying on the power of the lower-level ruler Dagon, they were successfully teleported here. Soon, when they successfully sent all the scouts out, Mu Xing began to refocus on the task at hand. He decided to go to Canehurst first. Beachside. The parade team has not arrived yet, which means the cycle has not started yet. And here, Meng Yu, who is the anchor point of the cycle, has not seen his trace. He will be like those parade teams that have been replaced from the past time and space, waiting for the start of the cycle point to appear. Mu Xing looked at everyone. Senior Yi and Deputy Captain Manshan, I will return as soon as possible. If I don't return at the agreed time, I allow you to launch a strong attack. Yi Chanfeng nodded immediately. He already knew Mu Xing's plan. Manshan still frowned. By the way, can Logarius really be trusted? Believe it or not, we have to give it a try. He and the Queen are both important breakthrough points. If we want to break the cycle, we can only break it from the inside and destroy the key nodes. He clenched his fists. No matter what, I want to give it a try first. Be careful. Crazy and Yi Wei walked forward. Don't worry, it will be fine. As he said this, he summoned Maria directly. She took out the bell, and finally rang it after many times without the chance to ring it. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of the bell echoed in the surrounding space, as if it could penetrate time and space and reach the other side of the sea. Just when everyone was wondering if the bell was useful, Maria suddenly looked up, her eyes staring into the distance. Here it comes. I saw a carriage riding on the clouds and mist, galloping over the sea in the gray mist. Spiritual realm carriage. Someone recognized this carriage, which was exclusive to the world of Bloodborne Curse. Mu Xing looked back at Yi Chanfeng. Senior, I will leave the command of the team to you during this period. Yi Chanfeng nodded and watched Mu Xing and the others get on the carriage. Ding-ling-ling. When the bell sounded again, the black horse neighed, stepped into the air, and disappeared in an instant. Inside the carriage, Mu Xing looked outside through the window and found that there was nothing outside except gray fog. Are we entering the spiritual realm now? Maria, who was sitting opposite Mu Xing, nodded. Yes, the carriage will cross the spiritual realm to Canehurst. She looked out the window, reminiscing. When I was a kid, I used to sneak out of the carriage to play. When my father found out, I was severely criticized and locked up for 3 days. She was elegant and generous, with a high level of aristocratic accomplishment. Is it good to be a noble in Canehurst? What do you mean? If it's about food, clothing, housing and transportation, it's indeed better than ordinary people, but I don't like those nobles because I think they are all a bunch of lunatics. Mad? A group of crazy people who pursue blood. It seems that everyone in the family is proud of blood and pursues the power of blood. A beautiful flower condensed from blood appeared in her hand. The ability of our blood clan comes from heredity, and the ability to control blood is not acquired later. Some awakened people occasionally appear in the family. They call them blood givers. They believe that this is not only a gift from God to the family, but also a guarantee for the prosperity of the family. Huh? Mu Xing didn't quite understand. The blood giver is the future of the family. He needs to distribute his blood to other members of the family. After the other members of the family suck his blood, they will be transformed into his followers and gain his blood power. Isn't this great? As an awakener, will you also become the head of a family in the future? Mu Xing joked. Maria shook her head. Blood is continuous. This is not a gift to the awakeners, but a curse on them. They need to dedicate their lives to the growth of the family. Later, in order to maintain prosperity, the family will even imprison the blood giver and turn him into an immovable blood bag. Mu Xing was stunned. This setting is indeed very blood curse. He thought of the queen of the blood clan. After the queen obtained the blood of the ancient gods, she became the blood bag of the whole city. Her almost immortal life and infinite recovery ability allowed her to support the entire Cainhurst by herself. Maria continued, I knew my future destiny since I was a child, so I secretly learned swordsmanship and practiced blood manipulation. I don't want to be a blood giver, and I hate such traditions. At first, I became stronger just to protect myself. I also tried to change all this. In fact, I never thought about leaving Cainhurst, but since the day Annalise was forced to become the queen, I was completely disappointed with this country. Annalise? Her? Do you know her? Mu Xing was a little surprised. Very few people know that she and I have been good friends since childhood. I am a descendant of the nobility, and she is a daughter of the royal family, and she has more control than me. Maria paused at this point. But I didn't expect that I would leave Cainhurst and go to the academy, thinking that I could change everything. I didn't expect that I would end up hurting her because of me. She was eventually forced to drink the blood of the ancient gods and become the immortal queen. Maria said this, tears were already flowing down her eyes. Mu Xing was silent. Of course he knew what Maria meant. If they hadn't raided the fishing village and brought back the body of the coast orphan, the blood queen wouldn't have been forced to drink the blood of the ancient god. Later, the queen became the blood giver of the whole city, causing the curse of the blood of the ancient god to break out, and Cainhurst, like Yan'an, eventually destroyed himself. Chapter 642. Ding-ling-ling. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bells, the spiritual carriage rushed out of the gray spiritual realm and stopped in front of the snow-covered Cainhurst castle. It was different from the last time I followed the parade into this place. Although the Cainhurst castle in front of me was still magnificent and mysterious, it was full of desolation and ruins. Standing under the wind and snow, it was like a sad cemetery. Maria got off the carriage, Luoyang appeared in her hand, and sticky bloodlight rose behind her. The two entered the city side by side. From time to time, there were ferocious roars coming from the darkness. This is what it should have been like. The former glory had long disappeared in the past. Those self-proclaimed noble blood clan nobles were transformed into dirty and incompetent monsters. The parasites carried by the blood of the ancient gods completely erupted, devouring their wills and turning them into twisted blood-sucking insects. Not to mention the servants, who were once captured and transformed into blood servants. Although these servants have become monsters, the mark left by the blood clan in their souls makes them still loyally guard the city. Once they find any intruders, they will rush forward without hesitation and kill all intruders. However, what they met today were not those nightmare hunters who came for bounty, but Mu Xing and Maria. Maria looked calm as blood. They walked through the snow-covered streets. The rustling sound of the snow immediately attracted a large number of monsters. Maria drew her blade and split Luoyang into two. Then she turned into a flying blood butterfly and pierced into the chests of those monsters. After a moment, she returned to Mu Xing without getting her clothes stained. After shaking off the blood on the blade, the whole street was filled with corpses. In addition to these blood-sucking insects and blood clan followers, there are also some ghosts that exist as spirits. These ghosts were accidentally created by the blood clan in the process of exploring the power of the ancient gods. The invisible and intangible souls became semi-physical evil spirits, wandering in every dark corner of the castle all day long. Of course, there are also some vampires, who have mastered the power of the blood of the ancient gods and completely evolved themselves into another species. These vampires not only retained a trace of self-will, but also mastered powerful blood-sucking ability and combat skills. Their physical fitness increased exponentially, and they awakened their unique talents. However, they were no longer the nobles they once were, and only had endless greed for blood. The remaining consciousness made them fall into a more chaotic state. When these monsters attacked the two, Mu Xing raised the moonlight sword in his hand high. The bright moonlight illuminated the castle, and all the monsters in the place where the moonlight shone were purified by him. Half of the castle was emptied in an instant. When they arrived at the palace, Mu Xing looked at Maria. Go home and take a look. You may never come back here again. Maria just nodded lightly, and did not reject Mu Xing's kindness. Be careful of Logarius and Annalise. She reminded him seriously. Don't worry, I know. Mu Xing jumped onto the high dome of the castle. On the snow-covered roof, this is the supreme symbol of Canehurst's royal power. But now, this place has become the place where the queen of the Blood Clan is imprisoned. On the top of the deep castle, the surroundings are almost silent. Suddenly, a sharp whistle broke the calm, and a strong wind and blizzard came violently. The snowflakes seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, surging like a surging tide, and fluttered to the ground. In this overwhelming snow curtain, the Gothic spire building in the distance was looming. The strong wind whistled wantonly, stirring up the snow on the roof, forming white snow pillars. The blizzard confused his vision, and the cold wind blew the corners of his clothes. He lowered his head, carrying the moonlight great sword in one hand, and holding the brim of his hat with the other hand, and walked step by step towards the undead, who looked like an ice statue. As if sensing someone approaching. With a click, the skull frozen by the ice and snow suddenly twisted. The stiff body began to regain vitality under the infusion of blood power. The phantom crown on his head hides the real truth behind him. In the deep eye sockets, wisps of spiritual fire lit up. Logarius slowly stood up from the snowstorm, and when he raised the ritual scepter in his hand, the whistling snowstorm around him suddenly stopped. "See you again." Mu Xing inserted the moonlight greatsword into the roof at his feet, just like an old friend meeting again. "You have become more like him." A hoarse and dry voice sounded from Logarius's rough throat. Mu Xing shook his head. "I am who I am. Although I respect Ludwig, I do not agree with his understanding of the world. Too idealistic pursuit will inevitably bring only destruction." Logarius knew that Mu Xing was pointing at him. However, as a dead soul, he did not have too strong thoughts and desires, and just looked at Mu Xing coldly. "So, did you bring back the chips I wanted this time?" Mu Xing was not surprised to hear this. "You can really maintain yourself in the time cycle again and again." Logarius nodded. "For me, the passage of time or the cycle has no meaning. All I have to do is guard here, and prevent anyone from approaching Annalise. Since Chaos has promised me, I am naturally willing to cooperate with them." The eyes burning with spiritual fire stared at Mu Xing, as if to see through Mu Xing from the outside to the inside. However, the more he observed, the more he felt that this young hunter in front of him was so unfathomable. Mu Xing raised his head. "Yes, I brought the chips you want. I promise to restore the former Canehurst for you." As he said, he looked at Logarius. "And what can you bring to me in exchange?" Logarius didn't say anything. He was waiting for Mu Xing to show his chips. Mu Xing didn't waste any words, and directly summoned the spider Rom. Although Logarius couldn't see Rom, he also sensed that the time ahead was beginning to become chaotic. Then, a man in the executioner's uniform appeared in front of him. "Agase, is that you?" The man summoned from the past by the spider Rom was confused at first, and then he was stunned the moment he saw Logarius. "Logarius, how did you become like this?" Logarius's eyes were filled with spiritual fire, and he was about to explain. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the young man summoned from the past disappeared. "Where are the others?" Logarius growled. Mu Xing clasped his hands to his chest. "This is my bargaining chip, not the pseudo-resurrection that Chaos fooled you with, which can only reappear in cycles again and again." Logarius thought for a moment and looked up. "If you can really help me fulfill my wish, I am also willing to cooperate with you to deal with Chaos." As a result, Mu Xing waved his hand. "I want to see Queen Annalise, I must talk to her." Logarius was silent for a long time before nodding, and took off the crown on his head and threw it to him. Mu Xing was not polite, and directly took off the hunter's hat and put on the crown. The next second, a palace built on the castle appeared out of thin air on the empty roof covered with ice and snow. Chapter 643. Mu Xing passed Logarius and walked up the black steps. With the blessing of the phantom crown, he could touch everything in this phantom world. From illusion to reality, the steps extended and became solid. Pushing open the heavy and decayed door, an old and mysterious atmosphere came to his face. In the dim light, luxurious dark red curtains fell from the high dome. Slowly stepping into this secret palace, the sound of footsteps echoed in the empty hall. On the high platform at the end, a woman in a gorgeous black dress sat quietly on the throne. She was wearing gorgeous clothes, and every corner of her clothes had decorations that showed off her luxury. Her skin was as white as mutton-fat jade, with a cold sheen, and her long hair, as bright as the night, fell softly on her shoulders. But her gorgeous face, known as the most beautiful woman in the blood race, was covered by a strange helmet that looked like a cage. She was Annalise, the last queen of the blood race. She drank the blood of the ancient gods, and became the immortal body that everyone dreamed of. Although she did not have a strong fighting power, her blood fascinated all the blood race. This place was once a symbol of her royal power, but now it has become her lonely prison. The queen has always been sitting on the throne, and she seems to hear footsteps approaching. Her cold voice rang out. It seems that there are different guests visiting today. Mu Xing approached step by step, and the moonlight sword floating behind him illuminated the dim hall. Are you a hunter from the healing church? Annalise could barely see the corner of Mu Xing's clothes through the gap in the iron helmet that bound her head. Especially the fluorescent moonlight sword behind him, she seemed to recognize this weapon. Are you Ludwig? No, I'm not him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon, and I come from another world. Mu Xing has already activated the eye in her skull. Where is the dignified and beautiful queen in front of her? Behind the thin red veil, a shadow emerged and trembled. A huge, twisted figure can be vaguely seen. It's like a nightmare that has escaped from an ancient abyss. Countless wriggling tentacles spread from her neck, like a group of greedy snakes, twisting and exploring restlessly in the air. These tentacles vary in thickness, and the surface is covered with disgusting mucus. Every wriggling is accompanied by a nauseating friction sound. Her head is swollen and deformed, and her eyes have expanded into huge, eyelidless spheres. The eyeballs are full of turbid yellow liquid, and thick blood is flowing freely in them. Her mouth is stretched to her ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged, needle-sharp vampire fangs. The once elegant arms turned into huge, sickle-shaped appendages covered with spikes, hanging casually at her side. Her lower body had completely disappeared, replaced by a rolling mass of black flesh. The flesh was covered with dense holes, from which some tiny twitching buds occasionally emerged. These buds constantly ooze out blood like milk, filling the bright red blood pool under the throne. The blood in the blood pool kept rolling and wriggling, as if it were alive. The whole hall was filled with the smell of damp blood. If Mu Xing was a vampire, he would definitely succumb to blood in an instant. The black chains wrapped around the twisted body, and at the end of the connection were dense mysterious spells, which prevented the vampire queen from leaving the palace. Fortunately, Mu Xing was knowledgeable. Since entering the world of Blood Curse, what twisted monsters has he not seen? He has long been immune to all kinds of strange shapes. Annalise seemed to sense that Mu Xing saw her true appearance, and said in an apologetic voice, I'm sorry to scare you. Everyone yearns for eternal life, but no one knows what the price of this eternal life is. Mu Xing stood there in silence for a long time. Of course, as a queen, I have few choices. My people need blood, and at least this body can provide everyone with what they want now. Why not resist? Mu Xing asked. Resist what? Fate? She shook her head. This is my fate. This is not your fate. Annalise, this should not be your fate. A voice with endless apology and anger sounded. A thin figure appeared at the door of the palace, and the dim light stretched her shadow very long. The long blade in her hand was dripping with blood, and the blood seemed to be still warm, and it began to coagulate after falling on the cold ground. The sound of footsteps sounded, and the hunter's boots collided with the floor, from far to near, gradually increasing in speed. Mu Xing certainly knew who was coming. Maria quickly passed him, stepped onto the throne, and hugged the queen sitting on the throne. I'm sorry I'm late. The queen gently stroked Maria's silver hair. Maria's eyes were filled with hot tears, and Mu Xing stepped back, leaving space for the 2 good sisters. Outside the palace, Logarius was still quietly guarding here. His hoarse voice sounded like wind and snow. She should have been a good queen, but the greed of the nobles harmed her. I once thought of killing her completely, but I know that the source of all the evil is not her. Just like the ancient queen of Yan'an, many times, they are very similar, and have no chance to choose their own destiny. Mu Xing suddenly realized that in a world where even the ancient gods could be killed, could drinking the blood of the ancient gods really make one invincible? Logarius finally chose eternal imprisonment, probably because he felt sympathy for poor Annalise. It looked like imprisonment, but it was actually a kind of protection for her. I don't hate her, I just pity her. As he said this, Logarius looked at the city of Canehurst, which had been occupied by alienated monsters. It was the temptation of the ancient gods, and it was desire that destroyed everything. I hate those high and mighty superiors. The messenger of chaos said that as long as I am willing to cooperate, they will kill all the ancient superiors. Mu Xing stared into his eyes. So you believe it? At first I believed it without a doubt, until those guys who called themselves survivors came, and they showed me what chaos was doing. I also saw the desperate truth hidden deep in this world. The Canehurst people, even the ancient Sumeru ancestors, never had free will, they were just used as tools to achieve their goals. Now, it is my own cleverness that has made this city a tool of chaos again. It seems that we can never escape our fate. He turned around and said, I only have one request, help me end it all. Mu Xing nodded, I will do it even if you don't tell me, after all, that's why I came here. Just then, the chaos communicator in Mu Xing's arms suddenly vibrated. Captain, chaos is coming, a lot of them. It seems that they are going to take real action. Do we need to do it? No, let them in. The cycle started here, and it should end here. Chapter 644. When Maria walked out of the palace, her eyes were red, and she was a little depressed. How is she? Mu Xing asked. She said she didn't blame me. She said she was my forever good sister. She said this was fate. Mu Xing took a deep breath, and a blood moon floated in the sky, illuminating the pale roof. Under the moonlight, black threads, like threads, were wrapped around the palace. Some were connected to Logarius, and more extended to the palace. Mu Xing looked at Logarius and Anneliese, who appeared at the door of the palace. So, have you made your choice? The two nodded firmly without any hesitation. Mu Xing raised the moonlight greatsword in his hand, and chopped it down without any hesitation. Puff! The black chaos thread broke with a sound. At this moment, both Logarius and Anneliese began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. What happened to them? Maria exclaimed. The cycle has been going on for who knows how many times. For others, the cycle is just a restart again and again, but for them, the cycle is equivalent to the real passage of time day by day. It is the power of chaos that maintains their existence, and will not be eroded by time. Maria couldn't help but say, Isn't Anneliese immortal? How could she? Mu Xing shook his head. There has never been such a thing as immortality and immortality. Even the ancient gods will fall and time will wither, let alone a vampire who drank the blood of the ancient gods. He looked at Logarius, whose body was decaying, and was falling and shattering into slag. Even the undead will have a day of complete extinction. He turned his head and looked at Spider-Ram, who no one else could see. Reverse. He threw a piece of Carol crystal over. After Spider-Ram swallowed the crystal in one gulp, he started to reverse the time of Anneliese and Logarius. Their decayed bodies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Logarius even returned from the form of the undead to the form of the flesh, reaching the peak of his life. One day, you only have one day. Mu Xing reminded. One day, that's enough. Logarius clenched his powerful fists. His weave-like hair and beard disappeared, and he turned into a beautiful vampire man with long hair. In that case, everything will go according to plan. This time, we will completely crush Chaos Conspiracy and put an end to the infinite cycle. Just then, everyone looked up and saw that the sky suddenly cracked, and a hole was poked out by some kind of violence. Then, a drill bit formed by a thread violently drilled into this world. A group of 10-meter-long black eggs began to fall from the drill. Those eggs covered with black threads on the surface are the embryos of chaos, and the offspring of chaos are bred inside. Mu Xing remembered the scene he saw when he traveled through the timeline before. So it was reflected in this scene now? The Dark Eater, one of the 7 Chaos Lords in the Nightmare Battlefield, took action. He wanted to open the door to the sealed Holy City here. Release the sleeping Lord of Raya, and corrupt and control the Lord of the Holy City at the same time. Can you stop so many terrible monsters? Logarius expressed his concern. He felt an infinite threat from the embryos that kept falling from the sky. Don't worry, we are not the only ones fighting against chaos. There are thousands of survivors behind us, and a huge survival defense line. Just as Mu Xing looked up, on the other side of this dark world, a blazing light suddenly lit up. The sun, that had not been seen for a long time, was rising. Then, the sun turned into a burning portal, and strong survivors began to descend. Obviously, when the Chaos side took action, the survival line also launched targeted actions at the first time. At this moment, the entire Bloodborne world was divided into black and white. Black was the Chaos camp, and white was the survival line. It just happened to split the entire Cainhur city into 2 halves, with the palace as the central axis, cutting each other. At the same time, Mu Xing sensed a strong pulling force pulling him and Maria away from the roof. They knew that a new round of time cycle had started. He quickly took Maria back to the observer tower. At the same time, he looked at Logarius. It started. Logarius nodded, with only determination and resoluteness in his eyes. Just as Mu Xing flew out of Cainhur city like a rewind, the dilapidated castle began to return to its original prosperity and bustle. The whole city was decorated with lights, and people were waiting on both sides of the road, and the parade was about to return. On the sea, they saw the spiritual bridge being built. The parade also reappeared from time and space. Mu Xing rushed to see Meng Yu sitting on the rocks on the beach. He was like the intersection of an endless cycle of time and space. With him as the center, the whole world was undergoing drastic changes. At the same time, Mu Xing saw the madman and his men rushing towards him. However, at this moment, he caught a glimpse of Mingyu, who just raised his head, and their eyes collided. Mu Xing suddenly felt his body spinning and falling into the endless void. There were constantly flashing looping images around him. Mu Xing wanted to escape, but his body was as stiff as a tree, and he could only let it fall without any resistance. He knew that it must be that Mingyu who did this. "Rom!" he shouted quickly. Suddenly, a spider silk extended from a distant time and space, and was grabbed by Mu Xing. Then he quickly tied it around his waist. "Pull me back." However, there was no response from the other side, but he fell faster. With a splash, he fell into the sea. The cold sea water rushed in from all directions and drowned him. Bubbles kept rising. Mu Xing was sinking continuously. Finally, he fell into the seabed and fell into an endless ruin. The former glory and hugeness of the ruins can be vaguely seen. After careful observation, Mu Xing found that this was the holy city of Raya. But how could it become like this? He seemed to have come to the end of time, and the holy city that could be described as great had also turned into ruins. So what about the ancient old ones? Mu Xing turned his head and saw an extremely huge black obelisk. The tadpole characters engraved on the obelisk were twisting and turning into living things, trying to get into his body and brain. Those mysterious words that I couldn't understand before suddenly understood their meaning. This seemed to record the birth and life experience of the great Lord of Raya, as well as the reason why he was sealed in the holy city. Ah! Mu Xing covered his head. He felt that his brain was about to burst. Such a huge amount of information was far beyond the capacity of a mere upper position like him. Just as he was considering whether to take over with the will of chaos, he suddenly felt that the hunter, who was being rehatched in the first floor of the observer tower, had responded. I don't know if it's because of the power of the deep sea of Raya that can perfectly accommodate such huge and complex information. Mu Xing quickly instilled this information in his body into the embryo. After finally getting rid of the danger, he stared at the terrifying torrent of information and couldn't help squinting his eyes. Rather than being a record, this information seemed more like memory, Raya's memory, to him. Chapter 645. What on earth do you want to do? Mu Xing yelled at the collapsed ruins of Raya in front of him, and yelled at the wordless obelisk in front of him. After all the tadpole characters were poured into the hunter's embryo, they really disappeared completely from the obelisk. At this moment, he saw a huge shadow emerging from the seabed. The shadow was so huge that it was difficult to see its specific shape. Finally, fish fins and wriggling tentacles could be discerned. A huge red eye like a lantern suddenly lit up in front of him. This feeling is like dust facing a mountain. Mu Xing felt so small. But he was sure that the one who came was not the Lord of Raya, but Dagon. Yes, Dagon, the most devout believer of the Lord of Raya. As a subordinate ruler, he worked hard every day to save his master. Now, what does he want to do when he comes to the door? Mu Xing stared at the huge lantern with his eyes, feeling unprecedented fear. He called all those he could call in an instant. Whether it was the divine seal or the evil spirit fat cat, they seemed to be sealed. The chaos communicator and the survival terminal did not respond at all. At this time, he could only face a terrible lower-level ruler alone. Mu Xing did not know how powerful Dagon was, but he was sure that the other party could turn him into ashes with a breath. However, when the huge shadow crawled closer until he could see it clearly, Mu Xing was so shocked that he could no longer speak. In the abyss of the seabed shrouded by the deep shadow, Dagon's body was like a rotten giant building that was about to collapse. Once upon a time, his huge body was able to roam freely in the endless darkness, but now it seemed to be twitching painfully on the edge of death. Its sticky skin was covered with disgusting mottled scales, which were now peeling off in large pieces. Every time a piece fell, it left a trail of black mucus with a foul odor. The mucus slowly spread in the seawater, and wherever it went, all life was instantly swallowed up. Dagon's tentacles were now like a pile of broken ropes that had lost their power, drooping weakly around its huge body. Some tentacles have been broken, and the remains are floating helplessly in the seawater, and the wounds are constantly oozing dark red blood with a foul smell. Its huge eyes have now become turbid, as if covered by a thick layer of haze. This ancient ocean has also become dead silent because of its state, no longer surging. Time seems unwilling to flow on its corrupt body, and it is dying like an old man who has touched death. Mu Xing never thought that the legendary lower ruler in the myth would also be on the verge of death one day. He didn't look injured, but his end was near. What surprised Mu Xing was not his state, but that even a life of this level would die in a long enough time. It approached slowly, and its movements had become slow. Although it still exuded a terrifying momentum, it gave people a sense of déjà vu that it would be broken into a pile of rotten meat if it moved a little. The huge mouth, like the abyss, opened slightly, and a certain sound sounded directly in Mu Xing's mind. He told Mu Xing that he came from a distant and desolate era, tried countless methods, and finally found a way to save his great master. What did you say? The Lord of Raya will die? How is this possible? Mu Xing could no longer control his emotions and exclaimed. Mu Xing quickly analyzed the information sent by Dagon in his mind. Not only will the Lord of Raya die, but from this day on, everything will change. In the end, everything will come to an end. He searched for a way to save his master in countless years to come, and finally, he found it. He traveled through the distant and desolate era, and at the cost of his last life, he reversed the cross-domain time and space and returned to the present. Here, at this moment, I met Mu Xing and brought him to this ancient ocean. This is his territory, the place where he was born, and the place where he died. What do you want me to do? Save the great lord of the holy city. The future world cannot be without him. Mu Xing frowned. I think you are still making things difficult for me. I am just a small upper position. How can I save a great old one? The corrupt giant lantern stared at Mu Xing. Everything will end, but not now. I will help you with my last strength. Wait, what's the benefit for me by doing this? Mu Xing became bolder. He was not a person who would easily compromise. He would rather die than surrender even if there was no benefit or profit. Benefit? What do you want? Or turn me into a god directly. If that doesn't work, an apostle will do. Dagon's deep voice sounded. In the distant and desolate era, the foundation laid by each life in the process of evolution is the foundation for their survival and determines whether they can survive the long desolation. I can elevate you to the realm of God, but I don't recommend you to do so. Mu Xing was stunned. What will happen in the future? The great destruction, the era of desolation is coming, and then the final end. Does that mean everyone will die? Survival is the only chance. Dagon said. Survival? And then? I don't know. I just want to save my master. I don't know about other things. Mu Xing frowned. So, when you teleported us to the other side of the dream, was it also part of the plan? Yes, I knew the first time we met that we would meet again, but I didn't expect that it would take such a long time. Mu Xing scratched his head. How can I trust you? I can give you my old seal. Although the future me has broken through the old me, I can't go any further. The old seal is everything to me. In front of Dagon, a strange dark blue old seal appeared, which looked like a fish man. This is Dagon's original image, as if it was embedded in time and space. Mu Xing reached out to touch it, and the voice of the evil spirit came from the sea of consciousness. Boy, are you looking for death? Don't touch it. Fat cat, you are not dead? I will die. You are so stupid. I can't see through this guy even with my multi-level consciousness. This monster is very powerful. Why didn't you speak just now? It was suppressed, but this old thing is getting weaker and weaker. It can't hold on for much longer, and it can't continue to suppress me, so it came out. The thing in front of me. Old seal, good stuff. Collect it quickly, but don't use your hands, use your consciousness. The evil spirit threatened. Otherwise your body will be assimilated by the old seal in an instant, and only pure spirit can accommodate it. Mu Xing quickly used the chaotic consciousness to roll it into the sea of consciousness. Feeling the terrifying aura it exudes, it seems that just a glance will lead to endless sinking. He then looked up at Dagon. I agree, but what should I do next? Another clone appeared in front of Dagon, and the clone suddenly turned into a rotating bubble, frantically integrating into the old seal that Mu Xing had just collected. His voice gradually faded away. When the time comes, the old seal will tell you what to do. At the same time, the entire ocean began to collapse. The spider silk wrapped around Mu Xing suddenly tightened, pulling him away from here. Chapter 646. In a trance, when Mu Xing woke up again, he found that he was still in midair. When he looked at Mingyu who was looking at him, he found that he was dissipating little by little, and completely turned into dust. Could it be that Mingyu is Dagon? Mu Xing's expression became strange. No wonder a so-called artificial man can become the node of endless time reversal. No wonder the Lord of Raya would give him such an important task. He is the incarnation of Dagon, and only the power of the lower ruler is qualified to support the endless cycle. After figuring this out, Mu Xing landed safely on the beach, in the other half of the area illuminated by the sun. His teammates gathered around him. Looking at the concerned eyes, he waved his hand gently. Don't worry, I'm fine. At this time, Yi Chanfeng came from afar and brought the news. The elites of the survival line are beginning to descend. Mu Xing glanced at the light column that was falling in the distance. Is this long-planned decisive battle finally about to begin? Captain, what should we do now? Do you want to report back to the defense line? Zhu Qingyu said. Mu Xing shook his head. This is the last cycle. We cross the sea and destroy the ritual site before the forces of chaos completely descend. Of course, I know the risks. Some of us may even die there, but are you willing to miss such a golden opportunity? No! Everyone shouted, rubbing their hands, and the fighting spirit was high. Mu Xing pointed to the parade that was crossing the spirit bridge to Canehurst City. Old rules, grab the carriage first. Mu Xing and his team have experienced many cycles here, and have more information gap advantages than those chaos who have just landed here. Just when the two warring parties were still adapting to the rules and restrictions of this dream world, Mu Xing's sword had already pierced into the chest of a chaos soldier. The power of purification was infused, turning it into ashes in an instant. Enemy attack! It's the survivors! The chaos soldiers escorting the convoy exclaimed. The chaos messenger also suddenly sat up from the rotten coffin on the carriage. Kill! Mu Xing gave an order, and everyone behind him attacked together, instantly crushing the chaos guards, who had just emerged from the time loop. Mu Xing took a step forward and grabbed the chaos messenger. He was trying to summon his staff, but Mu Xing strangled the throat of fate. We meet again. Mu Xing stared at the chaos messenger in front of him with a grim smile. The chaos wizard's turbid eyes were full of fear. Survivor. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and was about to swallow and fuse him. However, at this moment, a white figure rushed over from a distance. He was filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. Blood Moon die. Mu Xing tilted his head. Isn't this Bai Huan, who was just played by him? He actually chased here so quickly. Yi Chanfeng and Man Shan attacked at the same time. One set up a sword formation, and the other summoned a burning volcano. Don't go head-on with this kid, it's important to retreat. Mu Xing grabbed the chaos wizard and quickly retreated, following the tail of the parade. When leaving, he still taunted, Hey, isn't this our famous chaos prince Bai? The speed is quite fast, but it's a pity that it's just a little short. Mu Xing sneered and stood on the spirit bridge, holding the moonlight sword high in his hand. Little bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Bai Huan was furious, and at this moment he wanted to tear his bones and peel his skin. Just when he and a group of chaos descendants finally broke through the sword formation and rushed over, the sword in Mu Xing's hand fell. The spirit bridge collapsed, turning into the last stream of light that enveloped Mu Xing and disappeared. Ah, Blood Moon, I will catch you even if you run to the ends of the earth. I will throw you into the hell of chaos to endure endless torture. Bai Huan stood on the beach and roared unwillingly. When the spirit bridge was cut off, it also completely cut off the passage for others to go to Canehurst. Your Highness, that kid just crossed the sea, can't we just fly over directly? The descendant of chaos next to him said disdainfully. Unexpectedly, these words immediately angered Bai Huan. He jumped up with red eyes and slapped him on the head. Fly? You fly one to show me? The bridge of the spirit world is the only way, and now it has been cut off by that little bastard. By the time you find him in countless dreams, it will be too late. Bai Huan was immediately furious and slapped him continuously. At the same time, Canehurst City. Mu Xing and his team had just landed when they were greeted by the chaos soldiers, who had been guarding here for a long time. Kill! Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the elites at the top level behind him rushed forward and instantly wiped out all the chaos. He looked in the direction of Canehurst Castle, but did not follow into the city. Instead, he immediately led people to the dungeon to destroy the ritual. As for the castle, it was left to Logarius and Queen Annalise. They knew what they should do. This way. Mu Xing led the charge, directly slashed the gate to the dungeon with a sword, and jumped down the deep underground passage. Others followed closely, and jumped down together. The chaos ritual seemed to have just begun. Faced with the sudden intrusion of Mu Xing and others, the chaos wizards, who were performing the ritual, were also startled. Stop them quickly. Man Shan rushed out first with a giant axe in hand. The flaming giant axe burned violently, and the gullies it created made the entire dungeon tremble. The chaos soldiers who rushed over to try to stop them were turned into ashes by a few axes. Their elite team was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Those chaos soldiers below the peak of the upper position were no match for them. The altar was already in sight. In the altar, the chaos priests had formed a circle. The inner circle was the offerings to be sacrificed. One by one, rows of chaos freaks were neatly arranged, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. Although the 3,000 intercepted by Mu Xing were missing, it didn't seem to affect the overall situation. The outer circle was the priests who presided over the sacrifice, chanting ancient spells. The tadpole characters on the black obelisk in the center of the altar seemed to come alive, and began to twist and tremble. At the outermost edge, there are also chaos wizards, who are responsible for delivering power and stabilizing the altar array. Of course, there are also barrier wizards who cast barriers. Because of the arrival of Mu Xing and others, these chaos priests started the sacrifice ceremony in advance. As those chaos freaks screamed as they were sacrificed, the blood gushing out of their bodies dyed the dense patterns and runes on the altar red. As the chanting sounded, everything was quietly changing. Time and space became more chaotic here. It seemed that the sound of waves came from an unknown time and space. Soon, the roaring waves spread to the altar out of thin air as the altar was opened. Mysterious marks began to appear on the obelisk. Although the marks were abstract, they were still recognizable at a glance. The moon, the invisible, the dream, and the abyss. This is the mark of the ancient gods, the seal of the ancient gods used to seal the great Lord of Raya. At this time, these chaos priests were using the power of the sacrificial ceremony to destroy the mark on the obelisk. Chapter 647. Join hands and break through this barrier together. Mu Xing raised the moonlight greatsword high, his expression solemn. He knew very well that once the seal of the ancient gods was broken, it would be like tearing a horrible crack in the perfect seal of the ancient gods. At that time, the power of chaos would take advantage of the opportunity to corrupt the Lord of Raya, who was sealed in the depths of the dream. Once the Lord of Raya was corrupted, the situation of the entire nightmare battlefield would change completely. At the same time, he keenly sensed that there was a chaos army outside who was frantically testing and trying to forcefully break into the dream world of Canehurst. Time is running out, and there is no time to waste. Everyone reacted quickly, secretly accumulating strength, and powerful destructive forces surged around them. Then, waves of power rushed towards the altar in front like surging waves. Boom! The loud noise was deafening, and the space seemed to be torn apart easily like fragile paper. The entire underground city shook violently, and the Canehurst castle above also shook like a raging wave. However, what was shocking was that such a fierce attack did not make the altar shake at all. An invisible barrier, like an indestructible fortress, firmly blocked everyone's attacks. Fuck, why is this barrier so hard? Mansion's face was full of anger, cursing, and his hands were numb due to the huge recoil. He hit with all his strength, but only left a faint mark on the barrier. Come again! Manshan was not discouraged. He never believed that this barrier had endless defensive power. After all, the power level of the entire other side of the dream was compressed to the upper level. Normally, such an attack should not be easily blocked. Let me try. Mu Xing took a step forward, and one hand firmly pressed on the moonlight greatsword in his hand. He began to unlock the powerful power contained in this sword. You know, no matter how powerful the weapon brought in from outside is, it is difficult to exert the destructive power beyond the upper level. But this moonlight greatsword is completely different. It originated from this world, and is a product within the rules. Therefore, Mu Xing can unlock it without any obstacles, and release the power of the apostle realm that exceeds the upper limit. Break it! Mu Xing shouted loudly, and thrust out a sword swiftly. The apostle-level power surging at the tip of the sword gushed out like a raging torrent, colliding fiercely with the invisible barrier. Ah! The barrier wizards responsible for maintaining the barrier screamed miserably, and turned into ashes in an instant. Under this powerful destructive force, countless dense cracks appeared in the barrier. Seeing this, the others had a glimmer of hope in their eyes, and they all attacked the cracks with all their strength. As the cracks grew larger, the seemingly indestructible barrier could no longer hold up, and was about to fall. Mu Xing's eyes were firm. He held the moonlight greatsword tightly, and slashed out again. Crack! Like a mirror that broke time and space, the barrier was completely shattered. The rolling air waves were surging, knocking all the chaos wizards, who wanted to come to support to the ground. Mu Xing stared at the black obelisk in front of him, thinking to himself that he must not let these chaos wizards continue the ritual. He growled. The dazzling moonlight splashed out like water, quickly condensing into a destructive force full of murderous aura. He decided to attack the chaos priests first. However, at the moment when the dazzling moonlight sword energy was about to harvest the chaos priests' heads, everything suddenly stopped. There were strange black threads quietly spreading in this underground altar space. Mu Xing was shocked to see that the space above his head was torn and penetrated. The deep and boundless void slowly appeared behind the crack in time and space. At the edge of the crack, the black threads were like greedy demons, constantly eroding this world created from the other side of the dream. Others, like Mu Xing, seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization, frozen in place, unable to move. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and tried his best to mobilize the power in his body, trying to break free from this terrible imprisonment. But no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. The gap between the two sides was too big, it was like a world of difference. His eyes looked through the crack, and saw the spiral-shaped dark clouds surging in the dark void. Sometimes they condensed, sometimes they dispersed. That existence beyond human cognition seemed to be the absolute master of that dark world. He saw that in that spiral-like dark void, densely packed eyes were slowly opening. They looked through endless time and space, and met Mu Xing's eyes, who was staring at the abyss. The moment their eyes met, Mu Xing felt as if his consciousness was about to be completely shattered. Everything would turn into nothingness, and then solidify into a rotating black spiral. He was horrified to find that his body was undergoing strange changes, and it seemed that he was about to be twisted into a chaotic creature by force. Is that the terrifying power of the Chaos Overlord? Just by looking at it, he was going to be assimilated into an inferior chaotic creature? Although he was extremely reluctant to expose his ability in front of such a dangerous monster, at this point, there was no way out, and he could only fight. He released his own chaotic will without hesitation. As the same chaotic will, this power actually allowed Mu Xing to temporarily break through the restraining power. The gray moon slowly appeared, like a greedy beast, swallowing up all the black threads extending from the dark void. This scene really attracted the attention of the Chaos Lord. Dense eyes focused instantly. It was this brief moment of respite that gave Mu Xing the opportunity to raise the survival terminal in his hand high. The Dark Devourer seemed to see through Mu Xing's thoughts, and mercilessly extended a dark tentacle made of threads from the void. Mu Xing called the survival system with all his strength. He knew that if he retreated at this moment, he would fall into an abyss of no return. He firmly believed that at this critical moment, the survival system would appear. Just when the black-threaded tentacles were about to touch Mu Xing. Finally, the backer that Mu Xing was so familiar with came. It came from an unknown place, and crossed the endless void. The white roots used the survivors as anchors, and landed directly here. The tentacles of the Chaos Lord were instantly pierced, and cut off, by the white roots. An angry roar came from the world of the dark thread. The will of chaos is indeed the epitome of collective consciousness. The sound sounded like the roar of countless life wills gathered together. The action of the survival system made the Dark Eater furious, and the void crack suddenly expanded rapidly. In those rolling dark threads, terrifying eyes stared at the glowing roots. The roots were like an indestructible wall, erecting a solid barrier for Mu Xing and the team members behind him. No matter how turbulent the dark thread was, it could not shake it in the slightest. Chapter 648. This horrific collision has long surpassed Mu Xing's cognitive scope. Their collision occurred simultaneously in every piece of time and space. Every second, endless worlds are destroyed, time is withering, and space is collapsing. Even the most stable void is trembling in constant breaking and reorganization. And behind the barrier, it has become the most peaceful place. The strange will of the Chaos Master echoed in the void, and when it reached Mu Xing's mind, it automatically turned into a voice that humans can understand. Survival system, you can't stop the victory of chaos. Mu Xing was full of doubts when he saw the altars in front of him that were performing sacrificial ceremonies suddenly shattered like glass. Fake? Mu Xing couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. It turned out that the sacrificial ceremony he saw before was just an illusory curtain, a trick set up by the Dark Eater himself. And the real sacrificial ceremony was hidden behind this curtain. At this moment, those chaos wizards were trying their best to crack the ancient god mark on the obelisk. Then, the space above was torn apart again, penetrating the Canehurst castle on the ground. Mu Xing saw Logarius. He was pinching Annalise's neck, trying to take her body with his own will. At the same time, he began to sacrifice the entire Canehurst. This scene was very familiar to Mu Xing. The altar below was the main part, and the sacrifice above was auxiliary. Using the blood of the ancient gods as a primer, the mark of the ancient gods on the obelisk was cracked. Mu Xing stared at Logarius, who was gradually merging with Annalise, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. I have done everything I can. Now, I can only see what choice the executioner will make. I saw Logarius seem to be completely controlled by chaos, and began to sacrifice the Canehurst people in the city. Those who were immersed in the carnival turned into sacrificial blood threads unknowingly, constantly gathering towards the red figure in the sky. When the power was condensed to the extreme, it turned into a dazzling blood light and fell accurately on the black obelisk. This rich red power contains the purest blood and power of the ancient gods. The seal of the ancient god is difficult to break with external force. However, it would be much easier if the power of the ancient god itself was used. When the dark blood fell on the obelisk, it began to erode the bright seals of the ancient god. The originally indestructible seals of the ancient god gradually became darker and fainter, as if they would disappear at any time. Without waiting for the seal of the ancient god to completely disappear, the Dark Eater extended its spiral tentacles and directly penetrated those ancient god seals, penetrated the obelisk, and extended to the unknown time and space. There is the end of time and space, an eternal dream. A huge sleeping figure can be vaguely seen. His body curled up, wrapped by huge and ugly wings. He is like a sleeping fetus in the mother's womb, immersed in an eternal dream. Endless dreams surround his body, making him unable to wake up. At this time, the tentacles of the Dark Eater approached silently, turned into black threads, and merged into the eternal dream. He intended to use this method to corrode and corrupt the sleeping Lord of Raya. Muxing just watched, but he was powerless. In front of such a duel, he was smaller than the dust. But at this moment, an urgent voice sounded in his mind. It was the voice from Dagon's old seal. Blood Moon, I can buy you 3 breaths of time. What do you want me to do? Muxing asked in doubt. Approach the obelisk and wake up my master. Are you crazy? No, am I crazy? With my small body, can I wake up your master? Don't worry, I will convince the master. As for the rest, you don't have to worry. Muxing frowned, his mind was churning wildly, considering whether to take a gamble. If he wins the bet, everything will be fine. The favor of the Lord of Raya, the old seal of Dagon, whatever you want. But if he loses the bet, it means he loses everything. He didn't rush to answer Dagon, but used the only time he had to contact the survival system. Even if he was a pawn, it was more reliable to be a pawn of the survival system. At least it was honest enough. Agree to his plan, the system will support it. When the familiar voice sounded, this was the first time that Muxing received a personal reply from the system. Muxing realized that the survival system seemed to be well prepared. Or rather, it was prepared for every possible situation. Since he had the support of the system and a backer, Muxing no longer hesitated and said to Dagon's old seal, Okay, I agree with your plan, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, Muxing saw the old seal fly out of his sea of consciousness, and suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle between the survival system and the Dark Eater. The shadow of Dagon's clone emerged, and his body began to tremble violently, burning with extremely dazzling light. What kind of impact can an old burning himself have, at this moment? Both the survival system and the Chaos Overlord Dark Eater stopped at this moment. Time and space seemed to be pulled away at this moment. Endless dimensions converged here. Muxing felt that he had gained unlimited freedom at this moment. In the first breath, he flew out of the underground altar and flew to the front of the fused Annalise. Their souls had merged together at this time. In order for Logarius to complete the sacrifice, he must rely on Annalise' body, so they can only choose to merge. Muxing grabbed with his right hand and directly grabbed the parasite hidden in Annalise' body. Cut off the control of chaos over them and awaken them. In the second breath, he opened the portal and sent all his teammates out. It is too dangerous here, and only by sending them away can we ensure safety. In the third breath, he came to the black obelisk. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand on it. The spider Rom was summoned, carrying an infinite cycle of time, and now he will be completely released here. A long enough cycle of time will pierce the eternal dream and awaken the eternally sleeping Lord of Raya from his sleep. At this moment, in the thick darkness like ink, the boundary between dreams and reality quietly blurred and collapsed. At the bottom of the unknown ocean, the ancient city of Raya slowly vibrated in the eternal silence. Finally, the great existence that had been sleeping for endless years suddenly trembled. That huge body, like the starry sky, is gradually waking up from an endless slumber. Its huge wings, like a twisted nebula, slowly unfold. It stirs up the surrounding seawater, stirring up a surging black vortex. Its tightly closed eyes slowly open, like 2 bottomless abysses of chaos. The terrible power that overflows from its pupils instantly spreads to the entire dream, and even the laws of the dream are distorted and deformed under this power. Every breath it takes makes the time and space of the dream make a sharp sound like broken glass. The eternal seal finally begins to loosen, and can no longer trap the sealed lord of the holy city. In addition to the joy of awakening, the will that spreads out also contains anger towards the ancient gods and chaos. However, at this time, Dagon and the old seal crosses the seal and the dream, and respectfully prostrates himself in front of the great figure. Chapter 649. The two had some kind of quick communication at the end of time and space, until the great Lord of Raya glanced at Mu Xing standing in front of the obelisk. The stagnation of 3 breaths began to be lifted, time began to flow again, matter began to move again, and the rules were reactivated. The Chaos Overlord Dark Eater made a strange sound, as if threatening the Lord of Raya, who was waking up. The spiral tentacles wrapped around, trying to make one last effort, while the Lord of Raya was not fully awake. However, what greeted him was the fist of the Lord of Raya. Endless time and space were shattered in this punch. The Lord of Raya represented the ultimate material power, or in other words, G was part of the material rules. That's why the ancient gods sealed G outside the boundary of time and space where matter and energy could not touch. However, from the moment G woke up, this dream could no longer resist G's power. One punch completely shattered the dream. The tentacles of the Chaos Lord Dark Eater were also shattered. The black spiral tentacles burst into pieces, turned into nothingness, and then extended all the way to the dark void where he was. The entire dark void was torn apart, and the force of the fist almost smashed its body into pulp. A strange scream came from the dark void, and countless eyeballs of the Dark Eater suddenly burst. No one could have imagined that the situation would be reversed in such a short moment. Mu Xing was shocked that the Dark Eater could not withstand a punch from the Lord of Raya. These Chaos were all masters of conspiracy, but in the face of absolute violence, they seemed to have become chickens and pottery dogs. Mu Xing was very curious. How could the Lord of Raya be sealed by those ancient gods when he was so powerful? This is not over yet. The awakened Lord of Raya stepped forward and took the initiative to chase him out. As long as he chased into the dark void, he would blast the Dark Eater to pieces. The Dark Eater quickly called for help. Mu Xing saw the surrounding dimensions being stretched, and he saw 6 groups of black shadows coming from distant dimensions and time and space. He knew who was coming. They were the Chaos Overlords distributed in other main battlefields of the Nightmare Battlefield. However, at this moment, the survival system took action. The white roots separated different dimensions and space, and stopped these Chaos Masters. At the same time, the survival system blocked the retreat of the Dark Eater. Mu Xing exclaimed, "This is to join forces to kill the god." Mu Xing recalled that day, that moment, in front of the huge stone gate. The survival system used itself as an anchor point, and had some kind of communication with the Lord of Raya in the sealed holy city. At that time, I didn't know what the survival system wanted to do. Now it seems that the motive for today was already arranged before everything started. The Chaos Overlord Dark Eater sensed the danger and, like a wriggling slug, tried his best to shrink into the deeper void. However, the survival system did not want to give him this opportunity. The white roots burst into a 1,000-foot light, solidified into a long whip of time, and whipped towards him. In a moment of collision, Mu Xing seemed to see countless stars explode, the starry sky annihilated, and the brilliant Milky Way was torn in half by this whip. At the same time, the roots turned into a cage to cut off the Dark Eater's retreat. The Lord of Raya rushed out of the sealed holy city. The power representing the limit of matter gathered on his fist. He swung his fist, and wherever he passed, the void in front of him continued to collapse. The entangled spiral tentacles tried to block the earth-shattering punch. Dark magic, chaotic energy, void rules, and various counterattack forces bombarded the fist of the Lord of Raya. But all the fancy tricks were just illusions, shattered by this absolute punch. There was no way to stop the fist. This fist hit the Dark Eater's chaotic body. The rolling spiral black cloud was crushed by the fist. At least 1/3 of the Dark Eater's body was torn apart. The strange roar resounded throughout the dark void. After being severely injured, the Dark Eater quickly changed its strategy, and used the dark rules in the surrounding void to defend and wait for support. So it immediately shrank into a turtle shell, and used the void to continuously evade. A Chaos Overlord defended with all his strength, and even the Lord of Raya could not completely defeat it in the first place. After all, the Lord of Raya has not completely escaped from the seal, and at most has released a small part of his power. At this time, the other 6 Chaos Lords also came and descended on the first main battlefield. However, the survival line was well prepared. When a huge city of indescribable size suddenly fell from the void, blocking the path of those Chaos Lords. Bright torches rose from the city, instantly illuminating the fallen area of the first war zone that had never faced the light since its formation. At this moment, the occupied area of the first war zone was illuminated as brightly as a light bulb. Countless chaos and dark monsters that rely on darkness to exist were evaporated in this light. Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. It was Terra City. Unexpectedly, for this battle, the survival system would not hesitate to move out of Terra City. The 6 Chaos Lords worked together to attack Terra City. They would never allow the Dark Eater to be strangled by the survival system and the Lord of Raya. Otherwise, the balance will be broken. However, the Terra City side was well prepared. 5 dazzling balls of light rushed out of Terra City. Look, they are the 5 chairmen of the Terra Parliament. Someone stared at the 5 balls of light rushing out of Terra City. Who is it? Mu Xing stared at the 5 balls of light, muttering to himself. Oh my goodness, these old immortals in Terra City are out. At this moment, the voice of the evil spirit sounded, and even poked his head out quietly. Do you know him? How can I not know him? I was locked up by these old immortals at the beginning. Do you think I can rely on those city lords? Who are they? Logic Arbiter, Yax. All Things Shaper, Elim. Fate Weaver, Nora. Dimensional Architect, Velan. Energy Regulator, Zhou He. These old guys all control the existence of rules. With the blessing of Terra City, they can reach multi-level combat power. The 5 of them, plus the survival system, have reached a fragile balance with the 7 Chaos Lords in the Nightmare battlefield. 5 can resist 7 Chaos Lords? Of course not, don't we still have your 6th child? Although the survival system cannot be counted as combat power, if it joins the battle, it can be counted as 1.5. So for many years, this Nightmare battlefield has always been dominated by chaos, so they are the attackers, and you are the defenders. Mu Xing suddenly realized that the survival system's moves seemed to be trying to reverse the balance. No, how do you know so much? Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit with a suspicious face. Do you think I'm like you? I just think about hunting treasures and upgrading all day long. I can end up like this now, all because of the survival system. If I want to turn the tables in the future, I must learn more about various intelligence. Only by knowing both myself and the enemy can we win every battle. Mu Xing stared at it. You still want to turn the tables? The evil spirit immediately became flattering. Of course, I want to grow and improve together with you, my master, and be your good helper in the future. Mu Xing wordlessly stuffed the cat head into the tower, and continued to focus on the battlefield. Chapter 650. With the arrival of the 5 speakers, the 6 Chaos Lords, who came from the void, were blocked on their way. Although the survival system did not have a numerical advantage, it was able to rely on Terra City to block the attack of the Chaos Lords. The role of Terra City, which was promoted to a multi-level building in the last survival competition, was shown at this moment. It was born for today, with torches soaring into the sky, lighting up the galaxy and the universe, and releasing powerful defense. Now it can also be regarded as half of the multi-level combat power, which has brought the combat power levels of both sides to the same balance. Normally, a building is always a dead object, but now it has become a mountain that chaos cannot cross. It takes time for them to break this mountain, but Dark Eater may not have time. The combination of the Lord of Raya and the survival system can definitely strangle Dark Eater before Chaos Overlords break Terra City. At this moment, both sides are very anxious. When the top combat power is leveled, the high-level and middle-level combat power becomes the key to determine the victory or defeat of this battle. Under the Chaos Overlords are those powerful Chaos Kings. Some of them have broken through the God level and stepped into the half-step multiverse. There are more than a dozen Chaos Kings like this, and there are countless Chaos Kings at the peak of the God level. On the survival line, the Terra Council also showed its strong foundation. 9 half-step multiverses, plus the strong men of other races on the survival line, are comparable to the Chaos side. Among the half-step multiverses on the Council side, Mu Xing saw 2 figures he knew. One was the rarely seen Black Mountain Canyon Lord Theodore, and the other was the lord of their Kowloon city, Qin Qian. Theodore controlled the power of death, wearing a black robe, with a huge death figure behind him, carrying a sickle, exuding a cold and dead silence. Qin Qian was surrounded by 9 golden dragons, like a king given by heaven, with a radiant glow all over his body, extremely sacred. They were the only 2 survivors who joined the Terra City Council as city lords. Identity is one aspect, and being able to step into the half-step multidimensional world is enough to show their potential and combat power. As for the city lords of other main cities, they are slightly inferior. They are still hovering at the God level, and it is estimated that only the Lord of Lorenberg has the possibility of further advancement in the short term. Among these half-step multiverses, Mu Xing also saw a familiar figure, Yuan. Mu Xing thought this guy was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. No wonder the rules of the real world can no longer restrain him, and he can capture himself with one hand. As a neutral chaos, he now chooses to stand firmly on the side of the survival line. In addition to him, there are two high-level chaos wills in the lawful camp, who also stand on the side of the survival line. Therefore, on the battlefield, the combat power of multiverse and half-step multiverse almost formed a balance. Although the chaos side has more than the half-step chaos on the survival line, half-step is still half-step after all. Without really stepping into that level, it is impossible to have a fundamental impact on the situation on the battlefield. Below half-step multiverse is the peak god level. This level cannot be described as numerous. Looking around, there are definitely many. Instead, they have become the most intense part of the fighting force on the battlefield. Mu Xing did not expect that the originally calm abnormal point would instantly become the key battlefield to determine the future victory or defeat of both sides. He had been a chess piece on the chessboard for so long, and the chess player finally revealed his true identity and played the game himself. Just as Mu Xing was in endless shock, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The voice was low, hoarse, majestic, and full of divinity. Who? Mu Xing suddenly woke up and looked around. You can call me the Lord of Raya, the Sealer of the Holy City, or Cthulhu. Mu Xing's expression froze. This big man who was still fighting actually came to him on his own initiative. Just as he was thinking about how to start, Xi's voice sounded again. Let's make a deal, Mu Xing. Mu Xing's pupil shrank sharply, but he soon let it go. That was the great old days, and it was not surprising to know his real name. He tried to calm himself down, so as not to lose his mind in the subsequent negotiations. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Observer Tower, so he could talk to Xi as a bystander instead of facing the greatness directly. As for the little cat, the evil spirit, it had already retreated to the deepest part of the fourth floor, and almost dug a hole to bury itself. I have seen the future that Dagon showed me. In this battle, I will fall. Cthulhu's voice sounded again, bringing a piece of news that even Mu Xing couldn't believe. How is this possible? You are the old one, the ancient ruler. Even the survival system plus chaos can't kill an old one, right? Of course they can't kill me, but there are others who want me dead. Who? My mortal enemy, Haster? Mu Xing opened his mouth, as if a large bag of dry powder was poured into his throat, making him unable to say a word at this moment. Of course he knew who this name represented. There were only many titles. The Nameless One, Lord of the Deep Space Star Sea, the Feaster in the Distance, and the King in Yellow. Haster was Cthulhu's eternal enemy, and his lifelong goal was to completely kill the other party. The two sides would fight to the death. How is this possible? Mu Xing did not find any trace of the King in Yellow. Cthulhu did not explain, but continued, Dagon is a loyal follower. He brought the news of death from the distant future, and also brought the opportunity for change. So what's the deal? Mu Xing asked. Death and fall are irreversible. I need death, and I also need a new beginning. Why me? Mu Xing pointed at himself in confusion. You are the one chosen by the survival system, which is enough to prove your potential. I will leave you the guidance of the past, and you will help me find the opportunity for resurrection. In exchange, you will get Dagon's old seal and my friendship. Can you be more practical? Although Mu Xing was afraid, he still tried to stand up straight with his shaking legs, and looked at the existence that could not be looked at directly. This made the Lord of Raya, who was making a promise seriously, stunned. He immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. I understand. So from today on, you are the temporary successor of this holy city of Raya. From today on, I promise that you can borrow the power of the holy city of Raya. At least before you become a multidimensional creature, the power I left in the holy city will be helpful to you. The temporary successor of the holy city of Raya? Mu Xing suppressed his excitement. This old man was so generous and capable. However, he was not stunned by the red envelope that fell from the sky. Instead, he asked cautiously, if you die, how can I guarantee that you or your former subordinates will not turn against me in the future? Also, how can I resurrect? Don't worry, I will leave insurance and a trace of absolutely pure self-awareness. Mu Xing scratched his head. What he could think of, the Lord of Raya could naturally think of, and he had already made all preparations. Chapter 651. Okay, I agree. Mu Xing stopped when he saw that he was ahead. When negotiating, he should know honor and disgrace, know when to advance and retreat, and never be greedy. Otherwise, not only will he not get any benefits, but he will also suffer backlash. The great Lord of Raya was obviously very satisfied with Mu Xing's decision. I saw an emblem shaped like an old seal flying towards him. Following it, there was also a miniature obelisk. The obelisk flew directly into the first floor of his observer tower. You are not going to take over my hunter, are you? Mu Xing had a strange expression. It has absorbed my memory and my power, and is the best carrier for the reincarnation. My reincarnation will be born from this evolved embryo, but it will not be me at that time. You need to guide it to awaken and find itself, and then I can truly revive. What about my hunter? Don't worry, your little pet will not die, and it will turn a disaster into a blessing. It must be said that this Lord of Raya is really convincing. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and then he saw that his observer tower seemed to be forming a 9th floor. In the new floor, he saw a miniature city of Raya. He felt that the 9th floor was rapidly expanding its space area, as if preparing to accommodate the great holy city. Mu Xing certainly knew that with the current strength of this tower, it was impossible to withstand the existence of a real holy city, but it should be no problem to accommodate a slight projection. After explaining all this and reaching a deal with Mu Xing, the mysterious Lord of Raya had gone away, as if it had never happened. When Mu Xing looked up, the Lord of Raya's hunt for the Dark Eater had reached a critical moment. The extreme material force finally tore through the chaos defense dominated by will. The fist smashed the hard shell of the chaos will, and the violence penetrated into the Dark Eater's body, destroying everything indiscriminately. The Dark Eater, hiding in the dark void, was completely crazy. Facing the threat of death, he launched a desperate counterattack. Facing the counterattack of the Dark Eater, the Lord of Raya just punched, and punched again. Each punch could tear the dirty chaotic will into pieces. When it recovered, another punch fell and smashed it. Under the destruction and annihilation of material power, the will that relied on the void would eventually be completely wiped out by the physical matter. The Chaos Lords, who came to support, launched an even more frantic attack, intending to break through the defense line of the survival camp. The 5 chairmen also tried their best. They gave up attacking and focused on defense, interweaving the 5 rules they represented. Relying on Terra's city, an indestructible wall was formed. Although the Chaos side had a numerical advantage, it was not easy to break through in a short period of time. Lord of Raya, you dirty rulers of the old days should have passed away with that dark era. Your era has ended. Why do you still try to come back? The Dark Eater roared unwillingly. Because you provoke me. The Lord of Raya did not have so many high-sounding reasons, and he shut up the Dark Eater with just one sentence. Just like a street thug, you provoke me, so I will fight you to the end. At this moment, the Dark Eater regretted it very much. How could he provoke such a stubborn guy? At this moment, a voice came from the distant Chaos camp. Cthulhu, I warn you, don't participate in this war again, otherwise you will bear the price of all the consequences. Ha ha ha, consequences? Price? At the beginning, I cared too much about the consequences and gains and losses, so I lost again and was sealed by a group of shameless ancient gods when I was seriously injured. Now that I have broken free from the eternal dream, I will collect some interest first. When did you, a bunch of dirty and insignificant chaotic wills, dare to call yourself the master? Cthulhu punched out again coldly, and blew up the Dark Eater again. After this explosion, the Dark Eater could hardly condense a complete form. Dissipate! Cthulhu shouted in a low voice, and the last punch began to fall. At this moment, a mysterious tentacle suddenly sprang out from the rolling and squirming body of the Dark Eater, blocking Cthulhu's fist. You finally show up, Haster? I thought you would only hide at the bottom of the dirty lake and plot. Where is the once proud prince? Isn't he now sealed in a small lake? A voice came from the tentacle on the opposite side. Cthulhu, you are still so annoying. In countless years, I have only one thought, that is to kill you completely. Want to kill me? It depends on whether you have the ability to do so. The so-called enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, let alone 2 old enemies, who have been hostile since ancient times. Haster's playful voice sounded. Cthulhu, what a pity, you haven't realized that today is your death day. Although the new era disgusts me, I can't help but jump for joy when I think about getting rid of you, my mortal enemy. Ha ha, ha ha. A wild laugh sounded. Cthulhu punched forward without hesitation, completely blasting the tentacle, and at the same time crushing the body of the Dark Eater again. At the same time, Cthulhu sensed a strong pulling force coming from the black obelisk behind him. Looking back, I saw the deep-sealed holy city, the end of time and space, the eternal dream, and the power of the seal came again. The seal never completely disappeared, but was temporarily suppressed. So Cthulhu never completely escaped. On the black obelisk, the mark of the ancient god began to tremble wildly. Cthulhu grabbed with his right hand, and the spider Ram, which was the anchor point of the time and space cycle, appeared in his palm. He only intended to use this endless cycle to completely break free from the seal. However, Asta's mocking voice sounded. Cthulhu, you fool, You stepped into a deadly trap without knowing it. Do you think the real enemy is me? No, you are wrong. It is the real executioner. As Asta's voice sounded, the roots of the survival system fell from all directions, like tree roots, coiling and wrapping around. The spider rom in Cthulhu's hand instantly disintegrated into a ball of rotten meat. The rotten meat kept squirming and expanding, turning into a group of black bubbles. How is it possible? This is... Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Cthulhu, your death is coming, ha ha ha. Cthulhu's body was shaking, holding the rotten meat, staring at the expanding bubble. Asta, do you know what you have done? Are you completely crazy? Cthulhu's shock and anger were mixed with Asta's wild laughter. The infinite space-time cycle began to collapse, and in an instant, Cthulhu was divided into countless separate individuals. Go to hell. Asta controlled the Dark Eater's body and pounced forward, biting Cthulhu, who was divided into countless time and space, with a posture of dying together. At this moment, the roots of the survival system turned into blades, and the blades fell, destroying every time and space. Muxing, who had seen all this, was already shocked and speechless. The survival system wanted to kill not only the will of chaos, but also the sealed Cthulhu, or the old rulers who once controlled everything. Roar, roar, roar. Various strange cries came from the defense line. The Chaos Lords were wailing for the dead Dark Eater. Chapter 652. When everything is quiet. Where are the Chaos Lords and Dark Devourers? Where are the old ones? All that is left is the ruined battlefield, and the almost completely destroyed holy city of Raya. The blade-like glowing roots of the survival system have completed their mission, and began to wither, and turn into ashes. It is obvious that the survival system is not without cost in order to kill the old ones, and the Chaos Lords. After a long time, Muxing could hardly believe that an old one, a great being, was killed by the survival system, although he knew that there were calculations by his mortal enemy Hastur, the survival system, and Cthulhu's own compromise. Even so, it still made him feel incredible. During this period, in that moment of time that he could not perceive what happened, the truth must not be as simple as he saw. After Cthulhu's death, all material forces and rules seemed to be completely absorbed by the survival system. Muxing suspected that after this battle, the rank of the survival system might be raised to a higher level. The Dark Devourer also died. At the last moment, he was controlled by Hastur and held Cthulhu tightly. In the end, he was killed by the survival system. The Chaos Lords in the distance let out a shrill cry. After venting their anger for a while, they chose to retreat without hesitation. They knew that the Dark Devourer was dead, and only 6 of the 7 Chaos Lords were left. The advantage of the Chaos Camp was broken. With the blessing of the survival system, the survival defense line even began to gain a slight advantage. The outcome was determined, and their choice to retreat became an inevitable choice. Try to maintain the balance, and wait for the follow-up. Only by cultivating a multi-level combat force can we regain the advantage we once lost. However, the survival system does not seem to want to stop while it is ahead, but intends to pursue the victory. The 5 speakers also launched a counterattack without hesitation, and under the torch of Terra's city, they pushed through the Dark Fallen area. Although the Chaos side tried to resist their attack, with the addition of the survival system, the Chaos Camp retreated step by step, and had to give up the fallen area of the first war zone. When the light illuminated all the occupied areas, the 6 Chaos Lords also completely abandoned the first war zone. Instead, they set up a defense line behind the huge vortex. The attack and defense changed, and the transformation was completed in an instant. The army of the survival line who saw the scene also chased all the way, and did not stop until the battle line was near the Chaos Vortex. The 5 speakers attacked at the same time, and arranged a barrier to stabilize the space-time dimension in the direction close to the Chaos Vortex. The huge circular celestial body of the first defense line, pushed by the 5 people together, actually penetrated the Chaos Vortex directly, tearing a huge hole in it. In the past, the Chaos Camp always launched an attack on the real world through the Chaos Vortex, but now it has reversed. The 5 speakers directly pushed the defense line into the void. From then on, the first line of defense will no longer be an ordinary line of defense, but a nail of the survival line nailed into the void. When half of the huge celestial body is embedded in the void, it will no longer advance and remain in the Chaos Vortex. At the same time, the barrier is expanded, completely stretching the Chaos Vortex, so that people can see the void hidden behind the vortex through the transparent barrier of the first line of defense. It was a completely different and indescribable strange scene. It was not a starry sky layout like the regular universe, but an extremely bizarre one, with whirlpools, bubbles, stretched spirals, and huge stars and continents of strange shapes. It was completely different from the material world defined by humans, and there was no logic at all. And the void was not the endless darkness that people imagined, but rather it was extremely gorgeous and psychedelic. Once you enter the void, you will be completely lost in an instant. At this time, the burning torches in Terra's city seemed particularly dazzling, like a beacon, making people feel at ease and not lost. Tick-tock. Above the dark underground altar, a streak of blood dripped from the gaps between the ruins. The war was over, and the survival system disappeared. The Lord of Chaos, the Old Ones. This dreamlike existence seemed to have never existed. Mu Xing finally woke up from a trance. He looked down at his hands, his vision was hazy, and it took a while for him to recover. Only the broken corpses and twisted remnants of chaos creatures were left on the bloody altar. Mu Xing grabbed the chaos monsters, whose blood had not been completely drained, with his right hand. There were roughly tens of thousands of them. Although only 1/10 or 1/12 of their energy was left, they were very useful as consumables. Mu Xing walked to the broken obelisk. The mark of the ancient god had long been broken, and the obelisk had lost its divinity, leaving not even a trace of energy. The obelisk collapsed into a pile of ordinary stones. The mark left by the Lord of Raya appeared in his hand, and he tried to respond, but there was no response. It turned out that Ji had completely fallen. Then, he took out the observer's tower. In the 9th layer that was being condensed, a ruined holy city of Raya could be seen, and a group of green embryos jumping in the ruins. Mu Xing scratched his head, and looked at the ruins of the holy city with a headache. This city has been destroyed like this. Is there any power left? His mind moved, and his consciousness was projected into the 9th layer through the observer's tower. The huge black building that once stood tall and majestic was now shattered under the impact of a powerful force. The twisted stone pillars were scattered all over the ground like the broken ribs of a giant. The huge arch collapsed from a high place and hit the ground full of strange patterns. The black obelisk in the center of the city, which symbolized the identity of the great Cthulhu, now only had half of its body left. The broken obsidian was scattered all over the ground, like sand and dust on the seabed. The turbid sea water was filled with thick black fog, which had a disgusting fishy smell. Even some broken fishmen corpses could be vaguely seen. These guardians of the holy city also resolutely chose to follow their great master to die. Just as Mu Xing crossed the huge stone archway and entered the temple, suddenly, a strange voice sounded. "Stop, mortal, dare to step into my territory in the holy city of Raya. Why don't you leave quickly?" The childish voice rippled in the ruined temple. The sound was not loud, but very clear. Mu Xing looked around in confusion, and did not see anyone else here. Finally, he fixed his sight on the beating green embryo in the temple. It seemed to be connected to the whole city, trying to hatch with the power that permeated from the broken city. Mu Xing knew that this was the pure will of Cthulhu that merged with the hunter. Cthulhu had fallen, and this was the last legacy left. "Who are you?" Mu Xing asked tentatively. "I am." The beating embryo suddenly solidified, as if thinking. But no matter how it thought, its memory seemed to be blank. "Bold mortal, how dare you question me? I am the master of this great temple." "Oh, you are the master of the temple, then who am I?" The seal of Cthulhu floated in Mu Xing's palm, and the broken city of Raya trembled and resonated with it. "Look, I am the master here." The existence in the embryo seemed a little confused, and asked anxiously, "Mortal, tell me, who am I?" Mu Xing looked unhappy. This little thing was quite arrogant. He dared to be so disrespectful to his landlord, calling him a mortal. His eyes rolled, and a bad taste rose in his heart. He thought seriously and said, "I think you should be a 140 centimeters cube green-haired big-breasted Sundara cat-ear tentacle little lowly." Chapter 653. When Mu Xing came out of the broken city of Raya, his mood became better. First of all, although the city of Raya was broken, it still contained a powerful force. This holy city, which was comparable to Terra in its heyday, could provide great help to Mu Xing even if it declined. Of course, it was not without cost. All the buildings in the holy city were damaged, and he needed to collect materials to repair them. As long as the buildings in the city were successfully repaired, the special functions of these buildings could be used. It's called a city, but it's more like Cthulhu's laboratory. It's full of functions, dazzling. Secondly, as long as he repairs more than 50% of the city of Raya, he will officially inherit the city. From a temporary heir to a formal heir. When the repair exceeds 80%, he will become the real lord of Raya. At that time, even if Cthulhu is resurrected, this city will be his. Finally, Mu Xing took advantage of the quarrel with the Cthulhu larva hatched in the green embryo and successfully fooled it into believing his words. I just don't know if the legendary Lord of Raya, the controller of dreams, the great Lord Cthulhu, will personally send him to the stake for sacrifice after his complete resurrection. Mu Xing scratched his nose and said that he would talk about the future later. Just like the evil spirit, didn't he gradually accept his identity as Hakimi? After coming out of the dungeon, Mu Xing was not in a hurry to leave. He found Queen Annalise and the executioner Logarius in the city. In the dilapidated and desolate city, after the sacrifice ceremony, only dark bloodstains were left all over the ground. Under the withered castle, the snow was stained red with blood. Annalise sat on the steps in silence. And lying in her arms was Logarius, whose life had come to an end. This executioner who defeated the healing church with his own strength and sealed the queen with his own hands, now even lost the strength to stand up. Just in the ceremony just now, Mu Xing woke them up, and they also made their own decision to forcibly stop the sacrifice. Although the sacrifice was stopped, someone had to pay the price. Logarius made his own choice. He used his life to exchange for Annalise's new life. At this time, Annalise was wearing a long dress stained with blood, and the cold wind blew her long black hair. But Logarius, lying in her arms, was as withered as a weed. At this moment, all the grievances disappeared. As if sensing Mu Xing's approach, Logarius, who was dying, slowly turned his head. The bones made a clicking sound. He struggled to speak with his dry throat. Is everything over? It's over. Mu Xing had a complicated expression, unable to comment on the behavior of this civilian hero. What about the deal between you and me? Don't worry, I can keep my promise, but are you sure it's worth it? You should know that it's never the ancient gods who are destroyed, but the desires in their hearts. Even if they are brought back from the past time and space, one day they will still embark on the same path. Hearing this, Logarius slowly turned his head and looked at the sky. Looking at the sky, white snow fell, and the cold snowflakes fell on his dry face without any signs of melting. Yes, you are right, blood and ancient gods are just the prelude to corruption. He stretched out his hand and caught the snowflakes falling from the sky, as if trying to hold something. Annalise, be yourself, be a wanderer, not a queen who accepts everything. Annalise heard Logarius' words, and tears rolled down her eyes. The hot tears fell on Logarius' face, finally melting the crystal snowflakes. In the wind and snow, the bodies of the two gradually solidified and turned into dry statues. Mu Xing opened his mouth. He waved his right hand, and Maria appeared beside him. Maria, who had been watching this scene in the tower, witnessed it all. She just stood quietly in front of the two people's dry statues, and didn't speak for a long time. I'm sorry, I used them, maybe they don't have to die. Mu Xing's voice sounded behind her. Maria shook her head. I didn't believe in fate before, but now I do, and I respect their choices. Maybe she is not disappointed with this world, she is just tired. Maria walked to the statue of Annalise, and took out an exquisite box. The box was gently opened, and inside was a beautiful violet badge. She used to like violets the most. She said it was a symbol of loyalty, faith, and freedom. But over the years, she has practiced her loyalty and dedicated her faith, but she has not left herself freedom. She gently placed the badge in Annalise's hand, then took 2 steps back and returned to Mu Xing's side. The entire dream space suddenly trembled, and time and space became extremely unstable. This place is going to disappear, let's go, there is a longer road waiting for you in the future, Mu Xing said. The Lord of Raya fell, and the dream world on the other side, which was powered by the power of the god, naturally began to collapse. Maria nodded gently, and when she stepped back, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the 7th floor of the tower. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that the 8th floor of the observer tower was gradually becoming more solid. The spider ROM, which was replaced by the survival system, not only did not disappear, but seemed to become even stronger. He stared at the spider and felt a headache. What is the survival system doing? Will it not dig a big hole for me again? Fortunately, he has long been accustomed to it. Before that, squeeze out its value first. With a grab of his right hand, a black teleportation stone appeared in his hand. After being crushed, it unfolded directly into a rotating chaos portal. Looking at the ruined castle again, the 2 statues standing under the snow took a step back and disappeared into the portal. The next second, the dream rippled, the world shrank, and completely turned into nothingness. Mu Xing appeared again, and directly teleported out of the abnormal point represented by the blood curse. The surroundings were unprecedentedly bright. It was clearly a level 3 occupied area, but it was as bright as day at this time. Looking up, he saw the bright sun above his head, casting warm light on this land that had never seen the sun. There seemed to be sprouts sprouting in the dark earth around, and life reappeared in this land corroded by chaos. Captain! I don't know if it was an auditory hallucination. Mu Xing subconsciously looked up, and then saw Caesar and others waving at him vigorously. Yi Chanfeng smiled and stroked his long beard. Manshan carried an axe, grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Crazy and Yi Wei were running towards the side hand in hand. Not only them, but several other people in the team also ran towards him with cheerful steps. However, at this moment, a figure took the lead and blocked in front of Mu Xing. What are you going to do again, my General Yuan? Mu Xing looked at Yuan in front of him, who was smiling at him with his arms folded, and felt a little scared, and subconsciously took a half step back. Chapter 654. Hey, what's the matter? You kid don't want to see me so much. Yuan smiled and looked at him leisurely. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. This time I'm exhausted. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? Mu Xing's face was full of helplessness and fatigue. You little brat. It seems that the celebration banquet prepared for you can be cancelled. Yuan spread his hands, with an innocent look on his face. Celebration banquet? That's right, you did a great job this time. The higher-ups have decided to commend you, and hold a grand celebration banquet. Mu Xing raised his right hand. No need for commendation, just send the reward. I won't attend the celebration banquet. I just want to go back and have a good sleep. Mu Xing rolled his eyes, wondering what kind of troubles might be waiting for him at the celebration banquet. Hey, you are really a stubborn guy. Mu Xing picked his nose and said, Han Dun must hate me now. I don't want to go to the banquet and walk the red carpet with great fanfare, and then be put on the wanted list by Han Dun. You really don't plan to go? No. Mu Xing shook his head like a rattle. In that case, I won't force you. Anyway, I think this kind of formalism is useless, and can easily cause trouble. But there is one thing you must promise me. Mu Xing looked at Yuan with a puzzled look. Yuan rubbed his hands and said, it's about joining the patrol team. Stop, I told you, I'm not interested. Think about it again. No. After saying that, he turned around and left without any hesitation. There are many benefits to joining the patrol team. You can even enter and exit the nightmare battlefield freely with your identity. Would you consider it again? Enter and exit the nightmare battlefield freely. Mu Xing, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped suddenly and turned to look at Yuan. Hee, now that we have killed a Chaos Lord, we have broken the balance of the battlefield and switched from defense to offense. In the future, the focus of the patrol team will shift from the real world to the nightmare battlefield. At that time, part of the work of patrolling the various occupied areas in the nightmare battlefield will probably fall on the patrol team. So, Yuan looked at Mu Xing with a smile, and his intention was obvious. Mu Xing knew that this guy had him in his hands, and he knew that he had the ability to aggregate chaos. To improve the aggregation ability, you have to swallow a lot of chaos. But where is the most chaos? Of course, the nightmare battlefield. I think about it. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I wait for your good news. Yuan looked relaxed and stretched his waist. By the way, I applied for a reward for the 2nd level warehouse for your team again, remember to collect it. Why is it still level 2? With my contribution, shouldn't I be able to enter the level 1 warehouse? Level 1 warehouse? You are such a jerk, you dare to think so. Apostles are not even qualified to enter the level 1 warehouse. Don't worry, this time we will apply for the high-level area in the level 2 warehouse. The reward will definitely satisfy you. After saying that, Yuan waved his hand and disappeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Until Yuan left, a group of teammates in the back excitedly rushed up and gave Mu Xing a big hug. Captain, what did General Yuan tell you just now? Caesar asked curiously. Come and invite me to the celebration party. Celebration party? Yes, I heard it was quite grand, but I turned it down. Why? Such a good opportunity to show off, shouldn't you perform well? Caesar looked puzzled. Yun Li's faint voice came from the side. I think you want to be on the wanted list of the Chaos Camp? This. Okay, Yun Li, don't scare him. It's not that exaggerated. The invitation letter will be sent to you soon. If you want to go, go by yourself. What about you, Captain? I'm going to go back and have a good rest for a few days. Mu Xing's pupils were filled with fatigue. The trip to the nightmare battlefield really exhausted him physically and mentally, and he needed to rest. That's a pity. For someone like me who likes the hustle and bustle, I definitely don't want to miss the celebration party. Caesar was already looking forward to it. Just then, Mu Xing raised his head and looked at the team members. Okay, let's announce something here. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered over. At first, we were just strangers to each other, embarking on this unknown journey together. Although we have worked together for a short time, we have fought side by side in this nightmare battlefield, supported each other on the brink of life and death, and experienced severe tests together. Today, the most difficult time has become a thing of the past, and the mission has been successfully completed. This friendship of life and death is priceless, and I hope everyone can remember it in their hearts. I will not repeat the extra words. In the days to come, I hope you will keep your original intentions, everything will go well, and you will be accompanied by flowers all the way, and your life will rise step by step. Now, I declare that the mission team will be officially disbanded from this moment. Everyone opened their mouths, but couldn't say anything for a long time. No, we are going to disband now? Caesar looked at Mu Xing in confusion. Life must be separated, and there is no banquet that will not end. Take care of each other. Mu Xing raised his hand and saluted the team members. Several people had serious expressions, suppressed their emotions, and raised their hands to return the salute. Although they had known that there would be such a moment, the disbandment of the team still made them think a lot, and could not calm down for a long time. Mu Xing walked up to Yi Chanfeng and Manshan, and said goodbye to them. Manshan patted Mu Xing on the shoulder. Good boy, this time you saved our entire task force. If you need help in the future, just give me a call, and I will come to support you across thousands of mountains and rivers. Yi Chanfeng nodded and said, yes, all members of our advanced reconnaissance team will remember this favor. Mu Xing shook his head. He didn't come here to ask for a favor. He clasped his hands together. Thank you for your kindness. The mountains and rivers will never change, and we will meet again. The two nodded at the same time, with smiles on their faces. Just then, a pleasant reminder sound came to everyone's ears. The nightmare mission has been successfully completed. Please collect all rewards in the major survival lines. The countdown for transmission, 30 seconds. Hearing this voice, everyone's faces showed a look of relief. As the countdown ended, a series of transparent light beams fell, directly transmitting everyone back to their respective battle zone defense lines. In a trance. When the vision in front of him became clear, he saw the familiar tall walls of the 57th battle zone. Behind him, only Crazy and Yi Wei were left. There was jubilation on the city wall. The victory of the first war zone affected the 57th war zone. The Chaos defense line was retreating step by step and shrinking rapidly. Now it has retreated to outside the third level occupied area. As rampant as they were in the past, they are now in a mess. Countless corpses were left on the battlefield along the way. Obviously, when the decisive battle was taking place in the first war zone, other war zones were not idle either. They took the opportunity to push the front line forward a long way. Chapter 655. It's finally over. Mu Xing stretched his body and stretched his waist. His fatigue was slightly relieved. He turned his head to look at the madman and Yi Wei behind him, with some concern in his eyes, and asked, why don't you two go back and have a good rest? The madman and Yi Wei looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Yi Wei said, let's go eat first. Do you want to join us? Mu Xing rolled his eyes, but there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand casually and said jokingly, okay, I don't want to be a light bulb and disturb your world of two. Lovers finally get married, and single dogs go alone. Puff. As soon as these words came out, the madman and Yi Wei couldn't help laughing, and the laughter echoed in the air. The madman smiled and kicked Mu Xing's butt, pretending to be disgusted, and said, get out, stop talking nonsense here. Mu Xing laughed loudly, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared on the city wall like a ghost, leaving only the hearty laughter still floating faintly in the air. Shall I, where is my reward? As soon as he returned to the barracks, Mu Xing shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was particularly loud in the empty camp. Then, Shall I, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, pushed open the door with a face full of resentment. Hey, what's going on? The dark circles are so heavy. Mu Xing was surprised, and a hint of ridicule flashed across his lips. Shall I snorted lightly, her tone full of complaints. This is the first time I have met such a troublesome captain like you. For this mission, I haven't slept for several days and nights. Before Mu Xing could speak, Shao Dai had already quickly stuffed a token into his hand. What is this? Mu Xing looked at the token in his hand in confusion. Reward token, Captain, go and redeem the reward yourself. Shao Dai yawned, glanced casually outside the door, and asked, Captain, where are the others? Disbanded. Mu Xing answered crisply. So soon? Shao Dai slightly widened her eyes, obviously a little surprised. The mission is over, so naturally we all go back to our own homes and find our own mothers," Mu Xing said half-jokingly. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to her senses. Yes, they were just a temporary team. Once the mission is completed, disbanding is the inevitable outcome. Then the captain. Xiao Dai hesitated. "Don't worry, we will see each other again." Mu Xing's eyes were firm, and his tone was full of unquestionable strength. Xiao Dai turned her head and looked at Mu Xing's eyes that were as bright and firm as stars, and a warm current surged in her heart. "If you run into trouble with the defense line in the future, you can come to me," Mu Xing said solemnly. Xiao Dai was stunned again, then nodded gently, her voice soft but with some gratitude. "I know, thank you, Captain. By the way," Mu Xing just took a few steps, then stopped again, with a serious look. "Say thank you to those who work silently for us and provide support for me." That's right. From the beginning, Mu Xing knew in his heart that Xiao Dai had never been fighting alone. Behind her is a huge and silently dedicated team. When they fought desperately with the chaotic forces on the front line, there were countless people behind them, who silently supported them day and night. In the abnormal point controlled by the chaotic forces, every seemingly easy and ordinary transmission, every smooth information connection, there is a sophisticated and huge system working at full capacity to support them. It is precisely because of the silent dedication of thousands of supporters that this hard-won great victory was achieved. Although Xiao Dai never mentioned it, Mu Xing knew it clearly. Hearing this, Xiao Dai's face suddenly bloomed with a bright smile, and that smile was like the warm spring sun, dispelling her fatigue and haze for many days. "Captain, I will convey it to them for you," Xiao Dai's voice sounded. After saying goodbye to Xiao Dai, Mu Xing hurried to the award ceremony. Just now, the embryo energy in the holy city of R'lyeh was in a state of emergency, and an emergency signal for help was sent to Mu Xing. It is really hard to imagine that in the holy city, there should be an endless supply of energy. How could there be an energy emergency? After a thorough understanding, Mu Xing realized that it was not that the energy reserves of the holy city were insufficient, but that there was a problem with the embryo's absorption of energy. The main reason was that the hunter's embryo level was too low, and it had not even reached the upper level. For this mortal fetus that had not yet fully developed, the energy of the holy city was too high and too pure, and it could not be absorbed at all, causing the gestation process to be forced to stagnate. So, Mu Xing was urgently sent to find the right energy. Moreover, the embryo does not need ordinary energy, but the top energy that represents the origin of matter. Mu Xing naturally does not have such a rare thing, so he can only try his luck in the secondary warehouse. Awarding office. Mu Xing handed the token in his hand. In an instant, blue light flashed, and two exquisite crystal boxes fell steadily on the counter in front of him. Mu Xing slowly opened the first box. Inside, a mass of red flesh and blood lay quietly. The flesh and blood seemed to have life, beating rhythmically under the seal of the crystal ball. Unknown Apostle Core. The core of the indescribable offspring contains unknown power. Please use with caution. Mu Xing stared at the item description closely, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself. What does this mean? Could it be that he is setting a trap for me again? Because he keenly sensed that the aura emitted by this apostle core was very similar to the aura of the apostle umbilical cord he had received from Martin before. The high similarity made Mu Xing even suspect that this core and the umbilical cord were most likely from the same mysterious apostle. Click. With a sound, Mu Xing gently closed the box and turned his attention to another box. In this crystal box, there was an umbilical cord with a very strange shape. The fourth umbilical cord. The fourth umbilical cord born from an unknown creature, which is used to connect to the unknown domain. Mu Xing looked at the umbilical cord, speechless, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Why does this survival system always give weird rewards? Connecting to the unknown domain? What the hell does this mean? Wait a minute. Mu Xing suddenly had an idea in his mind, and remembered the embryo that was still sleeping in R'lyeh. Could it be that? This is specially prepared by the survival system for the Lord of R'lyeh. After all this layout was carefully planned by the survival system, and it must be aware of the deal between the Lord of R'lyeh and itself. In this way, this umbilical cord is most likely the tightening curse that will bind the old one in the future. Thinking of this, Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the meticulousness and insidiousness of the survival system. However, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. It must be said that he quite likes this kind of unexpected surprise. Mu Xing was worrying about how to restrain the powerful old one after the embryo hatched. Unexpectedly, the survival system actually prepared a response plan for him in advance. This is really a timely help. Chapter 656. Mu Xing carefully put away the apostle core and the 4th umbilical cord. Then he directly applied to enter the Level 2 warehouse. This time, he was not going to enter the Level 2 warehouse of Area 57, but the Level 2 warehouse of the first warehouse. That was a warehouse of a very high level, and it was incomparable to the Level 2 warehouse of Area 57. Do you want to apply to enter the Level 2 warehouse of the first warehouse? An electronically synthesized voice sounded in Mu Xing's ears. Yes. The applicant's identity has been confirmed. Lieutenant of the 57th warehouse, Blood Moon. The application has been approved. According to the reward system information, you can take 10 materials or props below the apostle level in the Level 2 warehouse, regardless of the type. The next second, a blue light fell on Mu Xing. It was as if he was decomposed into countless particles in an instant, and then condensed in front of a door whose size was difficult to describe. So high! Mu Xing originally thought that the warehouse door of the 57th war zone was already tall enough, but he didn't expect that the warehouse here was even bigger. Because it is the first war zone, the props and supplies stored here are also the best. Next to the huge door, there is a terminal that can be used for control. Enter the requirements on the terminal, the intelligent body will automatically retrieve the items and transmit him to the target location, which is very convenient. Mu Xing directly searched for information about the origin of matter on the terminal. When the complicated list was listed, Mu Xing was overwhelmed. He quickly narrowed the search scope. The purer the origin of matter he needed, the better, preferably the kind that could be directly absorbed. And the level should not be too high or too low. In the end, Mu Xing selected the following 3 relatively suitable materials from hundreds of related materials. Star Crystal Cluster, a solid blue crystal cluster surrounded by starlight. It is a bridge connecting the material world and the star world, and can store and release the energy of the star world matter. Entropy Dust, a supernatural material as fine as powder, with a color between black and white. It comes from the entropy vortex deep in the universe, and can accelerate the decay and chaos of matter. Dream Stone, a translucent purified crystal, a special material condensed from pure dreams, containing powerful spiritual energy and dream power. The level of these things is not low. Although they have not reached the apostle level, they are much more precious than many apostle level materials. If it weren't for the warehouse in the first war zone, he would have no chance to get it. As for the remaining 7 places, Mu Xing unceremoniously chose one for each of his 7 origins. Finally, Mu Xing used his military merits to exchange for a large number of Carol crystals and time crystals. Whether the spider ROM on the 8th floor can stay depends on these crystals. If he is well fed and well served, maybe the 8th floor can be stabilized. During this trip to the Nightmare Battlefield, his observer tower increased by 2 floors in one fell swoop. But these 2 floors are passive increases, and are extremely unstable. Needless to say, the predecessor of the spider ROM in the Moon Lake on the 8th floor was the creator, who had caused him great harm in the Death Stranding world. Although he didn't know why he became what he is now, Mu Xing had to be on guard. Mu Xing felt that it was necessary to go to the Observer Council after the trip to the Nightmare Battlefield. The reincarnation of the Lord of R'lyeh had a survival system to help limit it, but what about the spider ROM on the 8th floor? When Mu Xing sprinkled a large number of time crystals and Carol crystals in front of Rom, who was sleeping on the Moon Lake, the silly big spider suddenly woke up. It ran over happily and ate the crystals in big mouthfuls. Mu Xing squatted in front of the big spider. "What do you want to do? What's your purpose?" he asked in a murmur, but Rom just tilted his head blankly and looked at him in confusion. "Forget it." Mu Xing shook his head. There was really no need to be angry with the spider. He went directly from the 8th floor to the 9th floor. He thought it was a projection, but later he found out that the entire holy city was compressed on the 9th floor. The Mark of R'lyeh and the old Mark of Dagon maintained the balance of the holy city. "I'm back." Mu Xing's voice suddenly rang out in the dead silence of the ruins. In an instant, countless emerald green tentacles emerged from the broken walls around him, like a group of monsters that smelled the scent of prey. But these tentacles looked too tender and soft, without any threat, and could not hurt Mu Xing at all. Looking again, the source of these tentacles was actually a huge embryo that was beating wildly. As time passed, the embryo continued to develop, and the tentacles grew like mushrooms after rain, becoming more and more numerous and longer. It seemed as if they were going to completely occupy this broken holy city. According to this trend, when the embryo hatches, the entire R'lyeh will probably be covered by these dense tentacles. "Mortal, have you brought what I want?" A voice full of majesty and urgency came from deep inside the embryo. Mu Xing impatiently pulled away the tentacles that were wrapped around him, and said unhappily, "Just talk nicely, don't touch me." However, Instead of retreating, the tentacles intensified and entangled Mu Xing's thighs and arms, like greedy pythons. Hee mortal, today I must punish you for your disrespect to me. As soon as the voice fell, the tentacles instantly opened a ferocious mouth. Fangs intertwined, saliva dripped, and they bit directly at Mu Xing, trying to swallow him into their stomachs. At this critical moment, the light of the old seal suddenly lit up in Mu Xing's hand, and the light was like a light of punishment from ancient times, instantly illuminating the dark ruins. Under the shining light, the slippery tentacles withered quickly like ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun. The ferocious mouths on the tentacles were like wax figures melted by the high temperature, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The remaining tentacles were terrified and retreated into the gaps around them in panic and disappeared. Mu Xing strode forward, holding the old seal in his hand high, almost imprinting it on the squirming embryo. "Stop it now, don't get close." A terrified roar came from the embryo. "What? Aren't you going to eat me?" Mu Xing asked with a sneer. "If you have the guts, don't threaten me with the old seal." The voice in the embryo was a little angry. Mu Xing snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. "Some guy is really ruthless. I worked so hard to help you find the source of matter, but in the end, he actually wanted to eat me." As soon as these words came out, the voice in the embryo suddenly became stammering. "Nonsense, I was just joking." Mu Xing didn't waste any words, and 3 special Chaos Origin materials instantly appeared in his hands. Instantly, a gurgling sound full of desire came from the embryo. "Mortal, is this what you prepared for me? Offer it to me quickly." The voice was full of eagerness and greed. "Want to eat? Call Daddy." Mu Xing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, deliberately teasing. "You?" The embryo seemed to be very angry at this, but he had no way to deal with Mu Xing. Chapter 657. "What do you mean by me? It's time to set the rules today. Either apologize and promise to be polite and respectful to me from now on, or I will leave now and seal you here forever." Mu Xing's eyes were firm, and his tone was unquestionable. "You threaten me?" The embryo screamed in disbelief. "This is not a threat, just an insurance." Mu Xing responded calmly. The embryo was silent for a long time, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, it realized that Mu Xing, a guy who doesn't take soft or hard tactics, doesn't take tough tactics at all. Okay, I'm willing to swear to be polite to you in the future." The embryo compromised helplessly. "What else?" Mu Xing was relentless. "And I apologize, I'm sorry, okay?" The embryo's voice was full of reluctance. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. "That's about right." As he said, he spread his right hand and let the embryo suck the materials in his hand. As soon as those materials touched the embryo, they were swallowed by a black hole and quickly merged into it. The embryo began to expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became twice its original size. The tentacles around it also began to wriggle wildly, as if celebrating an upcoming feast. "Ha ha ha, stupid mortal, you dare to bully me, I will turn you into my puppet today." A slightly childish but malicious smirk sounded. The dense tentacles around him once again entangled with Mu Xing like an impenetrable death net. Mu Xing still stood there calmly, with a calm expression, and did not even have the intention to turn around and run away. "Look, this is the difference between a domestic cat and a wild cat," he whispered softly, with a mysterious smile on his lips, as if everything was under his control. The tentacles kept stretching and wriggling, making a sticky friction sound that made people's scalps numb. They quickly wrapped around Mu Xing's body, and the tentacles around him kept tightening. It seemed that they wanted to strangle him to death with their tentacles. However, at this moment, the green embryo suddenly screamed and shrilly cries of pain came out. The entangled tentacles loosened instantly and trembled on the ground. The tentacles waved and struggled, hitting the surrounding gravel with a bang. "Mortal, what did you do to me?" Mu Xing took out a sharp dagger expressionlessly. The dagger pierced directly into his heart. The embryo immediately screamed in pain again. Mu Xing calmly stirred the dagger that pierced his heart, and the tentacles trembled stiffly, in agony. Stop quickly." The embryo finally realized that Mu Xing had used an unknown method to connect them together. "What did you feed me? There's something wrong with that stuff." The embryo made a panic sound. "Oh, have you finally figured it out?" Mu Xing looked up and pulled out the dagger stuck in his chest. A faint umbilical cord began to appear on his body. The umbilical cord was strangely shaped, and it was covered with dense tadpole characters, just like the characters on the huge black obelisk in the city. Although it was incomprehensible, it carried some incredible power. The umbilical cord extended and connected to the green embryo, tightly connecting them both. Although this makes me look mean, I have no choice. Mu Xing said with a playful expression. Ah, I fight you. Rage gushed out. The embryo couldn't stand this grievance. The green tentacles once again squirmed and wrapped around Mu Xing. The ferocious big mouth opened again. This time Mu Xing didn't dodge, and even raised his right hand. The other party was not polite, and bit Mu Xing's arm directly. As a result, the next second, these tentacles also had ferocious bite marks. It was exactly the same as the marks left by those sharp teeth on Mu Xing's arm. Let me introduce you. This is the fourth umbilical cord. I call it the umbilical cord of the old days. Once connected, we will both prosper and suffer together. Mu Xing's mouth corners rose wildly. Oh no, the prosperity and loss are only one-sided. Mu Xing raised his right hand. The inspiration came from a fat cat. Fat cat? A voice of doubt came from the embryo. The embryo has begun to think quickly and weigh the pros and cons. It seems to know that once this connection is bound, it will be completely fixed unless Mu Xing takes the initiative to untie it. Why do you treat me like this? I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Besides, I have a promise to completely revive the old you, so this umbilical cord connection is not a bad thing for you. An unhappy voice came from the embryo immediately. I don't understand what you are saying. I am me, not anyone else. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense. Okay, you can rest assured. When you completely digest these three origins, the quality of the embryo should be able to break through to the upper level. Then you will be able to absorb the energy of the holy city and continue to grow. Humph. A huffing sound came, as if he no longer wanted to care about Mu Xing. With a thought, Mu Xing came out of the observer tower. The overall situation of the 9th floor has been decided. With the restraint of the 4th umbilical cord, that guy will never dare to do anything wrong again. At the same time, the voice of the survival system sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Survivor Mu Xing, the nightmare battlefield trial has ended, and will be teleported back in 10 minutes. Huh, is it finally over? Mu Xing quickly contacted Crazy and the others, and they also received the message of teleportation. Soon, Mu Xing stood on the wall of the first line of defense, looking at the boundless void in front of him, and the colorful light mist floated like clouds. There were even projections of unknown worlds flashing here. The survival line began to extend toward the void, establishing new lines of defense and bridgeheads. Mu Xing knew that the war with the void chaos was far from over. This was not the end, but a new beginning. The chaos side suffered a great loss this time, and it would certainly not give up. I am afraid that the open and secret struggles in the future will become more intense. The wind from afar suddenly blew past, ruffling his hair. In the distance, transparent beams of light kept falling. Apparently, a large number of survivors were being withdrawn to the real world by the survival system. Those transparent beams of light came from far to near, closing from both sides to the middle. The last beam of light fell, covering Mu Xing on the city wall, and began to return. As his sight rose, he saw the first line of defense that had been completely covered by light, and saw the majestic Tianshu pass under his feet, releasing layers of barriers. He saw that other battlefields were still stalemate, and the chaos had not faded, but launched a counterattack. He saw all kinds of cosmic galaxies were retreating backwards, like countless bubbles stacked together. Finally, he closed his eyes, and completely lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar ceiling, a cat's paw accurately hit his forehead. Tondo meowed, staring at him with resentment. Ha ha ha, sorry, I forgot you at home this time. Before Tondo could protest, Mu Xing hugged him in his arms. Finding that he couldn't break free, he could only lie on his chest obediently. Listening to Tondo's purring, Mu Xing felt a strong sense of sleepiness surge in his heart. The tense nerves and spirit were completely relaxed, closed his eyes, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 658. Mu Xing slowly woke up amidst the noise. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that the house was full of people. The living room was bustling with activity. Yi Ling and Yi Yu were talking happily, while Li Shui was concentrating on talking on the phone. Li Hongwei was holding a cat toy, and was playing with Tang Do with great interest. Tang Do jumped up and down, very happy. In the yard, Yi Fei was talking eloquently, and excitedly telling Qi Gu something. His expression and movements were extremely exaggerated, as if he was describing a thrilling adventure. Qi Gu flipped through various reports with one hand, his eyes occasionally scanning the paper, and he didn't know if he had listened to Yi Fei's words. At this time, the sound of sizzling of vegetables being put into the oil pan came from the kitchen. Mu Xing turned his head, and saw the busy figures of Fengzi and Yi Wei in the kitchen. The two cooperated tacitly. One was in charge of the spoon, and the other handed the seasoning. It was really a man and a woman working together, and the work was not tiring. Oh, so many people, all here? Mu Xing sat up from the sofa, and all the sounds in the living room and the yard were stagnant. Then, the crowd gathered around instantly, and their faces were full of excitement. Captain, you are finally awake. We were so anxious that we couldn't wake you up even after shouting at the top of our lungs. Li Hongwei's voice was filled with some complaints, but more of it was joy from the bottom of his heart. Brother, you are finally awake. Yi Fei looked at him expectantly. Mu Xing slowly stood up and looked at everyone. In a trance, he realized that he, who was once alone, now had so many companions around him. Looking carefully, Mu Xing found that everyone had made great progress during his absence. Yi Fei's strength had made a qualitative leap, and his temperament became more and more stable, and his past immaturity had completely faded away. Yi Yu's magic power was surging, and it was obvious that she was approaching the threshold of the upper level, and she was accumulating all her strength to prepare for a breakthrough. The superpower in Yi Ling's body was shining, and although it had not yet reached the upper level, it had reached a critical point. The progress of Qi Gu was the most amazing. After just a few worlds of experience, his strength was close to that of the old veterans. Li Hongwei should not be underestimated either. His aura has the sharpness of a superior. It seems that he has tried to challenge the upper position. Even if he failed, the experience he accumulated should not be underestimated. As for the newcomer Li Shui, her spiritual power quietly flows in her body. Her foundation is very solid and her potential is unlimited. Okay, stop surrounding your leader and get ready to eat. Yi Wei's voice came from behind them. She walked out of the kitchen gracefully, with a steaming dish in her hand. Yes, let's eat first. You must be hungry, right? He stood up, raised his hand and gently patted Yi Fei's shoulder, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad, kid, you've made some progress. Yi Fei suddenly felt a little shy, scratched the back of his head, and said with a silly smile, Actually, I haven't made much progress. My sister said that I still have a long way to go before I can become a master. I still have to work harder. Mu Xing nodded slightly, and said calmly, I will give you all some pointers after dinner. As he said that, he looked at the madman wearing an apron and coming out of the kitchen, his eyes full of confusion. Is today an important day? Why did you call everyone here? The madman walked out steadily, carrying a plate of delicious spare ribs. It's not easy to come back safely from the nightmare battlefield, so we have to celebrate it. It's strange. Why haven't I seen you have so many feelings before? Tell me, do you have any good news to announce? As he spoke, his eyes shuttled back and forth between the madman and Yi Wei, hinting wildly. Really not, just a simple gathering. But speaking of it, this time it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. At least Senior Qingju no longer opposes me and Wei Wei. Oh, this is really great news. Congratulations. Mu Xing was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. These two people have stumbled along the way, and it is really not easy to get to where they are today. The madman took off his apron and continued, Also, the survival system just launched a new star plan. I called everyone over to discuss it together. New star plan? Mu Xing was full of doubts. Let me explain it. Yi Wei took over the conversation. The Rising Star program is a program that the survival system has just released. Its purpose is to train newcomers and accelerate their growth. When the time comes, newcomers who are successfully selected for the Rising Star program will have a lot of resources allocated to them. Mu Xing understood it as soon as he heard it. This time, the Nightmare Battlefield won a great victory, and the first battlefield was directly advanced into the void. The demand for survivors has not only not decreased, but has greatly increased. In order to stabilize and increase new forces, the survival system launched this so-called Rising Star program. What are the requirements for joining the Rising Star program? Mu Xing asked. The first is potential, the second is intelligence, and the third is cognition. Of course, this program is only for newcomers who have joined the survival system for less than 1 year. After signing up, you can take the system assessment, and those who pass the assessment can join the Rising Star program. Mu Xing suddenly realized and nodded. He looked at the newcomers, including Zhu Gu Yi Fei, and his eyes stayed on Li Shui for a moment. It seems that this plan is tailor-made for you. You can try it. However, Crazy and Yi Wei simultaneously focused their eyes on him. No, why are you looking at me? I'm not new. Yi Fei couldn't help but interrupt. Brother, you're newer than me. Mu Xing was startled, and then realized that he was indeed a newcomer. Forget it, shall I? I'm almost sprinting from the upper intermediate level to the high level. What's the point of joining the Rising Star program? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't you just get promoted? How come you're at the intermediate level so quickly? The madman's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hongwei, EU, and the others were even more shocked. They were still preparing for promotion, and knew too well how much effort and cost it would take to cross that hurdle. They didn't expect that the leader's promotion was as easy as eating and drinking. In a blink of an eye, he left them far behind, and they couldn't even see the taillights of the car. Yi Fei raised his hand timidly. What do you mean by promotion? Yi Ling on the side said unhappily, it's the kind of real master who can kill you with just one look. The life level has surpassed that of mortals, and evolved to a higher dimension. So exaggerated? Yi Fei widened his eyes, his face full of amazement. Then how can I get promoted to a higher level? Mu Xing patiently explained to him. It requires the sublimation of the life level. First, you must reach the extreme of the mortal world, condense a special origin, and pass a special promotion ceremony. Different roads have different ways of promotion. Some people have to climb the ladder, some have to survive the thunder tribulation, and some have to build a high tower. In short, the origin is the key. Yi Fei scratched his head. He was originally complacent about his rapid improvement during this period, but now his confidence was shattered. Chapter 659. In my opinion, this new star plan is aimed at nurturing many newcomers to emerge. After all, the nightmare battlefield urgently needs more backbone forces. Mu Xing said slowly. The madman nodded slightly and agreed. I have studied the new star plan, and it is roughly the same as your speculation. Such a good opportunity, you really don't plan to try it? Mu Xing waved his hand, his expression indifferent. Forget it, I have many things to deal with after returning from the nightmare battlefield this time, so I will leave the opportunity to the real newcomers. Now, he really doesn't need to rely on this kind of new personnel training program to improve himself. Captain, what is in the nightmare battlefield? Li Hongwei couldn't help but be curious and asked eagerly. In the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing was about to speak, but a confidentiality warning suddenly sounded in his mind. He shook his head helplessly and explained, due to the restrictions of the confidentiality agreement, I can't disclose the specific details, but I can tell you that the nightmare battlefield is both a severe challenge and a rare opportunity. One day, you will also step into the nightmare battlefield, and then you will naturally understand what I said today. Mu Xing said, his eyes swept over Yi Ling and Li Hongwei. Both of them rolled up their sleeves, revealing the skull marks on their arms. Li Hongwei's skull mark was almost completely cracked, and Yi Ling's was also cracked by 1/3. Obviously, they have been selected, and in 1 or 2 worlds, they will be forcibly pulled into the nightmare battlefield. By the way, there is one more thing, which is related to the competition. Madman then said. Is the competition going to be restarted? Mu Xing guessed sharply. Madman nodded and said affirmatively. Yes, although it was delayed for several months due to the nightmare recruitment order, the situation is now settled, and a new round of competition will be restarted. So what do you think? Mu Xing looked at Madman with a questioning look. It is necessary to participate once. I heard that there is a guaranteed reward this time. As Madman said, a box floated in his hand. I got a few more source materials in the secondary warehouse this time, but if I want to advance to the upper intermediate level, these are far from enough. I plan to enter the octagonal cage level, so that I can get rewards and one more upper material. The system is so generous, you can get upper materials by entering the octagonal cage? Mu Xing couldn't help but be a little shocked. The madman shook his head, his expression solemn. It's not as easy as you think. I'm afraid the lineup, this time, is unprecedentedly strong. This time, there are not only the elites of our survival system, but also the pride of the survival line. They are likely to be absorbed into the system. This competition is a screening. Mu Xing's expression also instantly became solemn. He knew very well how powerful those geniuses, who could fight tenaciously against the chaos in the nightmare battlefield and survive, would be. This competition must be unprecedentedly fierce, and it can be called the best in all the competitions. In the past, due to the disadvantage of the defense line, there was no such condition. Now that the defense line has an advantage, the survival system seems to be willing to give these geniuses, who fight for the defense line, a formal status. Inexplicably, a burning flame surged in Mu Xing's heart. When he looked at the madman, his eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Yue knocked on the table gently and said softly, You two, let's eat first, and we discuss the competition later, okay? The two understood each other, and sat down tacitly, and picked up chopsticks. Oh, I almost forgot. Mu Xing waved his right hand gracefully, and Alessa, Maria and Huan Ming, who had just been promoted, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes focused on Maria, who suddenly appeared, full of curiosity. Brother, who is this beautiful sister? Yi Fei's eyes widened, staring at Maria. Let me introduce you to everyone, this is Maria. Mu Xing said with a smile. The eldest sister from the blood-cursed world, the Star Clock Tower? Li Hongwei saw this, and quickly rushed over like sliding on his knees. Maria was so scared that she quickly dodged his action of hugging her thigh. Maria sensed that the surrounding world had an incomprehensible repressive force, and couldn't help asking in confusion, where is this? This is the real world I mentioned to you. It is also my home, or rather, our common home. Mu Xing explained. Maria looked around curiously, her eyes full of novelty. Sister, you are my goddess. I didn't expect to see you in person in this life. Sister, Before Li Hongwei finished speaking, Mu Xing grabbed his mouth. What's wrong with him? Maria looked at the crazy Li Hongwei with a puzzled look on her face. Don't worry about him. He's a little bit mentally unstable. Mu Xing said helplessly, then looked at the others. Yes, this is Maria from the bloodborne world. Let's get to know each other. Everyone immediately came forward to greet her enthusiastically, making Maria, who was already introverted, a little at a loss for a moment. Don't worry, these are my companions. Mu Xing gave Maria a reassuring look. Infected by the enthusiasm of the crowd, Maria quickly became familiar with everyone. Of course. Except for Li Hongwei, who was tied up and thrown aside by Mu Xing with his mouth sealed. Whoa! Captain, I was wrong. Li Hongwei begged for mercy pitifully. At this moment, a striped fat cat swaggered onto the table and stepped on his face. Dissatisfied, you little bastard, why didn't you invite me to dinner? As he said that, the evil spirit stretched out his claws to grab the chicken leg from the plate. The next second, Tondo pounced over like lightning, pressed the evil spirit to the ground, and greeted him with a cat punch. Huanmen was watching the show excitedly, spinning in circles. For a moment, the living room was in chaos and bustling. In the end, it was Mu Xing who rescued the evil spirit from Tondo's claws. Then, he was tied up and thrown next to Li Hongwei. The man and the cat looked at each other, unable to move. Let's eat first. Mu Xing gave an order and asked everyone to eat quickly. By the way, after dinner, I have prepared gifts for you. Mu Xing suddenly said mysteriously. When everyone heard the word gift, they ate and chewed their food much faster. After dinner, the girls became friends. Alessa took Maria out of the yard and helped her get familiar with the restrictions and rules of the real world. Yi Fei hugged Huan Ming and petted the dog for a while, burying his face in Huan Ming's fur, looking very happy. Others quietly cleaned up the dishes or started cleaning the living room. Mu Xing took out a bunch of props from the storage space. In an instant, the dazzling light attracted everyone's attention. Purple and orange lights piled up like a hill. High-level purple weapons can only be considered ordinary props, and those legendary props are the real eye-catching. These are the chaos equipment that Mu Xing brought back from the nightmare battlefield. Others cannot use these chaos equipment seized because the power of chaos will erode the user's mind. Often very complex and rigorous purification and baptism are required. After a set of processes, the cost is comparable to forging a new weapon. However, for Mu Xing, there is no such trouble. Chapter 660. The Chaos Aggregation ability allows him to easily devour the chaos power on these chaos equipment, making them no different from ordinary equipment. Not only chaos equipment, but also various origin materials he extracted from chaos. Select origin materials that are suitable for their attributes and start to lay a good foundation from now on, so that the road to promotion in the future will be smoother. Crazy didn't expect Mu Xing to have so many high-level items at once. Looking at the high-level materials that Mu Xing pushed in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a while. With these materials, you should have no problem advancing to the intermediate level, and the forging of the Chaos Blade can also be put on the agenda. The madman said with some emotion, with these things, I can also enter the competition to compete for rankings, and I hope to get a good ranking. Not only the madman, but others also got various equipment and materials. Even Li Shui, who just joined, got orange equipment and soul origin materials. These are too expensive. She is no longer a young girl who just started out and knows nothing. These things that ordinary survivors would struggle to get in their entire lives, now the captain waved his hand and piled them up into a small mountain in front of him. Next, your goal is to absorb these source materials as quickly as possible, and those who can be promoted should be promoted as soon as possible, and newcomers should take the opportunity to lay a good foundation first. Obviously, Mu Xing took out these things not to provide them with retirement, but to urge them to make progress. When they returned to the Kowloon City battle group, Mu Xing waved his right hand, and a portal opened. This is a nightmare world I created based on the Blood Moon Night of Bloodborne curse. It can stimulate your potential according to each of your situations. He looked at Li Hongwei and EU. You two should not come out until you reach the top. The two looked at each other, knowing that Mu Xing was serious. Then he looked at Yi Wei, who took the initiative to step forward. I will go in by myself, and I will not come out until I break through. Mu Xing nodded. In this case, from today on, the special training officially begins. Just as everyone began to cross the portal and enter the nightmare world, Madman stood beside Mu Xing. Did you notice anything? Why are you so anxious? Mu Xing shook his head. I don't know. I just feel that the storm in the nightmare battlefield is far from over. I can't control others. I just hope they can have the power to protect themselves in the next storm. Madman looked solemn. Yes, I feel the same way. I always feel that this war is just the beginning. By the way, there is one more thing I think you should pay attention to. What? Mu Xing looked at him puzzled. There is news from the nightmare battlefield that someone has discovered a number of special chaotic worlds in the void. You mean, the survival system might take action against these worlds? Mu Xing asked back. The madman nodded. This time we successfully entered the void. It is just the beginning. If the survival system wants to gain a foothold in the void, it must have enough support points. It is far from enough to rely solely on the first line of defense, those barriers and small satellite fortresses. I guess, in the future, our focus may shift from the domain to the world outside the domain. Mu Xing nodded seriously. I understand. I will pay attention to the news in this regard. The madman said, and stepped directly into the portal. He planned to use Mu Xing's nightmare world to absorb these source materials, and break through the upper middle level as soon as possible. Until everyone entered the trial, Mu Xing set up the barrier, and came to Jiolong City. First, he went to the trading market to find Zhang Ting. It must be said that this guy is indeed a talent. During the period of the Nightmare Recruitment Order, he directly increased the number of official stores under his control to hundreds. Today, he is the leader of half of the official mall in Kowloon City. He has become the hottest commodity in the city. People who come to get close to him every day almost trample down the door of his house. Walking into the store, the most conspicuous position of this official pharmacy is where his G-virus medicine is placed. Now that these medicines have become famous, the daily sales have increased steadily, and Mu Xing's account has a large amount of money every day. The end of this war did not reduce the enthusiasm for buying. Instead, it attracted more new customers who came here for the reputation. Hello, sir. What can I order? As soon as Mu Xing entered the store, a pure and beautiful female clerk came to him. When Mu Xing showed his name card, the other party's face suddenly changed and became extremely respectful. Sir, please follow me. Sir? What's the name? Mu Xing muttered. When the female clerk took Mu Xing into the backyard, Zhang Ting had almost turned it into a maze. It was difficult for ordinary people to find his real residence. And the folding space was used here, and the internal space was larger than expected. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived in front of a red door. Sir, please wait a moment. Knock, knock, knock. The female clerk knocked on the door. Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me at this time. I won't see anyone. Director, it's Master Xueyue who's here. The next second, the door was opened with a clang, and Mu Xing saw Zhang Ting, with dark circles under his eyes and thin cheeks, looking at him with tears in his eyes. Then he burst into tears. Master Xueyue, you're finally back, wow. He slid to his knees and rushed over, almost holding Mu Xing's shoes and licking the heels. Hey, be reserved, there are people here. Mu Xing pulled this guy up from the ground speechlessly. Next to him, the female clerk lowered her head and dared not say a word. You go down first. Zhang Ting waved at her. Yes. Until the female clerk left, Mu Xing looked at him speechlessly. Are you crazy? Then this guy started to howl. Boss Blood Moon, if you don't come back, I'm going to kill you. What's wrong? Your business is too big, and someone wants to kill you. That's not the case. Have you sold out the goods I left for you? That's not right. The goods I left are 3 times the market demand. That's not the case. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Zhang Ting looked hesitant. Boss, you met Chinyi last time, right? Oh, I remember. She's your mistress, right? Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Ting couldn't help but cough violently when he heard these 2 words. Tell the truth. Mu Xing knew that this old guy must have done something that he couldn't handle. Looking at his thin face and dark circles under his eyes, he was still trying his best. Zhang Ting hesitated for a moment, but finally lowered his head and said, I was set up. Set up? How could someone as smart as you be set up? He sighed. I didn't want to do that either. Something happened to the auction house. The boss behind the auction house, Mr. Chen, suddenly fell into a coma and was hospitalized a week ago, causing the entire auction house to be in chaos, and all those who were vying for power and profit jumped out. In order to help her, I made a gambling agreement with someone. Chapter 661. Gambling agreement? Mu Xing looked at him with a strange expression. Boss, let's go in and talk first. Zhang Ting happily welcomed Mu Xing into the room, and then the two of them looked awkwardly at the debris scattered all over the room. All kinds of documents, reports, and bills were thrown everywhere by him. Boss, sit here. He quickly cleared the sofa and coffee table. Then he served tea and water to Mu Xing attentively. Okay, stop busying yourself. Tell me, what's going on? Mu Xing didn't come here to drink tea. The old man hesitated for a while before speaking. Boss, you should know that I used to be the director of an auction house, right? Isn't this nonsense? Didn't we first meet at an auction house? Let's get to the point. What do you think of the auction house? Mu Xing took a sip of tea. Although I haven't been to all the auction houses in the main city, based on my experience, the Kowloon City auction house can be second, and no one dares to claim to be first. Zhang Ting nodded. Who says it's not? 20 years ago, Kowloon auction house was just a small workshop that no one cared about. It was Mr. Chen who spent 20 years and worked hard to make the auction house the best in Kowloon City. He even got the name of Kowloon Auction House from the city lord. Since then, Kowloon Auction House has been thriving. Although there are several other auction houses in Kowloon City, they are completely different from our Kowloon. Our Kowloon Auction House has the most advanced facilities, the most informed intelligence, the best auction items, and the most perfect reputation. How could other auction houses compare with us? Later, the Kowloon City Auction House even connected with the Nightmare Battlefield, and the business became even bigger. Not only auctions, but also business between the two worlds, repairing equipment, forging equipment, and even dealing with chaos equipment, etc. When it comes to excitement, this guy is very excited. Mu Xing just looked at him calmly. Kowloon Auction House is so good, weren't you forced to leave the auction house? Zhang Ting was speechless for a moment. That was an accident. The auction house is in power, and I was also forced. Mu Xing laughed loudly. So what happened later? Zhang Ting's expression became extremely serious. Just a week ago, Mr. Chen suddenly became seriously ill and unconscious without any signs, and was sent to the hospital. Then, the group of guys who had planned it took the opportunity to attack. Take the opportunity to attack? What do you mean? Boss, did you just come back from the Nightmare Battlefield? Yes, didn't I tell you before? It's like this. Half a month ago, Mr. Chen took a job at the Nightmare Battlefield to supply a batch of special equipment. Special equipment? To be exact, chaos equipment. Mu Xing understood what he meant. You mean, the work of purifying and processing chaos equipment? At first, everyone thought that this big business would raise the reputation of the auction house to a higher level. But no one expected that this was a trap set up by a group of mortal enemies of Kowloon Auction House. As he said this, he slapped the table with a look of resentment on his face. Originally, with the strength of our auction house, we would definitely be able to deliver on time. But who would have thought that these guys were not abiding by martial ethics? Not only did they tamper with those chaos props, they also colluded with the logistics manager of the survival line. A week ago, when Mr. Chen was purifying those equipment items, he found a remaining chaos parasite hidden in one of the items. Mr. Chen was infected on the spot. Although he was sent to the hospital and the chaos parasite was sealed, it could not be eradicated for a while, forcing Mr. Chen to fall into a coma. In the entire auction house, only Mr. Chen knows the most about purification and holds the key to the workshop. But with the old man falling into a coma, the work has fallen into a dilemma. Mu Xing roughly understood what happened after hearing this. What happened next? Later, when these bastards learned that the old man had been tricked, they immediately came over to urge delivery. If the auction house cannot deliver in time, they will apply for compensation on the grounds of breach of contract. That is not a small amount. The liquidated damages are more than twice the value of that large number of chaos props. Even if all the existing funds of the auction house are taken out, it is still not enough. So you took action? Mu Xing looked at Zhang Ting, who was in a state of excitement with dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Ting nodded. Although I left the auction house, I was once a member of the auction house anyway, and the old man was very kind to me. Mu Xing said coldly, how come you let others kick you out when you were kind to me? Zhang Ting scratched his head. It's mainly because those bastards in the auction house framed me and threw dirty water on me, and the old man couldn't do anything about it. Mu Xing shook his head. It's more than that, right? As the person in charge, what does Mr. Chen not know? What does he not know? How could he allow you to be framed? Zhang Ting scratched his head. Okay, I tell you the truth, because the old man knows about me and Chinyu. You know my background, I have no backing, no connections, and my ability is average. How could he look up to me? So the old man gave me two choices, either leave Chinyu or leave the auction house. So you choose the latter? Mu Xing was speechless. You really chose to be angry and cowardly. Zhang Ting scratched his head. I know I am not good enough. The old man looks down on me, and I accept it. After all, I was not worthy of her at the beginning. What happened next? What about the gambling agreement? Zhang Ting showed an embarrassed expression. In order to help the auction house stabilize the situation, I used my stores and industries as collateral. I signed a bet agreement with them, extending the delivery time by 1 week, and I have to hand over all the items I need to hand over within this week. I thought that with my current strength, it would be no problem to purify these chaos items, but I still underestimated the malice of these bastards. They actually bought up all the purification items and purification materials in the city in advance, and then took advantage of the rare goods and speculated on the price. I calculated it, and I'm afraid that even if I put all my current industries into it, it would not be enough. Mu Xing looked at the old man. So what do you think is the point of looking for me? Before he could speak, Mu Xing continued, You know, I only help smart people, not stupid people. With your intelligence, you should know that this is a trap, but you still chose to jump in without hesitation. Mu Xing tapped his forehead. You are not loyal, but stupid. Zhang Ting gritted his teeth and did not refute. Boss, you are right, but I can't watch her bear all this alone. Mu Xing shook his head. And when such a big thing happened, why didn't you notify me in the first time? Zhang Ting hesitated and said, I didn't think of involving you, and I don't have the face to see you. Chapter 662. Zhang Ting's body was trembling slightly when he said this. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. When he saw Mu Xing again, his emotions were like a flood, and he could no longer suppress them. Mu Xing did not rush to express his opinion, but looked at him. So what are your plans next? Zhang Ting gritted his teeth and said, For now, it is impossible to find a breakthrough in the main city, so I decided to go to the nightmare battlefield to seek an opportunity. You enter the nightmare battlefield? Of course, it was the channel provided by Chinyu. Under the current situation, purification materials and evolutionary talents can only be found in the nightmare battlefield. It's just that I don't know much about the situation in the nightmare battlefield. I just hope that you can help me with some advice. Zhang Ting will be very grateful. Mu Xing calmly drank tea, tapping the table with his fingers. Obviously, although Zhang Ting has been forced into a desperate situation, he is still trying to find a way to break through. Mu Xing shook his head. Your idea is good, but it is not reliable. Zhang Ting looked up in confusion. Mu Xing pointed his finger. First, since the other party has set this trap, they must have made full preparations to prevent you from getting help from both sides. Second, the communication between the real world and the nightmare battlefield is extremely complicated. Even if you can find enough people and materials, how can you transport the things to the real world? Zhang Ting said, The auction house has an exclusive import channel. What about the time? Mu Xing asked back. Zhang Ting's face suddenly turned pale. The approval process takes at least 3 days. Mu Xing interrupted. This is the best estimate, but what if someone trips you up halfway? This? Zhang Ting was like a deflated balloon, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. He looked ahead with confused eyes, muttering that it was over. Mu Xing saw that the time was ripe, so he stopped threatening him. Of course, things are not without a chance. Zhang Ting turned around subconsciously, and looked at Mu Xing with a puzzled look. I know a very powerful chaos purifier in the nightmare battlefield. He may be able to help with this. Really? Zhang Ting stood up suddenly, as if he had been injected with a shot of carditonic. But before that, I want to talk to the future heir of your auction house. Mu Xing said faintly. Zhang Ting immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. I contact Chinyu now. No need, I'm here. Just then, a familiar voice sounded outside the door. At this time, the door was pushed open, and a woman in a black dress walked in. Although her face was haggard, her makeup was still exquisite. The person who came was none other than the future heir of Kowloon Auction House, Chinyu. A well-known strong woman in Kowloon City, much stronger than her brothers, who only knew how to eat and wait for death. She was experienced in dealing with people, and had been working in the business world for more than 10 years. Mu Xing had met her once before, and the Death Stranding selection props were obtained from her. The first impression was not bad. Why are you here? Zhang Ting hurriedly got up, a little at a loss. How long are you going to keep it from me? She took 2 steps to Zhang Ting, staring at his eyes with her bright eyes. I didn't. You're still saying no. How can I say that those guys were suddenly willing to postpone the construction period for a week? I should have thought it was you at that time. Such a big thing, why didn't you tell me? I just want to help you share some of the pressure. Stupid, do you know how difficult those guys are? Even I have such a hard time dealing with them. It's obvious that they came prepared, and you still jumped into the fire pit. Do I, Chinyu, need you to help me like this? Are you helping me, or are you here to cause trouble? Faced with the questioning, Zhang Ting stepped back step by step, and finally hit the wall with a bang. Also, when will you learn to be smarter? Stop acting on your own? It was like this when I left the auction house, and it's still like this now. Have you ever thought about how I feel? You jumped out in a hurry just after you achieved some results. How capable do you really think you are? With your small body and small size now, how can you fight those people? Zhang Ting lowered his head and couldn't speak for a long time. He opened his mouth, but all the sounds were blocked in his throat. Mu Xing looked at the scene calmly. Although Qin Yu's words were impolite, what she expressed was not blame, but concern. A moment. The strong woman took a deep breath and quickly recovered her emotions in a short time. I have reached a new agreement with him. I used the property rights of the auction house's peripheral industries as a bargaining chip to get back your gambling agreement with him. What? Zhang Ting's eyes widened, her face full of shock. How can you mortgage the property rights of the auction house? She took out the gambling agreement and put it on the table. Don't participate in this matter anymore. This is my Qin Yu's business, and it has nothing to do with you, Zhang Ting. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Knock, knock, knock. Before she could finish her words, the door was knocked again. Come in. Zhang Ting gritted his teeth and opened the door. It was his confidant. What's wrong? Boss, the situation is not good. Someone is spreading the news that Kowloon Auction House will default and go bankrupt in Kowloon City. What? These bastards, how dare they spread rumors? Calm down, this is a typical psychological tactic, using calmness to overcome movement, only then can the situation be reversed. Mu Xing's calm voice rang out in the room. These words seemed to have some kind of magic, like a breeze blowing, which made Zhang Ting calm down quickly. Next to him, Qin Yu subconsciously looked at Mu Xing, and felt the soothing breath he exuded. A powerful person? Mu Xing looked at the powerful woman. He didn't expect that this woman had such a vicious vision. Zhang Ting, calm down. They just want to disturb our emotions, try to change the market trend, manipulate public opinion, and affect the confidence of auction house investors. Qin Yu reminded. I know, I'm just a little anxious. He looked at Qin Yu. What should we do now? Nothing. The two behind said almost in unison. Then the two looked at each other. Unexpectedly, the two of them thought of the same thing. Qin Yu calmed down and looked at Mu Xing beside her. I wonder what Mr. Shueiyue thinks. Obviously, she wanted to test Mu Xing's tone. Mu Xing smiled. The purpose of rumors is to create public opinion, but their purpose may not only be to create momentum. I am afraid there is a deeper meaning. What meaning? Zhang Ting couldn't help asking. Warning. Warning to everyone who tries to help the auction house. They have already taken control of the overall situation, and others should not get involved in this muddy water. First, they force you to sign a gambling agreement, then cut off the possibility of the auction house getting help from the outside, and finally use public opinion to completely crush you. This is obviously a well-prepared annexation. Is there a way to crack it? Qin Yu looked at Mu Xing expectantly. Mu Xing could see through this, which made her look at Mu Xing in front of her more highly. Of course there is, but... Mu Xing shut up, picked up the teacup on the table, and tapped his fingers lightly. Chapter 663. Boss, as long as you are willing to help, I am willing to give all my assets as compensation. Zhang Ting stood up immediately. As a result, Mu Xing glared at him fiercely. This guy is really smart, but he is also really stupid when he is stupid. Qin Yu, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and naturally understood what Mu Xing meant. He said seriously, Mr. Shueiyue, as long as you are willing to help, we can discuss any conditions. As long as you can help our auction house survive this disaster, I am willing to offer 10% of the shares of the auction house. Mu Xing was a little shocked. This woman was really generous. That was the #1 auction house in Kowloon City. She could just take 10% of the shares? That was a huge fortune. If it weren't for the tight cash flow of the auction house, and the difficulty, this 10% of the shares would be enough for a god-level master to make a move. However, Mu Xing remained calm and looked at Qinyu. If you can pay such a price, even a god would be willing to help you. Why come to me? Qinyu shook his head, but even a god can't do anything about this matter. Besides, there are god-level strongmen escorting the other side. Sometimes, strength and ability are not parallel standards. Mu Xing chuckled and shook her head. Ms. Chen, you overestimate me. What does it take for Mr. Xueyue to be willing to make a move? She couldn't help asking. Mu Xing raised an index finger. No need for shares or anything. I only have one request. At this moment, the eyes of the two people next to him were fixed on his face. Just say it, Qinyu said. I want you to auction off to clear Zhang Ting's name. Hearing this, both of them were stunned, especially Zhang Ting. Boss, me? He never thought that Mu Xing's request would be like this. Mu Xing pulled Zhang Ting over here. He is my man. I want to get back the grievances he suffered in the auction house before. Qinyu was also stunned for a long time before he recovered. Mr. Xueyue, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Even you and I can sign a bet agreement. Oh. Qinyu became interested. If I successfully help you get through the difficulties, I want you to help Zhang Ting clear his name. If you fail, I will help you solve the subsequent debt problems of your auction house. This sounded like a madman's words, making people confused. However, it seemed that only Qinyu understood what Mu Xing meant. Moreover, the confidence that Mu Xing exuded from the inside out made people subconsciously choose to believe. Qinyu looked up. I bet with you, and I am willing to add one more thing. If you succeed, I am willing to give 15% of the shares to Mr. Xueyue. Even if you fail, Mr. Xueyue does not need to bear the debt problem. I just hope that Mr. Xueyue can protect those auction houses who are lost because of this war. And the displaced workers. The eyes of this strong woman flashed with an inexplicable light. For some reason, she also wanted to take a gamble. Mu Xing also understood her meaning and felt the sincerity from this strong woman. Nodding directly, okay, I agree. The two looked at each other, and only Zhang Ting was confused. Mu Xing said, how many days? 3 days. I will go to the auction house to find you later. Qinyu nodded, and then left without looking back. Before leaving, she left a message asking Zhang Ting not to get involved. Zhang Ting couldn't help but look back until she walked away, a little dejected. Boss Blood Moon, I messed up. She would rather take the responsibility on her own than let me help. I disappointed her after all. Mu Xing shook her head. Why do I feel the opposite? How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. If she didn't trust you, she wouldn't come to you, nor would she choose to believe me. The conditions I proposed to her just now were actually asking her a question. Question? Is the auction house important, or are you more important? Zhang Ting was confused. The auction house is her lifeblood, and I am just a piece of trash that disappointed her. Really? Then what does her decision mean? Mu Xing smiled and looked at him. Zhang Ting was confused. This. Could it be that she? Mu Xing continued. This is also my test of her. If she only cares about the auction house, she is not qualified to get my help. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Cherish her. Where can you find such a confidant? Okay, I go out for a while. You come to the auction house tonight to meet. With that, Mu Xing was about to leave. Wait for the boss. He suddenly called Mu Xing. What's wrong? I want to know why the boss is willing to help me. Mu Xing stopped, but didn't look back. The reason is very simple. I like you, an old guy, and the shares of the auction house are very attractive. Ha ha ha. Mu Xing left with a big laugh, leaving Zhang Ting in a daze. After leaving the auction house, Mu Xing went straight to the arena. At this time, a slightly childish voice sounded in Mu Xing's mind. Mu Xing, you are indeed a sinister guy. With your ability, you can solve the so-called crisis with a little effort, but you pretend to be deep and take bribes. Humans are indeed greedy creatures. Mu Xing was stunned, a little confused. How can you hear and see what I did? This voice was not someone else, but the embryo in the holy city. Don't think that using that weird umbilical cord connection is all your advantage. Now I can also observe the outside world through your eyes and ears. Mu Xing was a little speechless. He didn't expect there would be such a sequelae. But when he tried to close this connection, an angry voice came from the other side. Don't close it. I'm so bored here. Without a TV to watch, I'm going to fight you to death. TV? Where did you learn the term? Did you peek into my memory? Humph, I have no interest in peeking into your memory. I learned it myself through your eyes and ears. Mu Xing instantly understood that the embryo could share his senses through the fourth umbilical cord, but it was just passive reception, and could not affect Mu Xing, let alone read his memory. He thought about it, and decided not to close this sensory sharing for the time being. The current Cthulhu embryo is still a blank sheet of paper. He can try to control what color to paint in the future. If it is well cultivated, it may not be a huge help. Just as he was thinking, a childish voice sounded in his mind. I feel that you are thinking bad things. Nonsense, you can ask me to share your senses, but the time is up to me, and if I need it, you have to share the knowledge in your inherited memory. You wish, my inherited knowledge is very valuable, unless you exchange it for delicious food. Deal. Mu Xing grinned. He didn't expect this little thing to be so easy to fool. The original substance and the like can be obtained with hard work, but the inherited knowledge from the ancient old ones is not available everywhere. As he said this, Mu Xing directly and unilaterally closed the sensory connection with the embryo. Hey, why are you closed again? Open it for me. Watching TV is charged. So are you planning to buy it for a limited time, or a monthly subscription? Chapter 664. Since the battle in the nightmare battlefield began to calm down, the originally suspended competition began to be prepared again. As a large number of survivors returned to the real world, many people had already started to prepare in advance. The reason why Mu Xing rushed to the arena was because Enchi called him when he was leaving. So when he arrived at the gate of the arena, he saw a girl in a pink lolita waving at him vigorously. Here, here. Mu Xing approached quickly. In addition to Enchi, there was a tower-like man behind her, her candy guard. And she seemed to be stronger. Long time no see. Mu Xing greeted. Oh, it's been a long time. This trip to the nightmare battlefield was extremely dangerous. It's not easy to come back alive. The girl sighed. Mu Xing got straight to the point. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about this time? Of course, it's for the upcoming competition. Have you thought about it? Do you want to join our hometown mutual aid association? Mu Xing groaned. To be honest, he really didn't plan to join the competition group or anything like that. It was mainly because he felt it was troublesome. And this competition was very different from the past. There would be geniuses from outside the region joining. In comparison, this so-called hometown mutual aid association seemed quite useless. Well, to be honest, I still need to think about it. Suddenly, he saw Enchi in front of him lower her head. Her expression became gloomy. In fact, even if you want to join, you don't have a chance. The hometown mutual aid association is dead in name only. What happened? Mu Xing frowned. 3 died, 2 were seriously injured, and 1 is still in a coma. Did an accident happen in the nightmare battlefield? Angel nodded, with a hint of anger flashing in his low expression. To be precise, he was sniped at a specific point. We entered a special area with limited rules, and encountered extremely powerful descendants of chaos. They set up an ambush here, and several people in our hometown mutual aid association died on the spot. In the subsequent fight, if it weren't for Lao He and his desperate cover, we might not have been able to come back. Mu Xing was silent, thinking of the thousands of chaos descendants in the nightmare battlefield, and chaos princes like Bai Huan. The chaos side is also actively cultivating the next generation. And she looked angry. I suspect that there is a traitor on our side, who leaked our information and whereabouts. Otherwise, the chaos side would not know our information and set up an ambush in advance. She clenched her fists and trembled all over. This time I got the news that we have the opportunity to face the younger generation of the chaos side in this year's competition. Mu Xing was puzzled. Could it be that chaos has also become friendly, and is planning to have a friendly competition? It's not what you think. It's the fantasy world. Fantasy world? A special world born in the void, where you can get the void key. Void key? What is that? Angel continued. The survival line has successfully pushed the front line into the void this time, but it is not easy to gain a foothold in the void. The survival system needs the material world as a fulcrum, and those material worlds are often occupied or sealed by the void god, and special keys are required to enter. And this kind of key is called the void key. Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, aren't the void gods in the same camp as chaos? Of course not. Although some void gods have joined the chaos camp, they are only a very small minority after all. The void gods are not bound by constraints, they are born free. And more void gods like to draw a line on the ground to make a prison, collect various material worlds in the void, and seal them up, either as food reserves or as resting nests. And the fantasy world is where the void god hides the sealed keys. If you enter the fantasy world, you may find the key left by the void god here. Mu Xing was stunned. Why do I feel that these void gods are hamsters? Does it sound so unreliable? Angel explained. Most of the void gods are actually quite stupid, and some even have no wisdom. They are an extremely pure race. They are natural gods, different from those shrewd chaos wills. Is that so? This is the first time that Mu Xing has learned about the void gods. The last time he heard about the void was when the chaos slave placed the void mark on Li Shui. He only knew that the void god was the ultimate of an individual, but he didn't expect that these void gods were not smart. Rather than being gods, they were just extremely powerful animals. Of course, some void gods with super intelligence were not ruled out. So, you mean that our competition may enter the fantasy world this time? And she nodded. The competition itself is a way to select talents. Now that the fantasy world has appeared, it can not only select talents, but also collect void keys. This is a two-pronged approach. The Terra Council has issued the latest instructions. She stared at Mu Xing with her eyes fixed on him. I hope you can help me. I want to enter the fantasy world arena. Mu Xing was puzzled. Why are you looking for me? You should know a lot of masters. I do know a lot of masters, but the fantasy world has various strict entry requirements, such as age, strength, etc. And the competition in the fantasy world is in the form of small teams. The hometown association suffered heavy losses. It is difficult for me to find reliable teammates in a short time. Mu Xing thought about it, and did not rush to agree. I think about it. And she was a little anxious. I must avenge them. I believe those guys in the Chaos camp will definitely go to the fantasy world. Then, Mu Xing glanced at her and said lightly, and I think there is something wrong with your mentality. If you go with hatred, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in revenge with you. With that, Mu Xing was about to leave. Wait! And she stopped Mu Xing. As long as you are willing to help me, I have 10 sets of upper-level origin materials as a reward. Mu Xing glanced at the glowing source materials in her hand. He still shook his head. Come back when you calm down. Besides, to be honest, with your strength, you may not be able to reach the fantasy world arena. Angel was stunned on the spot. Mu Xing said, and disappeared directly in the arena. Mu Xing, you are really a cold-blooded villain. People asked you for help, but you refused so heartlessly. The indignant voice of the embryo sounded. Mu Xing said calmly, First, helping is a favor, not helping is a duty. Second, I am doing this for her own good. With her current mentality and strength, she would have died in the past. Do you still think I am cold-blooded? Yes. You are making up excuses. The embryo was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Mu Xing shook his head. You are still young, don't make arbitrary conclusions about many things. Learn to listen to both sides. Humph, I won't listen to your preaching. I won't listen, you are just a cuckold. Chapter 665. Evening. Mu Xing came to Kowloon Auction House again. Compared with the past bustle, the Kowloon Auction House has closed its doors recently and only open VIP auctions. The flow of people has decreased, and the surrounding streets are also bleak. Beside Mu Xing are Crazy and Yue. After knowing this, they also want to join in the fun. Behind Mu Xing, there is a mysterious man in a black robe, shrouded in mist. This is his clone, used to conceal his identity. TSK, I didn't expect that Kowloon Auction House would end up like this. It's really sad. Yue couldn't help but sigh. The madman beside him looked serious. Blood Moon, are you really going to get involved in this? It might be a big trouble. Mu Xing smiled and put his hands in his pockets. If it wasn't a trouble, I wouldn't have come. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Maria in a black gothic evening dress and Alessa in a well-behaved princess dress appeared. Mu Xing deliberately changed into a straight suit and a pair of shiny leather shoes, so handsome. He and Maria exchanged a glance. Although she was a little shy, she still took Mu Xing's arm. Alessa looked around while holding Tondo, and everything seemed new and interesting. Behind her, the iron tower-like triangle head and Maxon acted as bodyguards. There were not many people on the street, and the aura of their group made passers-by stay away from them. At this moment, the side door opened. Boss, this way. It was Zhang Ting's voice. You came so early? And he didn't expect that he would open the door. Where's Chinyu? Zhang Ting looked grim. Boss, the situation has changed. Those guys are not fair. They originally agreed to postpone it for 3 days, but they can't hold back anymore. Some people are ready to come and ask for the goods. Chinyu is trying to appease them. I'm not sure how long it can be delayed. Mu Xing looked around, first using the observer sense to scan, then using the intracranial eye to observe. He noticed a lot of malicious eyes. Interesting. Everyone, come in first. Zhang Ting quickly welcomed them into the auction house. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, very nervous. Mu Xing put a hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous, it's a small problem. For some reason, as long as he saw Mu Xing, Zhang Ting felt relieved, as if no storm could defeat the man in front of him. Although the door was closed, the auction house was not completely closed, and there were still lights on several floors, indicating that there were people auctioning inside. It's already this time. Why are there still people auctioning? Mu Xing asked. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. For now, we can only make the last effort. Zhang Ting sighed. Boss, I take you to the inner hall. Mu Xing pulled him. Take me to the warehouse where the chaos props are stored. Now? Zhang Ting was stunned. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Zhang Ting was embarrassed. Boss, wait for me, I contact Xinyu. After a while, he raised his head. I've contacted, follow me. As he said that, he directly opened a special portal. Oh, I forgot to introduce that the auction house has a special internal space, and the warehouse is one of them. You can only enter through a special portal. Zhang Ting explained. Several people nodded and walked directly into the portal. After crossing the portal, they arrived directly in front of a closed giant warehouse door. There were complex patterns carved on the door. It turned out to be a divine pattern. The auction house is really generous. The madman couldn't help but comment. Zhang Ting said, it is said that the guardian divine pattern was carved by the gods themselves, and it can withstand up to 3 attacks from the gods. So powerful. Mu Xing was also a little shocked, and at the same time marveled at the terrible financial strength of the auction house, which could actually ask the gods to carve such a powerful divine pattern. Please wait a moment, everyone. A special key is needed to open the door of the warehouse. Wait for Manager Zhu to come. As Zhang Ting was speaking, he saw a portal open and a fat man was teleported in. He looked to be in his 50s, but his body was exceptionally light. Mu Xing was a little shocked that a manager was actually a high-ranking one. When he saw Mu Xing and the others, he immediately greeted them with a familiar look, and he was very good at socializing. I guess you are the distinguished guests invited by the eldest lady, right? Zhu, I am sorry for not welcoming you. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Mu Xing waved his hand. We are not honored guests. The real honored guest is the one behind me. Mu Xing pointed at the black-robed clone behind him. I saw that the steward Zhu looked at the black-robed man, trying to see his background. But the next second, his eyeballs suddenly burst and grew terrifying tentacles. The steward Zhu screamed, but when he woke up from the scream, he found that nothing had happened and his eyes were intact. He immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry, Zhu is blind and offended the adults. The man in black robes did not speak, but waited quietly. Mu Xing hurriedly said, Manager Zhu, why don't you open the door? Manager Zhu hurriedly used the secret key to open the door. As the multiple layers of sealing divine patterns were closed, a rumbling sound was heard. As the door opened, the space inside was beyond their imagination. This area is vast, like a small world. Although it is not as big as Kowloon City, it should not be underestimated. World props? Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. Everyone, please follow me. Manager Zhu's attitude became even more humble, and he didn't even dare to look at the mysterious black-robed man. Soon, they stopped in front of the warehouse numbered 011. A large number of chaos props and chaos equipment are sealed here. They are all collected from the nightmare battlefield. After professional purification, they can be used by survivors. Otherwise, they are magic weapons that kill the master. Everyone, since the president was attacked by a villain and fell into a coma, the purification workshop has been forced to close. Now the number of these chaos props we have purified is less than 1/10. Manager Zhu introduced. How many chaos props are there here? More than 10,000, to be exact, 13,500. So many? This is the largest batch, and there are 2 smaller batches, totaling 15,000. Manager Zhu sighed. This was originally the best opportunity for the auction house to expand the nightmare battlefield market, but who would have thought? Get out. Just then, Mu Xing controlled the black-robed man to speak, and a cold voice sounded. Manager Zhu was stunned. Mu Xing had already led the others out of the warehouse door. This? He looked at Zhang Ting beside him. Manager Zhu, you don't believe me, but you can believe the young lady, right? Although Manager Zhu hesitated, he finally gritted his teeth and retreated. Don't worry, my friend is very powerful, just wait and see. As the door of warehouse 011 began to close with a rumble, both Manager Zhu and Zhang Ting could not help but look forward to it. And Mu Xing's consciousness had already split from the original body, and entered the clone. The clone opened his eyes and looked at the chaotic props around him that were surrounded by powerful chaotic power. At this time, a cat head popped out. "What are you doing?" The evil spirit licked its tongue. "I smell a fragrance." Then, its voice sounded again. "Is there something delicious?" Mu Xing reached out to push it back. "Go away, don't mess with me." Chapter 666. Just as the cat's head was pushed back, the evil spirit sneaked out again. It poked its head out and jumped directly onto the big box next to it. Just as it was about to pull the big box, a green tentacle suddenly rushed out from Mu Xing's chest and whipped the evil spirit like a whip. The evil spirit sensed the danger and dodged with a backflip. With a loud bang, the sturdy metal box was smashed to pieces, and various chaos props were scattered all over the ground. "Kill the cat, what the hell?" It looked vigilantly at the green tentacles that were wrapping around it again. The evil spirit retreated quickly and dodged flexibly. However, the green tentacles became more and more, almost blocking the evil spirit's retreat. The evil spirit bent its body, its hair stood on end, its sharp teeth exposed, and roared at the tentacles that were gradually approaching. The evil spirit, who had always been fearless, now acted as if it had encountered a natural enemy and fought desperately. Moreover, it could not see through the details of the green tentacles in front of it, and only felt that it was extremely dangerous. At the moment, when the tentacles rushed over, the evil spirit teleported back to Mu Xing's shoulder. Just as the tentacle turned and chased after it, it was glared at by Mu Xing. "Fat cat, I'm going to kill you." The tentacle made a childish voice. The evil spirit was confused. "Alive, I have no grudges against you in the past, no enmity with you in the present, and I don't even know you. Why are you targeting me?" The tentacle made a shrill sound. "If it weren't for your conspiracy, how could I be controlled by this bad guy in front of me?" The evil spirit was even more confused, and subconsciously turned his head to glance at Mu Xing's profile. As if seeing a smug smile, it immediately understood something. I didn't, you're wrong, I was also fooled by this guy." Then the tentacle and the cat seemed to suddenly realize and rush towards Mu Xing together. As a result, they were directly grasped by Mu Xing's two hands. "Stop making trouble, I still have things to do." "Ah, I'm so angry, you big bad guy, I'm going to fight you." Mu Xing was speechless and directly closed the connection with the holy city of Raya. The green tentacle instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared. Mu Xing pinched the back of the evil spirit's neck and glared at it fiercely. "Will you die if you take the blame for me?" The evil spirit was about to cry. You will die without a burial place, my lord. How dare you carry that ancestor with you?" "Are you crazy?" Mu Xing calmly described his deal with Cthulhu. "So, that lady is really the reincarnation of the Lord of Raya?" "Yes, you have a problem?" "Hiss." The evil spirit took a breath of cold air and felt that the world was crazy. "Wait, the great Lord of Raya, how did you change your gender?" "Well," Mu Xing subconsciously touched his nose. "Aren't gods genderless? Can't you change into whatever you want?" The evil spirit said seriously, "Gods don't have gender, but the old ones do. They will strictly follow the laws of the old ones." Mu Xing groaned, not knowing how to answer. "Should I tell the evil spirit because I have a bad taste for the moment? That's not the point. Let's deal with these chaos props first." Mu Xing quickly changed the subject. He walked to the scattered chaos props and grabbed a strangely shaped big sword with his right hand. He stroked the sword with his left hand, but the next second, he frowned. "Illusion?" He looked at the evil spirit. "Help me check it." The evil spirit nodded and pounced on a big axe next to him. He rubbed his claws twice. "There is something wrong with these chaos props, it's like..." Mu Xing took over the conversation. "It's like it was specially made." He stabbed 2 fingers into the sword, piercing through a special space layer, and pinched out a fat big insect from it. The upper body of the worm looked like a longhorn beetle larva, in the form of a white fleshy worm, while the lower body was a wriggling tentacles. The head of the fleshy worm was covered with dense eyes. After being clamped out by Mu Xing, it began to struggle and tremble wildly. Chaos Parasite. Mu Xing looked at the chaos parasite with cold eyes. He had a feeling that this might not be a coincidence. With a wave of his right hand, the red new god seal appeared beside him. "Master, what do you want?" "Scan these chaos props to see if there are any parasites in them." "Okay, master." The new god seal immediately began to scan the props. Mu Xing stared at the patterns on the god seal, and the runes were constantly changing and flashing. "How is your advancement?" Mu Xing suddenly asked. "Master, it's not going too smoothly. After all, I am just a replica of the god seal. If I want to break through to the upper level, I may need to merge with the original body. That's right. The God Seal has been trying hard to make itself break through recently, but the situation is not going smoothly. Mu Xing's mind moved, and it seems that the plan to go to the death space should be put on the agenda. At this time, the Divine Seal had completed the scan. When it projected the internal conditions of these props, Mu Xing could no longer remain calm. Sure enough, they are all living parasites. This is not an accident, but a conspiracy. Mu Xing did not rush to purify these chaos props, but took out the chaos communicator and dialed a number. Soon, a lazy voice came from the other side, accompanied by the sound of waves and seagulls. Hey, you have figured it out, brat. Have you decided to join our patrol team? Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yuan, and said directly, Come over here, I have something going on here. A puzzled voice came from the other side. I give you the coordinates, just teleport. Hearing Mu Xing's serious voice, Yuan also realized that he was not joking. Okay, I be there right away. Just a moment. When a chaotic vortex emerged, it was indeed a powerful chaotic will of half a step into multidimensionality. The divine pattern protection of the Kowloon auction house, and the isolation of the world props were meaningless to him. As soon as he was teleported here, Yuan looked around. Damn, isn't this the warehouse of Kowloon auction house? You want to rob someone's warehouse? I won't do that with you. Mu Xing was speechless. What are you thinking about? I'm here to help. Take a look at these chaos props first. He pointed at the chaos props in front of him. It's just some chaos props collected from the nightmare battlefield. What's the big deal? Before he finished speaking, Yuan's expression became solemn. Wait, where did you get these props? He also noticed the extremely hidden chaos parasites hidden in those chaos props. Do you know about the chaos recycling plan? Of course, this is part of our nightmare line logistics plan. By purifying and cleaning up the seized chaos props, we can make up for our consumption and losses in the war. Wait, you mean, these props are from the chaos recycling plan? Mu Xing did not hide it, and quickly described what happened recently in Kowloon auction house. Yuan's expression became more and more solemn as he listened, and finally, he even slapped the table. Wait a minute, I go get someone. Call someone. Before Mu Xing could react, Yuan had already entered the chaos vortex and disappeared. Here, the Divine Seal had also sorted out and summarized, and neatly listed these chaos props. Chapter 667. Mu Xing waited for less than 3 minutes. 2 chaos vortexes emerged. In addition to Yuan, there was an old man with gray hair and a white beard. He was dressed in white, and looked like an immortal. But Mu Xing instantly sensed that this was a chaos will. And it was another one of the 3 half-step multi-dimensional chaos that he had seen on the battlefield. Let me introduce him. He is Blood Moon, the little guy I mentioned to you. Yuan pointed at Mu Xing and said. Then he looked at Mu Xing. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Nanxuan. He is the logistics director of the survival line. Second Lieutenant Xueyue of the 57th War Zone, meet the director. Mu Xing raised his hand and saluted respectfully. Didn't you get promoted to major? Why are you still a second lieutenant? Yuan reminded. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment, and quickly checked, and then he noticed that his rank was actually major. Directly promoted from lieutenant to colonel. Mr. Nanxuan looked at Mu Xing, and Mu Xing felt as if he was being seen through. But at this moment, Dagon's old seal lit up a faint light, and he blocked the sight of the half-step multi-dimensional chaos. The young are really formidable. I actually got the protection of the old days. Mr. Nanxuan stroked his long beard with a gentle smile on his face. Emotionally stable, he didn't seem surprised at all. Okay, don't sigh, old man. Come and see what your logistics department has done. Yuan next to him was impatient, and hurriedly pulled Mr. Nanxuan to the chaos props. Mr. Nanxuan was calm at first, then solemn, and then frowned. These chaos props can't be from my logistics department. How can they be transported to the real world without quarantine? Yuan picked up a dagger and pointed at the seal mark on the dagger. Old man, look for yourself. Is it the exclusive seal mark of your logistics department? Mr. Nanxuan picked up the dagger and looked at it carefully. Huh? It really is. Yuan directly grabbed a hidden chaos parasite from the dagger. Old man, what do you think? Mr. Nanxuan frowned. I thought you were joking, but how is this possible? Yuan stuffed the parasite back and threw away the dagger in his hand. There is only one possibility. Your logistics department has been infiltrated. Although we killed a chaos overlord this time and crushed chaos plan to control the old ones, don't forget that the old monster in the 3rd war zone is not a good person. Are you talking about Xinghua? Nanxuan is no longer as relaxed as when he first came, and his expression is extremely solemn. I have to report this matter. Yuan said. Wait! Nanchuan stopped him. You also know that this is related to the reputation of my logistics department. I hope you can give me face, and let me check the situation first. Yuan nodded. Of course, no problem, otherwise why would I call you here? Isn't it just to do you a favor? Nanchuan nodded, then looked at Mu Xing. Young man, can you tell me in detail what happened? Mu Xing nodded and handed over a contract document. The information quickly turned pages. A moment later. I think I know who it is. Nansun had a hint of anger on his face. Old man, what are you going to do? You know, the war has just ended, and it is the critical time to expand the survival line outward. If something goes wrong in the real world, you may not be able to bear it. Nansun seemed to have changed into a different person, from the kind old man with white hair and long beard to a heroic and serious middle-aged man. White hair turned black hair, long beard turned short beard. I will give an explanation to the defense line about this matter. No matter who it is, if they dare to commit a crime at this time, I will not be polite. Mu Xing looked at the two chaos in front of him. You two, are you willing to accompany me to watch a good show? No problem. Nansun nodded. Yuan also nodded. Okay. Mu Xing no longer tried to purify these chaos props, because at this point, purifying these props is meaningless. Boom, the door opened, and the people outside looked up and saw the three people in the warehouse. Mu Xing's clone had taken off his hat, took a step forward, and merged with the original body. Zhang Ting, who was looking forward to it, looked at the two extra people with a confused face. Who are these two? Mu Xing walked to his side. Big shots. Big shots? How big? He asked subconsciously. Very big. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Mu Xing glanced at him. Zhang Ting was a smart person. Of course he understood what he meant. The steward Zhu next to him looked at the two people, who suddenly appeared with a shocked face. He looked at the unresponsive heavenly god formation, lowered his head, and did not dare to look at the two. As a superior, he could already sense the unimaginable horror emanating from the two. Madman and Yue snapped and saluted. 46th 51st War Zone. Lieutenant Bailey Yue meet Admiral Yuan, Minister Nanchuan. Obviously, the two knew Yuan and Nanchuan. With a thud. Manager Zhu's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Zhang Ting was even more shocked and dared not speak. Mu Xing said he was a big shot, but he didn't say he was such a big shot. Although he was not a survivor, he also knew something about the situation in the nightmare battlefield. What level are admirals and ministers? I dare not even think about it. At the same time, I was more awed by Mu Xing. This big shot could really get anyone to come. Mu Xing looked at Yuan. Can you help me call someone else? Yuan immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. Do you want me to call Qin Qian? Can I do it? Yes, but he's here without my calling. As soon as the words fell, 9 golden dragons appeared at the door of the small warehouse of Kowloon Auction House, circling and condensing into a big door. A majestic figure walked out of the golden light. General Yuan, Minister Nanchuan, you came to Kowloon City without notifying us in advance. It's really a shame to welcome you. Seeing Qin Qian walking out of the Golden Dragon Gate, Manager Zhu was almost scared to faint. Zhang Ting subconsciously shrank behind Mu Xing. Old Qian, long time no see. Yuan was small, but he spoke in an old-fashioned way, greeting him warmly. Nansun nodded at Qin Qian. They were both members of the Terra Council, so they were naturally familiar with each other. I wonder why you two came to Kowloon City. If you need anything, just let me know. Qin Qian said politely. Yuan pointed at Mu Xing behind him. This is the protagonist today. Meet the city lord. Mu Xing saluted Qin Qian neither servilely nor arrogantly. Who is this? Obviously, Qin Qian did not know Mu Xing. Blood Moon. Is it him? Yuan crossed his arms over his chest. He will be a member of our patrol team in the future. Please take care of him. Got it. Qin Qian nodded. The inexplicable conversation between the two made Mu Xing confused. Then, several people quickly communicated. The expression of the Lord of Jiolong City became serious. This matter can be big or small. It must be investigated clearly. Don't worry, I will cooperate with your investigation. Qin Qian immediately expressed his attitude. Chapter 668. At the same time, on the top floor of the auction house, the atmosphere in the large living room has become extremely depressing. In the living room, Qin Yu, who was sitting in the main seat, had a solemn expression, as if thinking. And on the left side, a man and a woman were sitting. The man was wearing a work suit with the word Survival Line Logistics Department printed on it, and the badge on his chest represented his identity. Head of the Chaos Cleaning Department of the Logistics Department, Coder. and next to him was a sexy and hot girl, with the words Deputy Director printed on her badge. Behind them, 5 high-ranking bodyguards were like stone statues. Beside them, a group of representatives from various auction houses and major chambers of commerce, dressed in expensive and gorgeous clothes, sat. And on the right were the heads of the auction houses. This scene almost froze the atmosphere in the reception room. Only Coder was drinking coffee leisurely by himself. From time to time, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Chinyu. I wonder what Vice President Chinyu thinks. The hot woman next to him supported her chin with one hand. Miss Chinyu, we have given your auction house enough time. If you still can't deliver the goods by the last minute this morning, don't blame us for following the rules and taking the peripheral industries mortgaged by the auction house. Chinyu's expression changed several times, and she subconsciously glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She was confused and didn't know how Zhang Ting was progressing. On her side, a group of auction house managers looked around, looked at each other, and couldn't help whispering. The internal communication channel of the auction house had already become a mess. Vice President, the situation is pressing now. Why don't we consider cutting off our tail to survive? The most important thing now is to keep the auction house as our base. Yes, now that the president is in a coma, we have no hope of delivering the goods. We should negotiate with them. Maybe we can reduce the loss. I disagree. These guys have evil ambitions, and it is obviously a trap for our auction house. That's right. If we compromise today, what will happen to the reputation of the auction house? Enough, everyone be quiet. Chinyu's voice rang out. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Vice President, you won't believe that rubbish Zhang Ting, will you? He will kill us. If that guy is reliable, sows can climb trees. As these people were communicating quickly, an abrupt voice rang out. Whether I am a rubbish or not is not up to you to judge. Do you really think that I, Zhang Ting, am easy to bully? Also, don't use our name to attack Chinyu. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. At this moment, with a clang, the door of the reception room was opened. Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on Zhang Ting, who pushed the door open. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit and had his hair done, which was completely different from his usual timid and fawning image, as if he had changed into a different person. The depressing atmosphere of the reception room came over him, and he saw Chinyu sitting helplessly in the main seat. He gave her a reassuring look, and then calmed himself down. Mu Xing, who stood behind him to support him, made him feel confident. He strode into the reception room. Chinyu also stood up subconsciously. Coder, who was leisurely drinking coffee, looked up and squinted. His attention was not on Zhang Ting, but on Mu Xing behind him. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the woman next to him also frowned. Be careful, this person is not simple, she reminded in a low voice. Zhang Ting, you are no longer a member of the auction house. You still have the face to come back? You are not welcome here. Before the outsiders could make any movement, a fat man, with a face full of flesh, jumped out from the auction house. He stopped Zhang Ting with disdain. Get lost. He slapped him, and with a snap, the fat man turned 360 degrees in the air and fell to the ground. You bastard, you dare to hit me? At this time, the bodyguards behind Coder all looked up. Coder raised his right hand. Hey, it's someone else's family. Why are you getting involved? Several bodyguards quickly stepped back, not daring to act rashly. Zhang Ting hit someone, and the managers of the auction house were furious. Zhang Ting, are you crazy? Crazy? I'm not crazy, I'm sober now. He looked around at these people with a cold face. A bunch of termites sucking blood from the auction house. When his eyes focused on the middle-aged man next to Chinyu, his expression became playful. His name is Chinyu, he is Chinyu's second uncle, and the most powerful person in the auction house besides the old president. Where, I think sometimes you really should open your eyes and see who is the real traitor. As the saying goes, it is easy to stop external thieves, but it is difficult to prevent internal thieves. The young man next to Chinyu stood up suddenly. Zhang Ting, what do you mean? Who are you calling a traitor? Whoever agrees is a traitor. You are looking for death. He rushed forward, wanting to let Zhang Ting know what it means to speak out of turn. However, Zhang Ting slapped the young man in front of him again. The man turned 720 degrees and flew out, screaming and falling at the feet of the middle-aged man. Half of his cheek was collapsed. Dad, he hit me. He covered his face and wailed. Okay. Chinyu stood up. An outsider dared to attack my Chin family. Chinyu, he beat your cousin, you'd better not interfere. Second uncle. Don't mess around. Chinyu frowned and looked at Chinyu. She stood up and protected Zhang Ting directly. Today, I will make this bastard pay the price. The man roared, and the terrifying momentum surged. He was actually a superior. Zhang Ting's face suddenly changed and turned pale. Blood Moon boss. This Chinya is a top. I can't stop him. Mu Xing said calmly. It doesn't matter. You just need to slap him in the face. Ah! At this moment, Chinya roared and teleported over to kill Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was scared to death and slapped him with his eyes closed. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the living room. For a moment, everyone was stunned. As a top beginner, Chinya turned over more than 10 times and was slapped to the ground. Ah, I'm going to kill you! Chinya roared, intending to pounce again. However, at this moment, a heavy pressure fell, directly pressing Chinya, who wanted to get up, to the ground. At this moment, everyone noticed that it was not Zhang Ting who made the move, but the mysterious young man behind him. Chinya raised his head with difficulty. Who are you? Let him shut up for a while. Zhang Ting said calmly. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Chinya was immediately sealed up and unable to move. Chinyu's face changed slightly, and he whispered, Zhang Ting, don't go too far. After all, he is my second uncle. Where, I have already found out that this guy is a traitor, and he betrayed the auction house. What? Chinyu's face changed suddenly. Little bastard, what are you talking about? Although Chinya couldn't move, he could hear and speak, and roared angrily. Pa pa pa. Just then, Coder, who was calmly drinking coffee next to him, clapped his hands and stood up. What a good show, but I'm not here to watch the show, Vice President Chinyu. Zhang Ting pulled Chinyu behind him and faced Coder. Coder, I would like to invite you to watch a good show. Chapter 669. A good show? Coder chuckled. I know you. You used to be a small manager of the Kowloon auction house. After being kicked out of the auction house, you became a small manager of the official pharmacy. I don't know how lucky you are to be with a big shot, and you can expand rapidly with the special G-Virus amplification potion. But a peasant is a peasant. What qualifications do you have for me to watch a good show? Coder did not hide his disdain in his tone, and he just glanced at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting shook his head, not caring about the other party's contempt. I know that Director Coder came prepared. Aren't all his calculations for the auction house's assets? I'm sorry, I'm afraid I disappoint you today. Coder sneered. Disappointed? I only know that you have less than an hour left. If you can't deliver on time as specified in the contract, we can only follow the rules. Zhang Ting clapped his hands calmly. At this time, several guards from the auction house carried in several large boxes. At this moment, everyone was attracted by the big boxes. Especially the managers of the auction houses, who stretched their heads like turtles and looked at the boxes. Not only them, but also the representatives from other auction houses on the left also stretched their heads to observe. Zhang Ting grabbed the handle of the box with one hand and opened it with force. Golden light shot up into the sky. Oh my god, it's chaos equipment, all chaos equipment that has been purified. Someone exclaimed. How is this possible? Coder rushed over, and the female deputy manager next to him also rushed to the box. There are at least hundreds of items in this box. 3 boxes, at least 300 items. When they looked out the door, they saw boxes piled up like a mountain. No, this is impossible. It's only been a short time. How could you purify so many chaos equipment? He then opened the second box, and the third box. They were all filled with golden chaos equipment. At this moment, not only Coder, but everyone else in the hall was stunned. But soon, the woman next to Coder whispered something in his ear. His face changed from panic to a sneer. He snapped the box shut. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous, Zhang Ting, you are so bold, you dare to replace the official equipment of the survival line without permission. He took the sword handed over by the woman and raised it high. This is not our chaos prop at all, because there is no exclusive seal mark of our survival line on it. There was an uproar in the hall. Various attacks sounded. The most fierce curses were those from the auction house. This guy really has bad intentions. How can he help our auction house? He is simply here to drag our auction house into trouble. He looks so decent, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing as stealing official property. It's really disgusting. I said this guy is not a good guy. Now his true colors are exposed. Coder seized the opportunity and pointed at Zhang Ting. Stealing official property is theft. Don't worry, I will report it to the Defense Logistics Department. When the time comes, not only you will go to jail, but also other accomplices in the auction house. Even Chen Yu, who was always calm, panicked and looked at Zhang Ting subconsciously. Hey, you won't really? Don't worry, You don't even believe me? Zhang Ting looked serious. Xin Yu gritted his teeth. I believe you. Zhang Ting snorted coldly and glanced at the managers of the auction house. Shut up, you idiots. You like to make outsiders laugh at you, right? Then he looked at Coder. Wait, are you crazy? When did I say that this is a prop delivered to you? Are you accusing me right away? Faced with Zhang Ting's ridicule, Coder was stunned, as if this guy had indeed not said that these props were ready for delivery. He was speechless for a moment and growled. Then why did you carry it up? I am willing to carry it up to show off, can't I? Which law stipulates that I can't carry my own things up to show off? You? Coder was confused and had no idea how to refute. This time he was embarrassed. Then, another chaos weapon appeared in Zhang Ting's hand. Then take a look at this sword. Is it one of your props? Coder grabbed the sword, checked it quickly, and even handed it to the woman next to him. Until the other party nodded, he turned back. Yes, it is indeed from our logistics department. But this prop is not purified. Do you want to deliver these unpurified chaos props as purification props? Zhang Ting pointed to the big boxes outside the door, then let Director Coder confirm again whether these are your chaos props. Coder waved his right hand, and the high-ranking bodyguards behind him took action and opened the box. More than 10,000 chaos props all floated up. Yes, these are all. Coder confirmed. Is there anything wrong? I suggest you check again and again to see if there is any damage or omissions. Zhang Ting repeated. Coder winked at the woman behind him, and the other party stood up directly, with red light flashing in her eyes and scanning quickly. Manager Coder, all of them are our goods, not a single one is missing, and there is no damage, and the seals are all intact. Coder frowned and looked at Zhang Ting. Now I'm sure. What do you want to do? Are you ready to compensate us with the auction house assets? Zhang Ting shook his head. No, I don't plan to hand it over, nor do I plan to compensate. What do you mean? After being fooled many times, Coder's face became extremely ugly. You dare to fool me, destroy him for me. The woman next to Coder directly attacked Zhang Ting. Mu Xing behind Zhang Ting took a step forward, rushed forward, and grabbed the woman's neck. A cold voice sounded. Because the auction house does not accept blackmail from human traders and chaos monsters. The power of chaos erupted, and the woman screamed immediately. The woman's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her face showed a painful and hideous expression. Under her skin, there seemed to be countless worms crawling wildly. One after another, strange lines loomed, gradually spreading from her neck to her whole body. Suddenly, the woman let out a shrill scream. The sound was not something that humans could make, sharp and twisted, echoing throughout the hall, making people shudder. Her eyes instantly turned into a strange golden color, and endless madness and fear surged in her eyes. Then, her body began to swell and deform, and her clothes were torn to pieces. From her back, several thick tentacles, covered with suction cups and spikes, stretched out, and the tentacles danced wantonly, smashing the surrounding objects to pieces. Her mouth opened wider and wider, revealing 2 rows of dense, sharp teeth. Under the continuous stimulation of Mu Xing's chaotic power, the monster hidden in the woman's body finally fully revealed its original form. Its body was huge, standing in the hall, covered with a layer of sticky, glowing scales. Its head was like a huge meatball, covered with blood-red eyes. Dozens of tentacles stretched out from its body, twisting wildly in midair. Chapter 670. Monster. The managers of the auction houses around, including representatives from other auction houses, were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. They rolled and crawled as far away from the hideous monster as possible. The monster roared at everyone and rushed towards Mu Xing, who showed its true form. However, this is the real world. Even as a descendant of chaos, his powerful strength was suppressed. He waved his limbs and tentacles, trying to crush Mu Xing with brute force. Mu Xing snorted coldly, pressed his right hand down, and the invisible mental power made the monster, which was several times taller than him, fall to the ground with a bang. Crunching. The body rubbed against the ground, making a tooth-grinding sound. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Mu Xing's suppression. Although he had been mentally prepared, Zhang Ting was still scared when he saw this terrible chaos monster. He suppressed his inner fear and pointed at Coder. Coder, you dare to collude with chaos and plot against Kowloon Auction House. Coder's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Zhang Ting to invite a master to see through the disguise of the deputy director at a glance. His eyes rolled and his brain thought quickly. He looked up with a panicked expression. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know what this monster is about. You must be colluding with chaos at Kowloon Auction House. Oh, You still want to quibble now? Mu Xing turned his wrist and walked towards him step by step. The leather shoes collided with the ground, making a crisp sound. Feeling the pressure from Mu Xing, Coder subconsciously took 2 steps back, his eyes red. Seal the auction house for me. No one can leave here today. The 5 high-ranking bodyguards behind him shouted in unison and attacked together. Attack Mu Xing from 5 directions at the same time. Facing the 5-sided attack, Mu Xing was not in a hurry and ignored it directly. The door behind him burst, and a fiery red figure crossed the hall like a fierce dragon crossing the river. It was the madman who came, his whole body burning with red anger. His body turned into 5 clones, and he punched down with a mountain pressing down. The 5 bodyguards roared and punched upwards together. The dense collisions trembled in a very small range, and they thought they could block the fiery red figure. But he never expected to be crushed by the madman, and fell to the ground in a single encounter. Such violence, but the floor was not even broken, which shows how terrible the control of power is. Mu Xing took a step forward and appeared in front of Coder. Tell me, who is behind you? Coder was frightened and stuttered. I don't know what you are talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Believe me, I have 10,000 ways to get the memory in your head. He grabbed Coder's neck. Coder struggled, his face flushed. Stop it! Just then, a cold shout came from the hall. A terrible breath gushed out from the hall, and everyone present felt a strong pressure. The terrifying will and force field instantly controlled the overall situation, and most of the pressure was locked on Mu Xing. A mere upper position dares to come to my Jiolong auction house to act wildly. Do you really think my auction house is easy to bully? Next to the main seat, Chinya, who had been silent, stood up. The terrifying aura was spreading from his body. Mu Xing gritted his teeth, bearing the huge pressure. Apostle Realm? Are you finally not pretending? The other pressure was given to the madman. He could suppress the 5 upper positions by himself, but now he was suppressed in reverse. The 5 upper positions broke free from the pressure and attacked him again. But at this time, a golden banner suddenly appeared, emitting dazzling golden light, and immediately forced back the surrounding upper bodyguards. At the same time, Yue, dressed in a dress, appeared beside the madman. You dare to touch my man Yue? After saying this, the old face of the madman next to him turned red, and he quickly pulled the corner of Yue's clothes. Shh, there are too many people. Don't worry, baby, I call someone. Yue winked at the madman and blew him a kiss. Cough, cough, cough. The madman coughed violently. Mu Xing covered his forehead. Can you two be more reserved? Chinya felt that he was ignored, and suddenly a burst of anger burned. No matter who you are, no one can leave the auction house today. Mu Xing drew out the moonlight great sword without showing any weakness, releasing the power of the apostle in it to counter the pressure released by Chinya. Chinya roared, and his clothes burst, revealing his upper body covered with eyes. There were no human organs in his chest, and it had become a snail shell embedded in his chest, rotating like the starry sky. A mysterious mark lit up between his eyebrows, and the surging aura of chaos permeated from the mark between his eyebrows. Second uncle, are you crazy? How dare you collude with chaos? Chinya was horrified. Chinya snorted coldly. Little niece, I advise you to shut up first. If you want to blame someone, blame your stubborn, stupid and greedy father. Back then, I founded the Kowloon auction house with him. The business was getting bigger and bigger, but he kept squeezing out my power and trying to take over the entire auction house. I tried to negotiate with him in a nice way, but he took away my rights and cut off my assets. From that day on, I made up my mind to take back my share. A fool like him is not qualified to control the auction house. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? Every day, every hour, every moment, I want to take back the auction house. I, only Chinya, am the sole owner of the Kowloon auction house. When his emotions reached a deep level, he roared and the surrounding space shook, and many people were directly knocked unconscious. So you have always hated me so much? Just then, the door of the next room opened, and a young woman walked out pushing a wheelchair. The man sitting in the wheelchair had messy hair, a pale face, and a thin body that seemed to be just a layer of skin and bones. Father! Chinyu couldn't help but exclaimed. That's right, the person who came was none other than Chinyu's father, the real boss of the Kowloon auction house, Chen Chiyuan. You're not dead yet? Chinya's face became particularly ferocious when he saw the person coming. The surging power swept towards the man. The woman pushing the wheelchair snorted coldly, and grabbed with her right hand to block the surging power. Obviously, she was also an apostle. Although the strength of both of them was suppressed by reality, they should not be underestimated. Second brother, turn back and don't make mistakes again. The man in the wheelchair said in a deep voice. Wrong? Ha! Everyone in this world has the right to blame me, only you don't. Chen Qiyuan, you are really amazing, you are so noble, everything is yours, and you still want to deprive me of my share. I just want you to die now. As long as you die, everything you have will be mine. He roared and attacked directly. The woman behind Chen Qiyuan also attacked without hesitation. Both sides launched a special field at the same time. The fields collided and merged with each other, isolated from the real world, and the two fought and attacked in the field. For a while, no one could do anything to anyone. But anyone could see that with the blessing of the power of chaos, Chinya's combat power was obviously better. Chapter 671. Father, what's going on? What's going on with my second uncle? Are you really suppressing my second uncle for your own selfish interests? Chinyu couldn't help but look at his father sitting in a wheelchair. Chen Qiyuan sighed. Back then, I founded the Kowloon auction house with your second uncle. Everything was going well, and we could make the auction house the #1 in Kowloon City. But your second uncle was not satisfied. At first, he tried to get involved in the gray industry. I didn't agree, so he started to resell and smuggle various military equipment, treatment drugs, etc. After I found out, he not only refused to repent, but also was determined to do it for the future of the auction house. At first, I turned a blind eye, but I didn't expect his ambition to grow, and even began to reach out to the outside world, to the nightmare battlefield. He began to secretly contact foreign forces, began to smuggle various contraband, colluded with certain gray war groups, and his business became bigger and bigger. I was worried that his behavior would affect the auction house, so I reprimanded and ordered him to stop this smuggling. But not only did he not listen, he also tried to split the auction house. I was so angry that I had to take measures to dismiss him from his post and investigate him. But I didn't expect that he would hate me so much that he would collude with chaos and embark on this road of no return. After the words fell, Chinya roared, "What did I do wrong? I did all this for the future of the auction house. If it weren't for me, how could the auction house become the #1 auction house in just 10 years? Without me, how could the auction house have survived the multiple crises so easily? Chen Qiyuan, you pick up the bowl to eat meat, put down the chopsticks to curse your mother. How upright do you think you are? How many bones have you stepped on during the years when you climbed to the top of the mountain? And I am just more radical than you. What's wrong with me? It's not me who is wrong, it's you." The mysterious star snail on Chinya's chest suddenly lit up with dazzling light, bursting out terrifying rays. The ray penetrated the woman's field and directly blasted her out of the field. She fell hard in the hall and rolled down beside Chen Qiyuan. She quickly got up, but couldn't help spitting out blood. "Amon, are you okay?" Chen Qiyuan asked quickly. "Boss, I'm fine." The woman stood up and still protected Chen Qiyuan behind her. At the same time, Mu Xing also stood in front of Chen Qian with the moonlight sword. "Boy, this is our Chen family's family affair. I advise you not to interfere, otherwise you will die." Chinya's face was full of threats, and his right hand emitted a strong starlight, and every moment it seemed that there were stars annihilated in his palm. He grabbed with one hand, trying to get rid of the two people standing in front of him. However, Mu Xing was not worried, because he knew that reinforcements had arrived. At this moment, the breeze blew, and they seemed to hear the rustling sound of bamboo forest. There were green bamboo leaves flying. Suddenly, a 3-foot green sword came, piercing the starlight in Chinya's palm, and stabbed the star snail on his chest. Chinya could no longer maintain his previous demeanor. Facing the 3-foot green sword, he felt the irresistible sharpness and murderous intent. He immediately burst out with all his strength to try to resist. The star snail on his chest turned into a shield to block the blue sword. However, at this moment, the space above his head was torn apart, and a burning axe fell. The axe directly split Chinya's domain, and was about to split him in half. The axe turned from splitting to hitting. With a bang, Chinya was hit directly to the ground, and the star snail was also crushed by the 3-foot blue sword. No! He bled from all 7 orifices, and his powerful strength dissipated in an instant. All his power came from the strange star snail. The star snail was destroyed, and he fell directly from the apostle realm to the upper level. This is his original strength. And it is the kind of upper position that is forcibly piled up with countless natural materials and treasures, and has no fighting power at all. At this time, a breeze emerged and a raging fire burned. Qingshu Taoist Yichan Feng, and Manshan of the Manshan War Group. The two appeared directly from the space crack. Puff! Chinya saw the two and spurted out another mouthful of blood. "Grandpa! Yue rushed over in surprise. Manshan picked up the axe and twisted his neck. The old man in the third war zone is really not a good guy. The star snail parasite of this old man is so evil. Yes, it can actually avoid the scanning of the two worlds. It seems that the security scanning system needs to be updated in time. Yi Chanfeng nodded. Grandpa, why did you come so quickly? Yue couldn't help asking. My precious granddaughter wants help, so of course Grandpa came as soon as possible. But why did Brother Manshan come too? Manshan walked to Mu Xing and patted him on the shoulder. Good boy, you just came back and made big news. Mu Xing's expression was still solemn. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Manshan turned his head subconsciously, and everyone else's attention was focused on him. Chinya's body trembled violently, not only him, but also the suppressed coder, the female chaos, and the upper-level bodyguards beside him. An invisible aura of terror began to flow. Not good, stop them quickly, it's the gods coming. Manshan roared, and attacked together with Taoist Qingju, trying to kill these people. However, dazzling starry sky snail shells lit up in these people's bodies almost at the same time. The 5 bodyguards sacrificed themselves directly, and summoned the gods. They saw the chests of the bodyguards suddenly cracked. Brilliant starlight shone through their chests, as if their bodies were not filled with flesh and blood, but a beautiful starry sky. And this starry sky was so beautiful, and so dangerous. They saw a huge starlight sphere rushing from the cracked starry sky. That thing was huge, comparable to a star. Oh no, it's the Void God. This was the first time Mu Xing saw the Void God, and it was different from the image he imagined, with tentacles and mucus all over his body. These Void Gods seemed like pure energy bodies. In the center of this huge starlight sphere, there was a big eye formed by countless stars. That eye was staring at them, as if it was about to descend from the unknown starry sky world. Moreover, this Void God was not one, but several, a plural existence. In other words, these plural Void Gods were actually one. Void Gods were not just gods, just like ancient gods. There were weak ancient gods comparable to the upper ones, and there were also powerful ancient gods comparable to the multiverse. The same is true for the Void God. And the Void God who is about to descend is definitely not comparable to ordinary gods. The terrifying energy that leaked out alone forced the auction house to activate the guardian divine pattern carved by the gods. The divine pattern trembled violently, and could not withstand this terrifying energy at all, and countless cracks appeared. Taoist Qingju, including Manshan, had already rushed forward. However, their power was still too fragile compared to the Void God who was about to descend. At this moment, Mu Xing did not hesitate to take the lead. He opened his hands and cut them together with a strange hand seal. An ancient old seal appeared in his palm. The old seal expanded into an invisible barrier. At the same time, Mu Xing's voice sounded, "This is the old territory. Why don't you void creatures retreat quickly?" Chapter 672. The Void God who was about to charge and descend with force suddenly paused. The huge starlight eyes stared at the old seal in Mu Xing's hand, revealing fear and vigilance. Mu Xing did not relax after successfully scaring the Void God who was about to descend. He knew that with his power, he could not exert even 1/1000th of the power of the old seal. It was just a scare at most. Mu Xing hurriedly shouted, "Yuan, why don't you hurry up and make a move?" After he shouted, the Void God seemed to see through that Mu Xing was just pretending to be powerful, and his anger gushed out. Buzz! The emotion turned directly into a tsunami-like wave of starlight. There were countless stars collapsing around. As expected of the Void God, he could destroy worlds with a sneeze. When he reached Mu Xing, fortunately, the old seal protected him and blocked the surging waves. However, a little starlight penetrated the barrier and hit his chest. Mu Xing tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't avoid it completely, and the starlight pierced his shoulder blade. The Void God was ready to come over without any hesitation. Chinya, including Coder, blasted out dazzling starlight from all 7 orifices and screamed horribly. The whole body was about to be assimilated into the starlight. But at this moment, a majestic voice sounded, "Bold Void God, dare you trespass into the territory of Kowloon City? Bully our human race? There is no one?" 9 golden dragons broke through the void in the opposite direction and descended around the huge Void God. The golden dragons surrounded and blocked the surging waves of starlight. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put away the old seal. This short moment almost drained all his strength. As expected, the old things are useful, but they can't be used often. Moreover, Mu Xing felt that the old seal was corrosive, not active, but passive, which made him very cautious when using the old seal. Looking at the void again, there are now 3 more figures around the huge starry sky sphere. Jiulong City Lord Chen Qian, General Yuan, and Logistics Minister Nan Sun. If they were just 3 gods, the void god would swallow them in one gulp. However, what he faced at this time was 3 half-step multidimensional beings. Mu Xing is a good brat. He really caught a big fish. Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly, and prepared to take action without any hesitation. At the same time, the progress of the alienation of Qinya and others suddenly stagnated. After walking through the gates of hell, his whole body was already wet with cold sweat. When he looked up, he saw Chen Qiyuan looking at him. He knelt on the ground, his face ashen. As for Koder, he was lying on the ground, his eyes were lifeless. As the descent of the gods was interrupted, the crack of the starlight was shrinking. Mu Xing could still vaguely see that the void was broken apart. Until Zhang Ting timidly pulled his clothes. "Boss, what happened?" Mu Xing turned his head. "It's just a good show." Zhang Ting opened his mouth. His dry throat was trembling for a moment, and he couldn't say a word. At this time, a series of light beams fell, and someone was teleported over. And the person who came was none other than the head of the 13th Patrol Group, Zhao Hui. An old acquaintance Zhou He. However, Zhou He, who was a small team leader, was promoted and is now one of the captains of the 13th Regiment. Captain Zhao Hui? Mu Xing looked at him, but was not surprised. With such a big event, the patrol team would naturally rush over as soon as possible. Long time no see, Blood Moon. Zhao Hui looked at Mu Xing with a smile on his face. Secretly shocked, he sensed a strong aura emanating from Mu Xing. Long time no see, did you come here on orders? Of course, and it was an order personally issued by Grand Captain Ron. As he spoke, he looked back and pointed at the auction house representatives with his right hand. The inspection team suspects that you are colluding with chaos, intending to erode Kowloon City and undermine the stability of the real world. Now come with us. As soon as these words came out, the auction house representatives collapsed on the spot. When the 2 inspection team masters lifted Qinya up, he had become a weak and helpless shrimp. "Second brother, if you listened to me, why would you have come to this point today?" Chen Qiyuan said in a deep voice. Qinya laughed out loud. "Chen Qiyuan, stop pretending. In your eyes, how can I be your second brother? Your 2 sisters, including your wife and your daughter, are just pawns for you to reach the peak of your career. Has no one told you that you have an almost perverted desire for control, trying to control everything under your control? It is your perverted desire for control that makes me sick and disgusted, so I spit on you, Chen Qiyuan." Hearing this, Chen Qiyuan in the wheelchair was shaking with both hands. I did it just for the auction house, for your own good." "Bullshit, you did it just for yourself. You only love yourself. As for other people, they are just useful or useless to you." "Second uncle, stop talking." Qinyu next to him was already crying. Qinya glanced at Qinyu, then looked at Zhang Ting not far away. "I really didn't expect that after years of careful planning, I lost to a loser with one wrong move, and a loser who was kicked out of the auction house." "Ha ha ha ha, ha ha ha." He laughed crazily, like he was going completely crazy. Zhao Hui frowned and waved his hand. "Bad luck, take him away quickly." Until Qinya was taken away, Chen Qiyuan in the wheelchair closed his eyes in pain and sighed deeply. Mu Xing pointed at Qinya not far away. "Why don't you go and comfort him?" Oh. Zhang Ting ran over and helped Qinyu up. "Are you okay?" She shook her head gently, but her eyes were full of tears. "Father, are you okay?" She couldn't help asking. "I was wrong. For so many years, for the auction house, your second uncle was right. I became a selfish bastard." He covered his face and grabbed his hair, his face full of pain. Then his body stiffened and he fainted completely. Father! Qinyu rushed over. Mu Xing stopped her, pressed one hand on Chen Qiyuan's chest, and directly grabbed a sealed parasite from his body. "Seal it directly in a bottle, and throw it to Zhou He. Take it back as evidence." "Okay, Deputy Commander." "Deputy Commander?" Mu Xing was stunned. "Yes, we just received an order. From today on, you are the Deputy Commander of our 13th Regiment." Mu Xing was confused, and Zhao Hui came over with a smile. He stretched out his right hand to him. "To be exact, I am the commander, but the Commander Ron said you still need some experience, so let me guide you first, and then let you form your own new regiment." Mu Xing was very upset. He said he would consider it first, but he didn't expect Yuan to force him to get the identity. "Don't worry. Consultant Yuan said that you will be on a sinecurate position in the patrol team first, and there will be no formal work assigned to you. nor will it affect your life. Hearing this, Mu Xing's face looked better, otherwise he would definitely reject the appointment directly. Okay, I understand. Xiao Hui handed over a space ring. My deputy team leader, here are the exclusive props and benefits prepared for you and the team. Do I still need to report to the team? Mu Xing asked. Although objectively, I don't need to, but I think I should still meet with the head of the team, Ron. When you have time, contact me directly, and I will take you there. Mu Xing didn't expect that Yuan would set such a loose rule in order to win him over. Chapter 673. About 10 minutes later, the void gate opened again. Yuan walked out of the gate with a red face, followed by the city lord Qin Qian and the logistics director Nan Sun. What's the situation? Mu Xing hurried to meet him. This general can capture it easily, right? The three of us, half-step multidimensional beings, worked together and successfully captured a half-step multidimensional void god. Mu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect that the void god had already reached half-step multidimensional. Is the void god from the chaos camp? That's right, and he is the representative of the void god camp in the chaos camp, the void god, Sui Kong. You have a share of the credit for successfully capturing a void god this time. Yuan laughed and wanted to pat Mu Xing's shoulder, but found that he couldn't reach it, so he patted Mu Xing's thigh fiercely, looking in a good mood. At this time, Chen Qian came over, took a serious look at Mu Xing, and nodded. Young man is very good. As he said, he waved his right hand, and a token with 9 dragons coiled around it flew into Mu Xing's hand. Is this the Kowloon Order? Mu Xing was a little excited. This was the legendary Kowloon Order in Kowloon City. It was basically applicable everywhere except the Kowloon Palace. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to the Kowloon Palace with the order. Mu Xing was not polite either. He clasped his hands together and said, Thank you, Lord. Young man, I'm optimistic about you. Qin Qian laughed. He looked at the unconscious Qin Qiyuan, and then at Qin Yu. I will find someone to investigate the auction house. Don't worry. When your father wakes up, ask him to come to the Kowloon Palace. Yes, City Lord. Chen Yu woke up from her grief and bowed respectfully. Qin Qian nodded and disappeared directly in the auction house. The madman here couldn't help asking. The City Lord and the Chen family of the auction house are all surnamed Chen. Are they not from the same family? How would I know? Mu Xing shook his head. Next to him, Qin Yu seemed to hear this. Actually, there is no need to hide it from you. The City Lord is my great-uncle, that is, my father's uncle. Everyone's face was dull. This Qin Yu is still a real eldest lady. As she said this, she squatted beside Qin Qiyuan and helped her father to tidy up his clothes. I don't know if she woke him up, but the man in the wheelchair began to slowly wake up. He already knew the outcome of the matter and sighed again. It's your father, who is sorry for you and your second uncle. Qin Yu shook his head. Father, don't say that. Your harsh criticism of me is also the driving force for my growth. Now I just want you to take care of your body and be healthy. Just then, Mu Xing came over. Don't worry, I have expelled the chaotic power and parasites in President Chen's body. He will be fine. Chen Qiyuan looked at Mu Xing, quickly sat up and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Xueyue, for saving my life this time. I, Chen Qiyuan, will never forget this favor. Also, you helped us out of the auction house crisis this time. I am willing to give you 5% more shares of the auction house, in accordance with the agreement reached between my daughter and Mr. Xueyue. Mu Xing shook his head. Let's stick to the original agreement. Besides, I only did it for Zhang Ting's sake. Otherwise, I would never care about these things. Hearing this, Qin Qiyuan seemed to be thinking about something. Mu Xing continued, President Chen, your body has been damaged greatly. In the next few years, you should focus on recuperation and avoid overwork. Qin Qiyuan nodded. He knew his current physical condition. Xiaoyu, Mr. Xueyu is right. My current physical condition is no longer suitable for managing the auction house. So I will gradually hand over the management of the auction house to you. Father? Qin Yu was stunned. Okay, let's decide. I will announce this to everyone tomorrow. As he spoke, he covered his chest and leaned back in his chair tiredly. The woman named Amon next to him said, Miss, I will take the master back to rest first. However, Qin Qiyuan raised his right hand and pointed to Zhang Ting not far away. He was directing the employees to clean up the broken auction house building. Let him come over. I have something to say to him. Qin Yu was stunned and couldn't help saying, Father, don't. Don't worry, I'm not here to blame him. Qin Yu nodded and called Zhang Ting over. Zhang Ting was a little nervous and stood in front of Chen Qiyuan awkwardly. Amon, Let me talk to him alone. Okay, sir. Amon waved his right hand and sent them directly into the field. Seeing that the matter was done, Mu Xing walked to Yi Chanfeng and Manshan. Thank you two seniors for coming to help. Manshan smiled. I am not happy when you say this, kid. This time we helped you, and got a huge credit for nothing. Yi Chanfeng also smiled. That's right, being able to capture a void god alive. Tut tut tut, this is tomorrow's news headline. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Chanfeng pulled Mu Xing aside. What do you want me to do, senior? It's like this, I heard that Wei Wei has joined your team. Is the team still short of people? What do you think of me? Mu Xing looked at Yi Chanfeng in front of him with a dull expression. Are you kidding, senior? I look like someone who is kidding? Why? Or do you not want to? Mu Xing quickly shook his head. No, how could that be? If you want to join our team, of course I am willing. But, where is your regiment, senior? My regiment? Yi Chanfeng stroked his beard. It was disbanded a long time ago. Later, I realized that being a regiment leader is too tiring. I have to take care of everything. It's better to be a member. Well, since you want to join, I welcome you. I just hope you don't despise our regiment's low strength. Ha ha, I like potential stocks like you. I'm optimistic about you. I go back and pack my things. Yi Chanfeng laughed and disappeared. No, why is this old guy running so fast? So happy, what did he say to you? Manshan was puzzled. Senior Yi wants to join my regiment. What? This old guy wants to join your regiment? Quick, add me, I want to join too. Mu Xing was confused. Don't you have the Manshan regiment? What Manshan regiment? It was disbanded. When? Just now. Mu Xing was so confused that he felt a croaking crow flying over his head. Brother Manshan, stop making trouble. No, I go back and pack my things and move there tomorrow. Hey. Mu Xing didn't even have time to say anything before he turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. The captain is amazing. Our group suddenly has 2 more generals. The madman on the side. Get lost, you're teasing me too, right? The madman said, I suggest you upgrade your group to a high-level group, otherwise we won't have enough places in our group soon. Is it that serious? Mu Xing was speechless. Just wait and see. By the way, I'm not going home tonight. I'm going to go to the movies with Wei Wei. Damn, you're a man who values women over friends. Is your romantic personality revived again? Just then, Maria came from behind with her skirt lifted. Why are you all gone? Mu Xing was holding the back of his head with both hands, looking relaxed, and with a hint of a smile on his face. Chapter 674. The next day. As soon as I arrived at Fatty Company, I received news from Kowloon City. Today's front page headlines published the news that Kowloon Auction House assisted multiple departments to crush the Chaos Conspiracy, jointly defeated, and capture the Void God, who was harboring evil intentions. For a time, the entire survival system was in an uproar. Although the matter was a hot topic, the confidentiality work was done well. Mu Xing specifically asked to remove himself, which made Kowloon City Auction House the center of attention. Zhang Ting also went from being an unknown little transparent person to a well-known hero. Zhang Ting also sent good news. After yesterday's conversation, he had reconciled with Mr. Chen, and promised not to interfere in his affairs with Chen Yu. Although he wanted to invite Zhang Ting back to the auction house, he was rejected. Many things changed overnight, and this little salted fish in the auction house finally ushered in the moment of turning over. Mu Xing hoped that this guy could take on this overwhelming traffic and not be backfired. At this time, the fat man pushed the door open and said, What are you so happy about? He handed over the teacup in his hand. I successfully helped a friend get through a difficult time yesterday. Mu Xing raised his head and said, How is the company doing recently? Is everything going well? The fat man sat down on the sofa next to him and said with some resentment, Anyway, you left the whole company to me, and I am the boss. Mu Xing laughed. Doesn't this show my trust in you? And without me in the way, aren't you managing the company well? Yes, but you've been disappearing more and more frequently. Are you in any trouble? The fat man looked at him with a worried look. Hush. Mu Xing raised his index finger, looked around, and looked alert. Keep your voice down. I'm now one of the top 10 most wanted criminals in the world. Countless people are watching me and hunting me down every day. I'm taking a big risk to come and meet you. You know, I don't want to involve you in these dangers. The fat man rolled his eyes. Get lost, what nonsense, stop making fun of me. Mu Xing laughed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. My overseas investment business is really busy. I can't stay at home for a few days. I may have to leave again soon. The fat man opposite was silent for a moment. In fact, I still think we are happier when we have no money. Although being a social animal every day is hard, at least I can have a beer every now and then and drink until I'm drunk. It seems like everyone is so busy now that they don't even have time to have a meal together. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't sigh. It's already this far. Have you not had lunch yet? Let's go out and have some skewers. Mu Xing pulled the fat man and walked out. However, just as they arrived at the company gate, Mu Xing's eyebrows became hot, sensing that a crisis was coming. Mu Xing slashed the fat man's neck with a knife. Come here, two people. Your boss has fainted due to hypoglycemia. Help him go to the office to rest. Several employees responded and quickly carried the fat man inside. He teleported and appeared on the top of the tall building. Looking up, a huge vortex was forming in the sky. His eyebrows were getting hotter and hotter, and the danger seemed to be approaching him and tracking him. Mu Xing teleported continuously, trying to avoid that tracking. But the strong sense of danger became stronger and stronger. He noticed that something seemed to be flickering on his shoulder blade. Looking down, it seemed that there was some kind of starlight flickering there. Was it left behind when facing the void god yesterday? Mu Xing's face was grim. He thought that the minor injury was not serious. But he did not expect that this was actually a tracking mark, which had been hidden in his body and emerged today. Suddenly, the sky cracked, and the starlight on Mu Xing's shoulder blade flashed. Some force forcibly pulled him into the sky. He stared at the huge vortex, where countless starlight flowed and swirled, which was extremely beautiful. Mu Xing's eyes were blurred, as if he was attracted by the vortex. Some kind of psychedelic power made him want to fly high involuntarily, and enter the center of the beautiful starry sky vortex. Boy, wake up! The sleeping evil spirit sensed something, and woke up suddenly. He shouted loudly, trying to wake him up. However, Mu Xing seemed to be completely possessed at this time. On his shoulder blade, the starlight seemed to bloom into a gorgeous flower. The flower kept spinning, forming an abstract spiral vortex, which looked very much like a snail shell made of starlight. Oh no, this kid was targeted by the multi-old monster in the third line of defense. The evil spirit was running around in a panic, but no matter how it called, it couldn't wake up Mu Xing. By the way, ask that lady for help. It rushed out of the 4th floor of the observer tower, and knocked hard on the door of the 9th floor. Bang, bang, bang. Ant, open the door quickly, open the door quickly, something big has happened. However, there was no movement inside. Shanine, come and unlock it quickly. If it's any later, your master will be in trouble. Shanine also tried to wake up Mu Xing, but all ended in failure, and now he was also running around in a panic. It quickly appeared on the 9th floor, with several red crystal tentacles extending from its red eyes. The tightly closed door on the 9th floor began to be forcibly opened. This was the emergency key left by Mu Xing, which could forcefully open any floor of the tower. Just as it was trying to open the door, the evil spirit flew to the 8th floor. Big Spider, quickly reverse time and space and delay time. Rom, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly raised his head and instantly understood what happened. A spider silk directly wrapped around Mu Xing and began to pull him back. From the last second to the previous second. However, the gravity of the starry sky vortex is so great that even time cannot escape. So it can only be pulled back for a short second. Both sides wrestled to delay time. At this time, the door to the 9th floor was successfully opened, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Seeing that the gap was large enough, the evil spirit rushed in. However, when he entered the 9th floor, he was dumbfounded. He saw countless colorful bubbles floating in this ancient holy city. The green tentacles extending from the embryo were pulling the bubbles and having fun. At the end of the tentacles, the green embryo was beating, and a small shadow appeared on it, happily counting bubbles. Auntie, stop playing, Mu Xing is in big trouble, help him. The green light and shadow man, who was only more than 10 centimeters tall, raised his head. Isn't that perfect? If he dies, I will be free. Oh my auntie, Wen, don't joke around. If Mu Xing really dies, you and I will be finished. I have a contract of life and death with him, and you also have an old contract with him. The green man looked proud and said, let him come and beg me. Auntie, if he can still come and beg you, I won't have to come to you in person. Who cares? Who makes him play tricks on me? The evil spirit was in a hurry. It noticed that Rom was pulling Mu Xing faster and faster, and it was obvious that the suction of the starry sky vortex was getting stronger and stronger. Auntie, tell me, what will it take for you to help? Actually, it's not impossible for me to help, but I want him to apologize to me and be my servant for 3 days. The evil spirit was stunned. Just like that, a sinister smile immediately appeared on its face. Thinking of making Mu Xing lose face, it felt happy. In that case, I agree on behalf of that kid. You can do it now. It promised quickly. No, I haven't hatched yet. I need a temporary carrier. Just then, Maria, dressed in a black hunter outfit, appeared at the gate of the 9th floor. Let me come. I be your temporary carrier. Woof woof woof. Just then, Wanman was also calling out, meaning that it was willing to be a temporary carrier. Just then, Maxon, Alessa and the others came. Even Star Color, who had just completed its evolution, came. Swaying its starlit body, it hovered at the gate of the 9th floor. Chapter 675. Is it a dream? Mu Xing saw endless illusions in his trance, and these illusions enveloped him from all directions. He seemed to be in a deep cave, with only a little dim white light in front of him, as if it was the only exit of the cave. Every time he wanted to get closer to the exit, a rope would appear behind him and drag him back. No matter how many steps he took forward, the rope would always pull him back to where he was. The malice coming from the darkness behind him became more and more intense, making him want to escape. Then, the bright light in front suddenly turned into a beautiful starry sky, and a staircase wound upwards. It seemed that climbing this staircase would lead to the eternal heaven. He was eager to go even further, and walked towards the staircase step by step. Although the rope behind him tried to hold him back, it couldn't stop him. Don't try to stop me, he growled, and quickly stepped forward, rushing towards the staircase. On both sides of the staircase, he heard terrible roars. Countless monsters with tentacles opened their mouths and roared at him. These terrible monsters seemed to be ready to rush over and swallow him up at any time. He quickened his pace, trying to escape from this dangerous place. Just as he was about to touch the end of the stairs, suddenly, an ugly and terrifying figure appeared on the stairs in front of him. It looked like a dry and rotten old witch, with empty eyes and maggots crawling in and out of her festering skin. Dark and sticky tentacles emerged from under her body. Those slippery tentacles opened their cracked mouths. The old witch became taller and taller, as if blocking the last bit of darkness under the light. Mu Xing drew out the moonlight sword and growled, "Go to hell." He rushed forward with the sword in hand, as if to shred her into pieces. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the old witch, a slippery tentacle whipped over. At the moment when he was slapped in the face, he saw the broken light and shadow. He saw the constantly changing illusion at the end of the stairs. He seemed to see Maria. "Big bad guy, why don't you wake up?" Another tentacle whipped over, and this time, Mu Xing grabbed it directly. There was a flash of anger on his face, but his instincts detected something wrong. He felt his shoulder blades begin to heat up, and a little starlight was flashing wildly. Mu Xing slapped his head, and felt more and more that something was wrong. With a snap, another tentacle came over. In a trance, the confused mind suddenly cleared up. He seized the moment of clarity, and put his hands together in a strange gesture. When they separated, Dagon's old seal emerged. The old seal reflected an ancient ocean, and a figure of an ancient existence could be vaguely seen emerging in the ocean. A strange scream sounded at Mu Xing's shoulder blade. "Break it for me!" With a click, everything around him shattered like a mirror. When he looked up again, what beautiful gate to heaven was there? There was only an extremely ugly crack, a big mouth full of sharp teeth, waiting for him, the prey, to come to the door. And the terrible old witch turned into the familiar Maria. There was a coldness in her cold eyes that did not belong to humans. Her upper body was still normal, but her lower body had turned into countless tentacles. Mu Xing saw through it at a glance. It was not Maria's own will that was controlling her body at this time, but the Cthulhu embryo from the 9th layer. He pulled Maria behind him, and slashed the moonlight sword in his hand directly at the ferocious big mouth. Puff! The ferocious big mouth splashed out glowing fluorescent liquid. Slender hands made of starlight stretched out from the big mouth, trying to grab Mu Xing in. However, how could Mu Xing, who was already awake, let it go as he wished? He slashed the black curtain next to him with a sword. The curtain was torn apart directly, and the sunlight from the real world shone in. At the same time, the rules of the real world were also projected in. The ferocious big mouth began to melt instantly, and could no longer hold on. The star vortex was also constantly disintegrating. A glowing root came from an unknown time and space, and with a puff, it directly penetrated the star vortex. The survival system appeared, as if it wanted to catch the mastermind behind the scenes. However, after a moment, the glowing root finally returned in defeat, except for the star-like bloodstains on the root. Obviously, the mastermind behind the scenes was also injured. Just when Mu Xing thought everything was over, a bit of starlight flew out from the disintegrating star vortex and embedded in his shoulder blade. It merged with the star point on his shoulder blade to form a spiral pattern like a snail shell. What the hell? Mu Xing unceremoniously dug out the piece of meat. However, when the new meat grew, the pattern mark did not disappear at all. It also grew out. He thought it was a parasite or something, but when he dug deeper, he did not find the same special parasite as Li Shui's. It was like a coordinate embedded in his body. Looking at the star vortex again, it finally disappeared completely under the suppression of the rules of reality. Mu Xing fell from the sky with a gloomy face and landed on the top floor. He quickly called out the evil spirit and pointed at the mark on the shoulder blade. What is this? The situation is not good. This is the mark of the Chaos Lord. You are being targeted by that old thing. The star snail in the third war zone? That's right. You have repeatedly disrupted his plans. I guess you have become a thorn in his eyes and flesh. This time, he came to the real world at all costs just to wipe you out, which shows how much he hates you. Mu Xing was scared when he thought of the experience just now. After all, he had experienced many illusions and dreams. But this time, he was bewitched without any resistance. It was indeed a terrifying chaos at the multidimensional level, and he was almost killed silently. Is there a way to erase this thing? Mu Xing pointed at the mark and asked. Either you die, or this mark will always follow you. And no matter where you go, it will automatically call the surrounding chaos to hunt you down. Mu Xing's face was grim. He recalled the scenes of the nightmare battlefield, and then thought of the incident last night. It must be the mark left on him by the Void God last night. The Void God was captured, and the Chaos Lord was furious and came directly from the Void to kill him. If the embryo hadn't awakened him, I'm afraid he would have been swallowed by the star snail. He was about to return to Jiolong City when he was suddenly stopped. It was Maria, or rather, the Cthulhu embryo that was controlling her body. Hey, apologize to me, and you promised me that you would be my servant for 3 days. What the hell? Mu Xing was stunned, looking puzzled. Here, the evil spirit quickly jumped out to explain for him. You promised for me? Mu Xing pointed at the evil spirit. I don't know this fat cat. Whoever made the promise, you can let him be the servant. I have no objection. Evil spirit, ? Aw, I'm fucking you, I'm fucking. Mu Xing said expressionlessly. Who told you to have bad intentions and want to trick me? If you don't take the blame, who will? Without waiting for the evil spirit to speak, he pushed with his right hand and directly pushed the Cthulhu will attached to Maria back to the 9th floor. The evil spirit cursed at Mu Xing and ran away. I thought I could make Mu Xing lose this time, but I didn't expect this kid to turn the tables. As a result, after running 2 steps, he was caught by the green tentacles extending from the 9th floor gate. Aw, kill the cat! Kill the cat! With a bang, the heavy stone door closed again. Chapter 676. Mu Xing held Maria, who fell into his arms. Her self-awareness was returning. Are you okay? He asked with concern. Maria shook her head, her body a little weak, except for a little dizziness, nothing else. Mu Xing said, This is just once, there must not be a next time. Letting an old consciousness control the body is not a good thing. Mu Xing knew the danger of the old days. They themselves were part of the old rules. Even if it was just a passive contact, it was not something Maria, a superior, could bear. I understand. She nodded obediently. Go back and rest first. After Mu Xing sent her back to the 7th floor of the Hades Beach, he returned to Fatty's company. After confirming that Fatty was fine, he hurried to the patrol team station in the real world. The fact that Xing Snail could appear in the real world was definitely not a simple accident. Unless there was a joint effort from inside and outside, Mu Xing didn't believe that the Lord of Chaos could easily descend into reality. And the mark on his body was a problem. Maybe Terra City could find a solution. He contacted Yuan directly, but when he called through the Chaos communicator, the voice on the other end said, I'm in a meeting. Please leave a message if you have anything to say. Helpless, he had to go there in person. Anyway, he happened to be going to the patrol team to report to the chief commander, Ron. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhou He leading the team back. Meet the deputy commander. The group saluted quickly. Is your commander here? Deputy commander, the commander went to the Terra City patrol team station to report on his work. He needs to make a detailed report on last night's actions. Deputy captain, do you have any instructions? Mu Xing said in a deep voice. I just happen to have time today, and I am going to report to the Grand Captain. Deputy Captain, I will take you there. Zhou He quickly suggested. Mu Xing did not refuse. it is always good to have someone to lead the way. They thought about it, and used the token to teleport directly back to Kowloon City, and then teleported to Terra City through Kowloon City. Terra City is as mysterious and majestic as ever, like an ancient giant, guarding the peace of the real world. Mu Xing noticed that Terra City in front of him was like a door blocking the real world. If you want to enter the real world, Terra is like an insurmountable wall. Unfortunately, it can only block people below the multiverse, such as the Void God last night and the Star Snail just now, which it failed to block. Mu Xing pinned the badge of the deputy leader of the 13th Regiment of the Patrol on his collar. Through the badge, you can directly teleport to the 13th Regiment station in Terra. Unlike teleportation in the real world, teleportation in Terra is like walking in sticky asphalt. When he slowly appeared in this station, he immediately attracted many eyes. These people were all patrol officers of the 13th Regiment. Many of them had never seen Mu Xing. When they saw the badge on his chest, they immediately started to talk. Joe, he waved to one person. The man hurried over and said, "Captain Joe, what do you want? Has the commander returned?" "Not yet, but he should be soon." "Okay, I got it. You go ahead." Joe, he turned around and said, "Deputy Commander, how about I take you to the commander's office to wait? Or should I take you to get familiar with our 13th Regiment?" Mu Xing looked around. "Take me to get familiar with the situation here. Although I haven't officially started working yet, it's still necessary to understand it in advance. Please follow me." Just as Zhou he took Mu Xing to inspect the 13th Regiment's base, there were more discussions around. "Look, is that guy the new deputy commander mentioned in the regiment's announcement? TSK, he's so young and he's already the deputy commander? I heard he's just a new recruit who has been here for less than a year." "New recruit? No way. Is he the son of some big shot in Terra City, coming here to get gilded?" "Shoo, keep your voice down, you dare to say anything. What are you afraid of? Who in our patrol team didn't get in with their abilities? This is not a place for those young masters and young ladies to get gilded. Also, why did he suddenly parachute in a deputy commander? Our deputy commander Jia has worked diligently for so many years, and it was not easy for him to become the deputy commander." Ahem. A companion coughed next to him. Then, he sensed the strong killing coming from behind him. He stood up quickly and saluted the moment he turned around. "Meet the deputy commander." The man was tall, wearing a silver armor, and even his forehead guard was polished. He had a classical long sword on his waist, and a serious expression. "You are all free, right? You haven't practiced enough these days, right?" "Sorry, Deputy Commander, we are just speaking up for you." The man muttered. "Unfair? What's unfair? Do I need you to complain?" He pointed to the training ground outside. 1,000 times gravity, 10,000 squats, no food until you finish. Seeing that everyone didn't move, he growled, "I'm talking about everyone. Why don't you go?" After the roar, these people hurriedly got up and ran to the training ground. Just then, a woman wearing silver armor and carrying a giant revolving boomerang came over. "Oh, is Deputy Jia so angry today? Who made you angry?" As she spoke, she did not forget to glance at the group of team members, who were doing squats with grunts. "What do you care?" The man glared at her. The woman laughed. "I know what you are upset about, but no matter how angry you are, we still have to meet our new deputy team leader. In our team, there is one team leader and 3 deputy team leaders. Maybe it won't be you who will be eliminated this time, but it may be me? Shiman Xiao Xiao, stop mocking me. I may not lose to you in this team competition." The man groaned indignantly. TSK, look at your stingy look. Someone who doesn't know would think someone's wife is angry. Are you going or not?" "I'm not going, you go if you want to. I still have to catch up with the training indicators. This is an order issued by the regiment commander himself." The man gritted his teeth. "Got it, I go." He turned around and went straight to the regiment commander's office. At the same time, in the office. This office is even more shabby than Mu Xing imagined. There was only a pot of cactus on the huge desk. However, there was a huge portrait on the wall opposite the desk. When Mu Xing came in, he saw the majestic eyes in the portrait seemed to be staring at him. This? Zhou He on the side also laughed. "Don't mind, Deputy Commander. Grand Commander Ron is the commander's idol." He said that hanging the portrait of the Grand Commander is an encouragement to himself. Mu Xing said, "It seemed very lively outside just now." Zhou He shook his head. "How can it not be lively? Our 13th Regiment suddenly dropped a deputy commander. The other 2 deputy commanders will probably feel a lot of pressure." Why? "In the patrol subgroup, 1 leader and 2 deputy leaders are standard. Now that you are a deputy leader, It means that one of them will step down from the deputy leader position. Mu Xing was stunned. He really didn't think there was such a relationship. Didn't he offend both deputy leaders at the same time before he even entered the door? Just then, there was a knock on the door. He quickly gave Mu Xing a look to tell him who was coming. Mu Xing also quickly straightened his collar and turned to look at the serious man who was pushing the door in. Behind him, there was a tall woman with a smile of watching the fun. Chapter 677. Mu Xing smiled, trying to be approachable and friendly. However, the deputy leader opposite him didn't seem to buy it, and his expression was still as cold as ice. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Xue Yue. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand towards him. The deputy leader opposite just looked at him and didn't stretch out his hand. Mu Xing was a little embarrassed and was about to withdraw his hand, but his hand was held by another person. Hello, the new deputy leader. My name is Shimen Xiao, and I am also the deputy leader of our 13th regiment. Mu Xing looked at the tall woman in front of him. She was as heroic as Maria. The aura she exuded was at least that of a top-ranked person. He smiled and nodded. Nice to meet you. Shimen Xiao pushed the man next to him. What are you doing? Say hello. Although the man was extremely reluctant, he still stretched out his right hand. Hello, Jia Tianchuan, deputy head of the 13th patrol team. Nice to meet you, Head Jia. Mu Xing smiled in return. However, the other party still had a frosty face. After shaking hands, he let go and took a half step back. Mu Xing touched his nose awkwardly. It seemed that his arrival had indeed caused a lot of trouble for others. This deputy Jia should also be at the peak of the upper position, and he is estimated to be only one step away from the apostle realm. It must be said that the configuration of this patrol team is still quite high, and nearly 30% of the team members are at the upper position. The sub-team leaders are estimated to have the combat power of apostles. Before coming, he had learned that Zhao Hui, the leader of the 13th team, was the newest apostle. He was also ranked the last. Compared with the coldness of this deputy Jia, Shimen Xiao next to him was at the other extreme. She was so enthusiastic that she grabbed Mu Xing's arm and started chatting. From the establishment of the patrol team to the great achievements made in recent years. From the head of the patrol team, Ron, to the patrol soldiers and trainees, there was almost no gossip that she didn't know. Mu Xing also learned about the situation of the patrol team in this short hour. By the way, when will our head come back? I have something important to report. Mu Xing waited for an hour and was getting a little anxious. Don't worry, I still have a lot of gossip to tell you, Vice Commander Blood Moon. Do you want to hear the gossip about this cold-faced Vice Commander Jia? She had a sly smile on her face. This made Jia Tianchuan frown and stare at her. Ha, I'm just teasing you. If I have to tell you, I tell you behind your back. This made Jia Tianchuan even more anxious. Shimen Xiao, I warn you, shut your mouth. What, you bite me, you bite me. Shimen Xiao was not afraid, and she moved closer, pretending to kiss him on the face. The cold-faced deputy Jia blushed and quickly dodged. TSK, boring, we are all brothers, why are you hiding? I don't dislike you, but you dislike me, right? Unreasonable woman. Jia Tianchuan was afraid of this woman and quickly dodged. Mu Xing was stunned. This female deputy is really unique. He whispered. I tell you quietly, in our 13th regiment, Deputy Xiao is the only nemesis of our deputy Jia. Just then, there was a noise outside. This movement immediately attracted the attention of several people in the room. Jia Tianchuan was the first to rush out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to rebel? As he was speaking, a member of the 13th patrol group flew over. Jia Tianchuan was quick-witted and caught him, taking advantage of the situation to relieve the force, allowing the member to land smoothly. Looking sideways, the member was beaten with a bruised face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Who did it? The member pointed to the door. Then, the half-closed door was kicked open. A group of people rushed in. All of them were wearing black standard armor, all emitting a faint orange light. It was obviously a set of legendary equipment. Their weapons all exuded a strong origin aura, and they were all superior origin weapons. A blood-stained shield was engraved on his chest and back. The center pattern of the blood-stained shield was a roaring brown bear head. Security Defense Corps? Mu Xing recognized at a glance that these people were not from the patrol group, but defense members of the Security Defense Corps. They divided the group into 10 groups based on animals such as tigers, leopards, bears and lions. Each group has an animal totem. The person in front of him was obviously from the bear group. There were 10 people in total, all of them were high-ranking. Mu Xing had heard that the defense group had many elites, but he didn't expect the configuration to be so exaggerated. A complete set of legendary equipment, high-ranking weapons, plus the overall high-ranking combat power, is much stronger than the patrol group. What are you doing? Are you here to cause trouble in my 13th group? Jia Tianquan walked over angrily, and pushed away the defense group member in front of him. The two sides immediately became tense, and the members of the 13th Regiment, who were still in training, also rushed over with their weapons. Who dares to come to my 13th Regiment to cause trouble? Are you looking for death? Shimen Xiaoxiao rushed over like a female warrior, and kicked the member of the defense regiment, who had just kicked the door away. A terrifying red dragon roared behind her, shaking people's eardrums and bleeding. At this moment, a golden shield appeared, blocking the terrifying roar. Even the terrifying dragon flames that were whistling were blocked. A golden light lit up, instantly wiping out the spreading dragon flame. A man in gilded armor walked in from the gate, swinging his fist without hesitation, colliding with Shimen Xiaoxiao's fire dragon fist. Half of the 13th Division's base was almost destroyed by this collision. Mu Xing waved his hand, and the shield blocked the fierce impact. Both under the jurisdiction of Terra City, are the Defense Corps and the Patrol Corps mortal enemies? They fight as soon as they meet? Mu Xing couldn't help but mutter. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The Defense Corps does things in a high-profile manner, and exercises more power than the Patrol Corps. Other regiments can be patient, but our 13th Regiment is not lenient at all. We will never force them if we can take action. Mu Xing touched his chin subconsciously when he heard this. It's interesting. I like this 13th Regiment a little bit. He didn't intend to take action, and decided to watch the fun first. However, no one had expected that the group of defense regiments would come directly at him. Shimen Xiaoxiao, Jia Tianquan, all of you get out of the way. Our Defense Bear Regiment is responsible for catching suspicious suspects, otherwise I will report you for harboring and shielding suspects. Suspect? Where is the suspect? Speak clearly, or I will never let you go. Jia Tianquan is no longer as aloof as before, and now he is like a mad hyena. Shimen Xiaoxiao, who is hot-tempered, is about to go berserk. At this moment, the man walked through the crowd and pointed at Mu Xing, who was standing in the crowd watching the excitement. The man next to him said directly, Deputy Captain, the tracking target shows that it is him. He has a strong and pure chaos aura. He is either a chaos slave or a chaos heir who has infiltrated. Mu Xing was eating melon, but he didn't expect that the melon would fall on his head in the blink of an eye. He pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Humph, I didn't expect that it was still a lurking big fish. Come on, catch him for me. The deputy captain of the defense regiment waved his hand, and was about to catch someone. Chapter 678. Bullshit, Xue Yue is the new deputy leader of the 13th Patrol Group. Such groundless accusations show that you don't take us seriously in the patrol group. At this time, Jia Tianquan changed his hostility towards Mu Xing when they first met, and protected Mu Xing behind him like a calf. The man in golden armor on the opposite side snorted coldly. Sheltering Hun Dun is a capital crime. A new deputy leader with unknown origins is obviously here to compete with you for the position. Is it worth your protection? I advise you to get out of the way quickly, otherwise I will arrest you too. Jia Tianquan immediately yelled, Han Sheng, who do you think you are? How dare you shout at our patrol team? He is a member of our patrol team. Even if there is a problem, it should be investigated and handled by our patrol team. Besides, show me the evidence and arrest warrant before you suspect me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Mu Xing was quite surprised. He didn't expect Jia Tianquan to defend him so much. Of course. Jia Tianquan did this more to maintain the face of their patrol team, but it also did not prevent him from having a little bit of the mentality of protecting his child. Humph, we, the defense group, don't need any evidence or arrest warrants to arrest people. We are the spokespersons of Terra City's laws. When I catch the criminal, I will report you to the Parliament for obstruction of public service and convict you of dereliction of duty and harboring crimes. As he said this, he waved his right hand. Catch the people. You dare. Jia Tianquan roared, and rushed forward with Shimen Xiaoxiao beside him, trying to stop them. However, the next second, the two flew back and hit the wall heavily. Jia Tianquan looked up with a shocked face. Han Sheng, you actually became an apostle? The apostle field in Han Sheng's hand shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a surging golden lightning that floated in his hand and jumped. You are overestimating yourself, Jia Tianquan. You didn't take that step after all, and you dare to stop me? Jia Tianquan gritted his teeth and wanted to rush up again, but a golden lightning suppressed him and Shimen Xiaoxiao together. Then, he looked at Mu Xing in the crowd. Are you surrendering yourself, or should I do it? If it's the latter, don't blame me for being rude. Mu Xing folded his arms around his chest, his expression calm, not changing his face even when the sky was falling. The Defense Corps has always been arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone, and today I finally saw it with my own eyes. Although it's a waste of time to ask you to go back with me to investigate, what you did is really too much. Your purpose is not to arrest people at all, you are simply slapping the face of my patrol team. Mu Xing's face gradually turned cold, from yearning for the Defense Corps at the beginning to despising the Defense Corps now. His attitude changed in just a moment. If the defense group is full of arrogant and self-centered people, it would be too disappointing. You talk too much nonsense. If you have anything to say, come to the defense group dungeon with me. The soldiers of the surrounding defense groups pressed forward and forced the members of the 13th group to retreat. Han Sheng took a step forward, and the invisible suppression force instantly controlled the entire 13th group. Mu Xing immediately felt a strong pressure sweeping over him. The body seemed to be trapped in a sticky quagmire, and the movement was affected. The golden lightning turned into chains, and formed around him out of thin air. Mu Xing didn't wait for the lightning chains to tighten, and slashed out with a moonlight sword in his hand. The dazzling blue moonlight flew out, and directly shattered the lightning chains. Han Sheng's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. A mere upper-middle level dares to fight against the defense group? He stepped forward and grabbed Mu Xing with one hand. The golden lightning turned into a chain and wrapped around Mu Xing again. Mu Xing had a blank expression on his face. He took a step forward, and the surrounding space began to expand. The distance between the two of them, which was only a few dozen meters, was instantly stretched to 10,000 meters. This is his third-level ability as a Dumas Awakener, space manipulation. Although it is not as good as a real space manipulator, it is enough for use here. A trifle. Han Sheng sneered, and the lightning was swift and fierce, instantly crossing a distance of 10,000 meters and wrapping around Mu Xing. The crackling lightning tore the surrounding space, making the stretched space extremely unstable. However, at the moment when the lightning wrapped around Mu Xing, everything was flowing backwards. The lightning rolled back into his hand. The Apostle Realm warrior instantly understood what happened. Time reversal? This operation also shocked the other members of the 13th Regiment. Tian Chuan, our new deputy, is quite capable. How about we open a bet? Let's bet whether he can hold on until the leader comes back. Simon Xiaoxiao was suppressed, so he simply stopped struggling and found a comfortable position to lie down. On the other hand, Jia Tianchuan was still gritting his teeth and struggling, roaring in a low voice. What time is it? You are still joking like this? Although I don't like him very much, if he is taken away by the defense regiment on the first day he comes, where will our 13th regiment put his face in the future? I won't allow it. However, Shimen Xiaoxiao didn't seem to be worried at all, and shouted loudly, Brothers, the market is open, the market is open, place your bets quickly. The members saw that their deputy leaders were not in a hurry, so they didn't worry either. Sister Xiaoxiao, I bet 2 packs of cigarettes. I bet 3 packs. I bet 4 packs. You guys. Jia Tianchuan was furious. Oh, don't be in a hurry. Can you beat Han Sheng? If you can't, just lie down obediently. Besides, our new deputy commander won't lose so easily. Shimen Xiaoxiao seemed to have already laid down, but there was a trace of calmness and confidence on her face, as if she had known Mu Xing's details for a long time. When Jia Tianchuan looked at the two fighting parties, Han Sheng was once again reversing the time by Mu Xing. No matter how fast he ran or teleported, he couldn't get close to Mu Xing. After several unsuccessful attempts, his cheeks flushed and he gradually became angry. He was an apostle, and the opponent was only an upper-level mid-level, but he actually made him lose face in front of his subordinates. He roared, and golden lightning spread out the golden apostle domain. Be careful of the apostle domain. Jia Tianchuan shouted, reminding Mu Xing. Mu Xing's face was solemn. This was not the first time he faced an apostle. The most powerful means of an apostle is its origin domain. After advancing from the extraordinary to the upper level, it will condense its own origin, and condense its own origin to the extreme, and sublimate again, it will be an apostle. The apostle level can control the sublimated origin at will, and can gather and disperse. Gathering can condense and strengthen itself, greatly improving its own combat effectiveness. Disperse can spread into the source field, assimilate the surrounding environment with its own source. Within the field, its own source will suppress and attack all outsiders, passively weakening the opponent. Fighting in this environment that suits it best can often exert power beyond the limit. Moreover, The Apostle's field can offset the influence of external variables such as space, time, and energy to a certain extent. Therefore, when the superior fights with the Apostle, he will be subject to the suppression of the Apostle's field, and often cannot defeat the enemy with one hand. However, Mu Xing does not believe in evil. The Apostle's field can suppress 1 or 2 sources. What if it is 7 or even 9? Chapter 679. It happened so fast. Han Sheng's golden lightning field has already fallen. In the field, the time reversal ability has been affected. Before, it could be reversed for 3 seconds, but now it is difficult to even reverse for half a second. The main reason is that Mu Xing's rank is low. If he is also in the Apostle realm, time reversal can make Han Sheng unable to move. Facing the falling field, Mu Xing shouted. Layers of light on his body began to light up. Each layer of light represents an origin. Body, spirit, emotion, hope, dream, life, soul. The 7 origins lit up layer by layer, turning into circles of halos. The 7 origin halos blocked the falling domain like a shield. Even Han Sheng on the opposite side was stunned by this scene. How is it possible? 7 origins? How is this possible? He widened his eyes, and his domain was trying to assimilate these origins. 1 or 2 is fine, even 3 or 4 is not a problem. But when the number broke through to 7, his domain seemed to be too complicated because the assimilated origins were too complicated, and began to become disordered. Even if you have 7 origins, so what? After all, you are just an upper mid-level suppress me. Han Sheng burst out with all his strength without hesitation, and the golden lightning field completely suppressed him. Mu Xing raised his head, no longer resisted, and all his origins shrank. His strength is not to control the origin. When he was promoted, all the origins were collected by himself, and his body was promoted, so his body was the strongest. When the field enveloped Mu Xing, everyone in the patrol team couldn't help but close their eyes. After all, there is a gap in rank, like a chasm, difficult to cross. Seeing that the domain controlled Mu Xing, Han Sheng couldn't help showing a smile and pride on his face. However, soon, this smile and pride began to solidify. His face changed slightly, and his brows frowned. Others couldn't see it, but he could see clearly that his domain could not completely suppress this person. The other party's 7 origins were not suppressed by him, but were automatically taken back by Mu Xing. The moment Mu Xing opened his eyes, a surging breath gushed out. Everyone saw a rising blood moon at this moment. This is Terra's city after all, and Mu Xing did not use the power of chaos. The blood moon continued to expand, and it continued to squeeze and collide with the compressed domain. Not good. Han Sheng's face suddenly changed, and he put his hands together, trying to completely suppress Mu Xing. However, when he saw Mu Xing's cold and expressionless eyes, his body and mind trembled violently. He saw the other party wielding the moonlight sword, and the blade was stained with 7 colors of origin. With a sword slash, 7 colors of light gushed out, tearing his golden lightning domain. At the same time, a hole was torn in his upper armor, and blood splattered from his chest. He screamed and flew backwards. At this moment, the entire 13th Regiment was silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared with wide eyes and mouths, with incredible faces. Mu Xing walked out of the broken field step by step. Han Zhou rushed out of the dust with his messy hair flying, wearing a damaged armor. I'm going to kill you. His body was changing, and he directly manifested his apostle body. It was a huge golden thunder ball, with runes surrounding the ball, and a ferocious face could be vaguely seen in the middle. Mu Xing did not retreat or evade, and the moonlight sword in his hand began to unseal, and the violent apostle power surged out. Among the 7 colors, a dark gold was blending into it. At the same time, the 9-story tower above his head was suspended above his head, guarding him. In the first 7 floors, except for the evil spirits, all the lucky charms were waking up. The spider Rom in the 8th floor trembled, as if waking up too. Han Sheng saw a flash of killing intent in Mu Xing's eyes. He felt the great fear of death rising in his heart. He was an apostle, but he was worried about being killed by a superior. He growled and wanted to reveal his true form completely. Mu Xing opened his eyes, and was about to raise the sword in his hand. Although he was reluctant to kill a defense apostle on the first day of joining the group, he was forced to do it. Enough. Just at this moment, a cold voice sounded. The voice was like an ice blade coming from an unknown time and space, and the moment it passed Han Sheng, it almost cut off his head. However, the ice blade only cut off a few of his hairs and stopped. Han Sheng was shocked, his body trembled, and his apostle power was extinguished like a candle. The whole person was frozen into an ice sculpture, and with a snap, he fell to the ground like a statue. This is. A door of ice and snow opened behind Han Sheng, and a woman in an ice dress walked out. Her white hair seemed to be condensed by frost, and her eyes were filled with a cold light. Mu Xing on the opposite side instantly sensed a strong danger. This woman is very strong and dangerous. Although he is also an apostle, he is not an ordinary apostle. He is probably a mid-level or high-level apostle, stronger than Han Sheng. Mu Xing raised the moonlight great sword in his hand fearlessly, and his momentum was still rising. If she wanted to make a move, he would not hesitate even if he broke the sky today. Feeling the murderous intent in Mu Xing's eyes, the woman first glanced at Han Sheng on the ground, and then raised her head to look at Mu Xing. You want to attack me? You can try. Mu Xing's voice was cold, as if it was colder than the ice and snow surrounding the woman. Shiman Xiaoxiao, who had already escaped from the suppression, ran over and tugged at the corner of Mu Xing's clothes. Don't do it, he is the deputy leader of the Eagle Group of the Defense Corps, nicknamed Snow Owl. Mu Xing said expressionlessly, It's really a nest of snakes and rats. Anyone dares to break into our patrol group. It's really true that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims to be the king, right? This is not polite at all. Mu Xing has secretly prepared to sacrifice the Chaos Freak. Through the sacrifice, his strength can be temporarily pushed to the apostle level. As long as it is not the god level, she will be killed anyway. The voice reached the ears of the woman opposite, who also frowned slightly. As he spoke, he was about to step into the gate of their 13th Regiment's base. However, Mu Xing's momentum rose again, and he shouted in a low voice, Dare to take a step forward, die. The woman's raised right foot was suspended in the air. She felt a terrifying eye in the void staring at her, as if she would really be killed by Mu Xing if she took a step forward. At this moment, Mu Xing felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. Okay, that's enough. If we really kill him, the leader of the Eagle Regiment will probably come over and make a scene. Mu Xing turned around and saw the tall Zhao Hui. Leader? Sorry, I was late because of a meeting. He smiled at Mu Xing. Then he stared at the Snow Owl at the door. Although he seemed to be asking Mu Xing to stop, his attitude was clear, and his tone was full of warning and ridicule towards the Snow Owl. The Snow Owl did not enter the gate of the 13th Regiment after all. She snorted coldly. Good, very good, your patrol team has really become more capable. What? You don't accept it? Come in and practice for a while, if you have the ability? Zhao Hui took a step forward, and a terrifying momentum gushed out, and four terrifying origins vented out, and the whole station was shaking. Mu Xing was a little surprised that the leader Zhao Hui was actually a four-origin apostle. Chapter 680. Barbaric. The Snow Owl snorted coldly, and the ice spikes around his body began to dissipate. Zhao Hui chuckled. Civilization is for civilized people, you are not worthy. The Snow Owl was obviously shocked by Zhao Hui's momentum. Although Zhao Hui was only a beginner apostle, he was a four-attribute apostle. If they really fought, he would not be his opponent. Captain Zhao Hui, I am sorry for the offense. It is my defense team's fault. I apologize to you. The Snow Owl finally gave in. After all, this was the patrol team's territory. No need to apologize, just don't do it again. Here. Han Sheng had just crawled out of the ice, his face full of anger. Zhao Hui, I'm going to the parliament to report your 13th Regiment for harboring a suspect. Suspect? What suspect? It's him. I suspect he's a chaos spy. Han Sheng pointed at Mu Xing, who had already put away his original power. Him? Bullshit. Shui Yu was personally recommended by General Yuan and specially recruited by the Supreme Council to be the leader of the 14th Regiment of the Future Patrol Corps. Do you still doubt him? Who do you think you are? Zhao Hui immediately started to curse, not giving him any face. What? Han Sheng's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Even the snowy owl at the door couldn't help but look up at Mu Xing, who was carrying a big sword. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Xing. At this moment, he became the focus of everyone. Han Sheng, right? Today I will report to the parliament and report what you did today. You are so arrogant and domineering, abusing your power, and daring to come to my 13th Regiment to arrest people without evidence, and you also hurt my people and smashed my base. Do you think Terra City is owned by your family? Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will make you, Han Sheng, get out of the defense group. Plop. Han Sheng's face turned pale. He took 2 steps back and fell on the wall. The snowy owl next to him even moved 2 steps to the right, away from Han Sheng. There was no expression on her face, but she hated this guy in her heart. She just saw the defense group and the patrol group fighting, and subconsciously went to help the defense group. Who would have thought that this guy was going to arrest the future subgroup leader without knowing the truth, and beat up his people, and overturned his base? If he really wanted to investigate, he would probably be considered an accomplice. Chaos, he clearly has the aura of chaos. Han Sheng growled in despair. Are you talking about this? Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the pure aura of chaos surrounded his palm. However, a bronze letter of appointment appeared in his left hand, from the Supreme Council of Terra. Yes, I do have the power of chaos, but from today on, if you dare to say a word, don't blame me for not reminding you. At this moment, a series of golden locks fell and embedded themselves in the bodies of everyone present except Mu Xing. At the same time, a familiar voice of the survival system came into everyone's mind. Please follow the highest confidentiality rules of the survival system for what you see and hear today, otherwise you will be punished according to the confidentiality rules. Mu Xing also heard this voice, and he was not surprised. As the most useful chess piece of the survival system, this kind of preferential treatment is still available. Everyone present was silent. Even if they were not familiar with the confidentiality rules, the maximum punishment was very clear. The survival system rarely has a killing rule. Unless someone commits an unforgivable crime, such as joining the chaos or betraying the survival system, they will be punished to the maximum extent. Han Sheng's expression was stiff, and his mouth was open for a long time. Zhao Hui came out. I have contacted your team leader and asked them to come and pick up the people. The parliament will make a ruling on the follow-up. After these words, Han Sheng became a weakling, and the members of the surrounding defense team also looked ashen. On the patrol team side, Shimin Xiaoxiao and Jia Tianchuan had already stood up. The way they looked at Mu Xing had completely changed. Especially the members of the 13th Regiment, who looked at Mu Xing with awe and admiration. Who could have thought that the reversal would come so quickly and so violently? It had always been the defense regiment that bullied their patrol regiment, and today they had finally gotten their revenge. It was unprecedented that they dared to confront the apostles with the power of a superior. Zhao Hui turned around and looked at Mu Xing. I'm sorry, I made you run into such trouble the first time you came to the regiment. It was my fault. Mu Xing shook his head. Captain, you don't have to apologize. This matter started with their defense group, and they should bear all the responsibilities. At this moment, several beams of teleportation light fell. The man came with a fierce momentum, heavy steps, and rushed into the 13th Regiment furiously. The man was tall, nearly 3 meters tall, like a violent brown bear. He grabbed Han Sheng like a chicken. I've been away for a while, and you've caused me so much trouble. Captain, I'm sorry wait for the investigation and punishment. He threw Han Sheng to the team behind him. Tie him up and take him back. Mu Xing looked at the man, who exuded a terrifying aura, probably no worse than Man Shan. He knew who the man was, the leader of the defense group Xiong Tuan, Xiong Tian, nicknamed Man Xiong. Until then, Xiong Tian turned around, and the fierceness on his face disappeared, turning into a smile. Hee, brother Zhao, this time I didn't manage my men well, and I caused you trouble. For what these guys did, I will definitely punish them severely, and give you a satisfactory explanation. Zhao Hui nodded. He also wanted to stop while he was ahead, so as not to make things worse. Man Xiong, I give you a favor in this matter. I hope there won't be a next time. Xiong Tian hurriedly smiled. Of course, I treat you to a meal in a few days. Our defense group should have a good relationship with your patrol group to express our apology. No need to have a meal, but you beat my people, you say? Ha, I'm prepared. The man who looked like a brown bear threw a storage bag over. Zhao Hui opened it and glanced at it, nodding with satisfaction. Since there is nothing to do, we will leave first. Wait! Zhao Hui called him again. Xiong Tian suppressed his emotions, turned his head and smiled. I wonder if Captain Zhao has any other instructions. Ask your people to fix what I broke here, and clean it up before leaving. Xiong Tian pointed at the people next to him with gritted teeth. You stay and fix the things. Yes. Captain. He stared at Zhao Hui. Can we leave now? Zhao Hui waved his hand like he was chasing away mosquitoes. Let's go slowly on the road, be careful. Just as Xiong Tian led his men away, the 13th Regiment burst into laughter. Mu Xing was also infected by the laughter, and he began to like this place. Let's go, brother Xueyue. I prepare a welcoming banquet for you. Let's go drink first. Zhao Hui put his arm around Mu Xing's shoulders. Hey, wait a minute, Captain, take me to see the chief captain first. I have something important to report. Seeing Mu Xing's serious expression, Zhao Hui knew it was definitely not the farce in front of him, so he nodded seriously. The head commander just finished a meeting with us, and is probably taking a break. Come with me. He looked at Shimin Xiao Xiao and Jia Tianchuan, and glanced around. Not bad, you didn't embarrass our 13th Regiment. Go pack up, and come back to welcome our Deputy Head Commander Blood Moon. Oh. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. When Jia Tianchuan looked at Mu Xing again, his expression had completely changed. Chapter 681. After Zhao Hui finished the arrangements, he led Mu Xing to the patrol group headquarters. The patrol group headquarters is located in the southwest of the inner city. It is not only the base camp of the patrol group, but also the headquarters of the defense group. It's just that the patrol group and the defense group have always been at odds with each other. There are often some small frictions and conflicts between them. Captain, has the defense group always been so arrogant? How dare they bully our patrol group at will? Hearing this, Zhao Hui shook his head and said, Hey, don't mention it. In the eyes of the superiors, the defense group is a sharp blade to kill the enemy, and our patrol group is just a group of security guards responsible for patrolling. Whether it's personnel arrangement or resource allocation, our patrol team is far inferior to them. He sighed. Everyone is willing to join the defense team with better conditions and benefits, and no one wants to join our patrol team. As one side gains, the other loses, and we are naturally at a disadvantage. Mu Xing followed him along the long street. The street here was quite lively, and people wearing patrol team and defense team uniforms could be seen everywhere. It can be said that the prosperity of the entire street was supported by these two groups. It's just that the relationship between the two groups is not good. Unless it is necessary, the members of the two groups are unwilling to stay with each other. When walking, they will try to walk separately. With so many conflicts, why not completely separate the two groups, or merge them together? Mu Xing was puzzled. Who knows, anyway, it's the decision of the superiors. It's said to promote competition, but in fact our patrol group is always a foil. As he said, he looked at Mu Xing. You can be regarded as the beginning of the transformation of our patrol group, and one of our hopes for the patrol group. Me? Mu Xing pointed at his nose, a little confused. Not just you. After the Nightmare Omen order ended, the superiors seemed to intend to balance the power of our two groups. So they allocated a lot of resources to us, so that we also have some capital to attract powerful newcomers. Mu Xing understood. No wonder Yuan was so generous before. It turned out that the funds were in place. By the way, Zhao Hui looked at Mu Xing. Are you going to participate in this competition? Mu Xing nodded. Of course, I want to make a push for the newcomer list. Zhao Hui rubbed his hands. It's great to make a push. Well, I have a request. As soon as he opened his mouth, Mu Xing knew what he was going to say. Does the captain want me to represent our patrol group 13? Zhao Hui clapped his hands fiercely. Yes. What do you think? Do you agree? Mu Xing said, I can agree, but I have a problem now. What's going on? Zhao Hui asked with concern. Let's talk after we meet the Grand Commander. Okay. Unconsciously, Zhao Hui quickened his pace, and took Mu Xing to the Inspection Corps headquarters. At the end of this street, there stood two magnificent buildings. In front of the Inspection Corps headquarters stood a sword, and in front of the Defense Corps stood a shield. Captain, is this the other way around? Shouldn't we be the shield? Mu Xing pointed at the two statues and asked. Yes, our original position was the sword of the Parliament, but we couldn't develop as well as they did, so. He shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The head of the group just sent a message and asked us to go directly to his office. When Zhao Hui and Mu Xing walked into the inspection team building, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was talking and pointing. What's going on? Your inspection team has never seen a newcomer. Mu Xing was a little scared by being looked at. It's not that I haven't seen newcomers, but I haven't seen a newcomer as powerful as you. When you first came here, the news that you defeated Han Sheng and forced the Snow Owl to retreat by yourself has spread. Mu Xing was a little speechless. Didn't they say that they had to abide by the confidentiality code? It seemed that they were only keeping the details and his identity secret, not the dispute just now. Just then, a man in military uniform came over, with red hair and blue eyes, and an old-fashioned flintlock rifle on his waist. He ignored Zhao Hui and walked up to Mu Xing. Hello, let me introduce myself first. I am Alas, the captain of the 11th Regiment. Vice Captain Xueyue, are you interested in joining my 11th Regiment? The 11th Regiment has the best weapons resources of the patrol group. Before Mu Xing could answer, he turned around and saw a skywing with wings and a halo on his head. Hello, I am Liam, the leader of the 8th Regiment. I would like to invite Vice Leader Blood Moon to join our 8th Regiment. Then, Mu Xing was surrounded by 5 or 6 people, who invited him one after another. Get out of here. I'm still here. Are there any laws for openly poaching people in front of me? Zhao Hui shouted, shocking many people. Hui, what you said is wrong. Vice Leader Blood Moon is only staying in your group temporarily. As for whether he will go to other groups, it is not up to you to decide. That's right, Blood Moon, come to our 5th regiment. Our 5th regiment has a lot of source materials, and Vice Captain Blood Moon can have as much as he wants. Come to our 3rd regiment. Crack. Just then, a majestic figure pushed open the office door, and the entire corridor instantly became quiet. What are you all arguing about here? Is there nothing else for the patrol team to do? Mu Xing recognized the man at a glance. He was the man in the portrait hanging in Zhao Hui's office. The real person looked more majestic and imposing than the portrait. Hello, Grand Commander. Mu Xing hurriedly saluted. Ron nodded. Zhao Hui, Shui Yu, you come in, everyone else go away. After Ron said this, the others hurriedly dispersed. Mu Xing followed the Grand Commander into the office, which was as simple and clean as Zhao Hui's office. I heard you have something to talk to me about. Ron also took the initiative to pour a glass of water for Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked around. Grand Commander, is Advisor Yuan not here? Oh, he is at a meeting in the Parliament, and he will probably come over after the meeting. Mu Xing didn't say much nonsense, and directly opened his collar to reveal the Xing snail mark on his shoulder blade. The moment he saw the mark, Ron frowned and moved forward to observe it carefully. Zhao Hui next to him also moved forward with a serious face. Could this be Chaos Lord Mark? Ron said seriously. What's going on? He asked. Mu Xing did not hide anything and roughly recounted his experiences yesterday and today. After listening, both of them were silent. Ron stared at him and said, So, this mark was left by the Void God Sui Kong, and then you faced the Chaos Lord Xing Snail directly? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Hui beside him was dumbfounded. He knew that this specially recruited deputy leader was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. That was a half-step multi-dimensional Void God, and a multi-dimensional Chaos Lord. Not to mention a high-level apostle like him, even an ordinary apostle would probably be stared to death. However, he not only avoided these crises, but also made the Chaos Lord helpless against him, and could only plant the Chaos Lord mark. Mu Xing looked up and said, I came here this time. One is to report to the Grand Leader, and the other is to find a way to remove this mark. Ron understood what he meant. Do you want to see Sui Kong? Mu Xing nodded. My mark was left by the Void God Sui Kong. He may know how to remove it. Ron pondered for a while. I will use my authority to check the database of Terra's city first. As for whether I can see the Void God, I have to ask Yuan's opinion. Chapter 682. Soon. When Ron walked out of the vortex, a familiar figure followed him. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've made big news just after you came. Yuan put his hands on his hips, and looked at him with a smile. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. I wouldn't have come if I had known. Here. Ron, the head of the group, was holding a pile of archives in his hands. Stop bickering, both of you. Come over and sort out the information first. This is all the archives I can find about the Chaos Lord's mark. Yuan hooked his finger at Mu Xing, signaling him to bend down. Then he pulled open Mu Xing's collar with one hand, and observed the blue mark embedded on his shoulder blade. In Terra City, this mark looked dim and completely suppressed. Only faint stars could be seen flowing in the vortex. TSK, that old thing Xinghua is really willing to spend a lot of money, and he is willing to pay a huge price to descend into the real world with his real body to hunt down a small upper position like you. I haven't been treated like this for so many years. Mu Xing pulled back his collar and asked in confusion, a huge price? Yuan nodded, still smiling. You may not know that in order to forcibly descend into the real world, he activated the hidden chest that had been buried for many years, and only at the cost of consuming several god-level traders was he able to complete his descent. Mu Xing was stunned. So you have always known? Haha, of course I know. I noticed when the old man's tentacles stretched out from the defense line. You don't really think that he, a Chaos Master, can hide from the barrier set up by Terra City without anyone noticing, right? Mu Xing looked unhappy. Then you let that old guy Xinghua come. I almost died in his hands. He was terrified when he thought of that scene. Don't worry, not only the Parliament, but also the 5 speakers of Terra City are watching. It's impossible for you to get into trouble. Mu Xing expressed doubts. If the evil spirit hadn't called the Cthulhu embryo to wake him up, he would have been swallowed by Xinghua. Yuan clapped his hands. In short, this time we not only remove the hidden players, but also dug out many traitors. You can be said to have made an indelible contribution. So what? Where's the reward? Mu Xing stretched out his hand to him. Don't worry, there will be a reward. Yuan walked to the table and began to look through the files, and Mu Xing quickly joined in. These files with top secrets printed on them are not accessible to ordinary people. They are not electronically archived, and the covers are protected by spells. They are usually placed in the most heavily guarded archives. And now, they are openly placed in front of him. Mu Xing casually flipped through a few files, and they were indeed all top secrets related to the Chaos Overlord Xing Snail. There are data obtained through active investigation and research, and there are also secrets dug out from the malice of traitors. Finally, when they were about to read through all the data, they finally found the data about the domination mark. Found it here. Yuan took a file with information about the domination mark. The record showed that someone had been planted with the domination mark by Xing Snail in the nightmare battlefield. Why only half? What about the rest? Mu Xing looked through the data and found that only half of it was recorded in this file, with a beginning but no end. Ron next to him held up another document. Here. Mu Xing hurried over. Captain, what's the situation with that person? He betrayed. He betrayed? Mu Xing looked at the words on the record. Many places were blacked out, and those blacked out words seemed to be alive, still wriggling on the paper. What's going on? Mu Xing was confused. Is this that guy? Yuan looked up at Ron. Ron nodded. The information about him has always been a sealed top secret file. If it weren't for the authorization from above this time, no one except the members of the parliament would be qualified to investigate these materials. No, who are you talking about? Mu Xing looked curious. When he went back to look at the previous file, he suddenly realized that there was no record of this person's specific identity in the entire file. This person's identity information was completely erased by some force. Yuan turned around and said, I can only tell you that this person was once an absolute genius in the survival system, and later, he was marked by Xing Snail in a battle. By the time we found out, it was too late. He betrayed the survival system and joined the Chaos Camp. Mu Xing was puzzled. How is it possible? As survivors, how could they hide their rebellion from the survival system? Yuan shook his head. You still underestimate the power of chaos. The 7 Chaos Masters you have seen are far from the full strength of chaos. The survival system is not omnipotent and cannot be comprehensive. This person's rebellion had a huge impact on the battlefield defense line. The first line of defense fell at that time. Mu Xing was surprised and became more and more curious about the identity of that person. Who is he? There's no need to hide it from you. He is also marked with the mark of the Chaos Lord. You may meet him one day. Do you know the first Chaos King? Yuan asked back. Are you talking about the strongest one under the Lord, the first Chaos King who is known as the most qualified to break through the multiverse and become the 8th Chaos Lord? Mu Xing's mind automatically popped up this information, but he didn't know before that the first Chaos King was actually a human traitor. Yuan nodded. Yes, it's him. His information is top secret in the nightmare battlefield, and now few people know his true identity. This person was extremely talented and had unlimited potential. He was the focus of the survival system's training, but no one expected that he would betray the survival system in the end. Mu Xing frowned. So, is there any way to completely remove this master mark? Yes, but... Yuan looked at Ron next to him. Ron stood up. Forget it, let me tell you. The council has a plan for the mark of the dominant, a plan against the first Chaos King. After this man's rebellion, he has been a major threat to the nightmare battlefield. If he really breaks through the multidimensionality and becomes the Chaos Lord, the good situation we have worked so hard to establish will be destroyed, and the balance of the battlefield will be broken again. We may have to face the same situation as before, and be forced to return to a defensive state. Mu Xing subconsciously took 2 steps back, covering his chest. Are you going to use me as a bait again? Oh, not bad. You have learned to answer questions quickly. Yuan laughed. Mu Xing shook his head like a rattle. I don't agree. Even if you kill me today or jump off the inspection team building, I will not be the bait. What about this reward? Yuan's hand showed a world selection item. What is this? Mu Xing was attracted by the item in his hand at first sight. I can tell you that this world selection item is the only item. It is the original world of the void that we found with great effort. If you miss this opportunity, you will never find it again. Mu Xing gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the world selection item. I will take this job, but I have 2 conditions. Chapter 683. Yuan seemed to have completely controlled Mu Xing. Just when Mu Xing reached out to grab the prop, he took a step back. Hey, Don't think about taking the things before completing the task. You are a real dog. Mu Xing growled with gritted teeth. Yuan smiled and said, everything has a price. You can think of it as a deal. Mu Xing took a deep breath, looked at the world with a blood-red moon printed on it, and chose the prop to calm himself down. In recent days, he checked the entire survival system, but found no news about other worlds in the death space. Apart from the Ishimura he had experienced before, there was no news of other dead space worlds. Now Yuan took out this prop to let him know that the world he wanted to go to was not included in the list of the survival system. He quickly calmed down and knew that he had to go this time. He directly extended his index finger. First, I want to see Sui Kong. No problem, I can go with you and help you pry open his mouth. Yuan patted his chest. Mu Xing then extended his middle finger. Second, I want to go to the Observer Council. What do you want to do with him? Yuan was stunned. What do you think? Horus, the incarnation of the divine seal, appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Yuan slapped his head. I forgot that you are also an observer. Okay, although it takes a lot of energy to send you there, I agree on behalf of the parliament. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. His two most urgent needs were met, and the resistance in his heart was reduced a lot. By the way, I have another question. How do you plan to seduce that guy to show up? You can't just throw me into the void, right? Yuan and Ron looked at each other and said in unison, competition. In the evening, when the torches of Terra City gradually changed from fiery eruptions to gentle burning, Mu Xing, led by Yuan, went deep into the underground of Terra City. This is the Terra City prison, where all kinds of extremely vicious and dangerous chaos creatures, or void creatures, are imprisoned. Terra City prison is divided into 10 floors, and the levels of imprisonment are different depending on the strength. The weakest person who can be imprisoned here has the power to be in a higher position. They held a pass signed by the parliament, so they had a green light all the way down. They stood in the downward elevator, and Yuan introduced the history and origin of the Terra City prison to him, while looking at him with a smile. Smelly boy, after a day, how do you feel about the inspection team? Mu Xing nodded expressionlessly. It's quite lively. Isn't it lively? It got off to a good start on the first day, and was almost caught as a prisoner. Then he was tricked by the guy in front of him to be a bait. Although Mu Xing thought he was the gold medal bait of the survival system, he couldn't use it like this. He always picked him to fleece the sheep. When I become stronger, I will put you all on the hooks and go fishing in the void. Mu Xing said angrily. Ha, then I wait for that day to come. Yuan laughed while picking his nose. Just then, with a ding, the elevator landed. Why is it only on the 9th floor? The elevator can't go to the 10th floor. It is an independent space-time, specially used to detain prisoners who have reached half a step into the multiverse. You mean besides Sui Kong, there are other half-step multi-dimensional prisoners imprisoned here? 3. Yuan held up 3 fingers. Including Sui Kong, now it's the 4th one. So many? Mu Xing was also shocked by this number. Why not kill them all? How dangerous is it to be imprisoned here? He was a little puzzled. Yuan shook his head. We can't kill them. Terra City needs void energy to operate. These half-step multi-dimensional prisoners are precious batteries. Mu Xing was choked by his words, which refreshed his cognition. When they walked through the long stairs, the 9th floor was full of god-level prisoners. Each cage was a small world, hanging like a lantern in the dark world of the starry sky. As if sensing someone entering the 9th floor, some cages began to tremble violently. A strong chaotic aura permeated from the cages. However, when the golden lines lit up in the dark starry sky, the cages shook for a moment as if they were electrocuted, and then became calm. When they walked along the straight passage to the end, there was a black disc suspended in the void. Looking down, there was a bottomless abyss under his feet, like a black hole that swallowed everything, slowly rotating. And nearby, Mu Xing saw a huge eyeball patrolling here. Mu Xing didn't expect to see the supervisor he hadn't seen for a long time here. It can be seen how much the survival system attaches importance to the Terra City prison. What's next? Mu Xing stood on the disc and looked around, looking for a way out. Yuan waved his right hand, and the black chaos cover enveloped him, and then pointed downward. Wait. Before Mu Xing could finish his next sentence, he was kicked down by Yuan, and then he jumped down. A strong sense of weightlessness came over him, as if he had traveled through the entire universe in an instant. The surrounding starlight flowed, turned into a momentary brilliance, and stretched into bright white lines. Mu Xing felt that the entire universe was spinning. Here, he seemed to have become immortal, and all his powers were sealed. until he fell into the pure white world, and saw 3 giant black balls, and a giant purple ball suspended in this world. Just when Mu Xing thought he would continue to fall like this, Yuan suddenly pulled him up with one hand. Looking up again, he found that he was already standing on a translucent platform. The light ball in front of him was purple, representing the void, and a blue sphere was faintly visible in the huge cage. That was Sui Kong, who had become a prisoner of Terra's city at this time. As if sensing Mu Xing's arrival, Sui Kong violently hit the cage, making a banging sound. The giant eyes stared at Mu Xing. If the eyes could penetrate the cage and kill Mu Xing would have died countless times. Be quiet. Yuan knocked on the control panel on the platform. Mu Xing saw countless golden chains emerge from the cage, wrapping around its body, and even tightening. Sui Kong finally stopped struggling and recognized his identity as a prisoner. The platform rose until it was level with it. Mu Xing lifted his collar and pointed to the mark on his chest. Tell me, how can I unlock this mark? In the cage, the giant creature emitted void waves that Mu Xing understood. What do you mean? Mu Xing looked back at Yuan. He scolded you. Mu Xing, eh? Then you asked? Mu Xing gave his seat to Yuan, hoping that he could dig out some useful information from that guy. A void god and a chaos will begin to communicate quickly. After a moment, Yuan looked back. There are signs. What do you mean? 2 solutions. First, Leching will solve it himself. That's impossible. He wants to kill me first. How can he help me to solve it? Then, there is only the second way, kill this Sui Kong. Because the mark planted by Xinghua is mediated by Sui Kong's mark. As long as you kill Sui Kong, the mark on your body will naturally disintegrate. At this moment, Mu Xing's brows were twisted into a ball. Is there a third way? Not yet. Chapter 684. When Mu Xing came out of the prison in Terra City, his face was filled with sorrow. Oh young man, don't be discouraged. Things can still turn around. As long as you can lure out the first Chaos King, a void god is not impossible to exchange. Mu Xing was speechless. I knew you were waiting for me here. You already knew the result, right? Yuan smiled and said, doing business requires integrity. If you don't see it with your own eyes, how can you believe the sincerity of the parliament? Mu Xing didn't say anything, but secretly vowed to work hard to become stronger. In the future, all these passive skills must be in his own hands. Without sufficient strength as support, even the so-called transaction seems helpless. Don't worry, I will take over this job, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. With that, Mu Xing directly started the transmission and disappeared in Terra City. Looking at Mu Xing's disappearing back, Yuan's expression gradually changed from nonchalant to serious. After a long silence, he sighed, who is not helpless? You are, I am, everyone in Terra City is, even the survival system is the same? The age of desolation is coming. If we can't stop it, everything will become nothingness. Try to become stronger, young man. One day, you will understand our good intentions today. Just then, Ron appeared beside him. Gone? Yeah, he's still pretty angry, probably a little rebellious. Why don't you just tell him the truth? Ron folded his hands and said, these genius seeds need a motivation, even if this motivation is fueled by hatred. Telling him the truth now will only add to his pain and powerlessness. Just like you and me, we have come to this point today. Don't we feel confused and unable to see the way forward? I have confidence in him. After all, he is the representative you chose. Although he is still young and cannot compare with other genius seeds, I think he will soar to the sky one day. Ron disagreed. Maybe. Yuan raised his fists and stretched lazily. I'm leaving first. The next stage of the battle is about to begin. I have to rush back to the defense line to formulate a battle plan. Ron, I leave this kid to you. Don't let me down. Don't worry, teacher. You should know that I am your most proud disciple. Ron chuckled. Back to Kowloon City, Mu Xing walked into the garrison with a gloomy expression. Hearing the lively sounds in the garrison, he quickly adjusted his mentality and calmed himself down. He saw Manshan moving boxes to the base. What are you doing? Seeing Mu Xing, Manshan jumped out of the car and greeted, Hey, our leader is back. No, do you really want to join our regiment? Mu Xing thought he was joking, but this guy was serious. I have filled out the application and passed the test. All I need is your signature. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. He seemed to have seen the test site destroyed by this guy's axe. Mu Xing pointed at the members of the Manshan regiment who were helping him move things. Did you really disband them? No, I just resigned as the leader and let the deputy leader take over. As he said that, he shouted, all the muscular men gathered. Mu Xing looked at these muscular men, with an average height of 2.2 meters and inverted triangle muscles. They were strong in size, and even stronger in strength. Haven't you met the Grand Commander yet? I have met the Grand Commander. These people put their hands behind their backs and bowed to Mu Xing. Mu Xing's head was full of question marks. Just then, a stream of green light approached at a very fast speed. He knew who was coming without even looking. Senior? Mu Xing looked up at Yi Chanfeng, who was flying on his sword. He was holding a miniature cave and falling at a very fast speed. Are you serious? Or are you pretending? Yi Chanfeng walked to the front of the camp and looked around. Although it's a bit shabby, as the saying goes, a mountain is not high, but if there are immortals, it will be magical. Let me decorate it for you first. He just dropped the miniature cave in his hand. The station and the cave began to merge rapidly, and the internal space continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it changed from an ordinary-looking station of the regiment to a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. The internal space was expanded more than 1,000 times, with mountains and water. On the other side, Manshan was not to be outdone and threw out a metal box. The box was opened, and various advanced training facilities were sealed inside. The time house, gravity room, simulation training room, fighting room. The station's style and functionality rose rapidly. The members who just came back couldn't hide their surprise and excitement when they saw the scene. The garrisons of those big regiments were just like this. Crazy, come to the meeting room, I have something to say. Mu Xing's voice sounded in the madman's ears. Not long after, the madman rushed to the meeting room. Did something happen? He asked with concern. Mu Xing did not hide the matter of the mark and described it roughly. After listening, even the madman couldn't help frowning. How can the parliament make such a decision? Isn't this asking you to die? It's not that I'm going to die, but there are definitely some dangers. Are there any other opportunities? The madman asked. Obviously not, but this may not be a bad opportunity for me. Mu Xing showed a calm expression. Since some things cannot be resisted, it is better to be free and easy. I will go with you this time. No, I don't agree. Mu Xing shook his head. I tell you because I don't want you to get involved. The madman stared at him. What do you mean? Do you look down on us, your companions who have been through life and death together? I'm not, I didn't. With a clang. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened. Looking back, all heads were raised. You, brother, this is not just your problem, but a challenge faced by our entire regiment. We can gather here and come to this day, all thanks to your protection and help. Yi Fei's steady voice sounded. Yes, Captain, whether in the survival world or the survival competition, we can always help each other and overcome difficulties together. It was possible before, it is possible now, and it will be possible in the future. Li Hongwei said beside him. Hearing these words, Mu Xing was moved. Unconsciously, the small battle group had become a big family, working together. Mu Xing said, this trip is likely to be dangerous. Although the mission assigned to us by the parliament is not a mission that must be killed, I don't want everyone to fall into such a dangerous situation because of me. We are not afraid of danger. The madman next to him put a hand on his shoulder. Even in the dangerous nightmare battlefield, we have never retreated. This time, we will still go forward with you side by side. Looking at the sincere and determined faces, Mu Xing knew that he could no longer refuse. He took a deep breath and said slowly, okay, if that's the case, then we will face it together. But before that, we must plan well and not act blindly. At this moment, a new fighting spirit was rekindled in Mu Xing's eyes. That was a fight for the future, and a response to the trust of the group of partners behind him. Chapter 685. The next day. Terra City. The competition is about to begin, and all departments in Terra City are busy. Not only are the major cities actively preparing for the competition and selecting competitors, but even all departments in Terra City are also ready to move. And Mu Xing plans to go to the Observer Council before the competition. It has been so long since he changed his job to Observer, but he has never had the opportunity to go to the Observer Council to complete the ceremony. Only after completing the ceremony and obtaining the secret method of the Observer Inheritance, he can be regarded as a real observer. Mu Xing had tried to contact them using the communicator left by Art, but all attempts failed. The last message received was that chaos was coming, and they would be forced to move. Now, if they want to find them in the vast void, they can only rely on the lighthouse torch of Terra City. Since the lighthouse torch of Terra City was lit, it has become a guiding light for survivors to travel through the multiverse. Many races in the void can also observe the lighthouse torch through various means, and rely on it to locate the void. The lighthouse torch not only has a positioning function, it is also an extremely powerful transmission tool. It can easily cross multiple dimensions and send the target to the designated location. If there are exact coordinates, the accuracy will be higher. Zhao Hui led Mu Xing all the way to the entrance of the lighthouse torch. He pointed to the towering building in front. Blood Moon, I can only send you here. You don't have much time left. It's best to return before the opening of the competition. Mu Xing nodded. By the way, Captain, help me contact someone and tell them that I agreed to her invitation to form a team. But it's not me joining her team, but her joining my team. Zhao Hui took the business card. Huh? Is it her? How? Do you know her, Captain? Yes, she is in Qi, a talented girl in the arena. I invited her to join our patrol team. What happened? She was rejected. It seems that she founded some hometown association? Hometown Mutual Aid Association. Mu Xing reminded. Yes, Hometown Mutual Aid Association. It is said that there are some talented players in this small group. I have tried to win them over many times but failed. He looked at Mu Xing. Why? Are you still in touch with Qi? It's a long story. You can find out the details about her yourself. Here's a suggestion. Now might be a good opportunity to win over their hometown association. Mu Xing said with a smile. Zhao Hui understood what Mu Xing meant at once. He, you are worthy of being my deputy leader. Thank you for reminding me. I go now. As he said that, he hurriedly prepared to go to Kowloon City. By the way, remember to contact me when you come back. I pick you up. He made a phone call gesture. Don't worry, I got it. Mu Xing turned around and walked towards the entrance of the torch without looking back. When he was about to reach the door, he was stopped by two guards. Pass. Mu Xing looked at the two guards with some surprise. Even the guards guarding the gate were of high power, which showed how much importance Terra City attached to the lighthouse torch. Mu Xing quickly handed over his pass. After multiple scans and identity confirmation, he was allowed to pass. As soon as he approached the gate, he was directly teleported to a special space. It seemed like the void here, and one could only see a huge torch beacon in the distance, whose true appearance was hard to see. In front of him, a control platform appeared. Please enter the target you want to search for. At this time, an electronic synthesized voice sounded in his ears. Mu Xing directly took out the communicator left by Art. Search, Observer, Art. Although he didn't know whether this thing was really useful, Mu Xing felt it was incredible when he thought that it could find a single individual in the vast void. Fortunately, Mu Xing had search resources allocated by the Parliament, so he could start a full area search. As long as he was within the range of the lighthouse torch, he could search based on his aura, coordinates, information, etc. When Mu Xing pressed the search button, he saw the huge lighthouse in the distance suddenly light up with dazzling light. The flame of the torch shot up into the sky, and the range of illumination expanded 100 times in an instant. And in the next second, the torch shrank back to its original size. Did you find it? Mu Xing asked expectantly. Congratulations, we have found the target coordinates for you. You can use the global communication function to contact the target, or directly use the multi-transmission function. Mu Xing did not foolishly activate the multi-transmission function directly, but decided to find out the situation on Alti's side first. Help me try to contact the target. Beep. The interface in front of me jumped to a screen similar to a mobile phone dialing screen. The object of the dialing was a virtual image of Alti. While dialing, Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh at the power of this lighthouse torch. The function is more than 1 billion times more powerful than his observer tower. It's really amazing. Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Tisk, it's just a void search. If my holy city is fully functional, the search ability will be much better than this broken torch, okay? Just as Mu Xing was sighing, I don't know if the movement of the torch woke up the Cthulhu embryo, but the old lady woke up. I saw a green blurry shadow appear next to Mu Xing, with a cat leash next to him. My dear, save me quickly. The evil spirit saw Mu Xing, as if it had seen a relative, and pounced on him and clung to his thighs. Looking at its messy hair and haggard eyes, it must have been bullied a lot. Mu Xing looked at the green shadow next to him. Are you about to hatch? It's too early, I need more powerful strength. I've reached a bottleneck again. Mu Xing understood what this lady meant, and she probably had broken through to the upper level, and was about to evolve towards the apostle level, and came out to eat. However, Mu Xing shook his head. Sorry, I don't have anything to give you now. She looked at Mu Xing. It's been so long, haven't you gone to the battlefield to hunt? Mu Xing sighed. To be honest, I got into trouble and almost died. As he said that, he opened his collar like a pitiful act, revealing the mark on his shoulder blade. The green shadow couldn't help laughing when he saw the mark. Ha ha, you big bad guy have come to this day, you are being targeted. Is there a way to solve it? Just after asking a question, Mu Xing shook his head again. Forget it, it's useless to ask you, you definitely can't solve it. I don't like that. Who said I don't have a solution? Mu Xing subconsciously looked at the green shadow. Please beg me. She looked at Mu Xing with pride. In the green shadow, a human face became clearer and clearer. Mu Xing rolled her eyes. You are an unborn baby, who has not even obtained the inherited memory. You want to fool me? Mu Xing was about to cut off the contact. Hey, how dare you not believe me? Wait until you are born. Mu Xing waved her right hand, and the observer tower emerged, sucking her into the tower directly. My dear, save me! Seeing that the evil spirit was about to be sucked in, Mu Xing directly tore the cat rope. By the way, this is my cat. You can't take away what I like. Chapter 686. After being rescued from the claws by Mu Xing, the evil spirit burst into tears. Looking at this look, how wronged it must be. I will definitely be obedient in the future. Don't send me to that ancestor again, wow. The evil spirit started to wail at the top of its voice. Mu Xing squinted at it. Is it that serious? It's that serious. I'm so miserable. Not only do I have to serve my aunt every day, but I also have to wear a skirt and a hat and dress up as a doll. When have I, a dignified evil spirit, ever suffered such injustice? Puff. Mu Xing couldn't help laughing. You're still laughing. It continued to howl. Then you fight back. You're a great evil spirit. Mu Xing said with a smile. Do you need me to tell you that I can beat you? Then it scratched its claws and described the horror of the female Tyrannosaurus in an exaggerated expression. Mu Xing rubbed the evil spirit's big round face. You're so fat. You haven't lost much weight? The next second, Mu Xing's hand was slapped away by the evil spirit. Get out of here. Get down here. Mu Xing was about to tease it, but at this moment, the connection with Arte was established. A cautious voice came from the other side. Hello, excuse me, who are you? It was Arte's voice, but the voice was nervous, obviously frightened. I'm your father, Arte. Before the evil spirit could finish the rest of the words, Mu Xing covered the cat's mouth. Mu Xing leaned over. Arte, it's me, Blood Moon. Immediately, a surprised and happy voice came from the other side. Blood Moon? Are you the one who uses the global communication? Ah, yes. I can't find you, so I use some special means. Mu Xing asked quickly. How is the situation on your side? I'm fine here. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, keenly feeling something was wrong. What's going on? As he was talking, a familiar roar came from the other side. All of you go to hell. Alter hesitated for a moment. I encountered some trouble. Has chaos invaded? This matter has nothing to do with you. We can solve it. Obviously, he didn't want to get Mu Xing into trouble. What time is it? Don't hold on. Give me a coordinate. I want to teleport there. Don't come. The situation here is really not good. You will just die in vain. Alter's tone was a little low. Obviously, he was in big trouble. Don't talk nonsense. I will teleport to you in a minute. You find a safe place for me. After saying that, Mu Xing hung up the call directly. Then, he made a phone call. Blood Moon? Is there something wrong? A majestic and steady voice came from the other end. Captain, it's me. There's an opportunity to improve the reputation of our patrol team. Do you want it? A puzzled voice came from Ron's end. It's like this. Mu Xing roughly described the possible dangers that the Observer Council might encounter, as well as his plan. You mean, let our patrol team come to the rescue? Go save the Observer Council? Mu Xing nodded. Captain, although we have observers in our survival line, they are scattered here and there. If we can win over the Observer Council, who will dare to look down on our patrol team in the future? Ron was happy when he heard this. Great, this opportunity comes at the right time. Our patrol team is in need of performance. You go first. I will go to mobilize the troops. With that, Ron hung up the phone and rushed out of the office in a hurry. Everyone, assemble the whole group. After receiving the support of the Grand Leader Ron, Mu Xing directly activated the multidimensional global teleportation function. The target coordinates have been locked. Do you want to teleport? Okay. Mu Xing pressed the OK button without hesitation. The lighthouse torch lit up with a dazzling light. This was the first time that Mu Xing experienced such a fast teleportation. If the normal teleportation of the survival system is a car pickup, the teleportation of the lighthouse torch in front of him is a rocket that soars into the sky. He felt that he was squeezed and rolled into a ball in an instant, and then torn into countless particles in the next second, or flattened into a two-dimensional flat state. Finally, it stretched into a one-dimensional line and collapsed into a zero-dimensional point. At the same time, the huge defense line of the observer has been riddled with holes, and behind them is the beautiful and rich home of the Observer Council. The huge observer towers support the dimensional barrier to block the monsters pouring out of the giant void rift. Outside the world, the observer set up a huge three-dimensional defense line to block those chaotic monsters. All of you go to hell, Trix roared, smashed a miniature black hole with a hammer, and swallowed all the surrounding chaos monsters. On the other side, Vigo, as a researcher, had fought to this point, and also put on armor and raised his two swords. The dark gold furnace on his chest spewed out violent dark gold energy, and crackling lightning jumped on his armor. The patterns engraved on the two swords can maximize the destructive power of the dark gold energy. He rushed out of the barrier alone and turned into a killing machine. Under the blessing of the dark gold energy, the broken limbs and arms of the chaos soldiers fell wherever he passed. A dazzling ray shot out from the furnace in his chest, and the ray rotated a circle, clearing all the chaos attacking nearby. Vigo fell to the ground with a plop, his body trembling, and beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Obviously, he had reached his limit. When his eyes were drawn to the entire battlefield, other places were passively defending, and only they could fight back. Art just woke up from his dazed state, and a chaos monster with fangs and claws broke through the energy shield and rushed towards him. At this moment, a heavy hammer fell, and the mass was compressed, directly smashing the chaos monster into a thumb-sized meatball. Alter, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and defend, the defense line can't hold. Trix's voice woke him up from his confusion. Blood Moon just contacted me, he wants to come over. Alter suddenly said. What? Both of them were stunned. How can we let him come over at this time? Reject him quickly. Trix swung another hammer, and the mass black hole opened, swallowing a large number of chaos monsters. Among these monsters, a pair of cold eyes lit up. It ignored the huge gravitational force of the mass black hole, rushed forward in an instant, and killed Trix. Be careful, it's the Chaos Child, Vigo exclaimed. Trix raised her head suddenly, and wanted to defend, but the other party teleported and appeared directly behind her. Fortunately, Art acted in time, and a dazzling data stream burst out from the tower behind him, instantly decomposing the Chaos Child into countless numbers. Dare to sneak attack me? Trix swung the hammer angrily, smashing the numbers behind her into nothingness. Art suddenly sensed something. It's too late to stop it. He pointed to a flash of light that suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky. It's the direction of the superdimensional lighthouse. Vigo noticed the light that burst out there. The next second, a stream of blazing light penetrated the entire battlefield, instantly vaporizing countless chaotic creatures and landing on the frontline battlefield where Art was. On the open space where everyone's eyes were focused, Mu Xing, who was curled up and kneeling on one knee, was slowly standing up. Chapter 687. Mu Xing felt his brain was shaking as he crossed such a long distance for the first time. He quickly adapted to the surrounding environment and supported himself to stand up. He looked up and saw that chaos was attacking the Observer Council as he thought. Behind him was the world of the Observer Council, a beautiful, upgraded Earth. Huge towers were propped up on the ground to protect the peace of this world. Unlike the world he was in, this place had already completed the upgrade and could travel between different dimensions. However, now, their world is trapped by chaos. Chaos uses some special means to block the surrounding dimensions and space, making their world, including the entire Observer Council, trapped. Mu Xing just stood up, and a familiar figure rushed over and gave him a big hug. Long time no see. Mu Xing smiled. Trix raised his head. Huh, you haven't contacted us for so long, have you forgotten us? How could that be? I tried to contact you, but I couldn't get through. Mu Xing shook the communicator in his hand and said, Okay, don't make things difficult for Xueyue. We have been avoiding the chaos encirclement for a while. Even if he wants to contact us, he can't. Alter stood up and said, He looks serious. You shouldn't come here, especially at this time. Mu Xing looked up at the huge crack in the void, and the endless chaos was still pouring into this world. Why do I feel like I'm here at the right time? He was not surprised but laughed. Trix patted Mu Xing's chest vigorously. You've become much stronger. You've been promoted successfully. Congratulations. Mu Xing noticed that Trix was even more vigorous, and was already an apostle-level expert. Wei Gun next to him was not weak either. He was indeed a genius. His fighting power was probably not weaker than Trix. And Mu Xing also noticed that their defense line was the most prominent and the only one that could actively counterattack. As for other lines of defense, although there were a large number of observers defending, they could only defend and were unable to launch a counterattack. He waved his right hand, and Horus, the incarnation of the divine seal, appeared beside him and scanned the surrounding situation. Instantly figured out what was happening here. Most of the observers were high-level life forms with upgraded thoughts and spirits. Their bodies were fragile, and their combat power was all on the observer tower. In order to exert combat power, it was necessary to use the observer tower to extract a large amount of matter and energy from the real universe and transform them into attacks. In order to contain the observer council, chaos blocked the surrounding void and forced them into this depression of energy and matter. This greatly limited their combat effectiveness, and under long-term consumption, their resistance was constantly weakened. Not only that, among the chaos that came to attack this time, there were many chaos spirits and chaos thoughts that were specifically designed to defeat them. Those dangerous chaos monsters could invade the observer tower of the observer. Once the tower was controlled, the fragile observers would no longer be able to resist. On the other hand, Trix and Vigo took a different path. Possessing dark gold energy, they became the nemesis of those chaotic spirits and minds. Although they were strong, there were only two of them. Including Art, the observer who had just begun to learn how to use dark gold energy, there were only three of them. It was not easy to hold on for so long. Just after destroying one wave, a new wave of attacks followed. Trix and Vigo raised their heads and prepared to fight again, but were held down by Mu Xing. "You guys take a break first, I take care of this wave." "Ah?" The two were confused. "Hey, don't mess around." Mu Xing looked back at Art. "Help me contact the Observer Council and tell them I'm here to discuss alliance matters." "Alliance?" Art was a little confused. "I've called in reinforcements. I'm here on behalf of the survival line to invite your Observer Council to join the alliance against chaos." Art seemed to understand something. "I understand. I reported right away." Mu Xing looked up, and the dense chaos monsters were approaching the defense line. These spirits and minds looked like the minions of the Chaos Lord of the Fifth War Zone, Abyss Lord. Mu Xing muttered to himself. He rushed out of the barrier, and in the shocked eyes of the surrounding defenders, a 9-story observer tower emerged. "What is that?" Even Vigo and Trix were stunned. Mu Xing's tower was completely different from the towers of other observers. Each layer represents a special origin. Such a strange observer tower appeared on the battlefield, naturally attracting a lot of chaos attention. It surged like a tide, intending to completely submerge the tower. At this moment, the first layer of the tower began to unfold. Densely packed replica corpses rushed out from the first layer. Although they were not at the top, there were enough of them, hundreds of millions. Finally, the hunter who had not been seen for a long time walked out step by step from the first layer. At this time, its image had changed a lot. Although it was still tall and mighty, it was covered with tentacles. Because of the fusion of Cthulhu's power, although the current hunter rank is only the upper initial stage, the combat power is unfathomable. When those replica corpses rushed out, they immediately entangled with the rushing chaos. Then Maxon from the second layer emerged, and his body could be Valred particles at will. He did not take the initiative to attack, but split into countless particles and attached to those replica corpses. Further enhanced their combat power. The corpses themselves have super healing abilities, and when they are Valred particles, they can gather and disperse at will. If they are injured, they can quickly merge with other corpses to form a new combat body. Then, Alessa from the third layer emerged. She opened her hands. After the inner world evolved through the upper level, even the dark side of the consciousness of the upper creatures could be transformed. Countless dark monsters rushed out and joined the defense line. The evil spirits on the fourth layer were still motionless. I don't know if they are sleeping. In the forest on the fifth layer, in the abyss of the forest where tree roots are entangled, mycelium surged out. The illusion can control dreams and copy chaos. The big white dog transformed into a huge fungus ball, spreading rapidly around. Wherever it passed, the weak chaos were dragged into the dreamland. Then it controlled them to attack their own kind. The sixth layer of star color had evolved into astral body. The colorful stream of light rushed out, invisible and intangible, turning from a river into an ocean, flowing quietly, and the vitality of all chaos creatures was completely drained. When attacked by concentrated fire, the astral body dispersed into countless tributaries, turning into a surrounding light belt, forming a circle outside the observer's defense line. Those chaotic creatures who relied on their strong bodies were sucked into mummies as soon as they approached. In the 7th floor, Maria emerged. She was about to kill alone with Wo Yang in her hand. Hey, don't rush. Make good use of the power of the Hades Beach. No, I am the Hades Beach. She raised 2 double-edged swords. The left hand was positive matter, and the right hand was antimatter. When she slashed out, she was devoured by the void. The souls of the chaotic creatures she killed were trapped on the Hades Beach, becoming her consumables. Chapter 688. At the same time, in the quiet and serious Observer Council, although the hall was still full, there was only a sad look in the huge council. The huge thinking body in the center of the council was still simulating and calculating. The 98,007,721st deduction, the breakout failed, and the world was annihilated. The 98,007,722nd deduction. Countless results kept popping up, but all ended in failure. The gray-haired observer sitting on the high platform looked more and more solemn, and hope was sliding into an endless abyss. Everyone, please give your final opinion. The speaker Adrian, who was sitting in the main seat, looked up and looked around, his expression solemn. One person stood up. At worst, we can fight with chaos. Although the simulation calculations failed more than 90 trillion times, at least there were 2 successful breakthroughs, and the fire was preserved. I disagree. I think we should continue to hold on and wait for help. Although the breakthrough was successful in the deduction, what is the price? The price of 99.99% death in exchange for a 0.01 possibility. This is not a breakout. This is suicide. A man on the opposite side immediately stood up. Hold on and wait for help. Who can come to save us now? Chaos has blocked the void and cut off our retreat. Without the supply of matter and energy, we will be crushed to death here sooner or later, so we might as well give it a try. We can't fight. Fighting chaos is like an egg hitting a stone. Perhaps we can execute the decapitation operation simulated for the 43 trillionth time. If we successfully kill the Chaos King who launched the attack, we will win enough strategic opportunities for us. Behead? Let us observers rush into the Chaos camp and behead them. What's the difference between that and sending ourselves to die? It's better to fight them to the death. Ha ha ha. Just then, a burst of laughter rang out in the solemn Parliament Hall. A young observer looked around with a mocking face. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Raphael, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. Chaos has already sealed the void. No one will come to rescue, and there will be no chance to break through. There are only 2 options left for you, death, or surrender to the Chaos camp. When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar in the Parliament Hall. Raphael, you actually betrayed the Parliament and joined Chaos. Someone roared angrily. Raphael stood up. What's wrong with joining Chaos? Look at me now. Not only do I no longer have to hide every day, but I can also get the support of Chaos. And all I have to pay is loyalty to my ability as an observer. Compared to meaningless death, joining Chaos might not be a bad choice. As he said this, he looked at the speaker sitting on the high seat. Speaker, if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the entire parliament and the entire tribe, right? Speaker Adrian's expression changed, thinking quickly. I saw that Raphael began to emit a strong chaos aura. His hands and feet were alienated, and a hideous eye grew on his chest. He looked up with an intoxicated look and raised his hands. I can make a promise on behalf of Chaos. As long as you are willing to surrender, no one will die in this war. If you do not agree to surrender, death and extinction are your only way out. Plop. Many members of the parliament seemed to have lost all their energy and spirit, and collapsed in their seats. Raphael's eyes were cold, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. I disagree. At this moment, Speaker Adrian, who was sitting on a high seat, suddenly looked up, his expression serious and resolute. Observers are born free. We watch over, we observe, and we maintain the balance and order of one world after another. If they turn us into slaves of chaos, into their killing machines, and raise their butcher knives against those worlds that have been helped by us or helped us, then it is better to exterminate such an observer council. Hearing this, Raphael's face changed, becoming hideous, and he let out a terrible scream. If you don't accept my toast, you will drink the penalty. Adrian, do you want to drag the entire observer council into the abyss and bury it with you? He growled and looked around at all the observers. I give you a chance. Whoever kills Adrian and takes his head will be qualified to rule the Observer Council in the future. At this moment, the entire conference hall was in chaos. On the contrary, Speaker Adrian, who was sitting in the main seat, looked at everyone quietly, paying attention to their choices. I am willing to submit to the great chaos. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure and began to compromise with Raphael. With the first one, there will be the second one. Soon, more than a dozen counselors chose to compromise and surrender. Looking at these counselors, who could not stand the pressure and began to surrender, Adrian's sunken eye sockets were filled with deep disappointment. Ha ha ha, Adrian, did you see that? Are there any willing to die with you? He opened his hands. Everyone, stop resisting in vain, and join the great chaos camp with me. Bullshit! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. With a clang, Mart, covered in blood, kicked open the door. The communication of the Parliament was cut off by chaos. He killed his way here. At this moment, everyone saw that this usually gentle and even somewhat depressed man was like a mad lion. Raphael looked at Art with a sneer on his face. Look, who is coming? Oh, it's our lovely Mr. Prisoner who is back. Your defense line has been broken, right? Didn't you boast that you would defend your defense line to the death? Will you live and die with your defense line? Art threw a hideous head over. Throw it in front of Raphael, and it hit his desk with a bang. The hideous head stared at Raphael with its eyes wide open. Raphael stepped back subconsciously in fear. You killed Ellery. Is it surprising? It turns out that you bastards who defected to chaos also know fear. Bullshit, how could I? At this moment, there was a click. The bright glass window of the Parliament was shattered by a nimble figure. Raphael turned his head sharply, and a shining blue sword pierced his chest, nailing him to the Parliament desk. He grabbed the sharp blade with both hands, and the terrible power of purification was frantically annihilating the chaotic power in his body. The shadow of death loomed over his head. Before he could speak, the blue sword was drawn out, slashed back and forth, and the huge head flew high. The head fell accurately in front of Speaker Adrian. Raphael did not expect that he would die so hastily before his death. He stared at Adrian with horror. My fate should not be like this. When Raphael's body slowly fell, Mu Xing's agile figure landed, and he took out the moonlight sword and nailed it to the table. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the young man dressed as a hunter. I'm sorry to interrupt the meeting of the seniors in this way. It's our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon, from Survival Line. Chapter 689. Survival Line? Instantly, the entire Parliament Hall was filled with noisy discussions. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some were confused. Dong dong dong. Speaker Adrian knocked heavily on the table. Quiet. He put on the glasses engraved with countless runes and lines, and his eyes flashed with wisdom. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Blood Moon. On behalf of the Observer Council, I welcome you, he said in a leisurely voice. Mu Xing looked at the Speaker Adrian, who was sitting in the main seat. Although it was their first meeting, Mu Xing could feel the unyielding will hidden in that thin and old body. Mu Xing performed the observer etiquette he learned from Art. But his hunter outfit did make him look strange and unique. Hello, Mr. Speaker. Do you seem to know me? I heard Trix mention you often, but I didn't expect to meet you in person so soon. You are the most special observer I have ever met. As soon as these words came out, the whole Parliament Hall was in an uproar. He is an observer? How is this possible? Obviously, those observers who were wearing loose university scholar robes and looked elegant did not expect that the young man who killed Raphael with a sword in front of them was actually an observer. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and his Horus appeared beside him. The red eyes kept changing, looking around at the observers around. Boom! At this time, there was a violent explosion outside. All observers looked up. Their sights penetrated the dome directly, and saw the 9-story tower on the outermost defense line that withstood countless chaos attacks with its own strength. Whenever the first 7 floors could not hold on, a vague time axis would light up on the 8th floor. Time reversed, pulling everything back to the original state. The 9th floor was still quiet, without any movement, but no matter what chaos seemed unwilling to approach that place, they were afraid to avoid it. Even this powerful and wise speaker could not fully see through the tower. The calm face finally showed a hint of surprise. Mu Xing teleported in front of the speaker. A badge appeared in his hand. On one side of the badge was the city of Terra, and on the other side was the logo of their patrol team. I believe the speaker should know this city. Of course I know it, the eternal city that lights up the multiverse beacon. It has given new guidance to countless creatures in this dark void. Then he realized something. You are from the Eternal City? The Eternal City? Mu Xing didn't expect Terra City to have such a name. I came here to invite you to join our Survival Line Alliance on behalf of the Terra City Patrol Group. After these words, Various discussions in the Parliament Hall sounded again. Mu Xing continued, "If the speaker is willing, as a show of sincerity, reinforcements will come soon to help you defeat the attacking chaos and relieve the siege of the Observer Parliament." Mu Xing's words were like a shot of adrenaline, which made many depressed observers' eyes light up with hope. Of course, there were also voices of opposition. "We can't agree to his request. His origin is unknown. Who knows if this is a trap? And I see the breath of evil spirits on him." The speaker was a gray-haired congressman who looked respectable. He stood up excitedly, and 3 auras appeared behind him. A beam of light was projected, shining directly on Mu Xing. In an instant, people saw the wriggling chaos, the scarlet blood moon, and the shadow of the evil spirit that had been shrouding their heads for tens of millions of years. Mu Xing was too lazy to explain, and even too lazy to look at that person. Raphael proposed surrender just now, and he was the first one to choose surrender. Art frowned and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked at the speaker Adrian in front of him. "So, Mr. Speaker, do you want to choose to believe me?" Adrian stared into Mu Xing's eyes, leaned back and stood up, and nodded without hesitation. "I agree to conclude an alliance." "I don't agree." The congressman just shouted and stood up directly. "Adrian, are you crazy? You are the speaker, and a hasty decision will bring our parliament into an irreparable situation." Adrian snorted coldly and looked up at him. "If you fulfill your wish and join the Chaos Camp, can our Observer Parliament avoid falling into an irreparable situation?" I didn't say that, Speaker. That's not what I meant." Mu Xing couldn't help but look up at the speaker when he heard this. Adrian stood up and attacked without any hesitation. With the point of his right hand, a light ring with complex patterns fell down. The light ring directly broke the disguise of the counselor's appearance, and turned into a half-human, half-chaos monster. The surrounding counselors moved away and attacked together. The light ring continued to fall, binding him layer by layer. "There are still some dirty things hidden in this parliament. Let's solve them all today." Adrian was extremely decisive. The moment he made the decision, he was determined to draw a line with chaos. A blue eye opened on the huge dome of the parliament. That dark blue eye seemed to contain endless knowledge and wisdom. Under the gaze of this eye, those observers who either surrendered or were possessed were torn off their disguises. "Fight them." The exposed chaos roared, took out his weapon, and wanted to fight his way out of the Parliament Hall. However, Adrian seemed to have been prepared and ambushed elite guards outside. As soon as they rushed out, they were blocked at the door and killed. When they retreated again, Mu Xing rushed over with a sword and killed all the chaos like cutting melons and vegetables. He has the ability to attack chaos. Chaos sees that he is 3 points weaker. If he uses the chaos aggregation devouring ability, even if it is a chaos of a higher level, it will be killed without error. Adrian also moved. Just as the counselor violently tore through the restraints and rushed towards him, he thrust out the scepter in his hand. The scepter directly pierced the traitor's chest. He tightened one end of the scepter and twisted it hard, and actually pulled out a long sword condensed with countless knowledge. The long sword pierced the traitor's head and instantly solidified it into a statue. When it fell to the ground, it shattered into crystals all over the ground. Mu Xing hadn't expected that this old man's melee ability was so strong. It seems that not all observers are those literary researchers. Wow, I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a striped fat cat smashed the glass dome and fell down, with something bulging in the corner of its mouth. A closer look can show that it seems to be the limbs of some chaotic creature, trembling around its mouth. When the evil spirit fell into the observer's council, it noticed the terrified eyes around it. "Oh, we are old acquaintances." When it looked at Adrian, it sucked a corner of the limb into its stomach. "Long time no see, Adrian." Mu Xing quickly picked up the fat cat with one hand. "Don't get me wrong, it's just a fat cat." "Evil spirit, it's an evil spirit." At this moment, the entire Observer Council was in chaos. The fear that had been imprinted in their sea of consciousness for tens of millions of years broke out at this moment. Adrian's beard trembled, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he saw Mu Xing picked up the evil spirit and handed it over. "It's really just a cat. If you don't believe me, touch it." Chapter 690. Although Adrian tried his best to stay calm, he still couldn't hide his inner trembling, and his eyes kept twitching. Meow. The striped fat cat twisted like a snake in Mu Xing's hands. "I'm not a pet." Boom. Just then, another deafening explosion sounded, causing a violent vibration. In the distance, a huge defense tower was destroyed by an attack from outer space, and the huge tower began to collapse. Mu Xing's hand slipped, and the striped fat cat flew out and hit Adrian's arms. At this moment, The man and the cat looked at each other. Adrian subconsciously let go of his hand, and the evil spirit fell on the table. "Ah, you old man, I scratch you to death." Until Mu Xing lifted it up by the scruff of its neck. "Stop it." He turned and looked at the other observers in the parliament. "Don't get me wrong, it's just my pet." He quickly stuffed the evil spirit into the observer tower. Mu Xing smiled. Not caring whether these frightened observers believed it or not, he turned back and blinked at Adrian. Adrian recovered quickly. Ahem. "Calm down, everyone, it's just a pet cat with some evil spirits." After Adrian said this, the nervous congressman breathed a sigh of relief. And everyone looked at Mu Xing with a different look, sighing that he was worthy of being a representative from the Eternal City. "Okay everyone, I have decided to reach an alliance agreement with the Eternal City, and reinforcements are coming. Now I order everyone to take the initiative to attack and block the attack of the Chaos Army." Adrian's pillar stood up, and all the observers seemed to have found their backbone, and immediately became united. Mu Xing looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being an observer who can see through thousands of illusions. When the only correct line appears, they will choose to grab it without hesitation. This is the benefit of dealing with smart people. With a word or a look, both parties can reach an agreement. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, waiting for the speaker to give orders, someone rushed into the parliament. "Speaker, the situation is not good. Chaos has launched a general attack." Adrian looked up and saw the front line of the battlefield. He saw the chaos monsters pouring out of the void cracks. "All observers, listen up, prepare to fight, prepare to start the dimension engine, and activate the first void protocol. Let the substitute members take the position left by the traitor." Adrian quickly gave the order, and the entire parliament immediately started to operate like a delicate gear. Mu Xing and Adrian looked at each other, and they disappeared almost at the same time. When they reappeared, they were at the forefront of the defense line. Mu Xing's 9-story tower stood tall, continuously resisting the endless chaos attack. However, as the chaos attack became more and more powerful, the defense line he had built alone began to fail. "Look, what is that?" Art, who had arrived, pointed at the behemoth that had sailed out of the giant crack. It was a terrifying chaos warship, like a giant beast emerging from the abyss of nightmares, slowly squeezing out of the void crack. Its overall outline is like a twisted nut. The hull does not have a smooth surface, but is made up of uneven, winding, unknown metal structures. These structures twist as if they have life, and the magic of chaos continues to flow on the metal surface. The front of the warship is a huge and hideous bow, like the open mouth of a monster cursed by chaos. The jagged edges are uneven, and each serration seems to be able to easily tear through space. In the center of the bow, there is a huge chaos core emitting chaotic fluctuations. The core is like a living thing, making a sizzling sound, as if it is the painful and excited roar of this warship. On the body of this chaos warship, countless gun barrels protrude from the surface of the hull like deformed tumors. The calibers of these gun barrels vary, and the largest one is like a mountain. Countless ancient and mysterious runes are engraved on the gun barrels. Countless chaos creatures surround this huge warship, like loyal guards, protecting the safety of this chaos warship. The situation is not good. Mu Xing stared at the huge ship that was over 100 kilometers long, and it was heading for the defense line. At this moment, the huge chaos warship was ready to launch an attack. The dark and colorful energy began to surge in the barrel, rotating at high speed, like a vortex in the barrel. "Defend quickly," Adrian shouted. Mu Xing seemed to hear the roar of the planet under his feet. Layers of barriers were forcefully stretched open and stacked. Accompanied by a deafening roar, beams of energy that could destroy the world were spewed out from the warship. These energy beams have different colors. Some are blazing white that can melt stars. Some are sea blue that can freeze the entire planet, and some are pitch black that can extinguish the sun. Such a terrifying attack can easily destroy a planet, let alone a galaxy. However, the Observer Council is not a pushover. Just as Mu Xing put away his observer tower, the barrier that opened cleared all the chaos near the defense line. At the same time, the interception beam was launched to offset the warship's artillery fire. When those devastating beams were weakened continuously and fell on the shield, they only broke 3 layers of barriers before their destructive power was completely exhausted. At the same time, the observers also began to launch a counterattack. Attacks condensed from matter or energy bombarded the Chaos warship. They could see that rows of dense protective force field devices were distributed on the top and bottom of the Chaos warship. These devices were like huge hexagonal honeycombs, with orange-yellow light flashing on the surface. When the attack came, these lights intertwined into a tight net, covering the entire warship. The observer's counterattack has arrived. This seemingly indestructible force field also began to tremble violently, and was about to collapse. As for the Chaos Guard surrounding the warships, they were annihilated by the powerful artillery fire in an instant, and turned into dust in the universe. Mu Xing saw dozens of giant observer towers embedded together on the planet below. Ripples rippled, and the tips combined into a thick gun muzzle with a diameter of 100 meters. When the energy began to gather, the front space twisted rapidly and rotated into a dazzling white hole. The scattered free energy on the battlefield was instantly drained. The energy brought by the chaos has now become the artillery fire to counter the chaos. The next second, the blazing light is like the rising sun, illuminating the dark void around it in an instant. The Chaos warship finally blocked the previous wave of attacks. Then it panicked and put up the shield again. However, this time, even the shield in its prime could not withstand it, and was directly penetrated by the bright white light. The twisted and weird Chaos warship first shrank inwards. It was like being forced into a black hole. Then, all the energy was completely released from the inside of the warship. Like a supernova explosion, it lit up everything around it. Chapter 691. Countless Chaos creatures were vaporized in the explosion, without even a chance to let out a scream. When the Chaos warship was destroyed, it was not over yet. The energy that was supposed to dissipate suddenly turned around, and returned to the towers of the observers. This? Mu Xing looked at this scene in surprise. Can the shells that were fired be recovered? It's just a helpless energy conservation cannon. Although the recovery rate reaches 99%, the opponent is Chaos, and there will be permanent energy loss after all. Adrian explained. Just as Mu Xing was about to say that the 99% recovery rate was already very impressive, he saw more Chaos warships coming out of the huge void crack. This time it was not 1 or 2, but 100. This was obviously a sophisticated war of attrition against the Observer Council. Chaos even calculated the energy reserves of the Observer Council clearly. How to break the situation? Mu Xing asked. There are 2 ways. First, break through by force. Break through the blockade at the cost of 99% loss of the Observer Council, and send out the last fire. Second, decapitation. Try your best. Fight hard. If you can decapitate the Chaos King who is controlling this siege, you can save the Council from danger. Mu Xing was puzzled. With the strength of the Observer Council, if they fight guerrilla warfare in the void, with almost unlimited energy supply, as long as the Chaos Lord does not take action, even if they can't beat them, can they still avoid it? Adrian sighed. Because there is a traitor in the Observer Council. Traitor? He was my best disciple. For many years, I have been training him as my successor, but who would have thought that he would choose to betray the Council and betray me? It is because of him that we are in such a passive situation. Of course, it is also my fault. If I had not been careless, this would not have happened. Just as Adrian was sighing, Mu Xing looked at Art next to him. Alter whispered beside him. It is the chief disciple of the speaker, an outstanding genius known as the rising star of the Observer Parliament, Valentine. Mu Xing searched the relevant memories in his mind, but did not find any information about this Valentine. It seems that he must have rebelled recently. At this time, Trix and Vigo also returned from the front line. Meet the speaker. Trix jumped to Adrian and pulled his beard. Old man, are you finally willing to help? Hey. Art and Vigo beside him quickly pulled away the reckless Trix. Adrian looked at Mu Xing. When will the reinforcements arrive? Mu Xing picked up the Chaos communicator and tried to connect with the Grand Leader Ron. Logically speaking, with such a long distance, it is impossible to contact Terra City with the Chaos communicator alone, but with the help of the Lighthouse Torch, the effect of the global communication has not ended. Or maybe Ron has just applied for a new duration for the global communication, so it was successfully connected in a short while. Captain, the situation here is not good. When will our patrol team arrive? We are gathering. It will take time to transmit, about 10 minutes. Mu Xing stared at the Chaos warships that were crossing the void cracks. The situation is a bit complicated. I suspect it is the Chaos Lord of the 5th War Zone. Lord of the Abyss's men are causing trouble. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Chaos Lord of the 3rd War Zone, Xinghua, is also involved. The other party's tone became solemn. So what do you mean? There is at least one Chaos King behind this commanding the battle. I will send you the battlefield intelligence here. My suggestion is to carry out a decapitation operation. Decapitation? It's the same as our initial plan. Of course, if we want to capture him alive, I need to find a few helpers. Speaking, Ron said in a serious tone. In any case, find a way to delay for 10 minutes. If there is a chance, delay for 15 minutes, and we will be more fully prepared. Mu Xing glanced at Adrian not far away. I have to ask the person in charge here first. 15 minutes? Tell the reinforcements that our Observer Council can hold out for 15 minutes. Adrian's steady voice sounded. Grandmaster? I heard you. I will do it as soon as possible. You should be careful and stay safe. As he said that, the other party hung up the communication directly. Mu Xing looked up. Speaker, 15 minutes may not be that easy. As he was speaking, a larger Super Chaos battleship was slowly sailing out of the Void Rift. That Chaos warship is 10 times the size of an ordinary Chaos warship. Thousands of kilometers long, it looks like a metal continent floating in the void. The shape of this warship is even more exaggerated and ferocious, and those small warships form a circle around it. On the huge platform of the warship, you can see a throne made of countless skeletons of living beings. On the throne sits a Chaos King who looks like an ice-covered skeleton. He wears a crown on his head, and seems to be thinking, but also seems to be sleeping. The jelly-like substance wrapped around the skeleton, and after crossing the void crack, it became active. Beside this huge throne, there was an observer wearing a chaos robe floating. On his head followed the observer's eye with a chaotic aura. Unlike the auras of ordinary observers, this person's auras was completely alive. The strange living thing squirmed and opened its eyes, and the faint blue light, like the light of the soul, projected its sight towards this side. Adrian stood in front of Mu Xing, blocking her sight. Mu Xing immediately guessed the identity of the man, the proud disciple of the speaker Adrian in front of him, Valentine. It was a pity that he was wearing a black chaos robe, and could not see his face clearly. Valentine, you traitorous little bastard, if you have the guts, come down and fight me, I will smash your skull with a hammer. Trix's temper could not be tolerated, holding a sledgehammer, and scolding Valentine on the Chaos warship. At this time, a cold voice sounded on the Chaos warship. Adrian, as your former disciple, I am willing to come here to persuade you kindly, give up resistance, and stop struggling in vain. You have fallen into the void trap I carefully designed. Here, all external materials and energy supplies are cut off. Even if you still have the first void agreement as a trump card, how long can you hold on? If it were normal, Adrian would definitely not want to waste time with this traitorous apprentice. But today, saying one more word means delaying one more second. Valentine, I have always wanted to know, as my most respected apprentice, the future chairman of the Observer Council, why did you choose to betray me, betray the Parliament? Adrian stared at the black-robed figure, wanting to know the answer. Adrian, put away your fatherly and filial face. My world is destroyed because of you. You, a group of self-righteous observers, can obviously save our world, but still choose to watch it destroyed. My family, my friends, everything I have, left me in that destruction. Why did you save only me? Chapter 692. Mu Xing looked at Art next to him in confusion. Art glanced at Adrian and whispered, when the Parliament passed by a world that was about to be destroyed, they met Valentine. Their world was collapsing and destroying itself. It was the speaker who saved Valentine, but he did not save the world that was on the verge of collapse. Why, with the ability of the Parliament, it should not be difficult to save a world that is on the verge of destruction, right? Why not lend a hand? Mu Xing was puzzled. Alt asked him back, what do you think an observer is? Isn't an observer just a profession, a direction of evolution? Alt shook his head. The first rule of the Observer Council, the mission of the observer is to record everything that happens in the universe. And the core principle of the observer is to resolutely not interfere with the development process of all things. We have understood a truth since a long time ago, whether it is the material universe or the infinite void, it has its own special operating laws. We observe it, study it, and also respect it. In addition to time and space, matter and energy, there is also an elusive special connection between all things. Some people call this connection fate, while others call it cause and effect, or destiny. Although it is illusory, it is a real law. Anyone who tries to change this cause and effect will inevitably be affected or backfired. Observers observe this huge system from the perspective of bystanders, can see through the mechanism of the operation of this law, and stay away from this system, so that they can be self-sufficient. But if you have compassion, you will pull the thread of fate. The cause in the past will inevitably lead to the result today. Back then, Speaker Adrian had compassion and saved the child, but you saw the result, which led to the desperate situation we, the Observer Council, are facing today. Mu Xing looked at Art with a serious expression. He thought that this kind of cause and effect relationship was limited to the human world, but it also affected everything in the void. But, even as an observer, can you really escape this connection, and not be affected by fate or cause and effect? He expressed doubt. Alter shook his head. Obviously not, because our existence represents part of fate and cause and effect. So I am different from most observers. I never believe in staying away from fate, even if the final result is that I will be trapped in prison. Looking at Alter's bright eyes, Mu Xing was not surprised that he would have such an idea. This is Alter. He broke into the world of evil spirits alone. In order to save those poor escapees, he was finally imprisoned in a lonely prison by the evil spirits for countless years. Mu Xing raised his head and looked at the black-robed figure on the Chaos warship. Obviously, the fate of the traitor has long been deeply entangled with Adrian. Adrian's face was still calm, as light as water. Valentine, I told you the answer. You can hate me, but I will not regret the choice I made. Everything in this world has its destiny. Trying hard to save it is just the beginning of another greater destruction. This void is infinite. Countless universes are destroyed and born every day. Life is born and dies every moment. Its existence will not change because of anyone's behavior. As an observer, you should understand this. I don't understand. Valentine yelled. I only know that if you take action, my world will not be destroyed and my loved ones will not die. Adrian, this is the evil cause you planted yourself, so you will bear such evil results. I will kill you with my own hands and destroy the entire Observer Council. However, just when he was furious and wanted to command the warship to destroy the Observer Council in front of him, suddenly, a heavy pressure came down. With a thud, it hit the thick deck. He tried to turn his head and looked at the Chaos King sitting on the high throne. A teasing voice sounded from the throne. You have no right to speak here, humble Chaos slave. The huge skeleton slowly stood up, and the jelly-like substance on its body trembled and squirmed. If you look closely, you will find that the green jelly is its main body, and the skeleton is just an attachment. Lord Chaos King? Valentine looked at him with a puzzled look. The Great Lord said that the observers are a powerful and fragile group. Although they are not affected by fate, and can see through everything, they are not heartless machines after all. To deal with them, you often only need a little trick to find the loopholes in their mental defenses, then you can implant the virus and disintegrate from the inside. Valentine's eyes widened. Is it me? Yes, although you are stupid and arrogant, it is worth it for me to lay out the overall situation, which has led to the good situation today. The huge skull was gleaming with light, making him look more like a machine that was calculating. What? This is impossible. How could I be your chess piece? Valentine's expression was stiff, and he looked unbelievable. You are indeed my best chess piece. You can still firmly believe that you are a human being, not a descendant of chaos. I don't believe it. Valentine yelled. The Chaos King's skeleton lightly hooked his hand, and Valentine's body expanded and mutated for no reason. In his horrified eyes, it turned into a hideous chaos monster. Although it is really unpleasant for me to let chaos and humans combine, but you, the half-human, half-chaos offspring, are more useful than I thought. He looked at Adrian. Adrian, I will give you a chance. As long as the Observer Council submits to me, I can guarantee your safety. As a gift, how about giving this little traitor to you to do whatever you want with? The Chaos King flicked his finger, and the bound Valentine flew straight to Adrian. We can't let him come. Alter roared. He saw through the Chaos King's plot. Trix and Vigo beside him tried to stop Valentine from flying over. However, they underestimated the Chaos King's means. They reached out to grab Valentine, but found that Valentine became invisible and intangible, and easily passed through their hands. And Speaker Adrian seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Mu Xing saw the crazy flashing light in his eyes, and countless runes and data flowed in his pupils. Obviously, his battle with the Chaos King had already begun at a higher level. Mu Xing knew it was time for him to appear. He opened the observer's consciousness, activated the divine seal, and even opened the eye in his skull. Finally, he saw the vague mysterious line clearly. One end of the line was connected to Adrian, one end was connected to Valentine, and the other end was held in the hand of the mysterious Chaos King. He was the manipulator behind everything. The duel between the two sides was in the void, in the calculation of countless possibilities. Behind Adrian, the huge planet began to deform and unfold, and the entire Earth was transformed into a huge mechanical creation. Chapter 693. Blood Moon, stop Valentine and don't let him get close to the speaker. Alter screamed. The speaker is the leader of the first Void Protocol. Once the Chaos King uses Valentine to control the speaker, we will all die. Mu Xing rushed over, and a spider silk appeared in his hand, which came from the ancient god Ram. The spider silk wrapped around Valentine, circling and reversed upward. He asked Ram to reverse time to prevent Valentine from getting close. The Chaos King saw that the chess piece he had thrown actually flew back, and the green jelly on the skull face trembled violently. The terrifying pressure came from the distant void in an instant. Fortunately, Speaker Adrian behind him was powerful. He should be a powerful god-level observer. The pressure was blocked before it arrived. "You can't stop me." The Chaos King grabbed the thread of fate with his right hand, and directly broke the timeline wrapped around Valentine. However, Mu Xing immediately released Ram's timeline again, continuing to delay time. "Boy, you dare to stop me, you're looking for death." Valentine suddenly opened his eyes, like a puppet being controlled. There was no light in his eyes, only endless chaos. He was controlled by the Chaos King to attack Mu Xing. Mu Xing raised his head, grabbed with his right hand, and the Moonlight Greatsword fell into his hand. He did not hesitate to open the power sealed in the Moonlight Greatsword. At the same time, he devoured and sacrificed several Chaos Freaks. The surging power pushed his rank to the Apostle rank in an instant. Although he was only an Apostle rank, with the blessing of the Seven Origins, Mu Xing's combat power reached a new peak. Mu Xing slashed out with a sword, and the cold moonlight mixed with the power of the dark moon / Valentine. However, at the moment when the moonlight fell on Valentine, Mu Xing's eyes and his skull saw a thread of fate entwined around him. Mu Xing's face was shocked. He knew that this was not Valentine's method, but the method of the Chaos King. Could it be that it has mastered the ability to control fate? Mu Xing unceremoniously sacrificed the Chaos Freak again, and the moment it devoured and assimilated, it pushed him from the initial stage of the Apostle to the intermediate stage of the Apostle. Then, the high-level Apostle. And here is his current limit. Relying solely on swallowing and gathering chaos, he can't break through to the peak, let alone touch the realm of gods. Of course, he doesn't expect the power of the Apostle level to stop the conspiracy released by the Chaos King. This Chaos King is at least a peak god, even half a step into the multiverse. The gap between the two is too big, and the only thing Mu Xing can rely on is the old seal of protection left by Dagon. "Evil spirit, help me activate it." Mu Xing made a strange gesture with his hands, then cut them together. When he separated his hands, an old seal that could not be looked at directly appeared in his hands. Behind them, a blood-red moon rose slowly. Then, a golden living sun also appeared behind him. "Evil spirit, it's the evil spirit!" An observer screamed sharply. "Shut up, all of you. The evil spirit is on our side now. Hold the line for me." Although Speaker Adrian was in a logical duel with the King of Chaos, he still took the time to scold these observers. They didn't believe what others said, but they had to believe what Adrian said. Mu Xing raised his head, and injected various original powers into the old seal without hesitation. At the same time, all the summoned creatures around him emerged and injected energy together. "Not enough, fat cat, hurry up and help. Once the mission is completed, I will treat you to delicious food and spicy drinks. Don't bluff me. I mean what I say," Mu Xing said in a low voice. "Okay, I'm here." When the evil spirit began to inject energy into the old seal finally began to activate 1/trillionth of its power. Crash. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of waves. The sound of waves coming from the distant unknown sea was ancient and full of mystery. The Chaos King frowned slightly. What the hell? He instinctively realized that he couldn't let Mu Xing open that strange mark. Even he felt the danger of the mark. Just when he was about to kill Mu Xing, Adrian suddenly opened his eyes. The earth behind him had expanded into a huge three-dimensional disc. In the center of the disc, countless streams of light shuttled through, bursting out unimaginable amounts of calculation. The huge towers of observers became the calculation particles on this huge disc. Just as the Chaos King waved his hand to launch an attack, the disc began to deform. The main gun of the battleship under the Chaos King's feet lit up, and endless chaos power swirled and gathered in it. With a buzzing sound, the attack that was enough to destroy the galaxy with one shot broke through the layers of barrier set up by the observers, trying to turn this huge disc into ashes with one shot. Facing this devastating attack, a constantly changing hypercube appeared in front of the disc. That is, the Tesseract. Mu Xing took the opportunity to turn his head and take a look at the constantly changing hypercube. The moment it appeared, the chaotic energy that was enough to destroy the galaxy was completely absorbed and disappeared into the constantly changing hypercube without a drop left. It's interesting. It's a concrete four-dimensional geometric body. The voice of the evil spirit next to him sounded. Mu Xing's expression was still solemn, and he did not relax because the world-destroying attack was blocked. The old seal in front of him finally absorbed enough energy, and a scale flew out of the old seal, and was caught by Mu Xing. Then he attached the scale to the Moonlight Greatsword. The moonlight greatsword seemed to be dyed, from the color of moonlight to the color of the ocean. The blue sea water rushed out from the greatsword. Mu Xing chose the most energy-saving way to use the power of the old seal, a scale. To be precise, it was the discarded scale that Dagon fell off. Although the power on it was negligible, it was only compared to an old day. The moonlight sword in his hand slashed directly at the thread of fate that was entangled with him. Break it for me. With a puff, the thread of fate that was originally invisible and intangible was cut into two pieces by the blue water sword. The thread of fate tightly held in the hands of the Chaos King also broke suddenly. Valentine, who was controlled, lost control and fell downwards. Art was quick to seal it. The green jelly on the hideous skull face boiled directly. Damn observer boy, I want you to die. Facing the threat of a Chaos King, Mu Xing raised his head with a relaxed look, and casually carried the sword on his shoulder. Chaos King, I advise you to take care of yourself first, and see if your base camp is still there. What? The Chaos King instinctively sensed something, and turned back suddenly. His sight penetrated the void crack behind him, and saw that the base camp behind him was in chaos. Especially the bright flag of Terra City, which scared him. Adrian, you actually joined the survival line a long time ago. Adrian also suddenly opened his eyes, suddenly disappeared, and floated on the huge disc. The entire disc was completely activated. At the same time, a roar came from the other side of the void crack. Sadness, I'm here to take your life. Chapter 694. A dazzling light burst out from the dark void crack. In an instant, it crossed the barrier of the distant void, and a majestic figure was vaguely seen in the light. He broke through the barrier of the chaotic void, and punched the super chaos warship. Fire, fire quickly, stop that guy. A shrill alarm sounded in the command room of the chaos warship. The figure, like a scorching sun, was reflected on all the big screens. Some screens had already shown his identity. The Chaos King Sadness on the throne stood up, and the green jelly on his skull face solidified directly. Ron, you can chase me here. Do you really think I am afraid of you? The main gun of the Super Chaos battleship under his feet began to charge, and the terrifying chaos energy spun wildly in the barrel. But just as the main gun and the secondary guns were ready to fire, the huge disc that unfolded in the shape of a planet suddenly spread out a huge halo. The halo seemed to be composed of countless artificially carved luminous lines. Although it looked crooked, it was particularly suitable for this energy and material drive void. First void protocol start. The voice of speaker Adrian sounded. The huge aperture was invisible and intangible, but it could affect everything in this void. Then, Adrian began to issue instructions continuously. Analyze the void. Construct dimensional energy field. Simulate new physical rules. Modify the space-time frequency, and construct a phase force field. Inject simulation rules. Construct a micro-void field. The voice was urgent and dense. Mu Xing could barely hear it with the blessing of the old seal scales. All this was completed in a few short seconds. When Adrian raised his head, the light circle suddenly expanded wherever he looked, covering all the Chaos warships, and pushing them to the vicinity of the Chaos void crack. At a certain moment, Mu Xing realized that some rules in this void had been replaced. Those cannons that were charging suddenly misfired. What's going on? The commander of the Chaos warship asked loudly in a hurry. Commander, it's the first void protocol of the Observer Council. They have modified the void rules here, and our Chaos cannons have become ineffective. Damn it, why don't you activate the counterfield? The commander cursed and kicked him away. It's too late. Someone screamed in panic. They saw the figure in the dazzling light punching at them. Boom! The void should not transmit sound, but when the physical rules of this void were modified, the explosion also penetrated the void. With one punch, dozens of Chaos warships were blown into pieces. The last punch hit the flagship in the center. Chaos King Sadness no longer hesitated and rushed out of the warship, with a sea of green mucus gushing out of his chest. The green slime deformed and aggregated in the air, condensing into a hideous giant mouth. The giant mouth opened and closed, swallowing Ron in one gulp. The observers who saw this scene from behind couldn't help but widen their eyes and cover their mouths. He was eaten by the Chaos King? Trix was also shocked by the scene, and his tone was a little stuttering. Don't worry, that's Ron, let's retreat first. Mu Xing calmly took back his observer tower, and led them to retreat quickly. When they retreated to the huge disc, a warm sense of security surged in their hearts. Mu Xing looked at the first void agreement in front of him. This was one of the trump cards that allowed the Observer Council to fight against chaos for so long. It can be regarded as a super void computer. When it is fully operational, it can simulate the half-step multidimensional level. Of course, it is still far behind the real half-step multidimensional level. After all, it cannot be moved easily, and it requires the cooperation of thousands of observers and the overall control of Speaker Adrian. "Break it for me!" Ron shouted, and punched out again. Mu Xing saw Ron wearing a golden boxing glove, emitting the radiance of the sun, tearing the green mouth. The chaotic slurry sprayed into the void, and the broken green mouth quickly shrank back into the body of the Chaos King. He groaned, obviously not feeling well. "Sadness, you are so rubbish after not seeing you for a few days? No wonder I didn't see you in the previous battle of the defense line. It turns out that you came here to steal chickens and dogs. Why? Does bullying the weak help you regain some lost self-confidence?" At this time, Ron was like a burning sun. Of course, it was not the weird living sun of the evil spirit, but a real scorching sun. And his gloves seemed to be embedded with a superstar, providing the gloves with unimaginable destructive power. Sadness roared, "Ron, the king today is no longer the same as before. You dare to raid my base camp. Do you really think that the king is defenseless? Besides, the king has long gotten rid of the fragile appearance of the former god of chaos." He stood up, and for the first time stood up from the huge throne. Only then did everyone see his true appearance. His skeleton body had already merged with the throne under his feet. At this time, the solid outer shell of the super battleship under his feet was also peeling off layer by layer, revealing its internal structure. How could this be a metal battleship? It was a battleship made up of countless tangled and twisted skeletons. Its huge hull was built up of countless slender and rough skeletons. These skeletons were closely connected to form a solid frame, and the huge ribs formed the main body of the battleship. The ribs were not dead. The gaps between the ribs were filled with throbbing flesh and blood. The flesh and blood rippled with the power of chaos, presenting a strange state between freshness and decay. In the middle of the ship, in the cavity of flesh and blood, huge and twisted heads could be vaguely seen inside. They were the heads of ancient gods. I don't know where this Chaos King found so many ancient gods. He absorbed their flesh and blood, devoured their power, and blended these heads together to form his weird and terrifying body. In the middle of these heads, a green heart can be vaguely seen. That heart is the core of this super chaos battleship. The surrounding blood vessels are surging with dark green blood. As the battleship is freed from the constraints of the metal shell, its volume begins to expand rapidly, from thousands of kilometers to tens of thousands of kilometers, hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and millions of kilometers. Its huge size has already exceeded that of a standard star, and it is still growing. Grand Commander Ron is as small as a glowing dust in front of him. "Half-step multidimensional, I didn't expect you to break through the half-step multidimensional level. Sadness, I underestimated you." Ron's voice sounded like he was muttering to himself, and he stopped only when the Chaos King expanded to the size of 10 standard stars. Chaos King Sadness stood in this barren void land, as if he was the only master, and let out a terrible scream. The micro-void domain just constructed by the first void protocol collapsed at this moment. "Hold on!" Speaker Adrian shouted, and the disk began to rotate, and the micro-void domain that had just been shattered condensed again. Chapter 695. Everyone below half a step of multidimensionality is an ant. Ron, you should understand this truth. I admire your courage. You dared to chase into the depths of the void alone. Don't worry, I will treat you well. I will make you a part of this great body, listen to your painful and desperate wails day and night, and avenge the punch I punched you in the past. Ron smiled contemptuously. Really? Sadness, you have been away from the nightmare battlefield for too long and too far, and you are still immersed in your own world. Little did they know that Chaos had already been defeated on the nightmare front, and the first line of defense Chaos Overlord Dark Eater was killed on the spot, and the balance of victory had already tilted. What? Sadness' tone changed slightly, and then quickly adjusted. Ron, what a ridiculous lie. Do you think I will believe you? Ron shook his head, not intending to waste time with this guy. Come out, brothers. As soon as the voice fell, 3 more figures appeared around him. Yuan, the lord of Jiolong City, and an angel with 36 wings. The 4 of them blocked 4 directions directly, and then unceremoniously released their surging momentum of half-step multidimensionality. Flames rose from Ron's body, and a huge blazing sun crossed the sky, expanding into a star larger than the Chaos King Sadness. The appearance of 4 half-step multidimensional beings directly frightened Sadness, and what surprised him most was Ron. Ron, how could you also break through half-step multidimensionality? At this time, Sadness' voice began to tremble. The situation reversed in an instant. The observers in the distance looked at the scene in front of them in great shock, especially the four shining figures. For the first time, they personally felt the powerful foundation of the survival line. In order to deal with the Chaos King, for half-step multidimensional strongmen were dispatched. "Don't even think about catching me." Saturninus said a harsh word and chose to escape without hesitation. He knew very well that he could never be the opponent of four half-step multidimensionals by himself. I don't know if it was because of the swallowing and fusion of the ancient gods that he could form a special resonance with this void. Just when the four half-step multiverses attacked him together, he instantly merged into the void and escaped. "You actually want to escape? Chase me." How could Ron let this guy escape? Seeing that the merit was right in front of him, how could he let the duck in his hand fly? However, although Saturninus's combat power was average, his means of escaping were exceptionally good. The four half-step multiverses simply could not catch up with him in the first place. He kept disappearing into the void. Although his body was large, it did not affect his flexibility at all. However, at this moment, the Observer Council took action. "Saturninus, you killed so many people from our Observer Council, and you still want to escape?" Adrian quickly controlled the first void protocol to shrink the micro-void field and instantly controlled Saturninus for a moment. Obviously, Saturninus did not expect that the Observer Council, which he had regarded as meat on the plate, would become the biggest stumbling block on his way to escape. It was this moment of delay that the four half-step multiverses had already caught up from behind. Ron punched out without hesitation, and stars exploded on Saturninus' body. Yuan was in charge of control, the 36-winged angel was in charge of assistance, and the Lord of Kowloon City, Qin Qian, was in charge of cutting off his retreat. For half-step multiverses attacked together, and directly blew up the huge alienated fusion body under Saturninus' throne. Only his main body managed to escape and rushed towards the Observer Council. "I will kill you. If it weren't for you bastards, how could I have ended up like this?" He rushed over with a roar. The powerful force penetrated the layers of barriers condensed by the first void protocol and shattered the micro-void field. This Saturninus is a ruthless character. Even if he dies, he will drag the Observer Council to take the blame. Facing the aggressive Saturninus, Speaker Adrian roared, "Don't panic, stop him." The hypercube emerged, but this time it continued to change and added another dimension. It broke through the 4-dimensional limit and reached the 5-dimensional level. "Look, it's Hilbert space, an infinite variable space." Trix pointed at the mysterious changing space blocking the Chaos King Saturninus with a look of surprise. "It's rare that you know Hilbert space?" Alter couldn't help laughing. "Humph, isn't it because those old men forced me to write it down every day? I thought it was just a fictional concept, but I didn't expect it to be realized by the Parliament." Alter said, "It is the ability of the first void protocol. First, you need to build a micro-void field in the void and modify the internal physical rules before you can create it under ideal conditions. And it only exists for a short time, only 1 second. 1 second? Trix widened his eyes, trying to see the changing space clearly. Mu Xing also looked up, and the divine seal above his head was simulating calculations frantically. At this moment, a proud voice sounded in his mind. "Little gray ball, I want to eat the Chaos King. I sense that there is an unknown old flesh and blood power in his body. What the hell is that name? Can I have a name?" Mu Xing was speechless. The 9th-level lady's thinking became more and more active, and she began to learn to give him a nickname. "Isn't your true form just a small gray ball? That's called Chaos Blood Moon. I don't care, I want you to help me take that guy down. Just kill me, I just got promoted, you want me to die?" Mu Xing shook his head, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to get some benefits from this woman. "You don't have to do anything, just take me there. As long as I borrow the power of the old seal, I can naturally take him down." "Why?" Mu Xing's eyes widened, and he began to negotiate. "Unless I give you some benefits. It's your honor to work for me, and you still want to ask me for a benefit? I don't care. Anyway, I won't go, and don't even think about borrowing the old seal. You're making me so angry." Okay, as long as you help me take him down, I'm willing to help you once. You, a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, are going to help me?" Mu Xing expressed doubt. I can't do it, but I can call on the power of the Holy City and truly activate the power of the old seal, instead of just passively borrowing the power of the old seal like you, a little gray ball." Mu Xing was seen stroking his chin and thinking quickly. 3 times, I will agree if you help me 3 times. "That's impossible, only once." "Forget it, I'm at a loss, so I refuse." Mu Xing snorted, not seeming to worry that the other party would not compromise. 3 times is absolutely not possible. It will affect the development of the embryo. 2 times, at most 2 times. And as long as I eat the guy, I can also repair a building in the holy city. When he heard that he could repair the buildings in Raya, Mushing immediately became excited. He snapped his fingers quickly. Deal. Why don't you go? An impatient voice sounded. Mushing called out to Art and the others. Stay here, I'll be back soon. As he said that, he soared into the sky in the shocked eyes of Art and the others, and rushed straight to the Chaos King, who was blocked by Hilbert's space. Hey, Blood Moon, don't mess around. Don't worry, you won't die. Mushing rushed out of the barrier and shouted at Chaos King Sadness. Jelly King, your opponent is me. Chapter 696. Trapped in a strange space, Sadness, who was full of anger, suddenly heard Mushing's ridicule. This instantly ignited his anger, and he immediately understood in his heart that if it weren't for this ignorant guy in front of him, how could those half-step multidimensional strongmen follow him? He actually dared to take the initiative to provoke and ridicule him so unscrupulously. Satano's anger was like surging magma, and he wanted to kill Mushing to relieve his hatred. Mushing's sudden appearance at this moment also disrupted the established plan of Speaker Adrian. Blood Moon, come back quickly, you are no match for him. Adrian shouted anxiously. Don't worry, Speaker. Let's see how I take care of this evil today. Mushing was so confident because as time went by, the Chaos King Sadness's half-step multidimensional realm began to decline due to the huge body that had lost its supporting power. At the moment when he was blocked by Hilbert's space, his realm could no longer be maintained, and he fell from the half-step multidimensional realm that controlled everything to the peak god realm. However, even if it was only a peak god, it was still a powerful existence that was difficult to contend with for Mushing, a small superior. As soon as he got close to the Chaos King, Mushing shouted loudly, Grandma, I'm counting on you. He opened his arms and closed his eyes. A mysterious and ancient mark appeared on his chest. This mark was not the old mark of Dagon, but the old mark of Cthulhu, the great lord of Raya. For a long time after getting this old mark, Mushing didn't dare to use it easily. Because its rank was higher than Dagon's old mark, the price to pay for using it was greater. At this time, when the old mark appeared, a low hymn came from a distant unknown world, and the whole void was shaken. Ron and others who were about to chase Sadness suddenly stopped and were blocked by Yuan. Don't get close. What is that? Qin Qian, the lord of Jiolong City, couldn't help but look at the old seal that exuded a mysterious aura. Back off. Yuan also stared at the old seal, and led everyone to retreat quickly. Is Blood Moon okay? Ron looked at Mushing with some concern. Don't worry, you should worry about Sadness, not him, Yuan said. At this moment, Ron saw Sadness's face change color, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The arrogant Chaos King suddenly screamed in fear, and turned around and ran without hesitation. However, how could the predator, who had been ready for a long time, let go of the fleeing Chaos King? The old seal lit up, and a mysterious totem rose into the sky, and dense green tentacles surged out of the old seal. These tentacles penetrated the void, instantly grabbed Sadness, and tightly wrapped around him. Sadness was like a wild cat strangled by a python. His body became stiff. Or rather, some power in his body was sealed by the tentacles, and his body was completely unable to move. He could only watch himself being dragged into the old seal. No, this shouldn't be my end. Gurgle gurgle. Then, a creepy chewing sound came from the mysterious old seal. Is I actually eaten? Seeing this horrific scene, Trix covered his mouth in panic, his face full of fear. Art, who was standing by, also subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed his saliva. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. At this time, Mushing's consciousness had already followed him into the holy city of Raya. He saw the Chaos King Sadness being dragged directly into the holy city by the tentacles. The green jelly-like substance on his body trembled slightly, but his body could not move. A green tentacle slowly crawled out of the ruins. The tip of the tentacle opened its mouth and began to gnaw on his bones and suck his jelly-like body. Mushing stared at the scene with a dry throat. After all, he was a powerful Chaos King, and he should not be underestimated even if he fell. But now, he was being eaten like a snack. When the green jelly was almost sucked up, Mushing saw that there was a disgusting mass of twisted flesh and blood hidden in this guy's body. This mass of flesh and blood made him feel familiar and terrifying. What is that? Mushing couldn't help asking. Some flesh and blood from the past, no, maybe a higher existence. The voice in the green embryo was no longer as excited as before, only solemn. Old flesh and blood? I don't know, I just have a feeling. After all, I haven't hatched yet, and haven't received the inheritance yet. The green embryo didn't dare to eat it, so it deliberately pulled out this strange flesh and blood, and then sealed it in a corner of the holy city. Then it began to gnaw on Saturnus' flesh and blood. Hey, don't eat it all, don't forget your promise. Mu Xing hurriedly reminded. I know. The green tentacles spit out all the bones in Saturnus' body, and threw them onto the black obelisk in the center of the holy city. Mu Xing was wondering, but saw the black obelisk suddenly open its mouth. The mouth was full of sharp teeth, and the black tentacles stretched out and swallowed all the bones into its mouth. Crunch! These hard bones were chewed and swallowed. Mu Xing never thought that this holy city was actually alive. As the obelisk swallowed those bones, the cracks and gravel on it gradually began to heal and repaired quickly. Looking to the other side, Mu Xing found that the green embryo was stuffing Chaos King Saturnus into its stomach. You are a lady, can you be more elegant? Mu Xing couldn't help but say. Go, 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 you can go out, there is nothing for you here. Before Mu Xing could speak, his consciousness was ejected from the holy city by a powerful force. Damn, this is my territory, I have to pay rent in the future. Mu Xing shouted indignantly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Trix, Art and others surrounding him and observing him. What are you doing? Is there something wrong with my face? Mu Xing pointed at Art's hand that was on his forehead, and slapped Trix's hand that was about to touch his chest muscles. Hey, don't be so stingy. It's been so long since we last met. You've been exercising pretty well. Mu Xing slammed his head on Trix's forehead. Little brat, where did you learn these lewd words? Trix covered his head with a wronged look. Okay, don't look at me like that. I brought you a gift. Really? Trix immediately put on a smile and looked at him with surprise. Of course. Mu Xing took out a box and handed it to her. What is this? Trix opened the box and cheered in surprise. Oh my god, is it the basic framework of the observer tower? I know you hate tedious things, so I used my tower to build this framework for you as a gift. Wow, thank you, Blood Moon. She rushed over to give him a hug, but Mu Xing dodged her swiftly. The war is not over yet. Mu Xing looked at the chaos that were in chaos because the Chaos King was swept away. Speaker Adrian seized the opportunity and waved his hand. Everyone attack, defeat the chaos in one fell swoop. At the same time, a large number of chaos were fleeing in panic at the void crack. Observers saw the flag of Terra City flying in the void crack. Our reinforcements have arrived, follow me to fight. Chapter 697. Altar shout aroused everyone's fighting spirit. Trix couldn't wait to pick up the sledgehammer and rush forward. Wait for me. Vigor followed closely. Mu Xing grinned, drew out the moonlight greatsword, and rushed into the enemy camp like a torrent of moonlight. The four half-step multi-dimensional strongmen shocked the whole scene, blocked the void, and vowed to wipe out all the chaos. The situation reversed in an instant, and the powerful chaos continued to collapse, and gradually lost the power to resist under the double-sided attack. When the two sides successfully joined forces, only the floating limbs and arms were left in the void. As for the remnants of chaos who tried to escape, before the council could make a move, a fat cat shouted and rushed out. Mine, all mine. Mu Xing quickly suppressed the cat's head. I will take you there. If you are exposed, won't the Observer Council pull out your tendons and skin you, and imprison you in a cage in the void for billions of years? Hearing this, the evil spirit quickly calmed down. It felt that Mu Xing was right. At least it couldn't be exposed in front of the Observer Council. But he was impatiently pointing at the fleeing chaos. Quick, catch up. Don't let those snacks get away. Mu Xing was no longer polite, just in time for a good meal. He transformed into a gray chaos moon and rushed into the enemy camp, revealing his greedy mouth, and began to devour and gather these panicked chaos. At first, the chaos did not regard Mu Xing as a threat, but soon found that this gray moon seemed to be wrong. The chaos attacks of the upper level had no effect on it. When he was caught by the gray mycelium tentacles, his body was uncontrollably assimilated and absorbed, and even his will could not escape. And in the gray moon, there is also a dangerous living sun hidden. The tentacles wriggled, and the swallowing speed was no slower than this gray moon. Mu Xing chased all the way to the depths of the void, and almost swallowed up all the chaos that fled in this direction. There were at least 9,000 if not 10,000. He specifically swallowed chaos above the upper level, and even swallowed no less than 10 chaos descendants of the initial stage of the apostles. However, Mu Xing invested most of the energy he gained from the devouring into repairing the obelisk in the holy city. This obelisk is the control center of the holy city. Only after repairing this obelisk can other buildings be repaired. With the injection of a large amount of chaotic power, The obelisk began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the scattered rubble was rebonded. However, Mu Xing was not in a hurry to completely repair it. He planned to take the opportunity of repairing the obelisk to leave his own mark in this holy city. The fusion of the brand is not easy. The obelisk needs to be familiar with his brand, adapt to his brand, and finally fuse his brand. This requires a process, not just one step. Fortunately, the hand of the incubating ant can't reach here, so I just took the opportunity to accept this holy city. After all, the transfer of the holy city is an agreement reached between Cthulhu and him, and his reincarnation may not abide by it. Mu Xing took a look at the green embryo that was hatching. After swallowing the Chaos King Saturnus, it seemed a little full, and the amplitude of the surrounding tentacles became lazy. Mu Xing seized the opportunity to inject his will into the obelisk. He left behind the seeds of chaos consciousness, waiting to take root and sprout in the obelisk. After doing all this, Mu Xing confidently controlled his consciousness to exit the holy city and return to his body. The evil spirit had retreated to the 4th floor, burping and happily lying by the campfire. It seemed to have a tendency to evolve again, from the upper middle level to the apostle level. When Mu Xing returned from the depths of the void, Ron was leading the soldiers of the patrol team to clean up the battlefield. The moment they saw Mu Xing coming back, the members of the 13th Patrol Group surrounded him. They greeted him excitedly. Deputy Group Leader Joe. He rushed over excitedly and squeezed into the crowd. You are here too? Of course, we are the 13th Patrol Group. This time, 10 groups came directly. Look, the group leader is here. He turned around and saw Zhao Hui rushing over excitedly and giving him a big hug. My deputy group leader, you did a great job this time. I never thought that our patrol group would have such a brilliant moment. Zhao Hui looked around. Who said that our patrol team can only be patrol soldiers and can't go to the battlefield? Today, let those guys who look down on others see that our patrol team is also great. Don't you think so? Yes. Immediately, warm cheers came from all around. Then, more members of the patrol team rushed over, surrounding Mu Xing in 3 layers. They all wanted to see this legendary deputy head, who had brought them such a surprise just after joining the patrol team. At this moment, a majestic figure appeared here, and everyone quickly made way. It was none other than Ron. The gloves on his hands were shrinking and finally turned into golden bracelets. He approached Mu Xing with excitement and patted his shoulder with his big hand. Ha ha ha, good job. Mu Xing shook his head. Captain, this is not my credit alone, but the credit of all the patrol team. Ron nodded. That's right, this is the credit of all our patrol team. He opened his hands. Everyone cheer as much as you can. Oh. Not far away. Looking at the group members, who were lifting Mu Xing up and throwing him up, Yuan's eyes were shining with relief. Qin Qian smiled. I suddenly regret not winning over this blood moon in advance. Yuan glanced at him and smiled. As the saying goes, there are many good horses, but few good horse trainers. Besides, the city lord should not belittle himself. Didn't you also win a lot of favor in front of this young man last time in Kowloon City? Qin Qian touched his nose awkwardly when he heard this. Ahem, well, I'm just helping you this time to repay your favor. If there are good things like this in the future, remember to call me. He then opened a golden dragon door, and the half-step multidimensional power communication lighthouse torch was directly teleported back to Terra's city. On the other side, the 36-winged angel also came over. General Yuan, I take my leave first. There are still things to deal with in the parliament. Yuan clenched his fists. If you have any trouble in the future, just ask us for help. You're welcome. As he spoke, he also summoned a bright white angel door, and under the guidance of the lighthouse torch, he disappeared into the void. At this moment, the dimensional space in the direction of the Observer Council was compressed, and several figures were instantly teleported over. Hello, I am Adrian, the chairman of the Observer Council. Please allow me to express my gratitude to everyone who is willing to lend a hand on behalf of the entire Observer Council. Hello, I am the consultant of the Terra City Patrol Team. You can call me Yuan. As he spoke, he pointed to Ron, who appeared on his left. This is the head of our Terra City Patrol Team, Ron. When Adrian saw the person coming, he and the members of the council behind him bowed to express their respect and gratitude. Chapter 698. The next day. In the renovated Observer Council Hall, everyone will witness the signing of the alliance treaty between the Observer Council and the representatives of Terra City. Last night, after hearing the news reported by the patrol team, the Terra City High Council immediately sent high-level representatives. After the news reached Terra City, all departments were in an uproar, especially the Defense Corps, which had always been at odds with the patrol team. Who would have thought that the patrol team, which usually did not show its strength, would do such a big thing without making a sound? When the commendation was delivered to the door of the inspection team headquarters, everyone in the inspection team had a long-lost smile on their faces. The defense team on the opposite side saw this scene, as if they had eaten a pot of rat shit. At the same time, at the reception of the Observer Council, Mu Xing just opened his eyes, and was pulled out of bed by Trix and Vigo, who kicked the door open. "No, where are you taking me? The speaker has heard your request and specifically asked us to take you to accept the Observer inheritance." Mu Xing was immediately excited when he heard this. Although he had become an observer long ago, he was still a wild observer who changed his job halfway. His knowledge and use of observer abilities were limited to acting as a search radar. The observer tower was more like a space prop for him to raise followers and pets. Now that he finally had the opportunity to receive the Orthodox inheritance, how could he not look forward to it? Walking on the bustling central street, after yesterday's battle, the first Void Protocol was shut down, and the upgraded earth under his feet once again returned to its former appearance. Trix and Vigo stood on his left and right, protecting him like bodyguards. His appearance immediately attracted many people's attention. Some people approached, wanting to see the legendary hero who saved their Observer Council. Some came to get close to him, some wanted to take photos, and some wanted to have a long chat with Mu Xing. Mu Xing was not used to dealing with these enthusiastic observers. Otherwise, he would not have declined to participate in the alliance signing ceremony that was being held. "Go away, get out of my way, are you guys free? We have an important task to complete. If you are delayed, don't blame the speaker for holding you accountable." As soon as these words came out, the enthusiastic observers made way. After avoiding these overly enthusiastic observers, Mu Xing quickly changed his face to hide his identity, and successfully avoided the eager eyes around him. "Didn't you observers say that you are all very cold?" Mu Xing rubbed his cheeks and complained. "When I first came here, I thought these people were all cold ice cubes, but after getting to know them for a long time, I found that they were not cold, but rather cold on the outside but warm on the inside." Trix was in a good mood, walking on the street like a female tyrant. When the observers passing by saw her, they all hid far away. It is conceivable how much psychological impact the arrival of this lively girl caused to these observers. According to her personality, I am afraid that many people have been dealt with by her. Wei Guo, who was standing aside, had a calm expression and introduced to Mu Xing the various buildings concentrated on this central street, and the various departments of the Observer Council. Unlike the real world, the world of observers has long been out of the scope of ordinary people. The population is sparse, and they mainly live in the main city, where the Observer Council is located. Everyone aims to become a true observer. So almost everyone here has a long life and profound knowledge. In peacetime, they will go to various material universes to search and study, and also go to the distant void to explore. As bystanders, they record what they see and hear, and then fill all the knowledge into the knowledge base of the Observer Council. However, in recent years, the Observer Council has been living an unstable life. There are evil spirits threatening the multiverse in front, and the Chaos King is coming in full force behind. In order to survive, they have to transform from a group of peace-loving researchers to warriors familiar with war. The first Void Protocol was born at that time. Soon, several people stopped. "Where is this?" Mu Xing looked at the huge sphere in front of him curiously. It is white in color, natural, without windows or doors, as if it is a huge milky white glass ball. He found that the surrounding buildings were built around this big sphere, forming a circle. In other words, the entire main city was built around this sphere. "It is the control center of the first Void Protocol," Trix said. "The first Void Protocol?" In yesterday's battle, Mu Xing had seen the power of the first Void Protocol. It is the ultimate weapon built by the Observer Council, with the power of half a step to multidimensionality. In terms of control and defense, it is even better than the Chaos King Saturnus. Vigo explained. The first Void Protocol is not only a weapon, but also the strongest brain and the largest knowledge base of the Observer Council. All the knowledge collected by the Observer Council over the years is stored in the first Void Protocol. At the same time, the upgrade and inheritance of the Observer must rely on the first Void Protocol. Mu Xing stared at the big ball in front of him. "It means a supercomputer?" "Yes, you can understand it that way." Just then, Alter's voice came from the communicator on Trix's wrist. "Are you all here? Come in directly." Trix turned his head and looked at Mu Xing. "Let's go in first." Just as they approached the big ball building, a clear voice sounded. "Welcome to the first Void Protocol Control Center. Please show your identity." I saw Vigo floating a 7-story tower with his right hand next to him. Obviously, after so much hard work, he has completely become a qualified observer. His observer tower seems to be made of unknown materials, and the surface is inlaid with gold thread patterns. The lines were filled with rich dark gold energy. As for Trix next to him, a 3-story small tower appeared in his hand. Mu Xing noticed that the small tower was built crookedly, as if it would collapse at any time. Didn't you use the basic framework I gave you? Mu Xing asked puzzledly. Trix grabbed his forehead and said, Study it again. Study it again. Mu Xing looked at Vigo. Help her when you have time. Vigo nodded and chuckled. Don't worry, the basic framework is already there this time, and the teachers will not let her get away with it easily again. I'm serious, okay? Trix retorted loudly. Mu Xing couldn't help but shake his head and smile, and spread his right hand, and his 9-story observer tower emerged. Mu Xing's unique observer tower was so different that even though he had seen it yesterday, Vigo was still shocked. The source power flowing in each layer made people so obsessed. I saw a ray of light projected from the sphere trying to scan the tower. As a result, as soon as it landed on the tower, a rebound force directly bounced the scanning light away. The big sphere seemed to detect some danger, and quickly retracted the scanning light. Identity confirmed. Mr. Blood Moon, welcome to the First Void Protocol Center. Chapter 699. Before they could speak, they were teleported directly to the inside of the big white ball. This place was different from what Mu Xing had imagined. The inside was not an artificial building as he knew it. It was like a chaotic primitive universe. In this gray world, you can sometimes see floating chaotic mist, and then you can see the starry sky and universe solidified into entities. Countless planets were born and grew here, and the long river of time swirled in this strange space. Time sometimes accelerated, sometimes went backwards, witnessing the birth and death and cycle of the universe. This place is quite interesting. He could tell at a glance that everything around him, the illusory universe, was simulated and calculated. Although the simulation was only a low-dimensional world, it was enough to show the terrifying computing power of the First Void Protocol. This way. When Mu Xing was immersed in this evolving virtual universe, Art's voice sounded from afar, and he waved to the 3 people. At this time, the voice of the evil spirit sounded in Mu Xing's mind. The observers, these bastards, actually simulated my body structure to build this First Void Protocol. This is naked plagiarism. It waved its cat paws in protest. Huh? Simulate your body structure? Humph, I wanted to break through the multiverse, so I transformed myself by studying the structure of the multiverse. My original idea was to complete the sublimation by simulating the structure of the multiverse. I was almost successful, but who would have thought? Every time I thought of this, the evil spirit looked melancholy. Mu Xing smiled and said, It's not too late now, and this time I start over, I can build it more exquisitely. The evil spirit licked his paw. You are the one who knows how to comfort people. No, I want to go out and see if I can communicate with the First Void Agreement and reach some deals. Hey, don't mess around. Mu Xing exclaimed. Without waiting for him to react, the fat cat rushed out directly, and his body disappeared in front of Mu Xing, as if it was virtual. Mu Xing looked around nervously, and found that there was no change in the First Void Agreement, so he reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. Blood Moon Boy, I talked to this guy first, you do your thing. After the evil spirit said a word, it completely merged into another dimension. Just now I seem to smell a familiar breath. Why does it feel like an evil spirit? Trix next to him suddenly said. Mu Xing did not intend to hide it from her. It is an evil spirit, but don't worry, after the last incident, it has returned to its original intention and is now my partner. Ah, evil spirit, your partner? Trix was confused. Vigor next to her was even more horrified. The evil spirit is coming? No, don't guess blindly, don't worry, nothing will happen. When they came to Art, he was busy on a control panel, seemingly inputting various commands. When he heard the footsteps, he said without turning his head, The inheritance program has been debugged, Blood Moon, I have made targeted adaptive adjustments based on your situation, I hope it will be helpful to you. You debug? Wei Gu explained next to him. I especially underestimate Mr. Art. According to the classification of observers by the Observer Council, there are 7 levels of observers. 7 levels? To be honest, this is the first time that Mu Xing has heard of observers being divided into different levels. Wei Gu turned his head and explained to Mu Xing, Level 1 observer, possessing basic observation equipment and techniques, able to make simple observations and records of conventional physical phenomena, biological activities, etc. The scope of activities is usually limited to specific planets or small galaxy areas. Level 2 observers have stronger perception capabilities, can detect more subtle phenomena such as energy fluctuations and microscopic particle changes, can observe interstellar space within a certain range, and have a preliminary understanding of the ecosystems and civilizations of different planets. Level 3 observers have mastered space-time detection technology, can observe special phenomena such as space-time distortion, wormholes, and some changes in different timelines. The scope of activities has expanded to multiple galaxies, and has begun to classify and study various civilizations in the universe. Level 4 observer, possessing the ability to observe at the microscopic level of matter, able to penetrate into the microscopic level of matter's limit, and able to gain insight into the basic structure and laws of the universe. Can observe across distant cosmic distances, and have a deeper understanding of the macroscopic evolution of the entire universe. Level 5 observer, possessing the ability to observe beyond time and space, able to break through the time and space limitations of the current universe, and observe some information about parallel universes and multiverses. Having a closer understanding of the nature and origin of the universe, and being able to predict major events and development trends of the universe through observation. Level 6 observer, becomes an almost omniscient being in a material universe, able to instantly obtain information from any corner of the universe, whether it is material, energy, or consciousness. Can influence the evolution of the universe through observation and intervention, and can instantly create or destroy a galaxy or a civilization. Level 7 observer, transcends the existence in a general sense, integrates with the basic laws of the universe, and becomes part of the cosmic consciousness. No longer limited to observation, but affects everything in the universe in an invisible way, and its will is equivalent to the will of the universe. Mu Xing silently absorbed the information and knowledge that he had never come into contact with. His understanding of the observer was further improved. So what level of observer is Alter now? Vigo next to him stretched out his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers. Level 5. Mr. Alter is a very rare level 5 observer in the entire Observer Council. Only those senior council members are qualified to be compared with Mr. Alter. Therefore, he also has the control authority over the First Void Protocol without the assistance of other professionals. Mu Xing was somewhat shocked. He did not expect that Art, who was imprisoned by the evil spirits, was so strong and reached the level of a 5th level observer. What about the speaker? What level? Speaker Adrian is the only 6th level observer in the entire Observer Council, Vigo said with admiration. Mu Xing was not surprised. Speaker Adrian was indeed strong. If he had not been trapped in this void depression with a lack of energy and matter, it is estimated that he could have fought against Chaos King Sadness with only the First Void Agreement. So does the First Void Protocol count as a level 7 observer? Mu Xing asked. No, the First Void Protocol can only be regarded as a super program, a super creation, and it does not have self-awareness. Moreover, the First Void Protocol can only reach the computing power of half a step of multidimensionality at most, and there is still a huge gap from the true multidimensional level. Alter, who was debugging the program, interrupted. It is estimated that only those multidimensional chaotic wills can be called level 7 observers. After all, no matter how human consciousness evolves, it is difficult to reach the cosmic level, and there is a natural gap with those chaotic wills. Chapter 700. Yeah, how difficult is it to break through to the 7th level observer? Even the speaker can only rely on the First Void Agreement to get a glimpse of the scenery of the 7th level under extreme circumstances. Wei Gu at the side couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of longing. By the way, what level are you? Mu Xing looked at the 2 people in front of him. Ah, this? I just reached the 4th level observer. Wei Gu scratched his head. Mu Xing gave a thumbs up, worthy of being the human emperor. Vigo. As the only man who escaped from the world of dead by daylight, it has only been a short time since he became a level 4 observer. What about you? Mu Xing glanced at Trix. Level 2. Trix said weakly. Mu Xing was full of question marks. Oh, don't ask me. I really don't have any talent for observation. I prefer fighting. Trix pouted, turned away with an embarrassed look, and her face turned red. Art commented, she is actually very talented, but she is rebellious. If she is willing to work hard, it will probably not take long for her to catch up with me and become a level 5 observer. As he was talking, Art stood up and stretched, finally done. He took 2 steps back and walked to Mu Xing's side. As long as you complete the inheritance program, you can become a real observer. At the same time, I am looking forward to how far you have gone. Mu Xing also had a sense of anticipation in his heart, looking forward to the surprise that the inheritance program can bring him. At this moment, a striped fat cat jumped out from the changing dimension in front. Mu Xing quickly caught it. What's wrong? Kicked out. Kicked out? How is that possible? I had a friendly and pleasant knowledge exchange with that guy. This guy has some skills. With the knowledge exchanged, it will probably be easier to break through the multi-level in the future. Then what did you give it? Some optimization plans and experience, which can at least make its operation more perfect and completely stabilize the operating mechanism of the half-step multi-level. Hearing a cat bragging, the people around stared at the fat cat standing on Mu Xing's shoulder. The evil spirit turned its head and looked at the few people. Hey, brats, long time no see. Are you really an evil spirit? Alter looked nervous, and Vigo took a half-step back. Okay, the past is over. I'm not here to seek revenge on you. Now I'm hanging out with the big brother, and maybe I become a guest of honor in your observer council in the future. The few people were confused and didn't understand what it meant. Then the evil spirit looked at Trix, and the girl was shy and didn't dare to look directly at it. After all, Trix had betrayed it. Well, help me take care of this fat cat. I go in first to receive the inheritance. Mu Xing directly stuffed the fat cat on his shoulder into Trix's arms, waved at them, and then stepped directly into the illusory gate. Only 3 people and 1 cat were left staring at each other in confusion. At the same time, in the white space, Mu Xing saw a mysterious core that kept changing. Presumably, this was the core of the first Void Protocol. Even if he tried his best to observe, he could not see the operating rules of the core. God Seal, when can you grow to this level? Master, the first Void Agreement is the result of billions of years of work by the entire Observer Council. I want to reach this level, but I'm afraid. Since Mu Xing met God Seal, he has never seen it so discouraged. Don't worry, as long as we work together, I believe there will always be such a day. Mu Xing encouraged it. Master, I will work hard. Just as the master and servant were communicating, an emotionless voice sounded. Welcome to the first Void Protocol. Please stand on the platform if you are accepting the inheritance. As soon as the voice fell, a circular platform with a diameter of only a few meters appeared near the changing core. Mu Xing took a deep breath and stepped directly onto the platform. Suddenly, a transparent cover fell down, and various patterns began to flash on the cover. Beside him, the divine seal separated and was also covered on a smaller platform. The inheritance process is about to start. Please note that the inheritance is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is testing, the second stage is inheritance, and the third stage is adjustment. Please note, you must remain fully conscious during the inheritance stage. Please suppress the pain, tearing, fear, etc. that you experience during the process. If you cannot bear it, you can immediately apply to stop the program. Mu Xing knew that this was a vaccination for himself. Are you sure? Seeing the confirmation button in front of him, Mu Xing clicked it without hesitation. In an instant, he felt as if his will was directly separated from his body. But in just a moment, his consciousness retracted into his body again. He was different from ordinary evolvers. His consciousness and body were one, so when the inheritance program tried to separate them, it found something wrong and quickly adjusted the program. Then, Mu Xing felt that he was pulled into a black void, 360 degrees without blind spots, and countless eyes opened. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt that all his secrets inside and outside were being seen. But at this time, the old seal automatically emerged, blocking the observation of those eyes. Please close the isolation barrier. The first Void Protocol needs to analyze your physical condition and develop the most perfect optimization plan for you. Mu Xing noticed the old seal that appeared automatically and took it back directly. He was not worried about the secrets of himself being leaked. What can be seen through by the first Void Protocol has long been seen through by the Chaos Lords. What the Chaos Lords cannot see through, the first Void Protocol cannot see through either. When he took back the old seal, the first Void Protocol began to scan quickly and perform calculations at high speed. As expected of a half-step multidimensional computing core, it clearly listed all its values in just a moment and displayed them in front of Mu Xing, and proposed a precise optimization plan next to it. It not only gave an optimization plan for the evolution of the main body, but also suggestions for strengthening the chaotic will, which greatly benefited Mu Xing. The first detection phase has been completed, and the inheritance program has been successfully optimized and formulated. Do you want to start the second phase? Mu Xing nodded without any hesitation. Let's start. The next second, Mu Xing seemed to be dragged into a starry sky. He saw a huge galaxy hanging across the sky, which was extremely beautiful. He knew that it was not the starry sky, but countless observers left their marks. He also suddenly realized that the observer council he was in was just one of the countless observers. In the endless void, endless time and space, all observers gathered here and left their marks. This is a special place beyond dimension and time and space. Mu Xing looked at the starry sky with a dazed look, feeling that he was about to dissolve in the starry sky. The soul, and will seem to leave with the starlight at any time. But in a trance, he suddenly woke up. Hurry up and keep your heart. He knew that the inheritance process was about to begin. Chapter 701. Observer is an empirical profession, to be exact. Talent is important, but the accumulation of knowledge and the increase of experience are far more important than talent. The talent of an observer can only determine the starting point of life, but not the height of life. There is a saying that describes an observer: the longer you live, the higher you stand, and the farther you see. The knowledge left by countless predecessors is the best foundation for reaching the top. Later comers can often stand on the shoulders of giants and get a good start. The Observer Inheritance Program is a process of laying the foundation. At the moment the inheritance program was activated, Mu Xing saw a spiral beam of light falling from the sky and piercing through his body. At this moment, Mu Xing was wrapped in almost infinite knowledge, which was infused into his body and consciousness. The Observer's Tower, Horus, and his body are the three most basic elements that constitute an observer. The first thing the inheritance program needs to do is to synchronize the frequencies of the three, adjust the frequencies of the three to be consistent, and make the three completely connected. Next is fusion. The Tower, Horus, and Mu Xing himself should be a trinity, integrated and connected with each other. After completing the frequency synchronization and fusion, the last step is branding. This is also considered the most critical step to become an observer. He needs to brand his observer mark in the starry sky above his head. In this way, he can access the observer network and share their knowledge with countless observers on such a special platform. And in a corner of this starry sky, Mu Xing found a familiar star point. That was the territory of the Observer Council. With the help of the First Void Protocol, they concentrated the star points in one area. This way, the connection between each other was closer and more convenient. Mu Xing naturally had no hesitation. He found the star points of art, Vigo and Trix, and began to imprint his observer mark in this starry sky. When Mu Xing's consciousness rose into that starry sky, he immediately sensed the noise coming from the surrounding starry sky. Obviously, some star points were connecting and communicating with each other. I don't know if it was because they sensed the appearance of Mu Xing, the newcomer, but many nearby stars cast their starlights of attention. Welcome voices came from all directions. The inheritance continued, and with the infusion of huge knowledge, Mu Xing climbed higher and higher, as if a ladder to heaven was built under his feet. This feeling was very similar to the feeling when he was promoted. So he was more experienced, and after the initial panic, he completely stabilized. The surrounding stars did not expect that this newcomer would adapt so quickly. Wei Gu told Mu Xing that most observers would experience confusion and fear when branding the starry sky. If they cannot control themselves, not only will it be difficult to leave the brand, but it will also cause the inheritance process to fail, and the body and will be seriously damaged. In extreme cases, they will permanently lose the opportunity to become a true observer. Mu Xing does not have this worry, as he has experienced this feeling when he was promoted. Not only is he not afraid, but he actually likes it. In addition, his will as the Chaos Blood Moon is extremely strong, far beyond the reach of ordinary observers. Mu Xing carefully felt the starry sky, and he found that the stars in the starry sky were also divided into levels. The higher the observer level, the brighter the star point. Of course, this is not absolute, potential can also increase brightness. For example, Trix, although she is only a second-level observer, the brightness of her star point is even higher than most of the surrounding ones. It is comparable to Vigo in art. The brightest in this area are the congressmen and the star point surrounded by stars, which is almost several times the size of other stars. It's obvious that it's the star point of Speaker Adrian. When Mu Xing subconsciously touched the star point of art, there was an immediate response. Blood Moon, is that you? It's me. This place is so magical. Mu Xing didn't expect that he could use this starry sky to communicate directly with art. Haha, this place is also called Heart-to-Heart Galaxy, which means spiritual harmony. This place exists in the void, but is independent of the void. It's a unique space that only allows observers to communicate with each other. As Art was explaining, his tone suddenly stiffened. Wait, you haven't branded a star point yet? No, I just flew up to check the situation, but I didn't expect that we could really communicate. Mu Xing said, as a matter of course. How is this possible? Art's tone was full of surprise. Is there a problem? You know, everyone can communicate with other star points by relying on the heart-to-heart galaxy after branding a star point, and the farther the distance, the more difficult it is to communicate. I have never seen someone like you who can communicate without branding a star point. Will there be no side effects? Mu Xing couldn't help but ask. No, it could also be that your consciousness is very strong, so you can. But this doesn't make sense. Even Art was in self-doubt. Okay, I brand the star points first, you go ahead and do your work. Mu Xing cut off the connection and began to brand his own star points. The method had been told to him in the inheritance program, so Mu Xing was familiar with branding. When he started branding, he immediately felt like he was connected to a huge network. It was as if he had logged onto a high-speed international network from a local area network. He saw countless information flowing through it. This was like the composition principle of the network in the real world. All networks are actually composed of different nodes. Each star point and each observer represents a node. Mu Xing madly injected his chaotic consciousness and embedded it in it. As he connected to the huge network, he felt that his consciousness was like a fish, and he could swim freely in this huge network. I don't know if it was the addition of the will of chaos that allowed him to easily cross a long distance, from one end of the galaxy to the other. But he felt a little tired while swimming. It seems that crossing the galaxy is also a very laborious thing. After his fish swam around in the galaxy, Mu Xing returned with a sense of unfulfilled desire. At the same time, his star point was finally formed. But Mu Xing's expression was a little unnatural. So bright, so big. Is it normal? He looked at the star point left in the starry sky. It was more like a moon than a star point. He had only seen a few of this brightness in the center of the galaxy. He shook his head for a while, and when he didn't feel any discomfort, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. After the imprint was over, he directly exited this heart-contracted galaxy. He sensed that the second stage of the inheritance program had ended. It was about to enter the final debugging stage. This stage was just to consolidate the program and ensure the perfection of his inheritance program. And just after Mu Xing left the heart contract galaxy, the entire galaxy suddenly became lively. Streams of light shuttled through the galaxy, as if looking for something. But when those streams of light were about to find Mu Xing, his mark suddenly became dim. Like a gray moon that can be ignored at will, it is hard to find again. Chapter 702. Debugging is the final step. For Mu Xing, it is just a consolidation process. After debugging is completed, there is a grading test. The grading test can help him test the approximate observer level. At this time, Mu Xing is standing on a starry sky, overlooking the huge galaxy rotating in front of him. Mu Xing starts the test from Level 1. Level 1 observer, that is, the beginner who has just become an observer. Begin to try to observe and explore the world he is familiar with by concentrating the observer's eyes. Perceive the physical phenomena of the world, observe the laws of biological activities, the rules of the world, etc. Let the observer gain a full understanding of the world he is familiar with. When familiar with the surface laws of the world, the eyes of the secondary observer begin to look at more detailed levels. On the one hand, by perceiving the energy fluctuations of the world, the changes in the magnetic field, the changes in the microscopic world, etc., the inner world is analyzed. On the other hand, the sight begins to look up to the sky and understand the laws of the world, the composition structure of the universe, etc. After reaching the third level of observers, the vision becomes broader and begins to analyze the laws of space and the various effects of time variables. Observers can also go directly to the starry sky of the universe, shuttle between galaxies, and conduct more in-depth observations and research on different galaxies and civilizations. The fourth level observer will go a step further on the basis of the second level observer's ability. On the one hand, thoroughly analyze the laws of change in the microscopic particle world and understand the composition basis of each world. Go deep into the essential level of material formation and gain insight into the basic laws and basic structure of the universe. On the one hand, the sight is no longer limited to galaxies and the starry sky, but uses the entire universe as the overall framework to study the changing laws of the universe and its macroevolution. When Mu Xing wanted to go further, he found that he had reached his limit. At his current level, he could only project his sight to the edge of this simulated universe and starry sky, but could not penetrate it. This is also the limit of a Level 4 observer. Mu Xing retracted his sight, and the test program ended, basically confirming his current observer level, which is undoubtedly Level 4. And it was the limit of Level 4. He was very curious why he couldn't continue to break through to Level 5, and how to break through. With such doubts, Mu Xing came out of the inheritance space. He saw the three people waiting outside. Art was still thinking. Trix and Vigo surrounded him at the first time. Congratulations, you finally became a real observer. Trix patted Mu Xing's shoulder vigorously. Mu Xing shook his head. Although the inheritance has been completed, this is just the beginning. At this time, Art came over and said, yes, inheritance is just the beginning. You still need to rely on your own efforts to reach a certain level. As he said that, he looked at Mu Xing and said, did you pass the test? What level can you reach? The two people next to him also looked expectant. Level 4? I think I want to go further, but I got stuck when I reached level 5. What happened? Wei Gu was amazed and said, you are indeed a genius. I have worked so hard for so long and improved myself day and night, but I have only reached level 4. I didn't expect you to start at level 4. Your future is really limitless. Mu Xing looked at Art, wanting to find the answer. Art didn't hide it. There are 2 ways to break through the 4th level observer. First, strengthen yourself and increase your own strength to the limit of the material universe. Then you can naturally break through the limitations and touch the world outside the universe. Mu Xing was puzzled. For travelers, like us survivors, who can travel through different universes at will, don't they count as touching the outside of the universe? Art shook his head. Being sent out by others and breaking out by yourself are 2 completely different concepts. Mu Xing scratched his head. Indeed, all of them were sent out by the survival system. When they reach other worlds, the survivors will be given rule adaptation buffs to help them adapt to the rules of different worlds. All of this comes from the survival system, not from themselves. What is the limit of the material universe? God. In fact, after breaking through the apostle, if you can get in touch with some of the rules of God, you can temporarily break through the observation limit of the material universe and reach the 5th level for a short time. Mu Xing was stunned. You seem to be an apostle, right? How did you break through to level 5? Alter looked proud. My life level is not high, just equivalent to the apostle level. But my tower is very special. Tower? This is the second method I want to talk about. We can also break through the limit of level 4 by strengthening and transforming our own observer tower. As long as the observer tower can break through the limit of the material universe, the observer can use the tower to observe the void and multiverse outside the world. How to do it specifically? For example, you can break through the space-time limitations of this universe by installing a hyperspace engine, or create a large observer's eye to enhance your vision, or use rare materials to upgrade the tower's rank, etc. In short, the goal is to use a more powerful observer's tower to make up for the observer's own lack of ability. An 11-story tower appeared in Art's hand. Mu Xing looked at the tower in shock. He knew that Art's tower was exaggerated, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated, reaching 11 floors. Back then, he dared to break into the world of evil spirits by himself, probably because of his confidence in his tower. But at that time, his tower only had 9 floors, and he didn't expect to add 2 more floors now. Mu Xing couldn't help but sigh. While he was running forward, others were not idle either. And Art had the help of the Observer Council, so he ran faster. If the tower can be upgraded to 10 floors, it can meet the most basic advanced requirements and upgrade the Observer Tower to the next stage. After reaching the next stage, the function of the Observer Tower will be more than 100 times more powerful than it is now. Combined with various powerful peripherals, such as the hyperspace engine, the giant observer's eye, the mass energy conversion device, etc., it is enough to raise your observation ability to level 5. The strength of our observers comes from knowledge, and knowledge exists in the laws of the universe and the void. Acquiring knowledge through observation and converting knowledge into combat power is the source of our observers' continuous strength. Mu Xing understood it clearly and gradually had a direction in his mind. What about level 6? How to break through the 6th level? He couldn't help asking. Alter looked longing. God-level strength is a hard foundation, and the Observer Tower must also reach a higher level, such as the First Void Protocol created by the Parliament for so many years. The First Void Protocol can calculate the changes of every particle on a planet in an instant, and it can be fully deployed. The calculation capacity can be expanded to a star field, and it can modify physical rules, and even void rules within a certain range. When the speaker merges with the First Void Protocol, with the help of a large number of observers, he can even become the omniscient and omnipotent of a material universe and touch the edge of the multiverse wall. Some people call it the creation god level, others call it the wall level of the material universe limit, or in your words, the half-step multiverse. Mu Xing was stunned. So this is the so-called half-step multiverse? It seems that I still underestimated the strength of these truly powerful people. If it weren't for the suppression of the survival system, and the restrictions of the void rules, In the material world, if they are given enough time, they can easily destroy the entire universe. Chapter 703. TSK, then the 7th level observer is the real multiverse level, right? Mu Xing smacked his lips. Yes, the 7th level observer corresponds to the multiverse. But I think you should know how big the gap is between half-step multiverse and real multiverse. One is just qualified to touch the boundary of the multiverse, while the multiverse can completely break through the constraints of the material universe. It is even the incarnation of the material universe itself, the master of a material universe, free and unrestrained, and can freely travel between the multiverses. At this moment, Mu Xing thought of the huge galaxy of Xinchi Galaxy. There are countless level 6 observers, and there are probably quite a few level 7 observers. By the way, are there any observers above level 7? Mu Xing asked. Art shook his head. I don't know, but I think there should be. You have also seen the starry sky in the Xinchi Star Sea, right? For example, those moon-like stars. This existence has long exceeded the scope of our current cognition. I don't want to be a level 7 observer in this life. I will be very happy if I can reach a level 6 observer. Mu Xing was silent. This world was more vast and wonderful than he had imagined. When he thought of this, his mood became passionate. Let's go! Let's go out first. The speaker just sent a message telling us that the alliance agreement has been signed. Alter calmed down and told him the news. So we will be part of the Survival Line Alliance in the future? Can we fight every day again? Trix looked expectant. Just as Alter sent a few people out of the First Void Agreement Center, the city was filled with ribbons flying and fireworks rising, a scene of jubilation. When they arrived at the Parliament, they found that the speaker Adrian was giving a passionate speech. In the past, we, the Observer Parliament, were always very cautious, fearing that we would be affected by fate and karma. We wanted to observe and record everything from the perspective of a bystander. But it is obvious that those chaos from the void will not allow us to continue our comfortable life. We finally escaped from the evil spirits, but in the blink of an eye, we are faced with the calculations of the Chaos King Saturnus. Will there be more threats in the future? We don't know. Chaos only leaves us two paths, death or surrender. And now, we have decided to take our own third path, which is to fight. Since we can't hide, then we won't hide anymore. Stand up bravely. Use our hands and our eyes to resist this fate, and truly control our fate in our own hands. When the emotions reached a deep level, Adrian raised his hands high, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Suddenly, cheers, like a tidal wave, came from below. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha can have some temper. The anger, unwillingness, and confusion that had been suppressed for so many years, all burst out at this moment. On the high platform, Art, who was staring at all this, couldn't help but turn his head to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. In the past, no one understood his struggle. When everyone was avoiding him, he rushed into the world of dead by daylight without hesitation and faced the evil spirits. But now, everything has changed, and the will to resist in everyone's heart has been awakened. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Thank you, Blood Moon. He suppressed his inner emotions and thanked Mu Xing. Mu Xing said, there is an old saying in our hometown, which is a blessing in disguise. If this disaster can bring everyone clarity, it may not be a bad thing. Yes, only those who are brave enough to fight are qualified to survive in this increasingly chaotic void. It was so before, it is so now, and it will be so in the future. Vigo, who was standing by, folded his hands around his chest. He broke free from the shackles of the evil spirit with his mortal strength. Now that he has become an observer, he is certainly unwilling to be bound by the so-called fate. Trix picked up his hammer. There is only a burning desire in his eyes. When the meeting ended, it was finally time to say goodbye. Of course, it was only a short separation. Ron will return to Terra City with a group of patrol reinforcements to report the signed alliance agreement. After the Parliament's review, they will open the communication channel between the Lighthouse Torch and the Observer Council. At that time, they will use the Lighthouse Guidance to teleport the entire Observer Council to the defense line area. Mu Xing poked Yuan. Hey, the Parliament should reward our patrol team heavily when we go back this time, right? Yuan was in a good mood. Of course, the higher-ups have already issued a commendation order. Not only that, the Observer Parliament will probably have a place in Terra City in the future. No way. How can they do that? Zhao Hui next to him looked puzzled. Because they can control the Lighthouse Torch, upgrade the Lighthouse Torch, and use the Lighthouse Torch to find more observers. How is this possible? Zhao Hui's eyes widened. Yuan said, as if it was a matter of course, you may not know that in the distant past, Terra City had another name, the Eternal City, and the lighthouse torch was built by the ancient observers. What? Yuan shook his head. The lighthouse torch is not only a beacon that illuminates the void, but also an eye that monitors the void. The ancient observers have disappeared for countless years and drifted in the depths of the void. If we want to get more help, we need to find these lost observers. Zhao Hui couldn't help but mutter to himself, so that's why the higher-ups attach so much importance to it. Yuan looked very proud, and the most important thing is that the patrol team will be the first partner of the Observer Council. With the help of the Observer Council, the patrol team will be even more powerful. How do you mean? Even Mu Xing was a little puzzled. Tell me, what is the mission of the patrol team? Patrol the real world and the survival line. Then what? Handle various emergencies, investigate invasions, capture traitors, etc. Yuan snapped his fingers. Right, then what do you think is the trouble of the patrol team at this stage? Chaos spies are everywhere and extremely difficult to distinguish. Wait, do you mean? Hee, do you understand now? The Observer Council is our sharpest eyes, which can easily help us find those hidden traitors and spies. Although there were observers on the defense line to help in the past, there were too few people and the defense line was too large, so it was useless. But now? He pointed at the densely packed, tens of thousands of observers ahead. Believe me, in the near future, the patrol team will be much more powerful than it is now. Mu Xing hurriedly said after hearing this, well, since we have these observers as help, can I put my bait aside for a while? No. Yuan shook his head. Why? Can't we just ask Speaker Adrian and the others to find the traitor? Yuan glanced at him. If the speaker is a level 7 observer, I will certainly save myself the trouble. But the traitor has already stepped half a foot into the multidimensional level. How difficult is it to find him? As he said this, he suddenly coughed. Well, I just received a message. Now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 704. Bad news first. Mu Xing gritted his teeth. He knew that Yuan called him here for bad news. The bad news is that the news of the fantasy world was leaked by a traitor. Chaos has already started to take action, and plans to send a vanguard team to the fantasy world to investigate the situation. So we have no choice but to respond and send a team to the fantasy world to investigate the situation in advance. Mu Xing frowned. It was indeed bad news. What about the good news? He couldn't help but ask. The good news is that you have been elected as the captain of the investigation team. Are you surprised? Mu Xing ran away, not wanting to stay here for a second longer. The next second, he was caught by Yuan from the void. Stinky boy, why are you running? It's a life-threatening matter, why not run? Okay, now I tell you the real good news. Seeing that Mu Xing was anxious, he quickly comforted her. Huh? Mu Xing gave a puzzled look. The good news is that after our investigation, this fantasy world is the same as the abnormal point, and is also subject to strength constraints. The upper peak is the limit of entry. With your strength, it's easy to take over the fantasy world. Mu Xing stared at Yuan. My great advisor, I always feel that you are hiding something from me. Yuan's eyes rolled. Well, how could it be? Your expression has betrayed you. If you don't tell me, I will go to the leader to ask. Hey, why are you so impatient, young man? He grabbed Mu Xing. Okay, I tell you the truth. I want you to go this time just to attract hatred. To attract hatred? Think about it. With your reputation, how can you lure out that traitor? Should you first attract hatred and increase your reputation? We got the news that the leader of the Chaos team this time may be one of the traitor's most proud offspring. Mu Xing pinched Yuan's chubby cheeks, squeezing his face into a round shape. So you came up with this dirty trick? If I really want to kill the traitor's offspring, won't you stare at me and chop me next time we meet? Isn't this the effect you want? Yuan slapped Mu Xing's hand that was pinching his face. No, I don't agree. It's too dangerous. I'd rather bear the mark of Xinghua. Yuan shook his head. Boy, you still don't understand the horror of this mark of domination. He pointed at the mark, and suddenly Mu Xing felt the surrounding void suddenly wriggling, and a black shadow was transmitted from the void and instantly slashed towards his head. Mu Xing was shocked. That was a chaotic god. Yuan took action directly and pinched the killer's head. With a snap, he crushed its head and then swallowed it cleanly. Then, the surrounding void began to tremble again. It was not until Yuan pointed at his mark again that the surrounding vibration began to disappear. So you sealed my mark? Mu Xing suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he came here to fight against chaos, and did not summon more chaos. He thought the mark was invalid, but he didn't expect it to be sealed. The seal is only temporary, and its resistance to the seal will become stronger and stronger until all sealing methods are invalid. No matter where you go, you will be like a burning torch, attracting countless moths to the flame. Young man, you don't have much time. Mu Xing said angrily. You are scaring me again. Yuan spread his hands. If you don't believe it, forget it. Mu Xing gritted his teeth. Okay, I will go, but I will choose the people myself. Okay, the upper limit is 6 people. You can choose whatever you want when you go back. Mu Xing shook his head. I already have a candidate. First, I need 2 observers to help. I choose Trix and Vigo. Don't they have the realm of apostles? You can't enter even if you choose them. Yuan frowned. Observers are different from survivors. They have ways to compress themselves and even temporarily fall into a realm. And I have my own purpose in choosing observers. You don't have to worry. In that case, I agree. Yuan nodded. Mu Xing continued, for the survival line, transfer Caesar to me. I also want Xiaodai to be my assistant. What does that unlucky Caesar want from him? I'm useful. This time I just want to borrow his bad luck ability. Okay, I do it for you. I also send Xiaodai to you as a communication assistant. Mu Xing raised his 3rd finger. I only choose one person, that's the madman, and I have a condition. You say? I want the inheritance of the god of war Kratos. Hiss, you kid, are you asking for too much? Just say whether you will give it to me or not. Give it to me. Yuan said helplessly. What about the last person? Who are you going to choose? Mu Xing raised his 4th finger. I want you Terra City to send a representative. I don't care who you choose. I want someone who is familiar with all aspects of Terra City. No, what do you want to do? Yuan couldn't help but frown and asked. Mu Xing leaned close to his ear and said something. Yuan's pupils widened, and then he showed a strange smile. I think you are really crazy. Mu Xing said, as a matter of course, I just want to help you increase the chances of catching traitors in the future, and earn more military merits by the way. Yuan pondered for a moment. I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to report it to the parliament, and see how the parliament decides. Mu Xing nodded. Anyway, there are still 3 days before the action. I'm not in a hurry. As he said, he looked up. It's settled. In addition, none of my requirements can be missing, otherwise I will refuse to go. Yuan shook his head helplessly. You kid. By the way, Mu Xing took 2 steps back. I have another request. Don't be too pushy, kid. This request is just a small matter for you. Tell me, I want to hear it. I want to send the newcomers in our regiment to your defense line for training. Yuan was stunned. That's it? That's it. Do you agree? It's a small problem. Just send it over when the time comes, don't worry. I will give them some preferential treatment. No, I just want to treat everyone equally. Mu Xing quickly stopped him. Aren't you afraid? Mu Xing's eyes were firm. I believe in them, just like you believe in me. Without experiencing the scorching fire and ice, the most beautiful flowers cannot bloom. I believe they have the potential. Okay, I promise you, and I hope you can bring me good news. After that, beams of light from the survival system began to fall, covering all the members of the patrol team. Amid the farewell of the Observer Council, the lighthouse torch suddenly lit up in the distant void, teleporting them away. Until the last person left, Speaker Adrian turned around. The crisis is over. Let's prepare for our new beginning. Everyone, get moving, prepare to activate the first void protocol, and we leave here. At this moment, a beacon suddenly projected from the distant lighthouse torch direction, guiding the direction of the Observer Council. Suddenly, the distant void began to fluctuate, and the breath of chaos was spreading. Speaker, it's bad, chaos is chasing us. Ha ha, it's a pity that they are late. Prepare for the void jump. Adrian laughed and ignored the approaching chaos. Chapter 705. As soon as he returned to the battle group, Mu Xing couldn't help rubbing his temples. What's wrong? I heard that you made a big deal in the Observer Council this time. Shouldn't you be happy? The madman brought a glass of water and handed it to him. It's so frustrating. There's trouble again. Mu Xing took the water inside. Are we going to the fantasy world? You know everything? Mu Xing suddenly looked up at him. The madman said seriously, I just received a notice from above. Are you going to choose me as your teammate? In our group, those who are capable cannot enter, and those who can enter are not strong enough. You are the only reliable one. When saying this, others outside walked into the hall. Everyone looked heavy. Captain, I'm sorry, we are too weak. Mu Xing shook his head. It's not your fault. After all, most of you are newcomers. How can you compare with those old people who have accumulated many years of experience? But brother, Yi Fei hesitated. Okay, since you want to help me so much, I found a good job for you. Everyone immediately cast curious glances to the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing uttered these 5 words with a serious expression. Send us to the nightmare battlefield? Everyone looked at each other. We are going to train. I have already arranged the invitation. We are going to the 57th war zone where I trained. Now it's up to you to choose. Those who are willing to go can sign up with me. I won't force those who don't want to go. I go. Yi Fei was the first to raise his hand. I go too. Gu stood up. Of course I can't be left out. Li Hongwei laughed. Others expressed their opinions one after another, and none of them wanted to be outdone. Okay, in that case, I will sign up for everyone except Li Shui. Li Shui suddenly became anxious. Captain, are you discriminating against me? Mu Xing said, is your 3rd rookie mission over? It's over a long time ago. I've already participated in a formal mission. Mu Xing scratched his ear. He had forgotten that it had been a long time since he last entered the nightmare battlefield. Well, okay, but the nightmare battlefield is not like the outside world. The chaos is very dangerous, and you are a genius seed. It is very easy to be targeted. I don't want the people in my group to be taken away by the chaos as soon as they enter. Li Shui said seriously. Captain, believe me, I have learned a lot from Brother Zhu Gu and the others. And there are veterans like Brother Li Hongwei leading the team. There will be no problem. Mu Xing nodded. Okay, in this case, I allow you to move with the main force. As he said that, he looked at the other newcomers. And you are not allowed to act without permission. If I find out, you know the consequences. Yes. Several people nodded quickly. Mu Xing looked at the old people. Sister Yi, you lead the team this time, and I will take your lunatic away this time. Although Yi Wei was reluctant to part with the lunatic, she still nodded. Don't worry, I know. Mu Xing clapped his hands. Okay, that's all. Someone will come to pick you up later. Go and get ready. When everyone dispersed, Man Shan and Taoist Qingzhu walked in. Do you have a mission? Mu Xing looked worried. Yes, 2 big guys. Do you need help? Yi Chanfeng said. Mu Xing shook his head. It's similar to the abnormal point. The upper peak is the limit of entering the fantasy world. You can't enter it either. Man Shan touched his chin. The fantasy world is like this. In order to prevent the strong from breaking into the fantasy world and stealing the key hidden by him, the Void God usually sets up a void barrier. However, as long as you enter the fantasy world, there are no restrictions on breaking through inside. Mu Xing was stunned. You mean, you can first drop your realm and then break through? I have thought about this possibility, and am ready to let the 2 observers try it. Yi Chanfeng next to him said, it is not so easy to drop your realm at will. At most, you can fall from the initial stage of the apostle and force yourself to degenerate. It can be done with difficulty. If it is higher, you will almost lose half your life if you want to drop your realm at will. After entering, you may not have a chance to break through. So what do you mean, Senior Yi? With your strength, if you can advance to the apostle realm after entering the fantasy realm, you should be invincible in it. Mu Xing nodded. I think so too, but it may not be so easy to break through the apostle realm. I still need to plan. The 2 looked at each other, and each took out a document. What is this? This is our understanding and experience of advancing to the apostle realm. You can take it for appropriate reference. Mu Xing took it and thanked him quickly. Thank you, both of you. You're welcome. You're the leader. When you grow up, I'll be waiting to cling to you. Man Shan laughed. By the way, 2 seniors, are you ready to sprint to the god level? Mu Xing noticed that their momentum was sometimes surging and sometimes restrained, and it was obvious that they had accumulated to a limit. This was preparing for the breakthrough. Yi Chanfeng nodded. Yes, but it's difficult to break through the god level. I want to pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the sky. It's not that easy for Man Shan to reach the top with martial arts and break the void. Mu Xing clasped his fists. Then I wish you 2 to pass the test as soon as possible, so that our group will welcome 2 true guardians. Ha ha, you kid. I borrow your good wishes. The few people were chatting happily. Just then, Gu, who was dressed in a suit and looked like a butler, walked into the living room. Captain, someone wants to see you. Who? It seems to be a guy who calls himself Martin. Martin? I know, take him to the reception room. I'll be there soon. Okay. Mu Xing stood up. 2 seniors, I'm going to see someone, so I leave first. The 2 nodded and watched Mu Xing leave. To be honest, Mu Xing didn't expect Martin to come to him on his own initiative. For this kind of talent, he didn't mind meeting him. Mu Xing waited for 10 minutes before coming to the reception room. Unlike the last time they met, Martin's aura was calm and steady at this time, and there was no longer the repulsive feeling of the two auras of light and darkness. Instead, there was a sense of smooth fusion of light and darkness. It seems that you have mastered the method of controlling the power of light and darkness at the same time. Mu Xing walked into the reception room with a smile. Hearing the voice, Martin quickly stood up. Big Boss Blood Moon. Mu Xing waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. You're welcome. Here, Chigu brought him a cup of coffee. Mu Xing looked at him. How do you have time to come to me? I think you have reached the limit of pseudo-superiority, and you will be able to break through soon, right? Martin nodded. If it weren't for Big Boss's suggestion, I would still be wandering around in the alley. This time, one is to thank Big Boss for his rebirth, and the second is to bring Big Boss something. Oh! Mu Xing showed a little curiosity on his face. Martin pointed with his right hand, and a medium-sized bronze box appeared on the table. This thing looks like a sealed box, and the most eye-catching thing is the seal on it. Strange patterns and ancient runes are engraved on the surface of the box like copper rust. It looks like it was dug out from an ancient tomb that has been buried for countless years. What is this? Boss, this thing comes from the fantasy world. Mu Xing suddenly raised his head. Chapter 706. Isn't this also a relic of your deceased friend? Mu Xing asked with a complicated expression. Martin scratched his head. Of course not. General Yuan asked me to bring it to you. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was being targeted by someone again. Why didn't he deliver it himself, but asked you to deliver it? Mu Xing asked. Martin shook his head. I don't know either. General Yuan only said that this thing must be handed over to you personally, and didn't say much else. Mu Xing tried to contact Yuan, but only heard a busy tone saying please leave a message if you have anything to say. He looked up. What's the use of this thing? Here's a letter. Martin then handed over an envelope. The words top secret were printed on the envelope. Mu Xing crushed the ink, unfolded the letter, and quickly read the handwritten letter. The content was simple. He opened the box after entering the fantasy world, and he would naturally understand what to do next. How did this guy learn to play dumb? Mu Xing frowned and talked to himself. However, just as he reached out to touch the box, he suddenly felt the 9th floor of the observer tower vibrating. To be precise, it was the obelisk in the tower that was vibrating. What's going on? As his right hand got closer to the sealed box, the vibration became more intense. He quickly sank his consciousness into the 9th floor. He found that Cthulhu's embryo was still digesting the Chaos King it had swallowed before, and its tentacles were swaying lazily, with no signs of waking up. Mu Xing tentatively called out Andy twice, but there was no response. Even when approaching the embryo, the tentacles did not react. The embryo rose and fell, and there was a slight snoring sound coming from it. This woman snores even when she sleeps? Mu Xing grinned, and with a bad taste in his mouth, he took out his phone to record the scene. Then, he turned his attention to the obelisk. What's going on? He stared at the obelisk in front of him, which had been mostly repaired. Except for a few small gaps that had not been repaired, the overall restoration had exceeded 98%. The dense tadpole writing on the obelisk suddenly lit up. Then, the runes on the monument began to flash, and words appeared. It seemed to be more in line with Mu Xing's usage habits. This obelisk can be scaled up or down at will. It can become towering, or it can be shrunk to the size of a palm. Mu Xing even doubted whether this thing could be used as a weapon, because he found that he could take this obelisk out of the holy city of Raya. At the same time, he sensed that the seeds of consciousness he had planted were quietly sprouting and completely integrated with the obelisk. What happened? Mu Xing asked this because he felt that the vibration of the obelisk just now was like a warning to him. Danger, hostile power of the old ones detected. Please do not trade with them at will. He was stunned when he saw the subtitles appearing on the screen. Hostile power of the old ones. If you want to say who is Cthulhu's biggest enemy, it is naturally the mysterious starry sky lord who is good at insidious calculations, the Yellow King Hastur. Is Martin controlled by Hastur? Mu Xing asked hurriedly. When he came into contact with Cthulhu's memory and knowledge, he had seen Hastur's ability. The most impressive thing is the mind control and reality distortion. Cthulhu's ability is the ultimate material power, and he is also the manipulator of dreams. And his mortal enemy seems to be better at alienation and distortion. It is hard not to wonder whether Hastur planned when Cthulhu was attacked and sealed by the ancient gods. New subtitles appeared on the obelisk. What the eyes see may not be true. The feeling of the heart is the key to breaking the situation. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Is this a warning to himself, or is it that it is also unable to determine who is using Martin to get close to itself? Do you want to take the box with you? Is it dangerous to keep it with you? Mu Xing continued to ask. Danger is also an opportunity. The key is to choose. Mu Xing nodded. I understand. Since the obelisk said so, he didn't need to refuse deliberately, so as not to alert the plotter behind the scenes. It is safer to control the conspiracy than to let it go. Instead of a hidden arrow suddenly flying out of the darkness one day in the future. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Mu Xing asked the last question. Make good use of the help around you. You are not fighting alone. Mu Xing realized the meaning of this sentence. Obviously, the obelisk was also willing to help him. Even the old lady, who was sleeping soundly next to him. She and Haster were mortal enemies, so she should not mind helping him. This would also save a chance to make a move. Mu Xing realized that this trip to the fantasy world was not as simple as he had imagined. I'm afraid that all parties have already sat around the chessboard and started to arrange their own chess games. But this time it's no longer chess or Go, but more like a multi-party game of checkers or flying chess. Mu Xing's mind moved, and his consciousness returned. He didn't touch the box, and with a flick of his right hand, he put it into a separate storage ring. He looked up at Martin. I take the box. Do you have anything else? Martin looked embarrassed. Blood Moon boss, I have a request. Mu Xing seemed to know what he was going to say, and handed over a promotion plan. He had prepared this thing a long time ago. Martin is also a promising talent. If he can be promoted successfully, he may be useful. Martin was so surprised that he almost jumped up after seeing the plan. He knew that this was tailor-made for him by Mu Xing. Boss, I have one more thing. If I am promoted successfully, can I join your team? Mu Xing leaned back in his chair and leaned back slightly. I look forward to your performance. He neither refused nor accepted, and decided to observe first. He wanted to know if Martin was a leaf that was accidentally caught in a trap, or a seed sown by a dangerous existence. He did not use the observer's sense to detect Martin, but tried to sense it with his mind. Soon, he sensed a familiar thread of fate wrapped around him. Boss, in that case, I take my leave first. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Looking at Martin's departing back, the faint thread seemed to be more obvious. The new vision he gained in a hurry during the last battle against Chaos King Sadness allowed him to see some lines related to fate. Although it was blurry, he did see it. And this kind of line cannot be detected by ordinary observers. In the words of the obelisk, it can only be perceived with the mind. After he obtained the observer inheritance, this ability became stronger. What do these people behind the scenes want to do? Mu Xing looked serious, and for a moment, he didn't know how to break the situation. He began to try to contact the head of the group, Ron, hoping to get his help. However, when the communication was called, it was still turned off. What's going on? No one is here. Mu Xing turned to contact Zhao Hui. This time he got through. Are you asking about the Grand Commander? He went to the Terra Council for a meeting, and might not be here for a few days. What kind of meeting would take so long? Who knows? By the way, what can I do for you? Nothing, just asking. Chapter 707. Mu Xing hung up the call, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh, with a vague feeling of something not going well. It was like the dull and oppressive feeling before a summer storm. It almost made people suffocate. Since Ron and Yuan went to the meeting, the Lord of Kowloon City, including other lords, who were counselors, must have gone as well. His network of relationships could only reach this level, and there was no one to rely on above. Oh, there is another place. His mind moved, and his consciousness dived into the brilliant heart-contracted galaxy. In the starry sky, the gray moon that represented his mark rose. He began to try to contact the bright star that was not very far away from him. Mr. Speaker? I don't know if it was startled, but after a moment, a surprised voice came from the bright star. Which senior is visiting? Mu Xing was stunned. What does it mean? Senior. It's me, Speaker, I'm Blood Moon. The other party was obviously stunned. Are you Blood Moon? The decibel of the voice suddenly increased several times. Wait, is this your hard mark? The star point flashed very quickly, and it was obviously very excited. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Did you break through to the 8th level observer? What do you mean by 8th level? I'm only at the 4th level. 4. Until the star point observed Mu Xing for a while, and then began to mutter to himself. It's unscientific. How is this possible? Speaker? Speaker? Ah? Adrian suddenly woke up. Sorry, I was distracted. What's the matter with you contacting me? Mu Xing got straight to the point. Does the speaker know about the old days? Shoo! Adrian wanted to rush over and cover his mouth. What's wrong? You're not allowed to talk about it here. You can't mention those two words anywhere. Mu Xing didn't expect the speaker to be so nervous. Hasn't he used the old seal in front of him before? Seemingly realizing his own gaffe, Adrian quickly adjusted himself. Are you in any trouble? I was sent a box, and I want the speaker to help me take a look. Box? Mu Xing sent a picture. The star point on the other side flashed rapidly again. You didn't open the box? No, I know the limits, and I saw the thread of fate in the person who sent the box. After saying this, Adrian fell silent again. Wait for me for a while. It will probably take a few days for me to reach Terra's City. I will help you check it out then. So long. Adrian was embarrassed. The Parliament's transmission is naturally not as good as the extra-dimensional lighthouse of the Eternal City. It will take about 3 or 4 days to arrive. Mu Xing shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. I have to go to the Void Fantasy World to carry out a mission tomorrow. Fantasy World? Adrian was silent for a moment. How about this? You scan it with the observer's eye first, and I will take the scanned image to ask for help from other knowledgeable scholars in the galaxy. Mu Xing was delighted. Then I trouble you, Mr. Speaker. As he spoke, his hard mark dimmed rapidly, but the surroundings not only did not return to calm, but streams of light were converging here from all directions. Adrian, who was waiting for Mu Xing's information, was stunned on the spot. He found that almost half of the galaxy had surrounded him. At the same time, Mu Xing and the station used the observer's eye to carefully scan the box from top to bottom and left to right. He then carefully transmitted the scanned data through the hard seal and felt relieved. With the help of a level 6 observer, he might be able to figure out the true origin of the box. He just breathed a sigh of relief when the communicator lit up. It showed that the call was from Terra's City. Who? Excuse me, is this Mr. Blood Moon? A cheerful female voice came from the other side. I am Blood Moon. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Blood Moon. I am a staff member of the Terra City Service Desk. 2 of your companions have been transported to Terra City via the Lighthouse Torch. Please go and receive them. Companions? Mu Xing immediately knew who was coming. He hurried out to call Crazy, and went to pick them up together. Who is coming? It should be Trix and Vigo. As soon as the 2 arrived at the transmission center of Terra City, they saw 2 people craning their necks and looking around. They were just like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, curious about everything. This way. Mu Xing waved at them. When the 2 saw Mu Xing, they immediately showed surprise on their faces. Trix even rushed over and wanted to give him a hug. Mu Xing quickly dodged. In public, be reserved and ladylike. TSK, will you die if I hug you? You are so stingy. Trix folded her hands and changed into a black leather jacket before coming here. Finally, she didn't wear her hippie-like weird clothes. Wei Gu was still looking around, feeling very surprised. Is the trip smooth? Mu Xing asked with a smile. TSK, it's worthy of being a super teleportation. This speed is not comparable to the first Void Agreement. It came here in a flash. Okay, I take you to my base first. Mu Xing was about to take them away when another voice suddenly came to his ear. Someone reminded him that a new companion had arrived. He turned around and saw a familiar figure walking out of the teleportation platform. Ha ha ha, my captain, we meet again. Caesar opened his arms with an exaggerated expression, twisted his hips, and shook his head and came over. This guy was wearing a flowered shirt, beach pants, and a pair of flip-flops. He was as shabby as he could be. Mu Xing began to regret that maybe he shouldn't have asked this guy to come over. Would it be safer to choose Yu Qingyu or Yunli? This guy is so filthy. Trix commented seriously. I am filthy? You actually said I am filthy? I think of me as a handsome and charming little white dragon, so cool and suave that everyone loves me. Caesar rushed over angrily and stared at Trix condescendingly. You are just a small airport, and you dare to say I am filthy? Trix's pupil shrank sharply, and then he stepped hard on Caesar's instep. The screams of slaughtering pigs resounded throughout the teleportation hall. Who do you say is? The airport? Caesar painfully tried to pull out his foot that was stepped on, but found that he couldn't pull it out no matter what. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his right arm was suddenly grabbed by someone, his body was thrown up, and he was thrown over the shoulder and slammed to the ground. Then came the guillotine. Trix grabbed his arm and clamped his neck with his thigh. Mu Xing, Crazy and Vigo couldn't help but shrink their necks, turn their heads, and cover their faces and couldn't bear to look directly. Dirty man, apologize. Trix shouted, completely suppressing Caesar. Caesar clapped his left hand hard. I admit defeat. I apologize. I am a wretched man, I am a wretched man. Until then. Trix let go of him with a satisfied look, clapped his hands, and climbed up easily. As a result, he attracted the attention of a group of people around him. What are you looking at? You also want to taste my guillotine. The people around him hurriedly lowered their heads and walked away, fearing that they would anger this powerful lady. Caesar was left alone wailing on the ground. Chapter 708. Is he dead? He's not dead. Mu Xing kicked the guy. He, not dead, not dead. Caesar got up again with a playful smile, but he didn't dare to provoke Trix again. Mu Xing was more and more hesitant, wondering if the teammate he chose this time was reliable. When he turned around, fortunately, there was still a reliable teammate, Crazy, standing behind him. The two looked at each other, and Mu Xing subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, as soon as they walked out of the teleportation hall, they were blocked by another person. The man was dressed in a cowboy outfit, with a feathered cowboy hat that almost covered his face. A silver decorative chain connected between his legs. A pair of iron-soled cowboy boots with spurs stepped gently, making a slight collision with the floor. He leaned his back against the door frame, and just as a few people passed by, he suddenly reached out to stop them. He turned around suddenly, moved his body backwards, and slid out of the space step on the smooth floor. He covered his hat, turned his body around, and finally stopped in front of Mu Xing. Before he could stand firm, the madman slapped the cowboy hat off his head with a slap. Hey, a gentleman should talk, not fight. The man looked up, and finally let people see his appearance clearly. He had a big back-combed hair, sprayed with countless hairsprays, and a greasy fake smile on his face. This man. Mu Xing quickly flipped through the memories in his mind, and finally fixed on the unruly local snake in Terra City. You are Gu Hien? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Yes, the man in cowboy costume in front of him was Gu Hien. The local snake in Terra City, the gatekeeper, the regiment registrar, and a jack of all trades. He opened his hands. Aha, I see you again, Brother Blood Moon. Oh no, it's Captain Blood Moon. Mu Xing was stunned, with a strange expression. Don't tell me that the all-round master sent to me by Terra City is you? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? As the saying goes, a good sword goes with a hero. Before he finished speaking, he was grabbed by the collar by the madman. Gu Hien, what tricks are you playing? Unexpectedly, Gu Hien also grabbed the collar of the madman. I'm not playing tricks, I'm here to report mad. Companion? I'm not like someone who betrayed our common faith. The two men pressed their foreheads together, their eyes sparking, as if lightning was surging between them. The two men were about to punch each other in the face. Mu Xing and Caesar looked at each other, and quickly pulled them apart. Enough, stop it. Mu Xing forcibly separated the two men, who were like enemies meeting, with extremely red eyes. Crazy, calm down, Gu Hien, you too. Mu Xing quickly calmed them down. After a while, the two men relaxed from their red-eyed state. Mu Xing took the appointment letter handed over by Gu Hien, and then he began to have a real headache. He considered whether to disband the team, otherwise they would fight each other before encountering the enemy. However, he finally gave up the idea of reselecting people, and there was no time. Although he didn't know why Gu Hien was sent here, Mu Xing knew that Gu Hien must have his own special and extraordinary qualities. It was not until he took them back to the base, and saw Xiao Dai waiting here with a tablet computer, that he felt better. At least there is a reliable logistics. Put aside your grudges for now. Since we have become a team, the primary goal is to complete the task assigned by the superiors. If anyone doesn't want to stay here, you can leave now. Mu Xing knew that now, he could only treat everyone equally, and treat everyone equally. I have no objection, as long as this guy doesn't bother me. The madman said coldly. Do you think I care? Gu Hien raised his head and glared. Caesar subconsciously shrank away from Trix. Mu Xing clapped his hands. In this case, from now on, we are a team. I hope everyone can help each other, and cooperate happily. Here. Xiao Dai came over with a tablet computer. Captain, our operation to enter the fantasy world this time requires us to go deep into the void. It is extremely difficult for external support to help you, so we must make various preparations in advance in case of emergency. Mu Xing turned his head and glanced at Xiao Dai. No, this time your logistics department only needs to ensure smooth communication. In addition, colleagues from the Observer Council will help you monitor the situation in the void. If there is any change in the external situation, please inform us immediately. Xiao Dai nodded seriously. Don't worry, Captain, leave this to us. Oh, by the way, Captain Xiuyue, this is what General Yuan asked me to give you. She handed over a storage ring. Mu Xing's consciousness was cast into the storage ring, and after a quick glance, he was immediately happy. I didn't expect it to be so generous. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and a bunch of golden props fell on the table. Superior suits, superior weapons, various consumables, resurrection items, everything is available. Mu Xing casually took out a box from here, opened it, and took a look, then threw it directly to the madman. What is this? Specially for you. The moment the madman opened the box, a ray of terrifying energy rushed out of the box. He was shocked and quickly closed the box. Is this the inheritance of the god of war? Even if the incomplete divine pattern can be repaired, it is still incomplete. If you want to truly reach the god level in the future, you still need the support of inheritance. This is too valuable. How could a madman not know how precious this thing is? Not only you, but everyone else has a share. This mission is extremely dangerous. If the superiors are searching, who would be willing to risk their lives? As he spoke, he began to distribute props. This was a welcome gift for everyone. Mu Xing handed Caesar a big box. When he opened it, his face was crooked with laughter. In the box lay the scabbard of Curry's stick. He handed Trix a set of accessories and a super hammer. Handed Vigo a special space prop. When Vigo opened the space prop, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is this my laboratory? He didn't expect that the laboratory he built with great difficulty in the evil spirit world would be seen again one day. Although he has been trying to replicate it since he became an observer, he has failed. Now that he has taken back the laboratory, he can continue to study the dark gold energy in depth. He can also use the laboratory to make various special props. At the same time, weapons and props, complete sets of suits, and a variety of advanced weapons were prepared for Gu Yin. This guy looked like a weapon master. Finally, it was Mu Xing himself. He opened the box, and inside was what he needed most now, the umbilical cord of the apostle. That thing looked like a dried large intestine, dotted with star-like spots. If he wanted to advance quickly, it would not be enough to rely on his own efforts. Excellent apostle materials can greatly improve the speed and success rate of his advancement. He got an umbilical cord from Yuan, and now he got another one, plus the half he got from Martin before. He still needed half a cord to meet the initial requirements for advancement. As for the remaining half, Mu Xing had a hunch that he would find it in the fantasy world. Chapter 709. There was no grand welcome ceremony. The next day, Mu Xing and his team left Terra in the bright morning sun. This time their goal was to cross the survival line and enter the void from the first line of defense. Since the last great victory in the battle and the fall of the Chaos Overlord Dark Eater, the first line of defense has pushed the battle line directly into the void. The first line of defense, which was once used to resist the Chaos attack, has now become a springboard for the survival line to attack the void. This is a life and death war, with no room for compromise. Only when one side is completely defeated can there be a chance of true peace. Mu Xing and his team did not climb the Tianshu Pass this time, but left the city with the advancing army when the city gate opened. It was the first time for the two observers to enter the void of the nightmare battlefield, and they were particularly surprised to observe this fantastic and magnificent scene through the car window. Here, Trix changed her usual jumpiness and just watched everything quietly like an elegant lady. Vigo was also carefully observing everything around him, and he didn't even dare to use the observer's eye. Wherever you look, there is dazzling light. There are countless god-level strongmen who were rarely seen before. Except for the huge number of mortal troops, they seem to have become the bottom. I haven't been here for a few days. There have been big changes. Mu Xing is also looking out through the car window. He is sitting in the co-pilot seat, and the driver is a madman. The first person in the back row is Xiao Dai. She is busy sorting out the information, actively contacting the logistics, and opening up various connections. Captain, the next journey is like this. We need to drive the hover armored vehicle to the transfer station first, and then take the interstellar train or transport ship to the Void Outpost. After arriving at the outpost, we can follow the investigation team and go to the fantasy area. Finally, after arriving at the designated area, someone will send you to the fantasy world. As she said this, she raised her head. Captain, do you have anything to add? Which is faster, the interstellar train or the transport ship? Of course the ship is faster, but the interstellar train is safer. In that case, let's take a spaceship? As they were talking, they were approaching the transfer station. Rather than a transfer station, it was more like a huge port. This was also the customs of the survival line. All people entering and leaving had to go through the customs of the transfer station and be inspected before they could be released. If someone broke in, The Star Destroyers floating around the defense line would not be vegetarian. This place is so big. Trix looked through the car window and saw the huge transfer station in front of him, which occupied an extremely terrifying area. There is also a space elevator extending to the outer port. They drove straight into the port. There was no need for inspection, and almost all the way was green. Xiao Dai had already arranged everything. Except for the last manual inspection channel, Mu Xing just stretched out his hand to show a token, and the other party said nothing and let him go directly. Oh, look at our team's face. Even if the commander-in-chief of other defense lines came, I'm afraid he would have to go through security checks, but we actually got green lights all the way. Caesar was amazed. Mu Xing remained calm. He noticed that there were many teams similar to them heading to the void. Are these people going to explore the void material world? Mu Xing asked. That's right, Captain. We haven't gained a firm foothold in the void yet. We need enough anchors to keep us firmly embedded in the void. The goal of the exploration team is to help the survival line anchor in those void material worlds. The danger level is much higher than the survival world in the system. Isn't that equivalent to the original world? Mu Xing said. It's more dangerous than the original world, because this is the void, the territory of chaos, and many worlds have been transformed or even occupied by chaos. It's not that easy to seize these worlds. As she spoke, Xiao Dai quickly tapped the keyboard. Captain, the spaceship has been contacted. It's a cargo spaceship responsible for delivering supplies to the Void Outpost. Captain, I have sent the spaceship personnel information to your survival terminal. Mu Xing casually opened the survival terminal and quickly scanned the list of personnel. Then, his expression became interesting. Huh? Is it them? Beside him, Caesar stretched his head and crawled over to look at the screen. Captain, is there anyone you know? Well, the last time I came to the Nightmare Battlefield for training, before I became your captain, I was still a new recruit under their command. As he said that, he looked at Xiao Dai. No, aren't they from the 57th War Zone? How did they get transferred to the 1st War Zone? Xiao Dai said, their transfer order was executed a week ago. The development of the Void Front requires elite troops, so many elite reconnaissance companies have been transferred from various war zones. As for why they are waiting for us in front, of course, it's because Xiao Dai prepared a surprise for the captain. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. This girl is indeed a good secretary. She arranged everything without me saying anything. As soon as the car entered port number 3, a command was heard. A large amount of supplies were being transported directly to the airport above through the space elevator, ready to be sent to the spacecraft for packaging. Suddenly, this high-end hovercraft stopped next to the man in combat uniform, who was directing the loading of goods. Go, this is not a place to park. He came over and started to drive them away. However, when Mu Xing rolled down the window, the other person's face changed from impatience to surprise, and then to joy in just 1 second. Blood Moon? Mu Xing grinned. Long time no see, Su Liang. That's right, the one in charge of commanding was Su Liang, the logistics soldier in the team. Why are you here? He shouted in surprise. Mu Xing showed his ID directly, and the other person's face was even more surprised. Could it be that the big shots mentioned above, who are going to take our transport ship, are you? Mu Xing smiled. Not big shots, but we are going to experience another journey together this time. He danced with excitement. I go call the company commander. No, you go ahead, we go by ourselves. Su Liang pointed to the warehouse in front. The company commander and the others are over there. Mu Xing waved at him, and the madman stepped on the accelerator and drove directly into the warehouse in front. The rumbling sound of the engine sounded in the warehouse, and then it stopped with an emergency brake. Who else could the company commander, who was talking to a group of recruits, be other than Chen Jian? He was angry and wanted to see who was driving recklessly. Mu Xing had already gotten out of the car and slammed the door. When he looked up, Chen Jian turned his head. The two looked at each other, and their faces immediately became interesting. Company commander. Ha, Shueyue, why are you here? He rushed over in surprise. Mu Xing pointed at the teammates behind him. Company commander, you should have received the order, right? Chen Jian was stunned. You guys? Mu Xing opened his hands and turned around. It's real. Ha, I said we would meet again, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. He punched Mu Xing on the shoulder. At this moment, a man and a woman were walking and chatting towards this side. Agu Yanzi, look who's here? Chen Jian quickly called them. Chapter 710. When the two saw Mu Xing, their faces were full of surprise. Especially Agu, who seemed a little embarrassed. Long time no see. Mu Xing smiled and greeted them. Long time no see. Agu looked at Yanzi next to him, seeking help. He was not a person who was good at expressing his emotions. When he met an acquaintance again, he had a lot to say in his heart. As a result, he was stunned on the spot. Mu Xing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, don't be nervous. Agu relaxed a little. The new recruits on the side cast curious glances. Mu Xing looked at Chen Jian in confusion and said, Captain, isn't your company designated as a survival recruit training camp? Why do you still have to go on a mission? Chen Jian shook his head. After the last battle, Chaos launched a fierce counterattack, causing heavy losses to the defense line. After a big battle, let alone the survival recruits, even the mortal army began to be stretched. The recruit training camp is temporarily closed. We are like bricks in the survival defense line, and we can be moved wherever we are needed. Look, this time we were directly transferred to the first line of defense. Mu Xing looked back at Xiao Dai. Is that so? Xiao Dai nodded. After the first line of defense was breached, Chaos launched a crazy revenge in order to save face. Although the defense line was well prepared, the losses were still heavy, but Chaos suffered even greater losses, and both sides were unable to launch a large-scale attack in the short term. Mu Xing was stunned. He didn't expect that such a big change would happen to the defense line after he left. Chen Jian said, Now our company is mainly responsible for the transportation of goods at the frontier base. We received a mission this morning saying that a secret action team wants to take our spacecraft. I was still guessing who the big shot was, but I didn't expect it to be you. Chen Jian's face was filled with a bright smile, and he did not hide his joy. Mu Xing glanced at the goods being transported. How long will it take to set off? About 2 hours. If your mission is urgent, you can set off now. After all, transporting goods is just a side task. Mu Xing shook his head. No, wait until the supplies are loaded. The guards at the outpost are not easy either, and they rely on these supplies. In that case, I let Agu take you to the lounge to rest for a while, and I'd be there soon. As he said that, he pointed to the lounge not far away. Agu understood. Everyone, please follow me. Just as they were heading to the lounge, Chen Jian returned to the company to continue speaking. The people behind him chattered, especially Trix and Vigo. This journey brought them a great psychological shock. Mu Xing interrupted. In the future, the defense line will set aside a dedicated station for the Observer Council. Although you don't have to fight on the front line, there are many auxiliary tasks that need to be completed by you. Vigo asked, I have seen guards from different worlds and different races along the way. Are they all from the world invaded by chaos? Mu Xing sighed. If there is peace, who would be willing to join this meat grinder-like battlefield? They just want to survive. But now they have to take up arms and become warriors. Trix waved his fist. This group of chaos is too hateful. One day I will destroy them all. Mu Xing shook his head. The dilemma is not chaos, but this ever-changing void and the future that is unclear. Many times we just respond passively and fight to the death with chaos. I think only by solving all the mysteries can we truly usher in peace. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They had all thought about this problem to some extent, but the more they tried to see clearly, the more they felt trapped in the turbidity and could not find a way out. They urgently needed a guiding light to illuminate the dark road ahead like a lighthouse. Just as they were resting in the lounge, Mu Xing received a message from his superiors. Have you determined the attributes of the fantasy world? Xiao Dai shook her head. The fantasy world is unobservable. Before the arrival of the Observer Council, the line of sight of the defense line cannot penetrate the fog of the fantasy world. But a frontier scout sent back a small amount of information, which I have sent to everyone's survival terminal. Mu Xing quickly checked the confusing information. It was a palm-sized parchment with distorted and ugly words drawn on it. These characters and symbols were like the graffiti of a madman. It seemed to have a pattern, but it was actually completely chaotic gibberish. But Mu Xing was not disappointed, because useful information could still be extracted from this gibberish. Everyone, please express your opinions. Mu Xing looked at the other 5 teammates, wanting to hear their thoughts. Madman spoke first. I don't think these characters have any special meaning. The key is the person who sent this information. His mind may have been damaged or polluted, causing the information to be distorted. Trix said, I think we should pay more attention to the message itself. Is this intelligence or a warning? Obviously, Trix smelled a dangerous breath from it. Vigo said, I tried to analyze the rules of these chaotic words. The messenger should have a mental breakdown, not be polluted. Mental breakdown? Are you sure it's not mental pollution? Mu Xing looked at him. Wei Gu shook his head. If it's pollution, why not set a trap in the transmission and catch us all in one fell swoop after we get there? Mu Xing nodded. It was true. Then he looked at Gu Yin. What do you think? Gu Yin knocked on the table and projected the graffiti-like paper on the table. I saw the following information on this paper. First, it is not a world dominated by technology, and it restricts technological things to a certain extent. Otherwise, what we saw was not just this piece of paper, but high-definition images taken by a large number of cameras. They did not send back relevant images, which means that cameras and other technological equipment cannot be used there. Then they can also use magic? The madman retorted. The lone goose raised his middle finger. I checked the information of this investigation team. They are not survivors. They are just local scouts, and they are all mortal soldiers who have not awakened the chaos talent. There are no magic props on the list of supplies, so they can't use magic. The madman was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Lone Goose continued, Second, I think this is a world full of chaos. These characters are twisted, hideous, and full of chaos. When a mentally ill person draws and writes, he will show his inner thoughts, and what he sees and hears. But on this piece of paper, I can't see any pattern, which means that the messenger's collapse is caused by inner chaos. Or it is the denial of self. Self-denial? Others looked at him puzzled. At this moment, Mu Xing's voice sounded. It may be that some huge information shock suddenly appeared in front of him, causing his previous cognition and worldview to collapse. This situation is most likely to cause self-denial. Trix raised his head, his face full of doubts. But what kind of information shock and truth shock would cause an elite warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles in the nightmare battlefield to have a mental breakdown and even fall into the chaos of self-doubt? Chapter 711. I don't know. Mu Xing shook his head. After all, he was not an omniscient prophet. He turned to Gu Yin. Is there any other information? Gu Yin shook his head. After all, it's just a doodle. It's not easy to get this information. What we should do now is not to make random guesses, but to strengthen the protection of our mind and consciousness. The danger this person has encountered may be what we are about to face. Mu Xing agreed with this. He looked at Wei Gu. It depends on you. Vigo stood up, and the shadow of the observer tower appeared above his head. The more knowledgeable you are, the less likely you are to be shaken by sudden cognitive impairment. You are not observers. You don't have a huge reserve of knowledge as a trump card, nor do you have the protection of the observer's consciousness, so you can only start from another side. I will set up a cognitive barrier for you to prevent you from being mentally damaged when you come into contact with too dangerous information. It is both a protection and an alarm device. When you come into contact with something different from your cognition, you can choose to open or close the barrier. As he said this, he began to apply cognitive barriers to Madman, Lone Goose and Caesar. I don't need it, right? Trix couldn't help but say. Vigo shook his head. You are the focus of my attention. It is too dangerous for a second-level observer to enter such a world, so I will set up 3 layers of cognitive barriers for you. Oh, you are so annoying. I just want to enjoy the battle. Obviously, Trix was somewhat resistant to the cognitive barrier. However, the arm can't twist the thigh, and she can only accept it obediently. At this time, Caesar, who had been silent, stood up. My origin is bad luck, but now I can control luck to a certain extent, so I can add a lucky halo to everyone. Lucky halo? What's the use? Of course it increases the luck value. For example, the drop rate of monsters is increased, the chance of getting better props, the probability of lottery is increased, etc. Hey, wait, your lucky halo won't have any side effects, right? Don't worry, my lucky aura will satisfy you. And there are also small surprises. What small surprises? Occasionally you will get a lucky success, and your luck level will double. So strong? Give me one now. Gu Yan couldn't wait any longer. Wait, are there any side effects? Mu Xing asked calmly. This? Luck is relative. After great luck, there may be a little bit of bad luck. But the bad luck only lasts less than 3 minutes. Believe me, it is definitely worth it. Caesar slapped his chest vigorously to assure. Why do I feel so unreliable? The madman smacked his lips. Don't worry, trust me. As he spoke, he began to cast a lucky halo on everyone. At this moment, the madman also stood up. In this case, I will carve a war god rune for everyone. If you encounter danger, you can activate the war god rune, which can produce a good effect. This is a good feeling, I want it. Caesar looked expectant. Trix also stood up. Then I will prepare some dark gold energy crystals for everyone. During the battle, just crush them and attach them to weapons to transform them into dark gold properties. The lone goose beside him looked up. Dark gold energy? Is it the dark gold energy of the evil spirit? Yes, I was the best friend of the evil spirit back then, although we broke up later. Just then, the cat poked its head out, and the evil spirit's big face poked its head out from Mu Xing's shoulder, looking at Trix with a complicated expression. Gu Yin stood up. As for me, I can engrave some runes for weapon proficiency for everyone, so that everyone can use various weapons more easily and improve the power of weapons. This is a good thing, which can increase everyone's weapon proficiency more intuitively. The last one is Mu Xing. He waved his hand, and the 9-story observer tower emerged, and began to apply 7 layers of buffs to everyone. Body, spirit, emotion, hope, life, dream, soul. The enhanced buff fell, and immediately greatly improved the strength of teammates. After feeding Rom on the 8th floor a large amount of Carol crystals, Mu Xing finally got 6 timelines from him. What is this? Timeline, tied to your wrists. If you encounter an irreversible crisis, you have 3 chances to go back in time. The time to go back is about 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned. They all knew that this captain was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. As he spoke, Mu Xing took out another prop that had not been used in the Nightmare Battlefield before, the miniature Hades Beach. This is a miniature Hades Beach, which has the ability to resurrect a group of people. It can bind up to 5 people, and can repatriate souls up to 3 times. The madman on the side took out a resurrection stone. Everyone should have a lot of resurrection stones, right? Isn't it more convenient to use a resurrection stone? Mu Xing shook his head. I am worried that under the rules of the fantasy world, the resurrection stone may not be effective. But the miniature Hades Beach is different. The miniature Hades Beach is not a resurrection prop, but a special repatriation mechanism. In theory, it can prevent your soul from participating in death. But, can only 5 people be bound? Mu Xing smiled and said, I don't need it. I am a Dumas Awakener with the ability to bring my own Hades Beach, so you can just bind this miniature Hades Beach. Also, after this period of time, I have poured a lot of souls into it, and now the Hades Beach has been upgraded to level 2. Level 2 has a stronger repatriation ability. As long as you don't encounter a god-level strongman, you should be able to repatriate souls. Hearing this, the others immediately became excited. This miniature Hades Beach is simply a life-saving straw. With the 3 opportunities of time reversal, their survivability is greatly improved. Just as the others were binding to the Hades Beach, the madman said in a deep voice, Is it really that dangerous this time? Mu Xing nodded. I have no doubt that the danger of the fantasy world may far exceed any plot world and native world we have ever come into contact with. So we must be prepared for any eventuality. After everyone completed the soul binding, Mu Xing looked at them. If everyone is forced to separate after entering the fantasy world, don't be anxious, and be as careful and low-key as possible. Find an opportunity to meet up as soon as possible. Remember, this is not a battle for one person. He deliberately kept his eyes on Trix. Oh, don't worry, cheerleader. I was a little reckless, but I'm not a fool. Mu Xing looked at Vigo. Your task is very heavy. You are the strongest observer here. You must find a way to find out the situation of the fantasy world as quickly as possible. Don't worry, leave the observation and recording to me. Vigo nodded. Mu Xing looked at Caesar. I have my reasons for asking you to come. There may be chaos forces entering the fantasy world this time. I hope you can use your bad luck ability at that time. Caesar smiled sinisterly. Hee hee, leave it to me. I will start cursing those chaos as soon as I go in. Chapter 712. Finally, Mu Xing fixed his eyes on the madman and Gu Yin. Anyway, let's put aside your grudges for now. Gu Yin, you are a representative of the parliament, and your mission is to maintain contact with the parliament. In addition, no matter what order the parliament gives you, first I hope you remember that you are a member of our team. Gu Yin nodded. Don't worry, I understand. Then, Mu Xing looked at the madman. If I'm not here, you will command the team. Okay. The madman nodded. There was no need to say more about the tacit understanding that had lasted for so long. Just as Mu Xing assigned tasks to everyone, and was ready to relax a little, the company commander Chen Jian quickly opened the door. Everyone, the cargo of the spacecraft has been loaded, and it is ready to set off. Mu Xing stood up and took a deep breath. Let's go. This is a small transport ship with a loading capacity of 1 million tons, enough for the outpost to consume for several weeks. The shape of the spacecraft is more practical, and it looks like a huge rectangular container. Including the various pilots, operators, and crew members on board, there were less than 100 people. Even with the 6 of them, the interior of the spaceship seemed extremely empty. Fortunately, the spaceship was very fast. After leaving the airport, it began to move towards the depths of the colorful void. The surrounding void environment was irregular and unpredictable from time to time. If it weren't for the first line of defense and the lighthouse torch's reference points, the spaceship would quickly lose its way. The chaos nearby had been cleared up. At least before reaching the outpost, it was unlikely that there would be any accidents. The journey of about a day is not far, and this is the result of the survival line not wanting to stretch the battle line too long. The survival line has always pursued a defensive strategy. Now it has turned from defense to offense, and it still needs some time to prepare. The defense line has built outposts at key nodes. Whether it is observing the enemy situation or advancing exploration, these outposts can play a huge role. The Void transmission network is under construction. Once the Void network is completed, there will be no need for spacecraft and interstellar trains to transport goods and personnel. Therefore, they can see many transmission nodes being built in the Void along the way. After activation, these nodes will light up like stars, illuminating the surrounding Void. At the same time, they also have the function of stabilizing the Void, and enough nodes can ensure the safety of transmission. On the morning of the second day, they finally arrived at the transfer station ahead. The spacecraft began to slow down from the superluminal state, and slowly drove into the huge airport. It is better to say that it is an abandoned planet than a transfer station. Qin Jian pointed out the porthole. The transfer station is in front. When we found it, Chaos had already emptied it of all its resources, leaving only a dead star like a honeycomb. Its volume is 1.7 times the size of the moon. We cleared the Chaos creatures hiding on it, and built this transfer station. Further ahead is the unexplored area, which is also Chaos territory. There are always a few days a week when Chaos will come to sneak and attack. But without the support of the Chaos Lord, these fragmented Chaos forces can't make any waves. Mu Xing looked at Qin Jian. I see you are not only transporting goods this time, but also bringing so many new soldiers. Do you plan to stay? Qin Jian did not hide it. Yes, according to the instructions from above, our training ground will be moved here. Although it is dangerous, it can provide more excellent talents for the exploration work ahead in time. Mu Xing frowned. The survival line seemed very anxious, eager to explore the depths of the Void. They even moved the training base to the front line. What are they so anxious about? Mu Xing stared at the Void ahead, which was dark and obviously the territory of Chaos. One day later, just as the spaceship began to dock, Xiao Dai came to report. Captain, the receptionist is here. Mu Xing nodded, turned to look at the company commander. Company commander, we still have a mission, so let's say goodbye. Qin Jian nodded. Parting is for a better reunion. The future of the survival line still depends on you pioneer explorers, who are not afraid of danger. He raised his right hand and saluted. Take care. Mu Xing saluted back. Take care. Others immediately rushed over to see them off. Mu Xing did not look back. He knew his way was farther ahead. Until he stepped out of the spaceship, he met an officer with the rank of colonel. Hello, are you Captain Blood Moon? Yes, it's me. Who are you? The other party saluted. Hello, my name is Lu Xian, the head of the Transit Station Exploration Department. I received the order from above, and came to pick you up. Mu Xing nodded. Is the spaceship we need ready? Please rest assured, all the materials you need have been prepared, and the spaceship is also ready. You can move with the exploration team. Mu Xing shook his head. No, leave the spaceship to us, and we will assign the subsequent tasks. I have only one request for your outpost, that is to keep the communication open at all times. Lu Xian nodded. Please rest assured, the Void communication system is being set up and will be completed soon. Take us to the spaceship, Mu Xing said. The other party was stunned. Are you guys not going to rest at the outpost? No, we are here to complete the mission, not to travel and vacation. Understood. Although he didn't understand why this group of people were so anxious, the order from above was just to receive and prepare logistics. As for other things that were not his business, he naturally wouldn't ask too much. Please follow me. Soon, a spaceship with an extremely strange shape came into view. This spaceship looks like a messy meteorite, and it exudes a strong chaotic atmosphere. There are cracks on the meteorite, and you can even see flesh and blood wriggling under the cracks. This is clearly a chaotic biological spaceship. This spaceship is interesting. Others can't wait to board this strange-shaped spaceship. Mu Xing gave Wei Guo a look, and the other party understood and turned around to observe the surrounding situation. After a while, Wei Ji's voice sounded in the team communication system. Captain, as you think, there are Chaos spies in the outpost. Captain, do you need me to kill those spies? Trix's voice sounded. No, let's leave here according to the established plan first. The two sides just went through a simple handover, and Mu Xing led the team to board the meteorite spaceship and prepare to leave the airport. When they left the outpost and were about to enter the chaos area, Muxing suddenly looked up. Prepare to transfer. He pointed with his right hand, and an identical meteorite spaceship appeared near this spaceship. This was copied by Huanming using Chaos Mycelium. It not only has the same functions, but is also more concealed. Why did you suddenly change? Caesar asked, puzzled. This spaceship has been targeted for a long time, and is not safe. No way, could it be the traitors in the outpost? From now on, we can't trust anyone except the Supreme Council. Muxing directly abandoned the ship and switched to the copy spaceship. Sure enough, in the video sent back shortly afterwards, not long after they left, a large number of Chaos warships arrived and surrounded the empty spaceship. Chapter 713. Seeing the video sent back, the madman immediately cursed inwardly. Sure enough, there is a spy who sent our information to Chaos. Muxing was not surprised at all. He glanced at Gu Yan, who was driving the spaceship. He is indeed an all-round talent. He can even drive a Chaos spaceship. Get ready to speed up. Everyone hold on tight. Let's go! Gu Yan suddenly accelerated, and the void in front began to distort, instantly teleporting them to a farther void. When the front line became bright again, a dim red dwarf star appeared in front. That red dwarf star, which is only 2/3 the diameter of the sun, seems to be approaching the end of its life. It emits a dim red light, barely illuminating this lonely galaxy. Yes, galaxy. In the detection system, there are 3 planets orbiting a red dwarf star. A bare rocky planet, which is only half the size of Mars. A life planet that is 1/3 larger than the Earth. The most surprising thing is that there is a moon on this life planet. Finally, there is a gaseous planet that is as big as Jupiter. And this planet has a huge star ring. A red dwarf plus 3 planets constitute the entire void material universe. A thin, already riddled cosmic membrane can barely protect this small material universe from the erosion of the surrounding void. When approaching the cosmic membrane, the lone goose began to slow down and slowly stopped in the void. Don't you just go in? Trix even held her heavy hammer and was eager to try. Gu Yan stood up and activated the stealth mode of the spacecraft. Muxing flicked her head. Silly girl, you are an observer. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Next to him, Vigo had already summoned his Aurus and his own observer tower. Trix, have you forgotten what the teacher taught in class? Each universe has its own unique operating rules, and any intrusion of outsiders will cause rejection of the universe. If it is locked, it may be eliminated as an invading virus. Trix immediately shouted, You want me to tell you? Of course I remember. Vigo grinned. Then let me test you. What are the 3 elements when we observers want to explore the unknown universe? Trix immediately laughed and scratched her head. Wait a minute, I just can't remember. While talking, she secretly looked at her hammer, where her Aurus was sealed. Before Trix could answer, Muxing spoke. It's observation, analysis, and adaptation. Observation means carefully observing the situation in this world, or this universe, with the eyes of an observer. Then use the observer's tower to analyze, and analyze its rules, and operating rules. Finally, before entering a different world or universe, you must adapt to the rules. Wei Gu beside him immediately applauded Muxing. Looking at Trix again, he was still scratching his head, and holding a hammer to check the information. Seeing that Wei Gu seemed to be laughing at her, she immediately grabbed the hammer. Do you believe me? I give you a hammer? Vigo turned his head awkwardly, looked at Muxing, and walked to the porthole. The 2 of them opened their respective observer towers at the same time. The others took 2 steps back in a very cooperative manner. Trix, record. Muxing's voice sounded. Understood, record. Trix saw Muxing's expectant eyes, and quickly summoned her tower to start recording. Vigo and Muxing's voices kept ringing. Calculating spacetime characteristics. Testing spacetime characteristics. Performing dimensional observation. Dimension observation has been started. Establish a simulated dimension observation program. Simulated dimension observation program is being built. I am going to start macro observation. You start micro observation. I have started micro observation. Results are starting to be output. The observer tower in front of the 2 people was flashing wildly, and the Aurus above their heads was also flashing wildly. And Trix next to him did not need to observe and calculate, he only needed to record. As for the madman and the others, they looked at the scene in front of them quietly and in amazement. Caesar looked at Gu Yan's serious expression. Can you understand it? I can't understand it, but it's very shocking, Gu Yan said awkwardly. At this moment, in the hull of the spaceship, a simulated miniature universe model began to be constructed. They were immediately attracted to the model. As Vigo and Muxing output the data, Trix began to record it, and various data were transmitted to the model. As the data recorded became more and more complete, the model became more and more realistic. Finally, when the two of them suddenly closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, the model in the hall was almost identical to the small universe in front of them. The two looked at each other. Although it was their first cooperation, they did not expect that they could work so well and smoothly. Mu Xing threw a teaching stick to Trix. I don't know where Trix found a pair of black framed glasses and put them on her nose, which added a touch of intellectuality to her. Tell me about it, Teacher Trix. Mu Xing smiled. Trix coughed and began to point at the red sun. Based on observations, I summarized and concluded the following. First, the star void does not seem to be naturally formed, but man-made. Man-made? The lone goose on the opposite side subconsciously raised its head. Yes, although its origin is unknown, this red dwarf is indeed man-made. It is small in size, but the light and heat it releases are about the same as the light and heat that the Earth can receive. Then, she pointed to the rocky planet. Stars are man-made, but this planet is not. It should have been dragged in from another universe. Its function looks more like a stabilizer. Stabilizer? What do you mean? It is used to balance the gravity between the life planet and the third gas planet and the red dwarf. She pointed at the gas planet and said, this gas planet has two functions. The first is to balance the gravity of the red dwarf, and the second is for defense. Defense? Gu Yen was puzzled. It is used to defend against meteorites, broken small stars, etc. that may appear in the void. Do you see the star ring? It is formed by countless foreign debris. The madman said, isn't it similar to Jupiter in the solar system? That's right. Trix nodded. Finally, she pointed to the life planet in the middle. As for this planet, the observation data you sent back is blurry. Mu Xing and Vigo looked at each other and quickly checked the information they observed. Both frowned. How is this possible? Why did the data become invisible? Trix pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. According to Section 132, Article 6 of the Observer Code, there are two reasons for this factor. First, your observer level is too low and your line of sight cannot reach it, but you are all level 4 observers, so this possibility can basically be ruled out. Then, there is only the second possibility. Vigo and Mu Xing spoke at the same time. Our observations were interfered with. Chapter 714. Interference? Can the vision of your observers be interfered with? Caesar beside him couldn't help asking. Mu Xing shook his head. We are only level 4 observers, not omniscient level 6 observers. And even if it is level 6, if there is a powerful being who is deliberately hiding, it is also difficult to see through the mystery. He pointed to the life planet in front. This is the territory of the void god. It is not impossible to set up some forbidden rules to conceal the truth. Obviously, Mu Xing did not feel frustrated because his vision was blocked. Instead, his eyes were bright and full of expectation. What should we do now? Do we have to force our way in without first-hand information? A lone goose looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing took out a box and said, no, our goal this time is exploration and reconnaissance, and the primary goal is to plant seeds. When they opened the box, everyone saw a bright white seed in the box. What is this? The anchor seed of the survival system. Mu Xing signaled Gu Yen to drive the spaceship closer, getting closer to the fragile cosmic membrane. He took a deep breath and turned into Gray Moon, stepping into the void alone. As half of the will of chaos, he not only did not feel uncomfortable in the void, but it felt like going home. He swam happily in the void, approaching the cosmic membrane. The white seed was thrown out and accurately embedded in a crack. After doing all this, Mu Xing teleported back to the interior of the spaceship. What are you doing? What we two level 4 observers can't see clearly. Of course, the survival system has no problem. This anchor seed is equivalent to the clone of the survival system. We just need to wait for it to take root and sprout. As he was speaking, the seed embedded in the crack of the cosmic membrane actually began to sprout. Countless white capillary roots extended in all directions. Just like a living parasite, in just 1 minute, it expanded to tens of thousands of meters, and the speed was still increasing. This place is too far from the survival line. It is not so easy for the survival system to land here. First, a clone is needed to build an anchor point here, so that the rules of the survival system can come here. Mu Xing explained for the others. However, Vigo next to him frowned. I don't know why, but I always feel something is wrong. What's wrong? Captain, didn't you say that the apostle umbilical cord and apostle cord you got came from here, which means that the survival system has been here before? Did it abandon the control of this place later? Mu Xing shook his head. I didn't see any signs of the survival system coming here. Maybe someone just accidentally broke in here and took something out of here, which attracted the attention of the survival system. The lone goose beside him also nodded. Yes, according to my understanding of the survival system, any world occupied by the survival system will never be easily abandoned. But Mu Xing waved his hand. Okay, everyone, don't make groundless guesses for now. I believe there will be results soon. Sure enough. After everyone waited for about 10 minutes, the capillary roots spread from the white seeds have occupied a huge area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. At this time, Mu Xing received a prompt from the survival system. The target fantasy world has been locked, and the survival mission is on. Survival mission, Fantasy World Explorer. Fantasy World Explorer. Complete at least 50% exploration of the fantasy world. Complete the mission to get a special fantasy world reward. The higher the exploration, the richer the reward. The mission is coming. It is obvious that this anchor point has been connected to the survival system, and the mission system arrived first. Except for Vigo and Trix, several people hurriedly checked their survival terminals. The survival terminal has begun to activate, which is networking. Sign. Just then, a piece of letter appeared in front of Mu Xing. What is this? Mu Xing held the letter in one hand. The letter was old and even slightly yellowed, looking like it was sent many years ago. The envelope read, from the descendants of the Dureshi's family. The Dureshi's family? Has anyone heard of this title? Everyone shook their heads, looking at each other. Obviously none of them had ever heard of the name of this family. Mu Xing gently crushed the red ink and unfolded the envelope made of waterproof craft paper. I opened the letter and began to read its contents. To my dear descendants, when you open this letter, I will have returned to dust, but the fate of my family is still in your hands. Deep in our territory, there is a forgotten history, a secret that can change everything. I have spent my whole life pursuing it, but I have not been able to uncover its full veil. Under our manor, there is an ancient ruin, whose existence is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I have gone deep into it, and glimpsed some dark power beyond reality. I was once the glory of my family, a noble who pursued knowledge and power, but my ambition led me to the abyss. I have spent my life fighting against the dark forces in this land. Under this ancient mansion, the forgotten dark dungeon, like a greedy monster, constantly devours the soul and sanity of our family. Now, this legacy is handed over to you. You may try to fix my mistakes, but remember that darkness has long been rooted in our blood. You can't escape, nor can you resist. Come back here and face your fate. Remember, the truth is often hidden beneath appearances. Don't be trapped by fear, and don't be confused by appearances. Your return is not only for the family, but also to solve the final puzzle. I can't reveal more in the letter, because some truths can only be revealed by you yourself. Come back here and complete the unfinished mission. Your ancestor. After reading the letter, Mu Xing was about to speak, but he saw a red mark on the envelope was lighting up. At the same time, the voice of the survival system came to his ears. You have triggered the mission item, the letter from the ancestor. You will be teleported to the target world in 30 seconds. He found a dark hole in front of him. Mu Xing turned his head quickly, and saw the confusion in the eyes of others. Captain? No time to explain, I will go ahead. You hurry up and follow the established plan. If the situation changes, hold on to the mark I left for you. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Xing felt an infinite attraction sucking him into the black hole. This scene shocked the others. When they wanted to rush into the black hole, they were pushed back. What's going on? Why can't we get in? Look there. Trix pointed to the cosmic membrane in front of him. Everyone looked over, and saw that the white roots were rapidly turning black and decaying, and the area that originally expanded to hundreds of thousands of square kilometers was shrinking rapidly. Vigo raised his head sharply. No, the survival system has not been here before, but it was expelled. What? Everyone else looked at him fiercely. No, we have to find a way to tell the captain the truth quickly. Chapter 715. Creaky. Mu Xing slowly woke up to the melodious sound of rutting. His vision gradually became clear from blurry. This was a dilapidated carriage, and the interior was filled with an old smell. As his sight moved upward, the wooden boards of the carriage were covered with cracks, and the paint had long been peeled off, revealing mottled wood texture. There was thick dust in the corner, and in the simple wooden box, some slightly yellowed clothes could be vaguely seen in the gaps of the brass lock. As the carriage swayed, occasionally a few rays of dim sunlight sprinkled through the cracks in the broken roof, illuminating the dust floating in the air. He moved his body slightly, and felt the softness under the pillow. He subconsciously looked up, and found that he was lying on two soft thighs. He saw a pure and lovely face. The beautiful blue eyes were staring at the scenery flashing outside the window. As if sensing that Mu Xing had woken up, she smiled with surprise. "Master, are you awake?" Although he didn't want to get up from this comfortable knee pillow, Mu Xing still endured the headache and tried to sit up. He felt weak all over, as if he had been run over by a semi-trailer twice. Not only muscles, but also bones were inexplicably painful. He rubbed his sore temples, and couldn't remember when he had such an uncomfortable teleportation experience last time. When he wanted to stretch his muscles and use his strength to repair his body, he couldn't feel where his upper strength had gone. Frowning, Mu Xing subconsciously touched his cheek, but touched a strange face. "This is not the body I am familiar with." What happened? Mu Xing's heartbeat accelerated, and a trace of panic surged into his heart. But he was a veteran of survival after all, and he calmed down quickly in a very short time. Did he travel through time, or was he possessed? First of all, he had to figure out what happened. He stuck his head out of the car window. A muddy road stretched into the distance, and the hillside beside the road was covered with strange thorn trees. The wheels rubbed against each other, making a constant creaking sound. It was almost dusk, and the sky was getting darker. The oil lamp hanging from the roof of the carriage had already lit up, illuminating the road ahead. In the carriage, besides himself and the maid-dressed girl in front of him, there was only the driver sitting in front of him, who was responsible for driving. "Who are you? Where am I?" Mu Xing looked at the maid-dressed girl in front of him. He saw 2 lines of tears flowing down the girl's face unconsciously. "Master, you are okay. It's really great." Mu Xing frowned. "What happened?" "Master Anderson, please don't be willful anymore. If it weren't for the blessing of the ancestors, you would have probably rolled down the hillside and died." Mu Xing suddenly felt a severe headache when he heard this. A lot of memories began to flash in his consciousness. "My name is Anderson, from a poor merchant family. My grandfather started from scratch and built a huge business. However, he encountered an unreliable father. He drank, gambled, and indulged in love affairs. In a few years, the business went bankrupt due to poor management. The irresponsible father almost squandered the family property before he died. By his generation, the family could no longer be maintained. After graduating from the college, he has been living in a daze. In order to pay off the gambling debts left by his irresponsible father, he sold his last property. With nowhere else to go, he was ready to die. But at this moment, he received a letter from afar. A nobleman, who claimed to be the ancestor of the Diersis family, sent him a letter of inheritance. The letter told him that in a distant town called Hamlet, he had a kind and wealthy noble ancestor. He was lucky to be the only heir of this noble ancestor. The castle, property, and title of the noble ancestors will all be inherited by this distant descendant. After receiving this news, Anderson immediately sold the remaining property. He gathered his belongings, took the little maid who grew up with him, and set off. One day ago, he passed by a hillside. Anderson insisted on climbing up the hillside to draw a sketch. Unexpectedly, his footing was unstable, and he rolled down the hillside and fell to his death. The memory stopped here. Mu Xing was silent. Was his soul taking over the body of this unlucky Anderson? He was supposed to be killed by the fall, but he was taken over by me, the latecomer. Where did my body go? Master Anderson, are you okay? The little maid held him with a worried look on her face. I'm fine, Adele. Mu Xing waved his hands. His body was so fragile that it felt like his bones would be torn apart with the slightest movement. His muscles also felt a burning pain. Master Anderson, if you die, how can I live? As the little maid spoke, tears began to fall down, hitting the wooden board like little pearls. Okay, don't cry for now. Mu Xing took out a silk scarf from his slightly muddy clothes. He was ready to wipe away her tears. The maid in front of him was stunned by his action. She quickly lowered her head and stepped back in awe. Master Anderson, I won't cry anymore. Mu Xing's raised hand was suspended in the air, neither reaching out nor retracting. He was not shocked by the maid's action, but he saw the subtitles lit up on the silk scarf in his hand. Perfumed scarf. Silk from an ancient oriental country, soaked in rose liquid and dyed with fragrance. High-quality material. Value, 15 gold coins. Mu Xing was stunned. What is this? A panel different from the survival system? No, he still saw some shadows of the survival system, but it was hidden very deeply. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and handed the scarf over. Wipe your tears, Adele. The little maid shook her head like a rattle. Master Anderson, this is the scarf your mother left you. It is your most precious thing. How can such a precious thing be used to wipe your tears? She quickly raised her arm and wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment, realizing that this was a silk scarf worth 15 gold coins. In his memory, the annual expenses of an ordinary family of 3 in this era were only a dozen gold coins. This shows how precious this silk scarf is. Mu Xing quickly put the silk scarf in his arms. He estimated that his current assets were less than 30 gold coins. The clothes and sundries on the carriage could probably be sold for more than 10 gold coins. So, this scarf is indeed the most valuable thing in his hand. The scarf is also trimmed and embroidered with patterns, and a faint rose fragrance is constantly emanating. He stuffed the scarf into his arms. Don't worry, Adele, we will soon inherit the title and property of our ancestors. I believe that one day I will return to the glory of my grandfather. When the little maid heard this, a glimmer burst out of her bright eyes. Her face was full of expectations. At this moment, the driver in front suddenly knocked on the door. Mr. Anderson, Hamlet Town is almost here, about 3 kilometers away. Mu Xing subconsciously looked out of the car window, and there was a road sign at the fork in the road ahead. The fork on the left indicated the way to Hamlet Town. Distance from here, 3 kilometers. Chapter 7:16. Through the light that was not completely dim, Mu Xing could vaguely see the blurred outline in the distance. This place seemed to be very close to the seaside, and the sound of the rising tide could be vaguely heard. The moist water vapor spread to the land, forming a light mist in the air. The horses' hooves hit the road, making a clattering sound. The range illuminated by the oil lamp seemed more urgent because of the fog. Mu Xing pushed open the car door and saw the coachman. He was wearing a dirty cowhide hat, probably in his 50s, with a crooked scar on his face. The scar was not long, only 2 or 3 centimeters. In the gloomy fog and dim oil lamp, it was set off quite hideous. Mu Xing learned from his memory that the coachman was actually a good person. Anderson rolled down the hillside, and it was he who rescued him. Are you from Hamlet? Mu Xing suddenly asked. The coachman nodded, then shook his head. I used to be from Hamlet, but later, some bad things happened in and outside the town, so I left there. Go to another inland town. This is the town of Carrion where you are, Mr. Anderson. If Mr. Anderson hadn't offered a high enough price, I would definitely not want to come back here. Mu Xing looked at the road ahead. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. What happened here? The driver sighed and began to tell the story. Hamlet was once a rich and great town. When the Dureshis family still controlled this town, it brought wealth and prosperity here. But with the decline of the Dyrsis family, this land seems to be cursed. Plague, disease, disaster, and monsters appear in the wilderness. The once rich town quickly declined, and with the greed of the landlords and nobles, this place has long lost its former glory. I haven't been back here for many years, and I just heard some of the things that happened in these years. Some people have seen witches controlling skeletons in the wilderness, and pirate ghosts in the ruined port. Someone heard a terrible howl coming from deep underground in the dark sewer. I don't know what happened here, but I know that the only way for people living on this land is to escape. He glanced at the slightly thin Mu Xing. Mr. Anderson, I wonder if you are going to Hamlet to visit relatives or friends this time. Mu Xing shook his head. No, I plan to go back and inherit the legacy left by my ancestors. Ancestors? The driver was puzzled. It's Dorichis. In addition, you can also call me by my name, Anderson Dorichis. The driver was startled and showed a look of surprise. You are actually the descendant of Dureshis? Mu Xing looked at his expression, and seemed to respect the descendants of Dureshis very much. What's wrong? Any questions? The driver was very excited, and even danced with joy. That's great. I didn't expect that one day, the descendants of the Dureshis family would be willing to return and rule this ancient territory again. Maybe the glory of Dureshis will shine on this cursed land again, and let Hamlet rekindle his glory. Mu Xing felt that this person was too exaggerated. He also realized that the people here seemed to miss the era of that cheap ancestor very much. Mu Xing knocked his head. For some reason, he felt that some of his memories were sealed. Especially the memories about this world. This tampering power obviously did not come from the survival system. He just remembered his mission here, explore. Mu Xing squatted near the car door. Can you tell me the story that happened on this land? Of course, no problem. He said excitedly. Hamlet used to be a port city with a mix of good and bad people. It was once rich thanks to maritime trade. It's just that the nobles living here are too greedy. They even colluded with pirates, letting the pirates rob merchant ships first, and then extorting high ransoms from merchants. In the city, these nobles monopolize everything, high above, and people are miserable. But there is one noble who is different. He is Mr. Diarsis. He is approachable. Unlike those nobles, he prefers to drink and play with those merchants, explorers, and hunters in the tavern. He was born noble, but he was able to lower himself and make friends with people from the lower class. For the future of Hamlet, he designed to kill the daughter of the Blood clan, who wanted to corrupt and rule the entire hamlet. Eliminated those dirty noble parasites, who oppressed the people every day. Under the leadership of Diarsis, Hamlet established a ship protection team. He wiped out the pirates, who were stirring up trouble on the sea, and burned the witches, who were spreading lies to deceive the people. He brought a new life and prosperity to Hamlet. He became the greatest lord of this town. But all this changed because of the disappearance of Mr. Diarsis. Disappeared? Mu Xing looked at him puzzled. It is said that on a stormy night, people saw a terrible pigman monster running out of the castle sewer. There are rumors that Mr. Diarsis is performing some kind of evil sacrificial ritual. Since then, Mr. Diarsis has disappeared and has never been seen again. Without its lord, the territory began to decline rapidly, and the land seemed to be cursed. Plague began to rage, and dangerous diseases spread everywhere. The land became less fertile, and even oozed disgusting black water. The witches who were expelled and burned became monsters and resurrected in the wilderness. The ghosts of pirates have taken over the port. The old castle has been completely abandoned, and no one has come to save the town. Now, this place has lost its glory, and is occupied by robbers, thieves, and prisoners. Those dirty little nobles divided up Mr. Diarix's property, and took advantage of the situation. This place is no longer worth remembering, although I really wanted to return to its former prosperity. Speaking of this, the driver sighed deeply. Mu Xing silently looked at the town getting closer and closer in front of him. After passing through a mist, a slightly dilapidated port town came into view. The first thing I saw was the castle that was full of mystery under the hazy moonlight. It stood on the cliff on the hillside by the sea, like a king high above, overlooking everything at the foot of the mountain. As night fell, wisps of smoke began to rise in the town. From time to time, bursts of wolf howling came from the wilderness in the distance, mixed with the sound of waves hitting the coast. The sound of horse hooves began to slow down, and the ruts began to creak into this ancient town. Mu Xing retracted his head, and the carriage began to enter the town. He sensed the malice faintly coming from the darkness around him. Those dark eyes stared at the strange carriage. The driver subconsciously shrank his neck. "Go to the castle," Mu Xing's steady voice sounded. Chapter 717. As the carriage slowly stopped at the foot of the hill, where the castle was located, Mu Xing stretched her body and jumped off the carriage. The maid Adele also jumped off immediately. "Master Anderson, please go slowly, don't hurt yourself." Mu Xing looked around. The former glory was gone. The once prosperous, but now dilapidated fence could no longer stop the wild weeds from growing wildly. Wild thorn branches were crawling everywhere. The rusty gate was closed, wrapped with iron chains, and locked with a strong iron lock. The site goes up along the broken stone road. The family castle stands majestically on the high slope of the cliff. The dark brown stone wall is already crumbling, shrouded in fog, as if isolated from the world. The towering wall is made of thick gray stone. The surface is covered with cracks and moss, and the traces of time are clearly visible. The spire of the castle pierces the sky, and although the weather vane on the spire has long been rusted, it still stubbornly points to the distance. On the right side of the castle, several dilapidated towers stand alone, and the observation windows on the top of the tower are like dark and empty eye sockets. The main entrance of the castle is a huge iron and wooden door. The iron nails and chains on the door have long been rusted. The stone steps in front of the door are covered with weeds and vines, which looks desolate and lonely. Mu Xing waved to Adele, and the young and lively girl took out a heavy wooden box from the carriage. She took out a rusty black key from the wooden box. He was about to open the door, but the coachman next to him stopped him. "What's wrong?" The coachman looked around in fear. "Mr. Anderson, the castle has been abandoned for many years. The manor is overgrown with weeds, and there are many poisonous snakes and insects. I think we should wait until tomorrow and recruit some people to clean it up a little bit before going in." Mu Xing looked around. Although he had lost his body, he still retained a strong soul and spiritual power. And he is an observer, who is the existence that relies least on physical strength. But his observer tower is not around. In his perception, his tower seems to be hidden in a difficult-to-detect space somewhere in this castle. He must first find his tower and seal, and then find a way to find his body. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly sensed a sense of danger. He looked at the manor full of weeds and thorns, as if he could see a pair of dangerous eyes staring at him. No, he couldn't go in at this time. For some reason, a warning of danger flashed in his mind. He immediately turned around and returned to the carriage without hesitation. Can you take us to Hamlet's hotel first? Of course, no problem. The coachman nodded quickly, then bowed to the manor in awe, and then drove the carriage back to the town at the foot of the mountain. This town called Hamlet no longer had its former glory, only decline. Only a few taverns and hotels were still lit, and from time to time, there were the sounds of people drinking and playing cards. The coachman said, Mr. Anderson, please don't go out at night in Hamlet. Mu Xing looked at the coachman in front of him and pointed at the dagger at his waist. Although he hid well, Mu Xing still locked onto him at a glance. That was definitely not a weapon that an ordinary coachman could carry. You should be more than just an ordinary coachman, right? Mu Xing suddenly said. The other party frowned, and under the dim light, the hideous scar made him look even more terrifying. Adele was startled and quickly hid behind Mu Xing. The coachman looked up. What do you mean, Mr. Anderson? Mu Xing waved his hand. I am not interested in your past, but if you are willing, I can hire you at a high price, 1 gold coin per day. The other party was stunned. He didn't expect Mu Xing to want to hire him. Mu Xing continued, You were once a Hamlet man, so you must be familiar with this place. I need a safe and reliable guide. I'm not interested in ordinary people, but I get along well with you. I think you're pretty good. The driver laughed hoarsely, as if he had suddenly changed from an honest driver to a sharp-eyed swordsman. Especially when he touched the handle of the knife with one hand, the murderous aura was definitely not something a driver could have. However, Mu Xing remained calm, looking at him with interest and a smile. But in the end, he did not grasp the hilt of the knife, but reached out to take out the bamboo tube hanging on his waist. He took out an employment contract from the polished bamboo tube. He even brought his own charcoal pencil and ink. It seems that this is not the first time you have taken such a job. Mu Xing smiled. The driver shook his head. These days, the only result of sticking to a job is starvation. Even if you are a killer, you can't eat enough every day. Mu Xing took the contract, which was written in a very standard font. The terms were very detailed. He only needed to fill in the employment time and the employment amount. Mu Xing saw a strange mark on the top of the contract. The symbol looked like a thorn ring bent inward, like an iron crown. Just as Mu Xing signed his name on the employment contract, he saw the other party's name, Victor. When Mu Xing pressed his handprint, he raised his head. From now on, we will have a pleasant cooperation, Mr. Victor. The other party took the contract, and a gold coin handed over by Mu Xing. His expression became pious. From today on, I will be your exclusive employer, Master Anderson. I can provide errands, coachmen, and certain security work. Mu Xing nodded. Although Adele on the side tried hard to wink at him, Mu Xing deliberately ignored it. You go park the carriage, and then find me a hotel. I want the best room. Yes. Victor nodded, led the carriage to park. The maid next to him couldn't help it. Master Anderson, 1 gold coin a day? Have you forgotten our current predicament? Mu Xing shook his head. It's not easy to find a reliable person when you first arrive. You don't want to hire an unknown guy in this strange place. Adele scratched the back of her head. But master, he is just a coachman, not worth 1 gold coin a day. Mu Xing smiled. He is not just a coachman. If I guess correctly, he should have been a noble guard knight. What? He's a knight. It was Adele's turn to be surprised, with a look of shock on her face. So, you can't just look at a person's appearance. Don't judge him by his appearance. Adele looked at Mu Xing blankly. Master, I feel like you've suddenly become a different person. Mu Xing grinned. You're right, the Anderson of the past is dead, and the one standing in front of you now is a brand new Anderson, the new Lord of Hamlet. He looked into the distance, and the hazy moon was rising slowly. His voice was not concealed, and it echoed in the empty street. Many people quietly opened the windows, and looked through the narrow gap to see the thin young man, wearing a not expensive cloak. Countless whispers sounded in the dark. Chapter 7:18. Nothing happened overnight. Although Mu Xing did not deliberately publicize it. But since a young man who claimed to be a descendant of Diarcis broke into this downtrodden town last night, whispers quickly spread throughout Hamlet. In the morning, Mu Xing just stretched and opened the window on the second floor, and immediately attracted a lot of attention. One by one, curious or puzzled expressions came from all directions. Mu Xing glanced around the street, and there were many more people near the hotel than elsewhere. They should all come for him. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Master Anderson, I've got some hot water for you. Come wash your face first. At the door was a cute little maid holding hot water. Next to the little maid was Victor, who had changed into a set of chain mail. Yesterday, he was a coachman in ragged linen clothes, but today he has transformed into a down-and-out knight. But he looked like a poor man pretending to be calm. The chain mail had long been broken, and the short knife at his waist had long lost its former sharpness. "You should change your sword, knight," Mu Xing reminded Victor while washing his face. Victor was stunned at first, then subconsciously touched the handle of the sword. "A good weapon is worth a lot of money, and this dagger has been with me for many years." Having said that, he did not intend to pull out the dagger to show it. Mu Xing took the face rag handed over by Adele, and handed the silk scarf in his arms to Adele. "Go pawn the silk scarf." The little maid was shocked. "Master Anderson? This kind of thing is just a valuable thing to embellish my identity. Now I need the value it brings." Adele bit her lip lightly, and finally nodded, taking the precious silk scarf that was specially packed in a small box. Victor leaned against the door frame and watched this scene without saying a word. He didn't understand this new future nobleman, and wondered if he could gain a foothold in his hamlet. "Master, where are we going today?" Mu Xing pointed to the tavern at the end of the street through the window. "Go recruit a few cleaners first to clean my territory." Victor nodded. Although the young man looked fragile and thin, he was willing to listen to advice, which made him feel a little good about Mu Xing. He had seen too many arrogant nobles. If it were other nobles, they would have rushed into the dangerous castle last night. It might be unknown whether we can see the complete body today. Mu Xing ate 2 hard croissants in the hotel, drank a bowl of kelp and vegetable soup, and then rushed to the hotel at the end of the street under the curious eyes of everyone. As the sun fell on this dilapidated town, more people began to walk on the street. The pedestrians were in a hurry, and many of them covered their faces with black cloth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. When they passed by the street, people around them were afraid to avoid them. Red spots could be vaguely seen on their faces wrapped in black cloth. "Get out of here! Get away from me, damn leprosy!" One person was accidentally touched and immediately cursed. Mu Xing stared at the lepers, who hurriedly lowered their heads and left. In this era, there was no good treatment. Even in the real world, leprosy was not considered an untreatable disease until the 20th century. When the lepers passed by, Victor quickly protected Mu Xing behind him, and deliberately showed the dagger hanging on his waist as a threat. Mu Xing noticed that the lepers seemed to be heading towards the clinic. He noticed that among the 4 lepers, he seemed to have seen a man with a long sword on his back. He looked like a knight. So he paid special attention to this group of people. "Sir, stay away from those people. If you get infected with leprosy, it will be troublesome." Victor looked around. This damn place doesn't even have a sheriff. How dare these lepers walk on the street so openly? If it were somewhere else, they would have been locked up long ago, Victor said with a gloomy face. Mu Xing didn't say anything, turned around and continued to walk towards the hotel. Although it was early in the morning, the hotel was already crowded. He knew that this was not only a place to drink, but also a place to find work. Many people spend the whole day in the tavern just to find a new day's work and earn enough wages to buy food and drinks. When Mu Xing's thin body pushed open the wooden door that exuded a strong smell of alcohol, it immediately disturbed everyone in the tavern. Then, there was even a group of ferocious guys in the corner who raised their heads and locked their eyes on Mu Xing. However, such eyes could not threaten Mu Xing, and he waved to Victor behind him. The other party quickly took out a noble inheritance order and a territory inheritance order. These are the things that Anderson's chief ancestor sent with his letter. In addition to these inheritance orders, there are also castle keys and other sundries. Everyone was immediately attracted by the inheritance order in his hand. I think many people have heard the news that I came to Hamlet Town yesterday. Let me introduce myself. My name is Victor, Victor Dirix. As soon as these words came out, many people stretched their necks to see the words on the inheritance order clearly. The nobles in this world are hereditary, and the nobles have the right to pass their titles on to their descendants. Now, the crown falls on Anderson. Although Mu Xing has lost his body, the superior aura exuded from his soul and spirit also makes him incompatible with the muddy hamlet. From today on, I am the new owner of Direx's castle, and you can also call me Baron Anderson. As he said this, a gold coin in his hand bounced up and landed accurately on the table of the bar. Those dull eyes followed the gold coin and fell on the bar. The bartender looked at Mu Xing with a puzzled look. Give each person a glass of fresh brew in the morning, and the rest will be in my name. I will give a glass to everyone who enters the tavern until it runs out. The bartender nodded with a smile, grabbed the gold coins in his hand, and stuffed them into his arms happily. In the tavern, cheers immediately rang out. Someone invited them to drink, so they were naturally happy. In addition, Mu Xing interrupted these people. My castle needs to be cleaned and repaired, and I need some manpower. I want to hire 10 people, 20 silver coins a day. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted a lot of customers. They were eager to try. In Hamlet, where work was scarce, 1 silver coin could buy about 4 liters of malt liquor, and 20 silver coins a day was definitely a very high-paying job. Although they knew that the long-abandoned castle might be dangerous, there was still an endless stream of people signing up. Moreover, this was the noble lord of Hamlet in the future. If he could show his face at this time, he might have the opportunity to serve the noble lord in the future. In addition, I need 2 good guards, and the price I offer is 50 silver coins a day. The whole tavern was in an uproar. Chapter 7:19. Master, you are really too ostentatious. What if? Victor reminded him. Mu Xing waved his hand, not caring at all. Even though this body was weak, his combat experience and combat awareness were not comparable to those of ordinary people. As for money, as long as he found the Observer's Tower and the Divine Seal, he could turn stones into gold and get as many gold coins as he wanted. As soon as Mu Xing sat down in the tavern, a group of people surrounded him. In the end, they were all stopped by Victor. Although he was not tall, his strength should not be underestimated. The 1.9-meter tall fat man was pushed away by him. The short knife in his hand lit up, and he stared at everyone with a fascinating look. The scar made him look particularly ferocious. Line up. Mu Xing glanced at Victor. You go recruit workers for cleaning and repair. Then Mu Xing walked directly to the table next to him. There were 2 people sitting at the table, a man and a woman. The man was strong and wore a leather vest, revealing his strong muscles. A rough black iron sword was casually leaning against the table. Opposite him was a woman in a tattered linen robe. Although they were well concealed, Mu Xing could still see that the 2 were extraordinary. You 2, are you interested in accepting my employment? The 2 ignored Mu Xing, but just quietly ate whole wheat bread and drank malt wine. 1 gold coin a day, each. Mu Xing gave his own chips. The man looked up. I can't help people repair houses, I can only kill people. Mu Xing grinned. Of course, after all, there may be some things in my castle that need to be cleaned up. The man and woman looked at each other, and then looked at Mu Xing. 2 gold coins per person per day. Deal. The 2 were also stunned. They didn't expect that the young noble would agree without even talking about the price. Is he stupid or dumb, or does he have other intentions? The 2 became alert all of a sudden. Don't be nervous. Mu Xing held the 2 people down. The 2 were secretly shocked. They were all experienced mercenaries, and this seemingly thin young man held them down with one hand. I believe you 2 have heard many legends about this place before you came to Hamlet. I am also a newcomer. For safety reasons, I am naturally unwilling to hire those incompetent thugs. The man narrowed his eyes. This nobleman was not only generous and mysterious, but also very pleasing to him in his words and deeds. At least elsewhere, no nobles would have such an attitude towards them. He pointed out their identity as outsiders as soon as he opened his mouth. This young man seemed immature, but in fact he was experienced. And he raised their value with just one sentence, as if he saw through their strength. I agree. The man spoke first. The woman opposite nodded. I agree too. Mu Xing snapped his fingers. In that case, please follow me. As soon as Mu Xing turned around, he was stopped by 5 scoundrels dressed in ferocious clothes. 2 gold coins a day? We brothers also want to try this job, Mr. Noble. Mu Xing smiled and took a step back. A man and a woman stood up in front of the table. The woman protected Mu Xing with one hand, and the man took action, and the big sword slapped out horizontally. The 5 scoundrels screamed and flew out, their faces covered with blood, and fell to the ground with their bodies curled up like cooked shrimps. Someone wanted to attack by surprise, but the woman next to him punched him in the stomach with lightning speed. Just as the other party covered his stomach with a painful expression, a silver hammer quickly approached, and in an instant, there was only less than 2 centimeters away from the terrified eyes. The violent airflow blew his hair, and scared his crotch directly wet. With a plop, he collapsed to the ground. Let's go! Mu Xing didn't even look at the man, and walked straight out of the hotel. People around him immediately cast shocked eyes. Just as Mu Xing walked out of the hotel, people started to whisper. Go back, and tell the master that Hamlet has a tough guy. The heir of Diocese has come. Is Hamlet going to change? Mu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to these voices, and he didn't bother to pay attention. But the 2 people following him didn't think so. They thought that this young noble was just a show-off, pretending to be calm. But in just a few minutes, their attitude changed 180 degrees. This is a natural nobleman, and ordinary people can't imitate this temperament. Soon, Mu Xing returned to the hillside and Direxus's castle again. The little maid Adele came running all the way with a small box in her arms. Master Anderson, good news. But when she saw the man and woman standing next to Mu Xing, she immediately became alert. Don't worry, these two are the guards I just hired. By the way, what are your names? Raymond, a veteran soldier. The man said. Aloys, a former Templar paladin. The woman spoke. Mu Xing didn't expect to pick up two treasures in one go. They are not comparable to those fierce-looking rogues. I suddenly felt that the 2 gold coins spent that day were worth it. Mu Xing nodded and pointed to the little maid next to her. My maid, Adele, her orders will be my orders from now on. The two nodded at the same time, no objection. Just then, Anderson and 10 strong hired men also came to the hillside. They held various tools in their hands, axes, sickles, saws, everything. Mu Xing took out the rusty key from his arms and walked to the iron gate. Although the lock was rusty, it still functioned well. There were traces of being smashed on the lock, and it was obvious that someone had tried to break in. Mu Xing inserted the key into the keyhole and gently turned it to turn the mechanical buckle from the lock position. When he removed the chain from the iron gate, he clearly felt a summoning force attracting this body. He looked up at the castle. What on earth was attracting the original owner? With a creak, when he pushed open the iron gate, a sense of desolation and defeat came over him. The huge courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Only a broken stone road stretched upward. Mu Xing gave Anderson a look, and he immediately waved his hand. Get to work, clean up the entire castle today, or you won't get a penny. The group of people immediately rushed into the courtyard shouting. This group of people are indeed professional. First, they lit sulfur and started to drive away insects and snakes on a large scale, and then began to clean up the surrounding situation. First, they cleared out the props leading to the castle on the top of the mountain. 2 guards, a man and a woman, helped to move things, and the little maid Adele followed closely with a small box, following Mu Xing. She quietly told Mu Xing that she pawned the scarf for 20 gold coins. It was more than Mu Xing imagined, but he was not surprised. Since the port was cut off, it has been difficult to transport goods from the outside world. A flower scarf from an ancient oriental country is a rare item, and there are naturally many noble ladies willing to pay for it. Mu Xing took the 20 gold coins, and then stuffed 5 gold coins into her. This is for food and clothing for the next few days. Okay, young master. Adele hurriedly and carefully put the gold coins into her small cloth bag and stuffed it into her arms for close protection. Suddenly, at this moment, Raymond and Eloise suddenly blocked them. There was a howl in the bushes. A huge wild boar weighing more than 200 pounds suddenly rushed towards them. Chapter 720. The maid screamed in fear at the sudden appearance of the 200-pound wild boar. Raymond took the lead, swinging the heavy black iron sword with great force. However, at this moment, Mu Xing suddenly felt that his consciousness was dragged into a strange space. Here, he seemed to be an audience sitting on the stage. On the stage, he saw Raymond and Eloise confronting the wild boar. On his body, a panel similar to a game character appeared. Health bar, mana bar, and even skill bar. When he subconsciously reached out and clicked Raymond, Raymond's information appeared in front of him. Raymond, a veteran of the battlefield who had fought for many years, with superb martial arts and swordsmanship, was forced to retire due to injury, and later drifted to Hamlet. Then he clicked on Eloise. Data also appeared above her head. Eloise, a Templar paladin, expelled from the church for making mistakes, a knight who mastered the power of holy light, and later traveled with Raymond. At the same time, Mu Xing saw their respective skills. Raymond's skills: crush, slash, whirlwind, jump, roar. Eloise's skills: provoke, holy strike, heal, martyrdom, purify. When he clicked on the wild boar, data and descriptions appeared. Wild boar: tusked wild boars living in the Hamlet area, very aggressive. Skills: charge, tear, roar, hard skin. Mu Xing knocked his head, feeling that he had seen this panel before. And, as a spectator on the stage, he could actually control the actions and battles of Raymond and Eloise. Raymond used jump slash. Eloise used holy strike. Mu Xing found that the stage had become a turn-based game. He gave an order, and then the character began to attack automatically, releasing the skill order he gave. Raymond jumped and slashed directly, and with a bang, the wild boar lost 2/3 of its health. Eloise followed with a holy strike, and golden light burst out from her silver hammer. The golden holy light directly exploded a big hole in the wild boar's head. The health bar was empty directly. Victory in the battle, item obtained, wild boar's tusk. When Mu Xing was in a trance, he left the mysterious stage. Looking up again, he saw that the wild boar had been killed, exactly the same as what happened on the stage. Did you kill the wild boar just now? Raymond nodded. It's just a wild boar, Eloise, and I can easily solve it with a jump and a holy strike. Mu Xing was stunned. They didn't seem to realize that he was controlling them just now. They completely believed that it was their own subjective consciousness that controlled their fighting. Do you feel uncomfortable? Mu Xing asked tactfully. The two were puzzled. No. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. What on earth was going on? Mu Xing quickly called Victor over. Victor, have someone deal with the wild boar. We have food. When Victor saw the fat wild boar, he first looked at the two people in awe, and then had someone carry the wild boar away for processing. However, Mu Xing noticed that the tusks on the wild boar disappeared. As his mind moved, the loot that had just been prompted on the panel appeared in his hand. Wild boar's tusks can be used to make daggers or spears, or can be used as breastplate accessories, worth 50 silver coins. Mu Xing didn't expect to see not only data, but also prices. Although this thing is very similar to a survival system, he knows very well that this is definitely not a survival system. He looked at the castle on the hillside again, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. He had to get his tower and seal back quickly. Raymond, Eloise, and Victor, follow me. Calling 3 bodyguards, Mu Xing went straight to the old castle. Although there were many traces of knife and axe chopping on the heavy iron door, they were just traces, and did not damage the door at all. On the contrary, there was a big hole in the side window, which obviously showed that someone had entered more than once, and the valuables inside were probably taken away long ago. He took out the key and took a deep breath. Insert the keyhole, and turn it slowly. With a click, the heavy mechanical lock was opened. Mu Xing put his hands on the heavy door, and slowly pushed it open. A pungent musty smell mixed with flying ashes entered his nose. The little maid subconsciously dodged to the side. Mu Xing pushed the door open with force. The door did not open for a long time, and a dull creaking sound came from it. When the light shone into the empty castle hall, a sense of luxury from the past aristocracy came into view. Although the valuables had been basically emptied, the elegant wooden furniture and the exquisite murals all told of the former glory of the Dyer-Sis family. Eloise's prayers came from behind, and the holy light lit up in her palm. When she threw the ball of light, the whole hall was illuminated by the holy light. At the same time, a golden light array rose under her feet, and then the holy light spread. She whispered, "Purification." Behind him, Victor looked at the Templar Paladin with surprise. Mu Xing was somewhat proud. If it were somewhere else, 2 gold coins would not be enough to hire a knight who could use holy light purification. The dark corners around the area swept by the holy light purification became bright. "Mr. Anderson, this castle is still quite clean," Eloise said. Mu Xing knew what she meant by clean, but he knew very well that this place was not clean. It always gave him a sense of cleanliness on the surface, but in fact it was a place hiding countless filth and blood. "You two help me clean up the rooms in the castle. Anderson, help me count the situation in the castle." Several bodyguards nodded and immediately dispersed. Mu Xing strode forward. He walked along the wide staircase to the 2nd floor. He sensed a familiar breath on the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, the breath seemed to be getting closer and closer. Squeak! Suddenly, he heard the sound of a mouse. Then, he saw a big orange rushing from the end of the corridor. Evil spirit? Although its appearance had changed, Mu Xing still recognized it at a glance. It seemed to be holding something in its mouth and rushing towards him. Behind the evil spirit, the wall suddenly broke, and countless black rats were pouring out of the wall like a tide. The moment the two looked at each other, they instantly recognized each other's identity. "What are you doing?" Mu Xing shouted. The evil spirit also shouted anxiously, "Smelly boy, kill these damn rats, quickly." Mu Xing looked at the rats that were surging like a tide, and just as the evil spirit jumped over, Mu Xing hugged the evil spirit. Then, he immediately ran back without looking back. "Why are you running?" The evil spirit shouted. "Are you waiting to die if you don't run? My power is gone. This is not my body," Mu Xing said anxiously. "Don't worry, this is for you." It spit out a palm-sized obelisk, and Mu Xing grabbed it. "Isn't this the obelisk in the holy city?" At this moment, the rats were approaching like a tide, but his speed was still not enough to escape the pursuit of the rats. He quickly chanted a spell, grabbed the obelisk and pressed it hard against the dense tide of rats. Chapter 721. just as the densely packed rats were about to encircle Mu Xing. The space around the black obelisk began to distort. Time slowed down. Mu Xing could clearly see every movement of the rats, their red eyes, yellow fangs, and sharp claws. But they seemed to have been decelerated. The movements became extremely slow. The obelisk in his hand suddenly spread out a whirlpool, and the power of distorting time and space sucked all the rats into the obelisk. It seemed long, but in fact it took less than a moment. When everything returned to normal, where was the terrible rat tide? Even the cracked wall at the end of the corridor returned to its original appearance. As if nothing had happened. The evil spirit still kept screaming. Okay, it's over. Mu Xing patted the cat. Hey, gone, all solved by you kid. The orange cat looked around, but it looked very thin, and should have been malnourished for a long time. What's wrong with you? How can you, an evil spirit, also have your body replaced? How should I know? You also know that I am an evil spirit. The true spirit and the body are inseparable. Even so, when I woke up, my body was replaced. The evil spirit stared at Mu Xing. You still have the guts to criticize me? Didn't you also have your body replaced? Mu Xing frowned. So what's going on? The evil spirit looked serious. It should be a rule related to flesh and blood. Could it be the Forbidden Zone rule set by the Void God? The Void God rarely has rules and abilities related to flesh and blood. What I am worried about is something else hidden in this world. What else? Mu Xing looked at it. Don't look at me. I'm not omniscient and omnipotent. By the way, do you have anything to eat? I've been in this broken place for 3 days. I'm almost starving to death. 3 days? Mu Xing was stunned. Are you sure? It's been 3 days? How could I be wrong? I was chased by those rats for 3 days. By the way, what happened to those rats? Also, how did the obelisk come to your hands? The evil spirit shook his head. I don't know what the rats are, but they look like some kind of mutant rats. They must have eaten something they shouldn't have, and became extremely ferocious. As for the obelisk, I got it from the attic. I can't use it, but I thought you could use it, so I kept it with me. At this moment, Raymond and Eloise rushed over as soon as possible. Victor also hurried over, holding the broken knife in his hand. No wonder he didn't draw the knife normally. The tip of the knife had been broken long ago. Master Anderson, are you okay? What happened just now? Mu Xing shook his head. I just encountered some rats. Mu Xing pointed to the bodies of rats that were crushed to death by the power of distorted time and space. By the way, did you find anything else? Did you encounter anything? Raymond and Eloise both shook their heads. But Victor pointed to the top of his head. Master, there seems to be movement in the attic. Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit. What's in the attic? The evil spirit shrank its neck. There is a fat rat. In the ears of others, the evil spirit was just meowing, and it was completely incomprehensible. Mu Xing looked up. Get ready for battle. In 10 minutes, the 3 of you will go to the attic with me. Although the 3 did not understand what was in the attic, they still nodded. Just then, the little maid rushed over in a hurry. He grabbed Mu Xing and checked her. Master Anderson, are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Xing rubbed the little maid's head, then stuffed the evil spirit into her arms. Find something to eat for the little one. Meow meow meow. The evil spirit looked at the little maid with big eyes. Oh, okay. Just as the 3 of them went downstairs to prepare, Mu Xing called Victor. Give me the knife, I help you fix it. Victor was also surprised. Don't worry, I give you a surprise. Although Victor was puzzled, he finally handed the broken knife to Mu Xing and ran downstairs. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the obelisk in his hand. Fortunately, there was an evil spirit. He suddenly realized where all his things were. The tower, the seal, and the obelisk were all left in this castle. Combined with the stage battle state he just entered and the data columns, he suspected that this castle was a copy of a game. If he wanted to get his things back, he had to keep breaking through levels and killing monsters. But Mu Xing didn't understand who was the manipulator behind all this. What was he trying to do? Fortunately, before he entered this world, he took the obelisk out of the holy city. He had intended to study it carefully, but he didn't expect it to be put to use so soon. His mind moved, and the black obelisk began to grow larger, and soon became as tall as a person. The tadpole characters on the obelisk squirmed, and mysterious power was rippling. His consciousness sank directly into the obelisk. He suddenly came to the inside of the obelisk. The black obelisk is the control center of the holy city of Raya. Although it is not in the holy city, it also has incredible abilities. For example, the weapon forging he is going to do now. Of course, the obelisk is not a forge, Mu Xing uses the material reorganization ability of the obelisk. Cthulhu is part of the material rules, and its creation ability is of course related to material manipulation. The obelisk has opened up part of the material reorganization ability, and Mu Xing just uses it to forge weapons. To fight monsters, you can't do without two good weapons. So he first tried the dagger in his hand. He threw Victor's dagger indirectly, and also threw in a few discarded iron sheets. The material was reorganized, and the iron sheet and the dagger were quickly fused together to form a complete dagger. Mu Xing thought, add some attributes to you. He threw in the wild boar tusks he had obtained before. They were fused and reorganized together. In just less than half a minute, a dagger shaped like a tusk was formed, and the handle was replaced with a hard-tooth handle. The scabbard was also reconstructed and became brand new. When Mu Xing came out of the space, he had a short knife emitting a faint light in his hand. Unfortunately, this material reorganization cannot create things out of thin air, and it also requires material consumption, otherwise Mu Xing really wants to forge a few submachine guns. However, this idea is just a thought. Weapons that transcend the times will definitely be restricted by rules here. When he went downstairs, several people were ready and put on combat equipment. Victor saw the short knife in Mu Xing's hand at a glance. When Mu Xing threw the short knife to him, he pulled out the knife fiercely, and his breathing became heavy. The two people next to him were also surprised. It's an enchanted weapon. Victor knelt on one knee excitedly. Thank you, Master Anderson, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Mu Xing waved his hand and looked at the other two. In addition to being a noble, I am actually a forger. If I can find other materials, I can also help you strengthen your equipment. The two looked at each other and showed surprise. Chapter 722. The sound of clanging continued to ring in the manor. The once quiet castle seemed to become lively again. As the trees fell one by one, countless flying insects were startled. At this time, the three mercenaries were ready at the entrance of the castle loft. Eloise. Raymond gave her a look. The female knight raised the oak shield in her left hand and held the silver hammer in her right hand. Raymond was behind her, carrying a big sword in one hand and a torch in the other. The crackling flames illuminated the dark attic. The attic of the castle was larger than expected, empty and dark. The wooden floor creaked when I stepped on it. There were rustling sounds in the darkness. Victor walked in the third place, protecting Mu Xing behind him, with a short knife in his hand unsheathed, emitting a faint light in the darkness. Squeak! The sound of mice came from deep in the attic. Then, 3 mice that were nearly half a meter long and extremely fat rushed out of the darkness. It was hard to imagine that rats could grow so big in this castle that had been abandoned for many years. Get ready for battle, Mu Xing said in a low voice. Just as the rats rushed over and the 3 people in front of him were ready for battle, Mu Xing was in a trance and returned to the mysterious stage again. Raymond and the other 2 were on the left, and the 3 fat rats were on the right. Mu Xing clicked on the rat, and immediately got the information of the rat. Greedy rat, a mutant rat living in the attic of the castle. It became fat and aggressive because it accidentally ate an unknown drug. Skills: bite, rat plague, thick skin, mania. These rats don't have much blood, not as much as the wild boars killed before. However, he noticed that these rats carry the skill of plague, so he must avoid being bitten. Once the plague spreads, not to mention the guards in front of him, he himself may not be able to escape. So he must kill them with one strike. At the same time, he also got Victor's data. The fallen knight. The fallen knight who inherited the Knight family, lost the glory and faith of the past, and became a wandering coachman. Skills: short blade stab, double attack, charge, roar, encouragement. Mu Xing noticed that these mercenaries have many skills, but it seems that only 4 skills can be selected in battle. I don't know if there will be a chance to expand my skills in the future. He took a deep breath. Although this stage looked like a game, Mu Xing knew that the 3 people in front of him were real people. Every decision he made would determine their life or death. Mu Xing glanced at their skills, compared their attack power, and directly asked the 3 to use their attack skills. Raymond used the crushing skill, Eloise used the holy attack, and Victor used the piercing skill. The mouse didn't have much health, enough to kill it instantly. Raymond rushed over, roared, and smashed down with a sword in his hand. He smashed the first mouse into pulp. Then Eloise used Holy Strike, but this time he failed to kill the second mouse. Because the Holy Strike was not successful, there was only a hammer attack, but no Holy Light. Obviously, the Holy Light ability of this paladin has declined after leaving the church. Victor rushed forward and stabbed, killing the third mouse directly. When they finished attacking, the round base rule came into effect, and it was the mouse's turn to attack. The rat rushed towards Eloise without hesitation and used bite. Fortunately, Eloise had a shield and raised it fiercely. The rat's sharp teeth did not penetrate the shield. However, the shield surface was damaged, and a small hole was bitten out. Raymond used Crush. In the second round, Mu Xing asked Raymond to use Crush again, and smashed the rat to pieces. If you win the battle, you get 30 silver coins, plus 3 rat skins, and plus 2 rat disease teeth. Mu Xing was delighted. He didn't expect the explosion rate to be so high. When he left the stage, the 3 of them were still on high alert, not realizing that it was actually Mu Xing who was controlling them. Is everyone okay? Mu Xing asked. Alois raised his shield, which had a small hole on it. The durability of this shield is too low, and the defense is too low. If you encounter more rats, I'm afraid. Mu Xing stretched out his hand. I just got some rat skins. I try to forge and strengthen your shield. Alois immediately showed a look of surprise, but at the same time, he was a little embarrassed. But the cost? Don't worry, I will pay for all the enhancement items during your employment. Mu Xing took her shield and weapon, and asked them to wait for a moment. He climbed down from the attic, and actually took out the obelisk to start material reorganization. He fused a piece of rat skin with the shield. In this way, the shield was protected by the thick skin of the rat, and had a higher defense. At the same time, he used the remaining 2 pieces of rat skin to make 3 pairs of gloves to prevent their hands from being scratched by the rats with plague, further improving the defense of the 3 people. As for the rat's fangs, Mu Xing fused them with Eloise's silver hammer. Eloise's holy light was not stable, so her combat power had to be improved from other places. Soon, he obtained a new weapon, the Plague Rat Teeth Hammer, a hammer fused with the plague teeth, with a 60% chance of infecting the target with plague, causing 50% weapon damage each round for 3 rounds. Mu Xing grinned. He was lucky. It was equivalent to obtaining a passive continuous damage skill, which improved Eloise's damage ability. When Mu Xing returned with a shield and hammer, the 3 of them stood up immediately. Mu Xing handed over the shield and hammer, and Eloise immediately showed a shocked expression on her face. You enchanted my war hammer? The materials are limited, so I can only do this. Eloise was so excited that she almost jumped up. Thank you, Baron Anderson. She even changed the way she addressed Mu Xing. Mu Xing waved his hand and handed them the gloves. Pointing to the front. Keep going, there are probably still a lot of rats in the attic. Just like that. When they cleared from south to north and reached the center line, they had killed 3 waves of rats. With experience in dealing with rats, almost all of them were unharmed. And at this moment, an orange cat jumped out from the darkness behind. Smelly boy, be careful, there is a mutant rat king in the attic ahead. Damn it, if my body hadn't been replaced, I could have killed it with 1 claw. The evil spirit cursed, then smacked his lips, and jumped onto Mu Xing's shoulder. Are you full? Yes, I ate a wild boar leg, and finally I have some food in my stomach. Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit. This guy seemed to be fatter, and no longer skinny. It seemed that it was gradually transforming this body. It is worthy of being the will of chaos. The will itself can also transform the body. Mu Xing suddenly thought that the evil spirit can transform the body, and he, as half of the will of chaos, can also do it? After all, he didn't know where his body was hidden. Anderson's body was fragile, so he had to find a way to improve his self-protection ability. Suddenly, Mu Xing became alert. The 3 people in front also became alert. Only heavy footsteps were heard from the darkness. Chapter 723. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Only a person weighing more than 200 kilograms could make such heavy footsteps. The sound was getting closer and closer, constantly echoing in the empty and huge attic. Everyone could vaguely see a tall dark figure crawling out of the darkness. Mu Xing shouted, Eloise, holy light. Eloise quickly released a holy light ball for lighting. The moment the light ball illuminated the attic, the people exploring the attic were all startled. What did they see? In the dim attic, a mutant rat more than 2 meters tall was slowly emerging. Its body was huge, its muscles were knotty, and its gray-black fur was covered with rough scars and protruding blood vessels. Its eyes were blood red, flashing with cunning and ferocious light. Sharp fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, dripping with smelling mucus. The huge claws were like steel hooks, and its tail was as thick as a whip, covered with hard scales. Every breath was accompanied by a low hiss, as if announcing that it was the absolute master of this attic. At the same time, the air was filled with a disgusting smell of decay. If you look closely, you can see that the back of this mutant mouse has long been ulcerated, and the disgusting polyps have grown dozens of centimeters. And around it, 3 mutant mice about 1 meter tall suddenly jumped out, like its loyal guards. Everyone's breathing became heavy. Raymond pressed Eloise's back as he took a half step back. Don't be afraid. Victor was the calmest one, and he pulled out his dagger without hesitation. Ah, it's that bastard. I stole your obelisk from its lair before, and it sent rats to chase me for 3 days. The evil spirit cursed, wishing he could pounce on the mutant rat and fight to the death. Mu Xing wanted to retreat, but found that there was a rustling sound coming from the attic behind him. Obviously, their retreat was cut off. At this moment, they were attacked from both sides. He knew that this battle was inevitable, and he had to kill the rat leader first. Fight! Mu Xing shouted, and was pulled into the stage. Soon, he heard the scream of the evil spirit on his shoulder. What the hell is this place? Stop making noise. Mu Xing held down the howling evil spirit on his shoulder. Wait, how did you get in? Mu Xing realized that the evil spirit was also brought into the stage. When he looked at the evil spirit, he found that its identity had changed. Pet Big Orange, a pet that can provide you with some special help. How do you have attributes? Do you feel any discomfort? Mu Xing asked hurriedly. The evil spirit looked serious. This place is not right. This is the embodiment of some special rules. How to break it? Mu Xing asked. Just wait and see. I observe. You kill the big rat first. Mu Xing nodded and turned his attention to the stage. He clicked on the rat to get the information. Mutated rat guard. A rat that mutated after devouring unknown flesh and blood. It is extremely bloodthirsty and has fierce attack power. It loyally guards the attic rat king. Skills: hard skin, crazy biting, plague, bleeding, claw attack. At the same time, he clicked on the rat king and got the other party's information. Mutated attic rat king. A mutated rat king that mutated after devouring unknown flesh and blood. It is greedy and dangerous. Anyone who enters its territory will become its food. Skills: iron skin, bite, charge, excitement, rat call. Passive skills: shout, rage. It is easy to deal with this guy. Whether it is the length of the health bar or the defense and attack power, it is not comparable to those ordinary rats. Fortunately, Mu Xing upgraded the equipment of the 3 mercenaries along the way. At this time, the 3 of them were wearing rat skin armor, and their weapons had been strengthened many times, doubling their combat effectiveness. So when facing this rat king, he was much more confident. Before he could launch an attack, the rat king roared first. He saw strange thorn symbols appear above the heads of the 3 mercenaries. At the same time, he saw a negative buff appear above the heads of several people. Fear of shout. Negative buff. Due to the influence of the rat king's shout skill, the mercenary's pressure value increases, and the damage received increases. Mu Xing's face darkened. What is this setting? What is the pressure value? Mu Xing noticed a new number above the 3 people's heads. Raymond's number was 32, Eloise's was 46, and Victor's was 21. Is this the so-called stress value? Mu Xing thought, is the stress value the same as the sand value? The higher the stress value means the lower the sand value. When it reaches a limit, the whole person will collapse directly without getting hurt. Bastard, this is not good. This stress value doesn't look like a good thing. Be careful. I will assist you in the battle. The evil spirit gave a warning to reassure Mu Xing. Mu Xing nodded and started his turn. Eloise uses provocation, Raymond uses roar, and Victor uses encourage. In the first round, Mu Xing did not intend to use attack skills, and would first add buffs to the fight. Provocation is a taunt skill that makes the rats attack only Eloise. Roar can improve self-attributes, attack power, defense power, and resistance to various negative states. Encourage can improve the speed and attack power of the entire team. At the same time, the evil spirit on Mu Xing's shoulder meowed, and 3 shields appeared on the 3 of them. Mu Xing was surprised. It could actually release a shield? But this shield was weak, and it probably wouldn't last long. At the same time, the evil spirit meowed again, and a new buff appeared on the 3 of them. Evil Spirit Shelter. All defense increased by 30%, 10% damage reduction. Your ability is not bad. Mu Xing couldn't help but said, not bad at all. If it weren't for this rule restriction, I would have rushed up to fight directly. With the blessing of the evil spirit, the 3 people's condition looks much better. After the buff was added, the rats on the opposite side immediately launched an attack on them. Fortunately, Eloise released the taunt skill, and all the attacks hit her shield. The bite of the rat guards failed to penetrate the reinforced shield. The Rat King also began to add buffs, which were also similar to incentive buffs, which could increase attack power. The rat's eye completed the action, and the first round of both sides ended without anyone being injured. In the second round, Mu Xing planned to launch an active attack. When fighting a boss, don't think about focusing fire on the boss. This is a stupid behavior. The boss has high defense and thick blood, so it is difficult to kill it directly. It is safer to clear the monsters around the boss first. Raymond uses Whirlwind Slash, Eloise uses Holy Strike, and Victor uses Double Attack. He decided to kill the rat guards first. Raymond's Whirlwind is a group attack, first group damage. With the buff Blessing, one Whirlwind almost knocked off 1/3 of the health of the 3 rat guards. At the same time, his enhanced heavy sword can buff the rat guards with Plague, causing them to lose health continuously. Eloise's Holy Strike causes a Holy Light Explosion, which is area damage, and then knocks off 1/3 of the health of the 2 rat guards in the front row. Finally, Victor finishes the job. 2 consecutive hits. The first hit directly clears the health of a rat guard. When the second hit returns, the second rat is killed. Chapter 724. Mu Xing was in a good mood after successfully killing 2 rat guards. These rat guards only looked intimidating, but their fighting power was average. However, Mu Xing soon stopped laughing, because he saw the Rat King roaring to the sky, and 2 mutant rats immediately filled the vacancy of the rat guards. This is the Rat King's summoning skill, which can summon rats of the same kind. It's troublesome. If the summoning is endless, it is estimated that the Rat King will be exhausted to death. It seems that we have to find a way to attack the Rat King. The evil spirit meowed and continued to add buffs, but this time it only buffed Eloise. Thorn Reflection. When attacked, 30% of the damage received will be reflected back as a magic attack. Then it meowed again and added another layer of buff. Piercing Attack. When attacking the front row, the attack power is reduced by 50%, but the attack will penetrate the front row and cause the same amount of damage to the back row. This is amazing. Mu Xing applauded. He looked at the evil spirit. How do you know so many skills? I raised so many assassins and created countless skills. If I hadn't been bullied by dogs, would I be like this now? Mu Xing rubbed its head. He noticed that his skills also lit up on his interface as the controller. This is a coordinated attack. After all the followers have finished attacking, he can also make an attack. The weapon Mu Xing chose for himself was an old-fashioned flintlock rifle found in the castle. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, aiming at the pus on the back of the Rat King. With a bang, the lead bullet exploded on the pustules on the back of the Rat King. Thick black blood immediately seeped out, as if a critical hit had been made. The Rat King screamed and his health dropped by 1/10. The pustules are a weakness. Mu Xing's face lit up. In the second round, the Rat King could no longer endure it and directly launched an active attack. He rushed over like a truck and hit Eloise hard. Eloise quickly raised his shield. With a bang, the whole person took 2 steps back. The Rat King's claws grabbed quickly, tearing a hideous crack on the hard shield. The claws penetrated the shield, leaving scars on Eloise. With a click, the shield released by the evil spirit was shattered directly. Plague and bleeding buffs immediately appeared above Eloise's head. Her health value dropped by 1/3. This attack power is a bit too terrifying, you know. She has several layers of buffs on her body. However, the Rat King attacked swiftly, but also suffered damage from the counterattack. Its health dropped by 1/10 again. Magic critical hit? Magic attack is the weakness of rats? Mu Xing realized that the magic resistance of these rats was almost 0, or even negative. However, he was worried whether Eloise could hold on. Evil spirit, can you heal? Mu Xing asked. I can't heal. She is a paladin. She can heal herself with holy light. I will be responsible for clearing negative buffs. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was the buff master of the evil spirit, otherwise it would be really difficult to fight. After the Rat King attacked, the rat guards and the 2 summoned rats also launched attacks. 3 attacks landed on Eloise, almost tearing her shield completely. Her health was only half left, but fortunately, the counterattack also made the rats suffer, and their health was reduced. The last rat guard was left with only a little blood. At the beginning of the third round, Mu Xing planned to make a quick decision. Raymond used Heavy Slash, which had the penetration attack buff, and could kill the rat guard first. After the attack penetrated, it could attack the Rat King behind at the same time. Victor continued to hit twice in a row, killing 2 summoned rats. Eloise used the healing skill to restore a quarter of her health. Shield up, clear the buff. Mu Xing hurriedly said. Here it comes. The evil spirit meowed and released the shield again, while using the buff clearing ability to wipe out the bleeding and plague negative buffs on Eloise. Mu Xing appeared on the stage, raised the musket, and aimed at the pustules behind the Rat King again. With a bang, blood splashed, and it was another critical hit. Now, the Rat King was left with less than half of his health, and his threat was greatly reduced. However, at this moment, red blood suddenly rose from the Rat King. His muscles swelled, and his claws became sharper. His terrifying scarlet eyes became even more terrifying, and his mouth was full of sharp teeth that were completely alienated and protruding, which was extremely terrifying. Especially on its back, the abscess suddenly burst and a skinless head emerged. The terrifying thing was that it was a human head. The head roared, completely inhumane. A buff appeared on the top of the Rat King's head. Rage. Passive activation when HP is below 50%. Attack power increased by 50%. Defense power decreased by 15%. And damage received increased by 5%. Not good. I have to fight to the death. The Rat King roared again, summoning rats. Not only that, after going berserk, the Rat King could use 2 skills in one round. It actually used the Inspire skill again, causing its own attributes to skyrocket. Mu Xing's pupils trembled. If the Berserk Rat King launched an attack, it could almost kill any mercenary in an instant. So, he had to kill the Rat King in this round. Evil Spirit, continue to add penetration buffs. Do you have any damage buffs? Yes, but even with the damage buff, you can't kill the Rat King. I have an armor-breaking buff that can reduce the Rat King's armor to 0. So strong? Not really. After all, the Rat King's armor is low, so it's easy to drop to 0. If the penetrating attack can hit a critical hit, the Rat King will definitely die. Critical hit? This is a matter of probability. Mu Xing is not sure of a critical hit every time. By the way, attack the head on the Rat King's back. Mu Xing pointed at the hideous head, which still looked like a tumor. The 3 mercenaries understood. Raymond used a crushing attack, Eloise used a holy attack, and Victor used a short blade thrust. 3 attacks fell in succession. All of them were critical hits. However, just when Mu Xing launched a coordinated attack, the head behind the Rat King was directly blown up by Victor. He had no choice but to change his target and wanted to attack the Rat King's eyes, but he missed a little and hit the Rat King's eyebrows. The lead bullet did not penetrate the hard skull, and the damage was even lower than normal. It's over, your shooting skills are too bad. The evil spirit couldn't help but say. Mu Xing looked at the Rat King, which had only 1/10 of its health left, but smiled. It doesn't matter, it's dead. Just when the Rat King was about to attack Eloise and kill the woman, suddenly, cracks appeared on its body. At the same time, green mist gushed out from the wound. The Rat King wailed and died suddenly. Is it the continuous damage of the plague? The evil spirit immediately understood Mu Xing's operation, which turned out to be a stacking buff. When the Rat King died, the summoned rats suddenly rotted and decayed, as if they had never appeared. Mu Xing looked at the summoned rats that turned into black gas and disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, a settlement pop-up window popped up in front of him. You have killed the Rat King boss, and obtained 50 gold coins. You obtain weapons. Rat King's scepter, Rat King's serrated blade. You obtain materials. Rat King's mutant eyes, Rat King's dark core, Rat King's terrible fangs. Chapter 725. The moment they left the stage, the 3 nervous people collapsed to the ground like a melting candle. The Rat King died, and the rats immediately fled. The entire attic was emptied in an instant, except for the rotting body of the Rat King in front of them. And Mu Xing noticed that the pressure value above their heads had risen to a terrifying height. Eloise's pressure value was 88, Raymond's pressure value was 74, and Victor's pressure value was 62. Is there a way to eliminate the pressure value? Mu Xing asked. Boss, we need to relax. Victor lay on the floor, panting heavily. Eloise looked dazed, staring at the ceiling of the attic. You guys take a break first, I go check it out. Victor was about to get up, but was held down by Mu Xing. Take a break first. That's right. Mu Xing stopped. Send someone over, drag the Rat King and the bodies of these rats down, pile up firewood at the entrance of the courtyard, and prepare to burn the bodies. Victor was puzzled. Why burn it? First, the plague is rampant, and the hidden dangers must be completely eliminated. The second one, Heloise next to him said, the Lord has just arrived and has no reputation. We don't know how many people want to take over the castle. The body of the Rat King is released for deterrence. Mu Xing clapped his hands. Heloise, you are right. Those landlords and small nobles are afraid of power, but not virtue. If we don't deter them, they will really dare to make trouble. Now that I'm back, I start by deterring these evil people. I understand. Victor nodded quickly, and was about to get up. By the way, this weapon is for you first. Mu Xing threw the serrated blade dropped by the Rat King to him. This is a magic weapon. Victor was shocked. Rat King's serrated blade, a magic weapon. It can release tearing and armor-breaking magic when attacking, and has a 50% chance of releasing plague poison mist. No, I can't have this thing. This weapon is worth at least 1,000 gold coins or even more. Mu Xing looked at Victor. In that case, from today on, you stay here and be my real guard. How about it? Victor's expression changed several times, and he held the serrated blade tightly in his hand. I will not disappoint the Lord's expectations. His address was changed directly to Lord. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the other two. You two can also consider it. My territory is short of people now. Raymond and Eloise looked at each other, and they immediately knelt on one knee with pious faces. From today on, I Raymond I Eloise willing to follow the Lord. Mu Xing quickly helped them up. Very good, then, let me see your loyalty first. While talking, Mu Xing suddenly sensed that something was floating out of the Rat King's body, and then merging into his body. What is it? It was some kind of black energy. As it merged into his body, Mu Xing felt that his body became stronger. He seemed to be full of strength. He looked at the others, who seemed not to notice what had just happened. Evil spirit, do you feel it? It seems that something has merged into your body? No, it's not my body, but the body I occupy, which has been strengthened. I help you check it. The evil spirit came closer, and then took 2 steps back after a moment. How is it? Strange, I don't feel anything wrong. It's as if those energies belong to you naturally. No, I mean this body of yours. Mu Xing took a deep breath. He knew very well that if he wanted to figure it all out, he had to keep moving forward. He turned around without hesitation and walked deeper into the attic, while others hurriedly cleaned up the dead rats. Soon, Mu Xing came to the deepest part of the attic, which was the lair of the Rat King. He frowned and looked at the broken skeletons around him. He could see that there were human corpses, beast corpses, and even corpses of unknown monsters. Especially the skeleton with a pig head and a human body, which was not spliced together, but a real creature. What is this? Pigman? Mu Xing turned his head, and saw the evil spirit jumped off his shoulder, and rummaged through the pile of debris with cat steps. Found it. The evil spirit actually pulled out a box from the debris. What is this? Mu Xing noticed that there was a symbol of the Dureshi's family on the box. The box was not big, but it was heavy and made of metal. No wonder it was not chewed up by the rats. Mu Xing noticed that the box needed a key. Oh, this little key. Mu Xing took out a key from his arms. The chief ancestor sent Anderson 3 keys. 1 key to the courtyard and 1 key to the castle gate. He had never found a place to use the 3rd key, but now this key came in handy. Mu Xing inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it gently with an expectant look. When the key turned slowly, with a click, the box was opened. However, when Mu Xing slowly opened the box, his expression was sluggish and stiff. What the hell? Mu Xing looked at the key lying quietly in the box. A key. That's right, he used a key to open another key. But this key is more exquisite than the ordinary key. This is a key inlaid with silver wire, and engraved with a familiar thorn ring. There is also their family emblem. At the same time, there is a letter in the box. There is no doubt that this is the letter left by the ancestor. Pull out the yellowed letter paper from the letter paper. Although the handwriting is sloppy, it can still be recognized. It is indeed the handwriting of the ancestor. Dear child, you did it. The test in the attic may cost you some price, but you have also proved yourself. Now, it's time to tell you some truth. Our family's history is much older than you think. Those stories you have heard since childhood, the missing relatives, the strange rituals, the whispers at night. They are not legends, but real. There are things hidden under the manor, some secrets that our family has guarded for generations. I left this key to protect the family secret in the box. Take it and go to the basement. There is a door there that no one has opened for a long time. Behind the door lies the origin of our family, and the answer you have been looking for. I know you have doubts and fears. But believe me, there are some truths you must see with your own eyes. Why is the fate of our family always entangled with death and madness? The answers to these questions are all behind that door. I'm waiting for you below. Your ancestors. Mu Xing frowned and closed the letter. Mysteries are always like this, jumping from one riddle to another. Then step by step, he was led to the terrifying and awe-inspiring truth. Mu Xing didn't care about the danger ahead, he only cared about getting his body back as soon as possible. In the box, in addition to this letter, There was also a map drawn on parchment. He realized that this huge castle was just the beginning of the family secret, and deep underground, there was a huge underground city hidden. Chapter 726. In just one morning, the Thorny Castle estate was completely renovated, becoming neat and spacious. Although there was no time to ask the gardener to trim the landscape trees, this magnificent estate still showed its former glory. At this moment, many people gathered on the winding road under the hillside. There were mercenaries holding oak wine glasses and watching the excitement with great interest, and there were also townspeople pointing and talking. Of course, there were also those old nobles who watched from afar, wearing heavy makeup and spraying countless perfumes. Back then, Dionysus's ancestor used a trick to get rid of Hamlet's nobles and concentrated power and wealth. During this period, he did a lot of good things for Hamlet. Later, the ancestor excavated the underground space of the manor on a large scale and recruited mercenaries from all over the world to explore the underground. The influx of a large number of people into Hamlet also indirectly increased Hamlet's popularity and prosperity. Even though hundreds of years have passed and Hamlet has declined, the shadow left behind in the past is still blessing Hamlet's descendants. During this period, the small nobles, who had been suppressed by Baron Dionysus, did not live a happy life. They hated Dionysus, and only when the owner of the castle died completely, and the castle began to be abandoned, did they dare to crawl out of the dark corners and take back everything they had lost. One day ago, all the nobles and landowners received a piece of news that kept them awake all night. Dionysus's descendant, a young man named Anderson, inherited his title and territory and returned to this land again. Last night, many people tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Many people rushed here early in the morning. In the years when Dionysus' castle was abandoned, it was not that no one tried to occupy the castle. Imagine a tall and magnificent castle hanging on the hillside all day, hanging above their heads. It is impossible to say that there is no covetous heart. But after so many years, anyone who coveted this castle, whether it was a noble or a landlord, or even those thieves and robbers, never returned. It was like a cursed devil's cave, and no one dared to enter it later. Today, they came to watch the fun, to see how the new young baron would break this terrible curse. Around noon, they saw a huge corpse being carried out. It was a terrifying giant rat, which looked like the most terrifying monster in a child's nightmare at night. The stench drifted 3 miles away. But the young baron walked out of the castle unscathed. The noble's eyes changed, and the aggressive mercenaries who brought them here did not dare to approach even half a step after seeing Victor and his team's sophisticated equipment. Especially the magic weapon hanging on Victor's waist, which made people envious and awed. At this time, Raymond hurried over and seemed to be communicating with the nobles. "Master Anderson, why did you invite those nobles here?" the little maid Adele asked puzzledly. Mu Xing glanced at the nobles who did not dare to approach. It's better to meet them than to stab them in the back. Soon, the nobles and landlords approached under the leadership of Raymond. With a hypocritical smile on their faces, they shook hands with Mu Xing enthusiastically. "I came back today, and there was some noise in the castle. I am sorry to have disturbed you all." As he spoke, Mu Xing waved his hand, and 2 hired workers brought a large box and dumped all the mutant rats in it into the big pit that had just been dug. In the big pit, the body of the Rat King had already been thrown in. When the nobles saw the mutant rats thrown in, they subconsciously shrank back. A large part of the plague that has recently appeared in Hamlet was brought by these mutant rats. Now I have cleared them all, which can be regarded as eliminating a pest for Hamlet. As soon as these words came out, applause broke out among the nobles around. "Light a fire." Mu Xing waved his hand, and Victor next to him threw down a torch and ignited the corpse that was doused with tung oil. The flame was like a purifying spirit, and some mutant rats were not dead, screaming and running around in the pit. This scene frightened the nobles so much that they couldn't help but retreat. Everyone, I, Anderson, inherited the title of my ancestors and returned to Hamlet. First, I want to carry on their legacy. Second, I want to redeem some of the mistakes that my ancestors made. Diseases, plagues, monsters, I will find ways to solve them one by one. As he spoke, he scanned the nobles with his sharp eyes. Of course, this is our common home, so I hope someone can support this cause and get Hamlet back on track. Seeing that the nobles were silent, Mu Xing was not in a hurry. He pointed to the ruins not far away, which used to be the old town of Hamlet. Later, due to the influence of evil black magic, it became an extremely dangerous death zone. Skeletons, zombies, and some cultists gathered in the ruins, seriously threatening the safety of the townspeople. The nobles only knew how to protect their own little piece of land, and the ordinary people were often the ones who suffered. Ordinary people could only organize their own teams to fight, but they often went more and returned less, and suffered great losses. My first gift to Hamlet is to lead everyone to clean up the ruins. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar and discussion around. Some people mocked, some despised, some remained silent, and some showed expectant eyes. Among the onlookers in the distance, Mu Xing noticed some special talents. I don't know if it was because of the fusion of the power of the Rat King, his eyes could actually see the glimmer in these people. Everyone has this glimmer. Some people have deep glimmers, some people have shallow glimmers. By comparison, Mu Xing found that the stronger the person, the darker the color. In this small hamlet, there are actually many mercenaries, who are as strong as Raymond. These people are all the targets he wants to win over. A noble stood up. I wonder how Mr. Baron plans to clean up the ruins? You know, everyone knows the danger there. Mu Xing grinned. I will set up a ruins cleaning foundation. Everyone can come and invest, and these investments will be used to recruit mercenaries. All the income from the ruins can be divided into dividends according to the number of shares. The nobles were stunned. Why didn't this young man play by the rules? They thought this guy was a young and brave man who was ready to show off his power to the nobles. They didn't expect that he'd turn the dangerous exploration and the money-spending behavior into a business. Why? Someone was disdainful. Mu Xing shook his head and showed his territory as proof. Because I am the Lord of Hamlet, I have the right to distribute everything in the territory, and you don't have this right. Without waiting for the nobles to refute, he turned and walked towards the mercenaries. He left a message. The registration for the foundation will end tomorrow morning. Those who miss it today will miss this opportunity forever. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The nobles looked at each other, at a loss. Chapter 727. Ignoring these entangled nobles, Mu Xing came to the group of mercenaries. Since Hamlet's situation deteriorated sharply, life became more and more difficult, and the number of people willing to pay them became fewer and fewer. Some people even degenerated into robbers and thieves in order to survive. In the morning, the young noble named Anderson's generous behavior in the tavern naturally attracted a lot of attention. At this time, the mercenaries looked at Mu Xing as if they were looking at a white and tender roast chicken. However, beside Mu Xing, Victor, who exuded a fierce aura, made them dare not approach. Everyone, I believe you have all heard what I just said. I, Anderson, as the new Lord of Hamlet, solemnly swear here to change the status quo of the past and revive the former glory of this land. With the wealth left by my ancestors as a backing, I sincerely invite you to join me in this great event. If anyone is willing to seize the opportunity with me and change their destiny, the door of my Direxus family will always be open. As soon as these words came out, many mercenaries showed their expectation. Some people were eager to try and couldn't wait to join. After all, it has been a long time since Hamlet has seen such a generous lord. Well, if you want to join, you can go there to sign up. Mu Xing pointed to the registration office at the entrance of the castle. Just as a group of ruffians and mercenaries gradually dispersed, Mu Xing walked to the group of patients wearing linen robes that covered their entire bodies. These are lepers, and others are afraid to avoid them. Only Mu Xing was willing to approach. He waved his hand, and Victor handed over a large bag of black bread. The patients were afraid at first, and then after hesitating for a moment, they rushed over impatiently, grabbed the black bread and stuffed it into their mouths. Although the appearance and taste of these black breads were extremely bad, these people seemed to have encountered the most delicious food in the world. Some people only took 2 bites, and then quietly stuffed the bread into their arms. Don't worry, everyone has it, and you can also take some back to your relatives and friends. Mu Xing waved his hand, and Victor handed over another bag of bread. This action attracted the attention of the man, with a sword on his back among the lepers. His voice was low but full of magnetism. Excuse me, kindness and generosity have never been the standard of a good lord. Some people will even regard it as a cowardly act, and give others an opportunity to take advantage of it. Do you know why there has not been a second lord in Hamlet for so many years? Mu Xing knew what the man wanted to say. While cleaning the castle, he had asked people to collect information about Hamlet's current situation. I have a general understanding of this place. Mu Xing shook his head. I know what you want to say. You think I will be like other guys who tried to become the Lord of Hamlet, and become the fat meat in the mouths of those covetous people, right? Isn't it? Your exaggerated performance has attracted the attention of those terrible bandits in the wilderness. I believe they will soon drag that dangerous cannon and aim at your castle. Mu Xing stared at the man in front of him, who was wrapped in a robe. Among all the people present, this man exuded the deepest aura. How about a deal? I will provide you with treatment and a place to live, and I want you to work for me. The lepers were stunned. especially the man in front of him, who was covered in a white robe with only his pupils exposed. Can I take your words as a joke and ridicule from a noble? Mu Xing shook his head. Leprosy is not an incurable terminal illness. If you believe me, you can come to my castle to find me at night. With that, Mu Xing turned around and left without looking back, leaving the group of lepers dumbfounded. Mr. Baldwin, should we believe him? Everyone looked at the man in white robes, who was the backbone of this group of lepers. Baldwin did not speak, but just stared at Mu Xing's back quietly. Back to the castle. With the scrubbing of these hard-working hired workers, the interior of the castle also became brand new. Adele ran around in the huge castle with some excitement. Does this castle belong to the young master? Mu Xing rubbed the girl's little head. This is just the beginning. At this time, Victor walked in with a dagger. Lord, those nobles have all left, and no one has chosen to join your foundation. Victor's face was not good. These damn nobles, they only care about their own interests, and are not even willing to pay a silver coin for Hamlet's future. Mu Xing smiled indifferently. Don't worry, they will come. Victor opened his mouth. Sometimes he wondered if this young lord was too optimistic. At this time, Raymond and Eloise also walked in. Their expressions were also very complicated. Lord, your presence has affected the interests of those nobles. They may not dare to attack you openly, but they will definitely play tricks behind your back. Mu Xing said, I know who they rely on. Isn't it those bloodthirsty bandits in the forest? I invited these nobles to intimidate those guys in the forest. These bandits are a scourge after all. Sooner or later, I will eradicate them all. The two looked at each other. They didn't expect that the young lord in front of them would be so experienced. Before making a decision, they had already thought about the consequences. But Lord, with our current strength, I'm afraid we can't fight against those nobles and bandits. There are at least hundreds of bandits in the forest, and there is also that dangerous cannon. Mu Xing waved his hand. What we lack most now is people, but I have a solution for the personnel. He looked at Victor. Please clean up those rooms in the southern part of the castle. Victor couldn't help but ask, Lord, you are not really going to take in those lepers, are you? Don't worry, I have a way to treat leprosy. How is this possible? Why, don't you believe me? The few people looked at each other, with a faint expectation in their hearts. After all, they had seen the magical ability of this young lord. For example, these sophisticated equipment on them are not something that ordinary blacksmiths can make in a short time. Mu Xing stood up and said, I'm going out for a while. If there are nobles who come to sign up to join the foundation, remember to charge fees according to the indicators I give. Will they really come? Several people expressed doubt. Don't worry, they will come. Where are you going, Lord? Go to the ruins and take back some things that belong to me. I will be back before midnight. Several people wanted to follow, but were stopped by Mu Xing. Help me guard the castle. If any thieves or robbers approach, don't leave any of them alive. Yes. Several people nodded quickly. As he said that, Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit that was dozing on the windowsill and carried it on his shoulders. No, what do you want to do now? The evil spirit woke up from his sleep and asked, very unhappy. I found the location of the seal. Mu Xing's voice sounded. Chapter 728. It was almost evening. The sun of the new day began to fall into the distant horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Near the ruins that everyone in Hamlet avoided, a thin figure carrying a cat on his shoulder walked in resolutely. Are you crazy, kid? With our current combat power, isn't it suicide to enter this place? Who said we have to fight? Mu Xing stared at the ruins in front of him. Broken buildings could be seen everywhere, and danger was wandering in the ruins. Crack, crack. That was the sound of bones colliding with each other. A skeleton in worn-out armor walked through the ruins not far away. Mu Xing patted the evil spirit's head. Didn't you steal the obelisk before? This time I want you to steal my seal again. The evil spirit almost cursed when he heard this. Don't worry, I will protect you. You protect me? Mu Xing took out the scepter he got from killing the Rat King during the day. I will sacrifice some mutant rats to attack and attract attention, while you sneak in and help me bring out the seal. Why don't you go by yourself? The evil spirit shouted unhappily. First, if I could turn into a cat, I would definitely go. Second, by the time I recruit mercenaries and clean up the ruins, the opportunity will be gone. Our companions are still missing, and we must contact them as soon as possible. I'm worried that something might happen if we delay. The evil spirit snorted. Sure enough, at the critical moment you, the evil master, have to take action. As soon as the voice fell, its flexible figure suddenly rushed into the darkness. Mu Xing took out the Rat King's scepter, and then took out the rat materials collected today. He used the scepter to draw complex patterns and arrays on the ground. He never thought that the dark spells recorded in the holy book of the sect would come in handy one day. He had always disdained it before, but now it has become a life-saving straw. After drawing the array diagram, he cut his palm, let the blood drip, chanted a spell, and the blood quickly covered the complex array diagram. Then, he placed all the Rat King materials he had obtained during the day on the formation diagram. As the red blood began to rise, the Rat King materials on the formation diagram were sacrificed. The red light illuminated 100 meters in radius, and the scarlet could be seen from a very far distance. Mu Xing didn't care about these things, and didn't dare to stop chanting the spell. As he expected, the blood in his body did carry some strange power. This magic-like power acted in the dark ritual and became an excellent medium. This made him wonder what was going on in this world. As the sacrificial summoning ceremony progressed, a rat man with a hunched body and twisted body began to emerge on the array diagrams. This strange creature from another world just prostrated itself in front of Mu Xing respectfully after being summoned. It was as if he was the supreme master. The summoner has absolute control over the summoned creatures, and will not hesitate even if he wants them to die. Because even if these summoned creatures are killed, they will not really die, they will just be sent back to another world. Mu Xing was very satisfied with the unique-looking Ratman in front of him. It was a Ratman wizard, with average combat power, but strong summoning ability. He didn't want to change the ruins, as long as he could attract the attention of the skeletons and necromancers in the ruins. The Ratman wizard held a skeleton scepter in his left hand, and a peculiarly shaped bell in his right hand. When he started to ring the bell, a crisp sound of ding-ling-ling rang out. The rustling sound came rapidly from all directions around. Mu Xing looked closely, and saw dense rats gathering from all directions. These fat rats that have eaten something unknown are not only in the castle, but also in the ruins. This place is like the natural home of the Rat Wizard, where it can exert its greatest combat power. Mu Xing threw the Rat King's scepter directly to the Rat Wizard. The Rat Wizard was immediately overjoyed, and began to use the magic in the Rat King's scepter. There are 3 special skills in this scepter: calling the same kind, mutation, and devouring recovery. Calling the same kind can summon rat guards to join the battle. Mutation can be used on a designated rat, consuming magic to mutate it. Swallowing recovery is even simpler. When the unit's health is in danger, it can be restored by swallowing rats. This scepter can only be regarded as an ordinary prop in my hand, but it becomes a magic weapon in the hands of the Rat Wizard. All the skills of the scepter are compatible with it, so when the skills are activated, the power of the skills is directly doubled. The dense gathering of rats naturally attracted the attention of the undead and necromancers in the ruins. These dangerous foreign objects emerged from the ruins and collided with the rats summoned by the Rat Wizard. On one side were skeletons without emotion and reason, and on the other side were a group of crazy rats. The battle between the two was a complete mess. The skeletons were dismantled, and the necromancer would summon more skeletons. The rats were killed, and the Rat Wizard could summon more rats. The front fell into endless consumption. However, despite the loud noise, the damage caused was extremely limited. After all, it was just a group of skeletons and a group of rats. Mu Xing hid in the back and observed the battle. Soon he saw a shadow in a black robe walking out from the depths of the ruins. Its figure was like a nightmare crawling out of the abyss. It was wearing a tattered black robe, the fabric was covered with broken cracks and dark red bloodstains, and was engraved with cursed lines. Its face was hidden under the shadow of the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes flashing with a faint green light. It was no longer a human being. If you look closely, you can find that under the shadow's hood is a corrupt and dry corpse. His eyes were cold and empty, locked onto the Rat Wizard, who was constantly summoning rats. In his withered and yellowed bone hands, he held a twisted bone staff, with a dim gem inlaid on the top, emitting a faint breath of death. The necromancer was surrounded by low groans, which were the wailing of the undead he summoned. Every step he took was filled with a rotten smell, and all life was withering under his feet. Mu Xing stared at the black figure. It was the master of the ruins, a powerful necromancer hidden in the deepest part of the ruins. Mu Xing didn't know where they came from, and the important information about them seemed to have been erased. However, according to the usual plot setting, these necromancers and skeletons must be related to his chief ancestor. Attack! Mu Xing waved his right hand, and commanded the Rat Wizard to launch an active attack. He wanted to delay the necromancer in front of him as much as possible to buy time for the evil spirit. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly lit up in the depths of the ruins, and a strange mark lit up. Mu Xing had seen that mark before, like a black crown of thorns. Damn, this dead cat is really unreliable. Mu Xing grabbed the long-handled flintlock on his back and shot directly at the necromancer. The bullet flew 100 meters and accurately hit the necromancer's empty eye socket. Chapter 729. The bullet pierced the necromancer's head, and the soul fire in the necromancer's eyes trembled violently. Not only did it not go out, but it burned even more vigorously. Mu Xing grabbed the gun and turned around and ran without hesitation. He knew very well that the damage of physical attacks to these necromancers was infinitely close to zero. Even if they were smashed and knocked into pieces, they could be resurrected in the thick dark magic. The more resentment they had, the stronger their fighting power was. So for so many years, the ruins had always been occupied by this group of necromancers and skeletons. The necromancer was enraged by Mu Xing and waved his staff directly at Mu Xing. A large number of skeletons rushed up and chased Mu Xing, wanting to cut him into pieces. Mu Xing did not dare to stop and ran all the way. Fortunately, the speed of the skeletons was much slower than that of normal people. Because they lacked muscles and only relied on magic power, they lacked the explosive power they should have. Mu Xing began to circle the ruins to attract the attention of these skeletons, and climbed over various obstacles accurately and flexibly. Occasionally, he turned back and fired a shot to increase the hatred. In this way, in the next 20 minutes, Mu Xing relied on the terrain to deal with these necromancers and skeletons. At first, he was able to handle it with ease, but as time went on, his endurance began to decline, and his speed began to slow down. Why hasn't this stinky cat come back yet? Did he die in the ruins? Mu Xing's face turned ugly, and his mind was spinning. He began to consider whether to withdraw first. Anderson's fragile body was indeed not suitable for long-term combat, and his heartbeat continued to soar. While running, Mu Xing was worried that his fragile heart would explode. Not only that, he found that a crown of thorns began to appear on his head, which was a sign of rising stress. He frowned. Unconsciously, his stress had accumulated to about 70. According to Raymond's experience, when the stress value exceeds 80, the mood will become unstable. When the stress value exceeds 100, the mind begins to be affected. When the stress exceeds 150, various states begin to decline rapidly, and when it reaches 200, the mind collapses directly and enters a near-death state of heart failure. It can be said that in this world, stress is a more important health indicator than life. If you find that the stress exceeds the critical value, you must immediately stop exploring the danger, return to the safe area, and release the accumulated pressure. If this stinky cat doesn't come back in 3 more minutes, I should withdraw. Mu Xing stared at the crown of thorns that kept flashing above his head. I always felt that this thing hid the huge secret of this world. At this time, the necromancer seemed to be tired of playing hide-and-seek with Mu Xing. He waved the staff in his hand and began to chant a spell, releasing a terrible plague fog. The purple fog with green in it floated in the ruins. This poison fog not only caused continuous damage and negative status to people, poisoned and slowed people down, but also weakened the enemy's resistance and defense. Mu Xing hurriedly moved away from the floating plague fog. Just as he was about to leave the ruins, a warning of danger came from behind. A whirlwind-like bone fragment floated up out of thin air and then spun rapidly. The flying bone fragments hit the hard stone, like a grinding wheel, and instantly wore out a series of broken gaps. This is the Bone Storm, the group attack skill of the necromancer, which directly cuts off Mu Xing's retreat. Now there is a poisonous cloud in front, and a bone storm behind him, and he is directly caught in the middle. It's over, I'm afraid I will be defeated today. Mu Xing looked at the skeletons that kept approaching. The only way now may be to fight hard, pull the necromancer into the battle, and kill it using the battle rules. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, at this time, the evil spirit incarnation Deju just rushed out of the ruins with a black treasure chest on his head. It's hard to imagine that a cat can actually hold up a huge box. Stinky boy, catch it! As soon as the voice fell, the big box flew out with a bang and hit Mu Xing. Damn it! Mu Xing quickly turned sideways and avoided the box that hit him. The heavy box fell to the ground and rolled several meters before landing steadily. Mu Xing had clearly sensed that his divine seal was in the big box. He rushed over and wanted to open the box. However, at this moment, the boss in the ruins, the necromancer, was already close at hand, surrounded by dense skeletons. Mu Xing put one hand on the box, activated the obelisk's material reorganization ability, and instantly tore the box apart. He saw the dim divine seal in the box, like a gray-eye statue, which had lost its vitality. Mu Xing grabbed the divine seal with one hand, and his consciousness seeped out. Like an activated key, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the gray statue. Master? A familiar voice sounded, but with a hint of doubt. Mu Xing was overjoyed. It's me. Quickly integrate into my consciousness. The divine seal can see through the phenomenon to see the essence of the thin young man in front of him. The internal soul, and will are indeed its master. He turned into a red particle stream without hesitation and merged with Mu Xing. At the same time, Mu Xing summoned the rat wizard back and started the battle system without hesitation. After many tests, he had completely figured out how to use this battle system. There are 2 points to pay attention to when starting the battle system. First, distance. You need to get close enough to start the battle system. If the distance is too far, even if you take the initiative to attack, you will not be pulled into the battle system. Second, hostility. Only strong enough hostility can activate the combat system, which is subjective. The party that initiates the attack can often gain the upper hand. So, when the necromancer surrounded him, Mu Xing took the initiative to attack. After a shot, he was pulled into the stage again. On the left was the rat wizard and 3 summoned rats, while on the right was the necromancer and the 3 skeleton warriors it summoned. On Mu Xing's side, in addition to the evil spirit on his shoulder, there was also a red eye floating on the left. Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after successfully pulling the necromancer into the battle system. Because he was the first to attack, it was his turn now. Mu Xing didn't rush to attack, but quickly merged the divine seal, expanded his spirit, and regained his lost powerful consciousness. As expected, his mental power was basically divided in the divine seal. As for what happened, the divine seal didn't seem to know much. After getting his mental power back, Mu Xing quickly opened the observer's consciousness and connected to the heart-contracted galaxy that only observers could reach. When the dim moon lit up, Mu Xing quickly contacted the nearest star. Is it Trix? I am Blood Moon. The star flickered rapidly. Soon, a surprised voice came from the other side. Captain, is that you? How are you doing? We have lost contact with you for more than 3 days. Are you still in the spaceship? Mu Xing was stunned. It sounded like they did not come to this world together. No, we are blocked outside the world. Chapter 730. Sure enough, it was just as I thought. They did not follow me to Hamlet, but were blocked from the world. Then, Mu Xing heard a burst of noise coming from Trix's side. Tell them not to worry, I just had an accident. Trix said anxiously. We couldn't sense your consciousness before we thought you. The situation is indeed very complicated, so I will build an information package and send it to you. You can decompress the information yourself, and you can report the intelligence I have obtained now. Okay, I got it. Trix responded and began to receive information from Mu Xing. By the way, Captain, I have something to tell you. The survival system is blocked outside the world, right? Mu Xing said. You know everything? Mu Xing remained calm. This fantasy world is not as simple as we imagined. Before we figure out the situation here, I suggest we wait and see. Trix quickly asked, Captain, do you need help? Mu Xing nodded. Of course, remember the plan I told you before entering here? Captain, are you talking about the Advent plan? Yes, since the world rejects your original bodies, then perhaps you can use the Advent method. Trix nodded. Captain, what else do you need me to do? Mu Xing did not drag his feet. He really needed the help of his teammates now. You are the closest to me. I will try to connect with you through the heart contract, and then use Auras to imitate the eye in the skull to make high-dimensional contact. I will create a temporary carrier for you to help me solve a problem. No problem. Trix agreed immediately. By the way, Captain, I have to remind you of one thing. Chaos may have begun to descend. You must be careful. I write it down. After saying that, Mu Xing hung up the call directly. He had lost his main body and the observer tower. The communication in the heart contract galaxy consumed a lot of mental energy. Even though he had retrieved some mental energy, 80% of it had been consumed in less than 2 minutes. Fortunately, he successfully contacted Trix. The next moment, his consciousness was withdrawn, and he returned to the stage of battle. He quickly gave orders to the rat wizard to start the first round, summon rats, and delay time. Divine Seal, how much of your function has been restored now? Master, this world is weird. I was suppressed, and my function is less than 1/10 left. Mu Xing thought for a while, and took out the obelisk. I will let you merge with the obelisk temporarily, so that you should be able to use the obelisk's material manipulation ability. No problem. The God Seal quickly tried to establish a temporary cooperative relationship with the obelisk. After evolving into Auras, the God Seal already had the ability to manipulate matter. But compared to the obelisk, it was completely a world apart. Now with the support of the obelisk, it took less than a minute to create a Trix carrier. At this time, the battle on the stage had just entered the third round. In these 3 rounds, the Ratman Wizard was in a completely defensive posture, relying entirely on summoning mutant rats to fight hard. Fortunately, Mu Xing's Rat King Scepter was powerful, which allowed the Ratman Wizard to hold on for 3 rounds. The Necromancer on the opposite side was indeed the boss in the ruins. After a few rounds, he became more and more courageous and added various buffs to himself. Swallow and recover. The Ratman Wizard swallowed another summoned rat to restore his health. Mu Xing knew he couldn't wait any longer. He quickly asked the Ratman Wizard to summon, but this time he summoned a carrier made entirely of crystal. When the carrier was summoned to the stage, Mu Xing quickly let the divine seal imitate, and then connected with the consciousness of Trix in the Heart Contract Galaxy. Mu Xing's previous success in summoning the Rat Wizard proved that this world is not an iron barrel that cannot be cracked. It is necessary to use rituals, rather than directly breaking in from outside the universe. He has Trix's consciousness characteristics, and after connecting, it is not difficult to directly summon her power. I saw a faint light on the crystal statue, and dark golden energy ripples on the statue. A vague shadow appeared in the crystal statue. She stretched as if she had just woken up. As soon as she woke up, she began to look around. Captain, what's going on here? I feel like I'm being restrained. Don't struggle, I'm right next to you. You're right next to me? The crystal statue looked confused. To be precise, you are now the target of my control. Just like playing a game, I am the controller, and you are the character on the screen. Ah? Of course, our relationship is more complicated than that. I have lost my body and power now. I need to borrow your power to defeat the necromancer in front of you. Trix then noticed the necromancer in front of him, and the skeletons it summoned. Little necromancer, watch me smash it with a hammer. As she said this, she was about to rush forward, but she found that her body seemed to be welded and could not move. Why can't I move? It's the opponent's turn now, and even if you want to attack, you need me to give the attack order. Is that so? Just then, the necromancer on the opposite side gave an attack order to Trix's carrier. The skeleton rushed over directly, swinging the great sword in his hand. When the great sword hit the crystal hammer condensed by Trix. Can you still block? Mu Xing asked. She hurriedly said, when the opponent launched an attack, a certain voice said that it would give me a judgment of blocking or dodging. Is that so? Mu Xing touched his chin. Do you have the skill to counterattack? Can you try to counterattack? Counterattack? Of course. A golden light suddenly appeared on Trix's body. A dialogue box popped up in front of Mu Xing. Your summon successfully blocked the skeleton's attack, passively triggering a defensive counterattack. Trix jumped over and smashed the 3 skeletons into pieces with a heavy hammer in his hand. The splash damage fell, and the necromancer in the back row lost half of his health. Mu Xing was stunned. Obviously, even if it was summoned, Trix's reserve power should not be underestimated. The necromancer on the opposite side was not sure if he was frightened, but actually gave up the attack and frantically applied the damage reduction buff to himself. When it came to Mu Xing's turn, he pointed directly at the necromancer on the opposite side. Kill him. Take my hammer. Trix's hammer with dark gold energy blasted out, and the necromancer, who was extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, was directly smashed into pieces by this hammer. The soul was completely annihilated by the dark gold energy. You have defeated the necromancer. You get 150 gold coins. You get items: necromancer's robe, necromancer's staff, necromancer's necromancy. When the battle is over, the stage begins to disappear. Trix shouted anxiously, "Oh no, Captain, I'm going to be deported." Don't worry, I will find a new carrier for you, and then you will come to this world in another way. Chapter 731. When Mu Xing exited the stage, he clearly saw a wisp of black unknown power floating out of the necromancer, and finally merged into his body. This power was invisible and immaterial, as if it was illusory. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt that this body had been greatly improved. Strength, speed, and reaction speed had all undergone significant changes. Is this the legendary experience value? Mu Xing stared at the broken body of the necromancer, and the surrounding skeletons also turned into scattered piles of broken bones due to the death of the summoner. He sat down beside the broken wall and gasped. Fortunately, it was a turn-based battle. If there were no combat rules, he would have been turned into a zombie by the necromancer. Unfortunately, the temporary carrier created by the divine seal could not last for a long time. Otherwise, with Trix's force, it would be easy to sweep across the wilderness and those nobles. It seems that he has to find a way to create a carrier that is long enough. Just as he was about to explore the depths of the ruins, Mu Xing noticed that the rat wizard next to him began to tremble all over. What's going on? Mu Xing took 2 steps and just stretched out his hand. The rat wizard suddenly raised his head, revealing a ferocious and fierce expression. The rat's face was hideous and twisted, as if he was in intense pain. Not only his face, but also his body began to twist and deform, as if he would turn into a pool of mud at any time. He saw it shaking the bell quickly, and rats swarmed around. The rat grabbed a rat and stuffed it into his mouth full of blood. As a few rats went down his stomach, the rat's twisted and deformed body began to return to normal. Divine Seal, scan it and see what's going on? A red light was projected over, and the runes on the Divine Seal flashed, and it was quickly analyzed. Master, I detected that there is a special rule that is rejecting the existence of rat people. It is necessary to maintain the stability of the body by consuming the flesh and blood of rats to fight against that rejection. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. This is a very important discovery. No wonder Trix's crystal carrier cannot be preserved for a long time. It seems that outsiders are affected by some rules of this world, and cannot stay in this world for a long time. If the crystal carrier can't stay forever, what about the flesh carrier? Mu Xing looked down at himself. His consciousness took over a local person's body to maintain his form for a long time. Combining the situation of the rat wizard, as long as he creates a flesh carrier for Trix and others, he can summon them to this world in an alternative way. Thinking of this, a plan emerged in Mu Xing's mind. But before that, he must find his tower first. He wanted to figure out what happened to him. Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit. Let me ask you a question. Do you feel the repulsion of the world? The evil spirit struggled in Mu Xing's hand, and jumped from his hand to the broken wall next to it. Smelly boy, I know what you want to ask, but I'm sorry, I can only tell you that I don't know either. I lost my body, and my consciousness was forcibly separated by some force. Maybe only by finding your tower, and taking back my body can I know what happened. As it said this, it rushed into the depths of the ruins with agile steps. Hey, what are you going to do? Of course, we're going to collect treasures. You killed the necromancer, and we're going to its lair to collect the spoils. When Mu Xing heard the word spoils, he quickly followed the evil spirit, and walked through the ruins. He found that there were still many necromancers in the ruins, and summoned skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was just that the strongest one was killed, and the danger level of the ruins was reduced a lot. In less than 10 minutes, Mu Xing, led by the evil spirit, arrived in front of a relatively intact house. The evil spirit had already rushed in before him, as if there was some tempting treasure hidden inside. Mu Xing gently pushed open the door, and a thick smell of blood mixed with the smell of corruption hit him. He frowned and looked at the dark room in front of him that was painted with runes and distortions. The wet candles emitted a dark green flame, making this place even more weird. Just as the evil spirit was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets to find the treasure, Mu Xing noticed 2 books placed on the desk. One was the secret book of the necromancer, and the other was summoning and contract. Mu Xing just flipped through a few pages, then closed the book, suppressing his discomfort. It contained all kinds of strange and dark forbidden necromancy. For some reason, he felt that this body was instinctively resisting these necromancy. That was why Mu Xing, a battle-hardened survivor, felt uncomfortable. He stuffed the 2 secret books into his backpack, as they might still be useful. Then, he focused his attention on the diary made of unknown materials in the corner of the desk. Opening the diary, Mu Xing's expression gradually became solemn. He cut out some important diaries and arranged them. Diary 1. A New Beginning. Today, I accepted the employment of the distant Lord of Hamlet. He promised me a generous reward, and was even willing to provide me with a tower as a laboratory. Although I am skeptical about the integrity of the nobles, this opportunity is really rare. I need more resources to continue my research, and he seems to have a strong interest in necromancy. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me to move to a higher level. Diary 2. The Beginning of Teaching. The Lord's enthusiasm for necromancy was beyond my expectation. He began to come to my laboratory every day to learn basic spells and rituals. I taught him how to summon low-level undead, and how to control them. He made rapid progress, and could almost be described as gifted. However, I always remained vigilant. After all, necromancy is not a joke, and will backfire on the caster if not careful. Diary 3. Deepening Doubts. Recently, the Lord's behavior has made me feel uneasy. He began to frequently ask about the details of advanced necromancy, especially how to transform living people into undead puppets. I tried to avoid these questions, but he seemed to have mastered some key knowledge. I began to wonder if he was really just learning, or if he had other ulterior motives. Diary 4. Omen of Betrayal. Today, the Lord suddenly proposed to perform an advanced necromancy ritual in person. He asked me to provide all the materials and spells, and even asked me to teach him personally. I rejected his proposal, but he threatened me with my reward and laboratory. I felt a chill, as if I had seen my end. Perhaps I should prepare in advance. Diary 5. The Last Ritual. The Lord finally revealed his true face. He took advantage of my unpreparedness and launched a necromancy spell, trying to kill me and turn me into his puppet. Fortunately, I was prepared and resisted his attack with a counter spell. However, his power has far exceeded my expectations. Not only did he learn all my spells, he also added his own understanding. I have to admit that he has surpassed me. Chapter 732. Seeing this, Mu Xing had already vaguely sensed what was going to happen next. He quickly turned the page and found the key diary information. Diary 6. The Coming of Death. The battle lasted for a long time, but in the end I was defeated. The Lord's necromancy had reached a new level, and he could even control multiple high-level undead to attack me at the same time. I felt my life slipping away, and my consciousness gradually blurred. At the last moment, I saw him standing in front of me with a triumphant smile on his face. I know that my fate is doomed. Diary 7. Eternal Slavery. When I opened my eyes again, I was no longer the same person. My body was transformed into a dead puppet by the Lord, and my consciousness was bound in this cold body. I could not resist his orders, and could only let him control me. I used to be a necromancer, but now I have become someone else's puppet. What an ironic fate. Perhaps, this is the price I paid for studying necromancy. The diary ended here. This was the record left by the necromancer, with his last clear consciousness. I don't know whether he left this diary to remind himself or to reveal the secrets of the ruins to future generations. Mu Xing understood everything recorded in the diary. His wealthy ancestor seemed to be very obsessed with the study of unknown forces for a period of time. So he spent a lot of money to invite senior necromancers from all over the world. He provided these necromancers with money and research resources, and he had only one requirement, that is, to learn the necromancer spells of these necromancers. As for why he wanted to learn necromancy, Mu Xing didn't know. The ancestor was indeed a genius, and he mastered necromancy in a short time. In order to keep the secret, he designed to kill the necromancers he invited, and transform them into his own necromancy puppets, making them work for him. Mu Xing could almost guess what happened later. After the ancestor disappeared, these necromancers became wandering ghosts without control, wandering all day in the ruins of the former necromancy research base. Mu Xing clenched the diary in his hand, thinking about what his cheap ancestor had done. After all, Mu Xing searched the entire room, but could not find more useful information. But he found a jar of gold coins in the compartment of the laboratory. This jar of gold coins must have at least 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. Holding the heavy gold coins, Mu Xing's mouth was almost gritting to his ears. Now he finally had to start up funds to recruit mercenaries. In addition to these gold coins, Mu Xing also found some materials used by necromancers to cast spells, which he also packed up and took away. As for the evil spirit, it wandered around the house for several times, and finally it really found a big iron box. Hurry up, help me open it, maybe there are good treasures inside. The evil spirit rubbed its claws, and said expectantly. Mu Xing put one hand on the ordinary iron box, but his expression became strange. Are you sure you want to open this box? Mu Xing asked back. This thing was hidden in the most hidden basement by the necromancer, and it must be filled with all kinds of good things. I warn you, kid, the things inside will be divided into 30% and 70%, you 30% and I 70%. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, I don't want it, I give it all to you. Give it all to me? Have you suddenly changed your nature? Mu Xing was too lazy to explain, and pressed his right hand on the box lock. With a click, the lock popped open. Even the evil spirit couldn't wait to pounce on it, and suddenly opened the lid. The next second, the evil spirit lay on the side and began to retch. What the hell is that? Mu Xing couldn't help frowning and covering his nose when he saw the things in the box. A strong stench spread from the box. When he looked into the box, what treasure was there? There was only a mass of rotten flesh. The rotten flesh seemed to still have some life, squirming in the box. Ugh ugh ugh. The evil spirit lay on the ground and kept retching. It could withstand the stench, but the body of the orange cat could not. However, Mu Xing picked up the sharp blade on the table next to him with interest, and slowly cut open the rotten flesh. An even stronger stench spread. Even Mu Xing couldn't help it and started vomiting. This mortal body is still too fragile to bear this stench. Then, the evil spirit saw Mu Xing even trying to reach into the rotten meat to feel for something. Hey, you are so disgusting. Don't touch me in the future. The evil spirit quickly stepped back several steps. Mu Xing was certainly not stupid. He first asked the divine seal to make a pair of protective gloves, put them on, and then began to feel around in the rotten meat. After a moment, he smiled. Found it. Found it. What did you find? Although the evil spirit felt disgusted, it still came forward expectantly. I saw Mu Xing take out a ball shaped like an eyeball from the rotten meat. Although the rotten meat was extremely disgusting, and the stench was unbearable, the ball exuded a strange fragrance. Huh? This thing is the beat of the dead? As expected of the knowledgeable evil spirit, he recognized it at a glance. You actually know this thing? The evil spirit snorted. I have traveled through many planes and worlds and met some interesting necromancers. In order to save their lives, necromancers often prepare some backup plans, and this death pearl is one of their backup plans. Even if the body is destroyed, with the death pearl and enough flesh and blood, it can be reshaped and reborn. As it said, it glanced at the box of rotten meat. But it is obvious that it is impossible to revive him with this box of rotten meat. Mu Xing held the death pearl, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. It doesn't matter, it just needs some fresh materials. You don't want to revive the necromancer, do you? The evil spirit frowned. This is the only way to learn about my cheap ancestor now. Of course we can't miss it. There are only skeletons in this wilderness, no materials. Do you want to use those mice? The evil spirit looked at him. Mu Xing shook his head. If you want to revive a person, of course you can't use mice. What are you thinking? As he said, Mu Xing happily held the bead and walked out of the room. Hey, where are you going? Go home and sleep. Where else can I go? When Mu Xing returned to the castle, he saw many sneaky guys coming in and out of the castle. When someone passed by, he would deliberately avoid them. The huge castle was brightly lit again after many years, illuminating the dim town below the mountain. It seems that Hamlet tonight is more lively than I thought. Mu Xing was not surprised, as if everything was under his control. Just when those people who were hiding were still quietly walking through the side door, Mu Xing knocked on the door in a swagger. Who? Raymond's vigilant voice sounded in the house. It's me. Hearing Mu Xing's voice, the people inside quickly opened the door. The Lord is back. Raymond shouted into the hall. Chapter 733. Hua la la. Mu Xing was surrounded by a group of people as soon as he entered the door. Then one by one, they began to introduce themselves. Dear Lord, I am a chef from the south, and I am good at cooking all kinds of delicacies. Whether it is roasted venison, truffle soup, or exquisite desserts, I can make your table the envy of the nobles. Please give me a chance to serve you delicious food. Lord, I am a doctor who has traveled all over the world and is proficient in herbal medicine and surgery. Whether it is a common cold or a complex wound treatment, I can provide the most professional treatment for you and your family. Your health will be my greatest responsibility. My lord, I am an experienced coachman who has driven carriages for many nobles. My lord, I have served the Countess of the North and am proficient in all kinds of etiquette and housekeeping. Victor, what's going on? After finally squeezing out of this group of enthusiastic self-recommendations, Mu Xing glared at him with a dark face. Victor looked embarrassed. Sorry, Lord, these applicants are so enthusiastic that we can't stop them at all. I wanted to let you make a decision after you come back, but who would have thought that more and more people would come? Victor pointed at the expectant applicants in the hall, feeling helpless. Send them all out. Mu Xing had a dark face. He was not here to be a noble master. After receiving the order, Victor was ready to drive them away. After hearing Mu Xing's words, these applicants were like eggplants hit by frost, and they immediately lost their temper. But before he reached the door, Mu Xing called him again. Wait! He touched his chin, not knowing how long he would stay here. The huge castle was gloomy, and needed some popularity to support it. Anyway, he had just found a lot of gold coins from the necromancer, which was enough for daily expenses. What else does the Lord want? Forget it, register them, and those with special talents should stay. In addition, the doctor just now should stay. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately burst into praises for the Lord. At this time, the maid Adele came from the back hall, wearing a simple mask made of silk cloth on her face. Are those patients here? Mu Xing asked. Master, everything has been arranged, but those nobles who came through the side door are very annoying. I want to drive them away. Her shining eyes stared at Mu Xing. Master, Do you want to meet those nobles who sneaked in first? Mu Xing shook his head. Leave them alone for a while. I go see those patients first. As he said that, he turned and looked at the applicants. From today on, Adele is the steward of this castle. All of you must listen to her. If anyone dares to disobey her orders, I will drive him out personally. In addition, as compensation, I will increase the salary by 30% compared to outside. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was filled with praises for the Lord's wisdom. Ignoring these flatteries, Mu Xing came to the south area of the castle under the leadership of Adele. But he did not find the lepers in the rooms in the south area. Where are they? Master, they dare not live in the castle, so they all gather outside the castle to set up tents. When Mu Xing walked out of the south gate, he immediately saw a gray tent next to the wall. Master, this is for you. It can be used to prevent leprosy infection. Adele handed him a mask considerately. At this time, he saw a doctor wearing a bird-beak mask walking among the patients. He lowered his head and could not see his face clearly. Where did the doctor come from? Oh, it seems to be a wandering doctor who came to apply for the position of doctor in the castle, Adele explained. Mu Xing turned his head and noticed the doctor who had just been brought to his side. He was frowning at the tents and the lepers in the tents. The contempt and disgust in his eyes were not concealed. My lord, with all due respect, it is not a wise decision to bring these dangerous lepers to the vicinity of the castle. Mu Xing glanced at him. Are you willing to treat these people? The doctor immediately stepped back half a step after hearing this, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. My lord, leprosy is an incurable terminal illness. I'm afraid. Just then, the bird-beak doctor's exclamation came from a tent. Come on, come and bring my medicine box. He is dying. Mu Xing turned his head and saw the black medicine box on the steps. Go over and help. Mu Xing pointed at the doctor next to him. However, after hearing Mu Xing's order, the other party collapsed to the ground with a thud. The body trembled and the tone was stammering. Lord. Lord. Mu Xing shook his head slightly. Adele, send this doctor away. He is not suitable for our castle. The doctor's face turned pale when he heard this, knowing that he had just lost an important opportunity. After the two guards carried the doctor, who was almost unable to walk, away, a man in a white robe and carrying a broken sword came over. He was about to reach for the medicine box, but Mu Xing picked up the box and walked towards the tent. Master. Adele looked at Mu Xing worriedly. Go prepare some hot water, and have someone light a bonfire nearby. The castle is very cold at night, and lepers have weak resistance. Yes. Hearing Mu Xing's words, the man in the white robe subconsciously glanced at Mu Xing. Mu Xing then noticed that the man was wearing a golden mask that looked like brass, but was actually made of gold. Judging from his behavior and temperament, this man was definitely not an ordinary person. Medicine box, where is my medicine box? The bird-beak doctor's voice became anxious. As soon as he got out of the tent, he saw the medicine box handed over by Mu Xing. This was a woman. Although she was wearing a bird-beaked mask commonly seen on wandering doctors, her identity could be determined from her eyes and body features. Thank you. She thanked him casually, and then began to anxiously look for medicine in the medicine box. Mu Xing noticed that the patient was shaking, as if he had epilepsy. At the same time, his body temperature rose rapidly, and his skin began to turn red. Just as the doctor hurriedly took out the tools and prepared to treat the patient, Mu Xing stopped her. You will not only fail to save him, but will kill him. The wandering doctor subconsciously raised his head. What do you mean? He has sepsis caused by bacterial invasion, and the worsening of the disease will cause the body's organs to fail rapidly. The doctor was stunned subconsciously. Although she didn't understand some of the terms, she realized that the person in front of her was not an ordinary person who knew nothing about diseases. Mu Xing handed over a syringe, intravenous injection. The other party looked at the injection with suspicion. The exquisite workmanship of this syringe was a craftsmanship she had never seen before. She understood that to kill people, there was no need to use such a precious instrument. You cannot believe me, but he won't last long. The female doctor hesitated for only 3 seconds and took the syringe from his hand. Then she injected it into the patient's body without hesitation. Chapter 734. Amid the tense look of the people around him, the trembling patient gradually calmed down, the trembling slowly stopped, and the red skin returned to normal. Dr. Burbeek put one hand on his forehead and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He has passed the safe period. As soon as these words came out, everyone around him showed a look of relief. Dr. Burbeek came out of the tent, still holding the syringe in his hand. Sir, thank you for the medicine. Are you also a doctor? The bird-beaked doctor had a nice voice, and should be young. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anderson. Hearing this name, not only the bird-beaked doctor in front of him, but also the patients around him couldn't help but look over here. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young lord in front of him. You are the lord? The bird-beaked doctor suddenly felt a little at a loss. Obviously, she had never seen Mu Xing during the day. Let's go in and talk. Mu Xing pointed to the side door of the castle behind him, and by the way, he looked at the man in a white robe. Come together, Mr. Baldwin. The man was stunned. He didn't expect that Mu Xing knew his name. He nodded and didn't reject Mu Xing's proposal. In order to receive guests, Mu Xing specially asked someone to tidy up the reception room of the castle. After rewashing the furniture and buying some decorations, the ancient reception room exuded a luxurious atmosphere. When the ancestor was young, this was the most lively place for entertaining guests in the castle. Now, there are only 3 empty people in the huge room. What would you like to drink? Mu Xing asked. The bird-beaked doctor on the other side looked at the man in white robes next to him subconsciously. Mu Xing looked. Adele, make me some mint tea. The moment he heard the mint tea, the man in white robes subconsciously looked up at Mu Xing. You two don't have to be restrained. Just treat it as your own home. Mu Xing chuckled. To be honest, a few days ago, I was still a descendant of a poor merchant, not one of those high-ranking nobles. Mu Xing's warm smile made the two of them let down their guard. The man took off his hood, revealing his face with a golden mask. His face was deformed and ugly due to leprosy, so he used the mask to cover his face. Next to him, the bird-beaked doctor also took off the bird-beaked mask on his face. To put it bluntly, this bird-beaked mask is a protective prop for doctors in this era. They would fill it with various herbs and spices, and they believed that doing so could isolate the invasion of diseases. It was a protective measure for them. Because they look like bird beaks, people named them bird-beaked doctors. And because they often appear in areas where plague is rampant, they are also called plague doctors. Some people say that their arrival is always accompanied by plague and death, which is an ominous sign. Little do they know that they are the real saints who save the dying and heal the wounded. When she took off the mask, she revealed a young and beautiful face. But on her cheeks, there were already red ulcer spots, which were early symptoms of leprosy. Obviously, even a plague doctor will inevitably be infected during long-term contact with patients. Lord, this is your needle. Mu Xing waved his hand. I give it to you, because I still need you to use this needle to save people. But remember to disinfect it before each use. Disinfection? She looked puzzled. Let me put it this way. A large part of the diseases come from a tiny organism that we can't see. I call it fungus or virus. It is these things that cause various diseases. In order to prevent infection, we must avoid contact with these tiny organisms. High temperature can kill these microorganisms and ensure the safety of the equipment. After hearing this, the bird-beaked doctor seemed to have opened up a new world and asked about viruses and bacteria. Mu Xing only gave a general account, and the doctor quickly took out a notebook and wrote it down carefully. Lord, you are so familiar with these tiny creatures, so is leprosy also caused by the fungi or viruses you mentioned? Mu Xing shook his head. No, the source of leprosy is not fungi or viruses, but acid-fast bacilli, a type of bacteria. The doctor opposite was a little confused. I just want to know, can it be cured? Mu Xing said, for most people, this is an incurable terminal illness, but for me, it is not. Really? The bird-beaked doctor opposite stood up excitedly. At this moment, Adele, wearing a mask, came over with mint tea. Tea for you too. The young doctor realized that he had lost his composure, and sat down quickly. By the way, don't you know the name of this doctor? Paracelsus, Lord. You can also call me Paracel or Seuss. Mu Xing nodded. Okay, Miss Paracel. By the way, you just said that you have a way to cure leprosy. Mu Xing drank tea calmly, and did not answer. Baldwin beside him quickly pulled the overly excited doctor. He looked at Mu Xing. Mr. Lord, first of all, thank you for your generosity and giving these patients a shelter. But I don't understand why you want to help us. As far as I know, the Lord has just arrived, and it is not easy to support this castle. Why bother to wade into this muddy water? The man in front of him, named Baldwin, was neither humble nor arrogant, and was born with a noble aura. This aura was not pretended, but accumulated over the years. Faced with the question, Mu Xing did not answer, but asked back, as the leader of a distant country, after experiencing the ups and downs of life, why can you put down your status and protect these unarmed lepers? At this moment, the two looked at each other, their eyes collided. Do you know what you are talking about? Baldwin frowned. Mu Xing stared at the eyes under the golden mask. Of course I know. Should I call you Mr. Baldwin? Or His Majesty King Baldwin? As soon as these words came out, there was a snap next to him, and the teacup in the doctor's hand fell to the ground. Baldwin closed his eyes slightly. I am no longer a king. In the remaining time I have, I just want to live a life that belongs only to me. He lowered his head to help the doctor pick up the teacup and put it back on the table. Mu Xing asked Adele to make another cup of tea. Mu Xing smiled and said, if this is your answer, then I can only say that this is also my answer. Mu Xing opened his hands. You can see that I have no foundation when I first arrived in Hamlet. Instead of looking for those thieves and robbers, I might as well help some people who really need help. He stared at Baldwin. Let's make a deal. I can help you cure leprosy. In exchange, I want you to work for me, including you, Mr. Baldwin. Baldwin took a deep breath. Should I believe you, young lord? Chapter 735. When the morning sun slowly rises from the distant horizon, the dazzling sunlight splashes on the dome of the ancient castle like gold. Compared with the desertedness of the past, both the interior of the castle and the spacious manor are particularly lively today. On the road leading to Hamlet Town, carriages, escorted by fully armed mercenaries, began to park neatly at the gate of the castle. In the carriages, the nobles had solemn expressions, put on gorgeous armor that they rarely wore in the past, gently lifted the curtains, and looked at the half-closed gate of the castle. Then, the nobles began to get off the car and flattered each other hypocritically. On the third floor of the castle, Mu Xing opened his arms, and the maid Adele was adjusting his sleeves for him. He looked through the carved glass window at the nobles who were gathering. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Victor and Raymond walked in fully armed. The fine mail and plate armor were magical equipment that the nobles could not afford. And they were not the only ones who came in. There was also a majestic man in a white robe. He still wore the golden mask, but the red spots and abscesses on his body had begun to scab over. This was a sign of healing. Ordinary medicine certainly could not cure leprosy in a short time, but he had the divine seal, so it was not difficult for him to modify the genes and clean up the bacteria. The person who came was Baldwin, who volunteered to be Mu Xing's helper after reaching an agreement last night. And the two sides were more like a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Raymond said, My lord, almost all the nobles in the town are here, and they are almost all on the registration list. Mu Xing nodded. He had seen the list. Those nobles said one thing and meant another. On the surface, they disdained to cooperate with Mu Xing, a newcomer, but their greed for the treasures in the ruins made them willing to put aside their pride. Victor frowned. Lord, I went to the town early in the morning and found that they had hired all the mercenaries that could be hired. Don't worry, the exploration of the ruins depends on precision rather than numbers. You are enough. Besides, it won't take a day. By this time tomorrow, you will find that more mercenaries will come from other towns. Mu Xing smiled slightly, began to button up, and adjusted his collar and tie in front of the mirror. Master, let me help you. Adele quickly reached out to help. Baldwin held his broken sword, which had been strengthened again and was emitting a faint light. Mu Xing looked at him. How are the others recovering? Although Baldwin suppressed the tremor in his heart, he couldn't help but say, they all recovered very well. I have never seen such a powerful drug. It only took one night. You will continue to lead them. Wear the equipment I prepared for them. Remember to show off in a grand manner, so that those nobles know who is the real owner of this land. No problem. Baldwin nodded. When Baldwin's last worry was resolved, his confidence returned to him. Afterwards, Mu Xing looked at Raymond and Victor. How is the intelligence I asked you to gather? Victor shook his head. Those bandits are very cunning and hide very deep, but I have a feeling that they will not miss this opportunity. Raymond beside him said with some worry, Lord, if these bandits launch a surprise attack after we explore the ruins, how can we resist? Mu Xing finally put on his clothes. He looked good. Except that he was a little thin, he inherited the excellent genes of the romantic ancestor. He looked handsome, and only needed a noble outfit that was not luxurious to bring out his temperament. Don't worry, after we finish cleaning the ruins, we will have enough resources to create more powerful equipment. Besides, I have prepared some surprises for them. Mu Xing's confidence radiates from the inside out, making people unable to help but believe. Baldwin still holds the sword, looking at Mu Xing with a complex and satisfied look. Just then, Aloys, wearing heavy paladin plate armor, walked in. Lord, breakfast is ready. Mu Xing waved his hand. Everyone, eat first, fill your stomach to have the strength to clean the ruins. kitchen and dining room. The long table is already full of people. The weak patients yesterday are now in great shape and full of energy. Those who survived leprosy are all young and strong. After Mu Xing's treatment and strengthening, their physical fitness has returned to its peak. Seeing Mu Xing coming, everyone stood up in unison. Although the movements are still a little uncoordinated, Mu Xing believes that under Baldwin's training, they will soon be able to become qualified elite warriors. It's a pity that his tower is not here, otherwise he can use the tower to enlighten them directly, and instantly create a group of super warriors with rich combat experience. Everyone sit down and prepare to eat. The bird-beaked Dr. Paracel sat quietly at a corner of the long table. He looked at Mu Xing with admiration. Last night's treatment can only be described as a miracle. No, even the pure holy light of the church cannot cure leprosy so quickly. The pretty little face stared straight at Mu Xing, and his eyes were unwilling to move away even for a moment. Mu Xing touched his cheek. Is there a flower on my face? Parcel shook his head quickly. I didn't expect that the Lord is not only proficient in medical skills and knowledge, but also so handsome. Mu Xing groaned. It was the first time that he was praised so directly by a little girl. Mu Xing handed her a manual on microbial research. You can study this book when you have time. It will help improve your medical skills. Thank you, Lord. She happily took the manual, flipped through a few pages, and held it in her arms like a treasure. Mu Xing looked at the others. Let's eat. Praise the food, praise the Lord's gift. Before eating, the group of people did not forget to praise Mu Xing's generosity. There was not only bread and oatmeal on the table, but also large pieces of meat and some precious apples. Even the guards of the nobles might not have such a standard of food. It was not as generous as the Lord in front of him. In an era where bread can buy a life, such a Lord would not hesitate to die for him. Mu Xing looked at the more than 30 people in front of him and nodded with great satisfaction. He was finally a decent Lord. Lord, there are still many patients in the town. What do you think? Baldwin said while the iron was hot. I will take as many as you can, not only young and strong men, but also men, women, old and young with special skills. Mu Xing now needs an elite force to protect his safety, and to create a carrier for his teammates to come. When Baldwin heard this, his face suddenly lit up. Then, he couldn't wait to get into the food. At the same time, at the foot of the castle mountain, a group of nobles were waiting for the owner of the castle to arrive. Chapter 736. Just then, the castle gate opened. Mu Xing straightened his sleeves and walked out of the castle gate with big strides. Seeing Mu Xing, the nobles on the hillside began to talk. Did you see it? Our new lord has arrived. I heard that he comes from a declining merchant family, has no family background, no territory, and is simply a joke. Isn't it? Just a young bean sprout, suddenly thrust into this position, he doesn't even know his own weight. Let's wait, and see him make a fool of himself when we go out to fight today. Make a fool of himself? That's inevitable. The battlefield is not for those who can't even get respect in the hall. We have recruited all the mercenaries in the town this time. I'm afraid he can't even put together a small team. That's right, the enemies in the ruins are not vegetarians. I'm afraid he can't even hold a sword steadily. Don't say that. What if he dies unexpectedly? Wouldn't we lose some fun? Ha ha ha. Hearing the ridicule of the nobles, Mu Xing simply ignored them. He only saw him with his hands behind his back. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps came from behind the gate. When the flag with the moon and the castle appeared behind him, two teams of well-equipped and uniformly moving guards walked out from both sides of him. This scene almost shocked the nobles. When have they ever seen such a scene? The long spears flashing with cold light in the hands of the guards alone were enough to shock them. Not to mention the neat movements and sophisticated armor. From head to toe, they were armed to the teeth. Looking at the ruffian-like mercenaries behind them, they looked like stinky stones just dug out of a cesspool. Mu Xing had a slender noble rapier on his waist, and his gorgeous lord's clothes made the nobles at the foot of the mountain feel ashamed. This kid, what a grand show. Yeah, where did he get these well-equipped guards? We have hired all the mercenaries. Where did these people come from? Questions echoed among the nobles, but no answers were found. Mu Xing strode down the mountain along the polished stone road, and came to the nobles, who got off the car early to greet him. The appearance of this group of guards made their attitudes change 180 degrees. One by one, they grinned, nodded and bowed, and gathered around, wanting to be the first to shake hands with Mu Xing. Everyone is welcome to join the Ruins Crusade team. With your support, we will be able to completely eliminate the dangerous ruins that endanger the town today. Mu Xing didn't care about the attitudes of these nobles, And he gave a passionate speech. Let's build up the atmosphere first. Besides, his goal was not to conquer the ruins, but to gather the scattered forces of Hamlet. Secondly, of course, he wanted to take the opportunity to make a name for himself and attract more people to Hamlet. To conquer this land with hidden secrets, he needed enough consumables. And he sensed the breath of chaos. Although they were well hidden and very delicate, they could not escape his eyes. He himself was half of the chaos will, and with the blessing of the god seal, he could see through the chaos disguised as mercenaries at a glance. Mu Xing noticed that these chaos seemed to have been deprived of their bodies. It was just that they seemed to know the rules of the fantasy world in advance, so they made preparations in advance and took over the bodies of local humans. Mu Xing was wary of these dangerous chaos, and he didn't know how much strength they had retained. If they were like him, it would be fine if they had to start from scratch. But if they had a backup plan, he had to be extra careful. With a thought, Mu Xing locked onto these disguised chaos, and planned to use the ruins to test the strength of these chaos. After a passionate speech, the emotions of these nobles were mobilized by Mu Xing. Especially after receiving Mu Xing's promise of profit sharing, these nobles can't wait to rush into the ruins. Let's go! At Mu Xing's order, a huge team of hundreds of people began to move towards the ruins. At this time, the voice of the god seal sounded in his mind. Master, these chaos are weird. Weird? How do you mean? Their bodies seem to have been specially modified. Transformed? I analyzed the genetic aura they emit, and concluded that their body structure is different from that of ordinary people. Mu Xing was stunned. Isn't it very simple for chaos to transform the human body? There is no need to make a fuss about this, right? Shining said, Master, after my research on the rules of this world, I found that this world is very repulsive to abnormal things. If you accept external forces to transform your body at will, you may be regarded as a foreign object and rejected by the rules. Mu Xing realized the problem. So you mean these chaos have other intentions? They even use the power of chaos to transform their bodies at the cost of being rejected by the rules? It is possible, but there is too little information to draw a definite conclusion. Mu Xing took out the eyeball-shaped death pearl from his pocket. At the same time, he began to contact the Ratman wizard hidden in the ruins to prepare for action. Soon, the team reached the edge of the ruins. In the past, they only dared to hunt skeletons in the edge area, and few people dared to go deep into it. If you are besieged by a large number of skeletons, you will have no choice but to die. And tomorrow, there will be 200 or 300 people, and some townspeople watching the fun behind them, making this ruins more lively than ever before. At this time, Mu Xing stood up and began a pre-war mobilization speech. Lords, knights, warriors, today we are not arguing about family background, but only for a common mission to conquer the ruins and defend our homeland. Although I don't have a prominent background, I have a heart that fights for justice. The enemy will not show mercy because of your origin, they are only afraid of united warriors. Today, you are not fighting for me, but for your family, land, and future. Let us win glory with courage. Raise your swords, hold your shields tightly, and follow me to the ruins to welcome victory. Mu Xing waved his right hand and pointed to the ruins ahead. There, the necromancers had already sensed the danger and summoned a large number of skeletons to form a defense line to welcome the arrival of the crusade team. The fighting spirit of these crusade mercenaries had been completely ignited, and they all raised their weapons and rushed into the ruins. Raymond and his men were also eager to try, but they did not act rashly before Mu Xing's order, and always protected the safety of the young lord. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and led the team directly into the ruins to meet the skeletons holding broken weapons. Prepare for battle. The four-man team immediately prepared for battle. Eloise was the team's meat shield, Raymond and Baldwin were the output, and the plague doctor was the auxiliary. As for Victor, he was still Mu Xing's loyal guard. When other nobles saw that Lord Mu Xing had entered the ruins, they were also impatient to select troops and organize elite teams to enter the ruins. Chapter 737. Mu Xing is very experienced in dealing with these ordinary skeleton monsters. With the team's excellent equipment, those skeletons can't last around. Even if they encounter a necromancer, they can be easily killed. The biggest boss of the entire ruins was killed by him last night. Coming here today is just a formality. In addition, Mu Xing has another important reason for conquering the ruins. That is to complete the exploration mission assigned by the survival system. He needs to know whether the survival system can use him as an anchor to enter this world. He always believed that since the survival system sent him to this strange fantasy world, there must be a backup plan. His mission is to explore. What exactly does the survival system want him to explore? The conditions are unclear, so he could only try various methods until he can successfully contact the survival system. After killing more than 5 waves of monsters, Mu Xing finally succeeded in entering the depths of the ruins. Here, he will begin to implement his plan. You stay nearby and don't come in unless there is something else, Mu Xing told Raymond and the others, and walked straight into the ruined house. Several people immediately scattered around the roads, like guards. Mu Xing carved a formation on the ground and began to call the rat wizard. Soon, the rat wizard approached and joined Mu Xing. The dense rats behind him brought a lot of mincemeat. It had been an hour since they entered the ruins, and the mercenaries who rushed into the ruins had suffered a lot of damage. It takes a lot of flesh and blood to revive the necromancer, and the flesh and blood of these dead mercenaries is the best material. When fresh flesh and blood were put into the box, and the dead soul pearl was placed inside, the pearl began to sprout countless tiny red roots, like a seed. The roots penetrated the flesh and blood, greedily devouring the surrounding flesh and blood. Then, the pearl began to grow rapidly like an embryo. Mu Xing stared at the pearl that was constantly expanding in the box, and asked the divine seal to scan and record the process. As time passed, when the pearl absorbed enough flesh and blood, Mu Xing could clearly see a figure emerging from the pearl. That's right, a human figure. This person grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a seed sprouting. Is this necromancy? Mu Xing asked. Master, according to the information stored in my database, this is different from any recorded necromancy. In my opinion, this is more like a transformation. Transformation? These unconscious flesh and blood can be seamlessly transformed into the flesh and blood of the necromancer. Isn't it that after absorbing these flesh and blood grow again? Mu Xing was puzzled. Master, this is the strange thing. They did not go through the digestion and growth process, but directly transformed, and what happened? I found that the genes of these pieces of meat are almost identical. Huh? Mu Xing looked back at the rat wizard and asked him, are all the pieces of meat you brought back from the same person? The rat wizard said a lot of gibberish, which roughly meant that these pieces of meat came from different mercenaries, not from one person. Shanine said, this is the strange thing. In the real world, including the worlds that my master and I have experienced, there are a few genetic differences between people. Even in the forest world, there are very few differences between those clones. But it's different here. Their genes are exactly the same, just like clones. Clones? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. He shook his head. He didn't think that these people with different appearances, different genders, different personalities and abilities would be clones. No, they are not clones. Mu Xing shook his head. Why does the master say that? Because even clones cannot be 100% identical, there will be even a tiny difference of 0.0001. What does the master mean? Unless all of them are split from the same individual. When Mu Xing looked at the box, he found that the beads in the box had grown to more than 1 meter high. The figure inside was clearly visible. Gazing at this scene, Mu Xing touched his chin thoughtfully. Some new guesses were born in his mind. But they were just guesses, and he still needed to verify them through experiments. As the bead matured quickly, Mu Xing saw a figure struggling inside, as if trying to get out of the embryo that nurtured its body. Mu Xing stepped forward, took out a silver dagger, and cut the embryo. Then, warm liquid gushed out of the embryo with hot steam, accompanied by a naked man rolling out of the embryo. He looked very young. After coming out of the embryo, he began to pinch his throat and breathe the air greedily. At the same time, he was also adapting to the external environment. Suddenly, the man got up from the ground and rushed towards Mu Xing at an incredible speed. However, Mu Xing seemed to have known that this would happen. At the moment when the man rushed over, he stepped back and let him miss. Then, he punched him in the abdomen. With a hook of his right foot, a slap fell, and the man covered in mucus fell to the ground with a plop. Without waiting for the other party to get up, Mu Xing approached, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him up. After absorbing the experience points of the Attic Rat King and the Ruins boss Necromancer, his strength was comparable to those strong mercenaries. The man was strangled by the neck and struggled hard, rolling his eyes in pain. It is a stupid thing to attack your savior, especially when the strength of the enemy is unclear. Are you seeking death? Dorichis, I can't stand with you. The man tried to roar in anger, his pupils gradually turned black, and lines extended from his pupils to the surroundings. Mu Xing slashed his neck with a knife without hesitation. It seems that you need to calm down. Leaving the unconscious man behind, Mu Xing winked at the floating god seal next to him. The god seal immediately understood, and red crystal filaments began to extend from its red eyeballs, and began to analyze it in all aspects. At the same time, it branded it and controlled its body and soul. As expected, after the necromancer was killed by Mu Xing, his soul returned to the necromancer bead. When he woke up again, his eyes were much clearer. Okay, can we talk quietly now? Mu Xing squatted down and looked at him. Dorichis, I have nothing to talk to you about. From the moment you turned me into a puppet, we have been enemies to the death. Mu Xing said calmly, although I don't know what feud you have with my ancestor, I think we need to get to know each other again. You can call me Anderson, Mr. Saren. The other party frowned. Ancestor? Anderson? You have been a ghost for too long. 100 years have passed. My ancestor may have passed away long ago, and you have been wandering in this ruins as a ghost for 100 years. The man opened his mouth, but something seemed to be blocking his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Chapter 738. He covered his head and recalled carefully, and slowly raised his head after a while. How is it? Do you remember it? The man supported himself and slowly stood up. He closed his eyes slightly, and then suddenly opened them again. You resurrected me. He realized that the backup plan he prepared did not work. He has been a dead spirit for many years. Mu Xing threw a set of clothes to him. Put it on, from today on, you are mine. He nodded slightly, feeling the information from the divine seal in his mind. I understand. From today on, you are my master. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, what happened? Is everything written in this diary true? Mu Xing handed him the diary. He flipped through 2 pages casually. Since you have read the diary, you must know what happened. Yes, I was recruited here by Baron Diarsis. He was very young, very wise, and extraordinarily rich. Rich? Yes, even though many earls and marquises I have met are not as rich as your ancestor, he seems to have endless wealth. He not only pays high fees for us necromancers, but also spends a lot of money to buy various magic books and magic props. Not to mention the plan he once told me. Plan? What plan? Mu Xing asked. He plans to build a huge underground laboratory to explore the mysteries of life and soul in depth. But I didn't know what happened later. After your ancestor learned all the necromancy, he started killing us mercilessly. He planned to gather us necromancers at a banquet, and then after killing us, he controlled us with necromancy and turned us into undead slaves. We slaves could work for him without sleep, summon more skeletons, and solve many problems for him. What happened next? Mu Xing asked. The man in front of him shook his head. I don't know. The time that the dead can keep their memories is limited. Although I left a backup plan, it is obvious that my plan failed. After my death, my soul did not return to the dead pearl in time, so I could not be resurrected. Mu Xing touched his chin. He thought he could get more clues from this necromancer named Saren. But the harvest was less than he expected, and he was a little disappointed. How much do you know about my ancestors? For example, his secrets, and why he studies necromancy. Saren shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like he is a huge mystery. He is different from many people. He is very smart, not like a human being. I think I have been a necromancer for decades, and have read all the books in the world, but I still feel ashamed in front of him. He always tells us some knowledge that we don't even know. And his whereabouts are always mysterious. There are many areas in the castle that even we cannot enter at will. There are various dangerous holy light spells set there. Mu Xing was silent for a moment. What does the ancestor want to use these necromancy spells for? Saren did not hide. According to my understanding, of course, for immortality. When a person's wealth, status, and fame reach the peak, he naturally wants to pursue a long life. That's what your ancestor did. He longed to find the way to immortality from necromancy. Did he find it? Sailuan looked at Mu Xing. Do you think I am immortal? Can't the orb of the dead be considered a way to achieve immortality? Sailuan smiled bitterly. Rather than being immortal, it's better to say that I am another person who has preserved my memories and part of my soul. I am Sailuan, not Sailuan. Mu Xing understood what Sailuan meant. It was like backing up the memory, creating a clone, and then inputting the memory into the clone. Can we say that this clone who has gained memory is the resurrection of the original? Obviously not. The same is true for the Saren in front of him. He is just a replica of the past Saren. Saren said, I once proposed the method of the orb of the dead to your ancestor, but he despised it as a stupid self-consolation. Mu Xing rubbed his cheek. Okay, this is for you first. He gave him all the equipment and summoning skills he got from the necromancer yesterday, which was also considered as returning the property to its original owner. How much fighting power do you have left? Necromancer is an experience-based profession. Now that I have regained my flesh and blood, I should be even stronger. Just then, Victor's voice came from outside the door. Lord, several mercenaries are coming this way. They look ill-intentioned. Mu Xing looked into the distance through the window and locked onto several mercenaries who were tracking this way. Their aura had already betrayed their identities, Chaos. Don't fight them head-on. Retreat into the house first. After Mu Xing gave the order, he looked at Siluan. Go and test the strength of those guys. Yes, master. Siluan bowed his head respectfully. At this time, Baldwin and his men also came in, frowning and sniffing the strange smell around. Their eyes were fixed on Siluan. Lord, who is he? Let me introduce you, Siluan, the necromancer. What? Before they could react, Siluan had already rushed out. Lord, him? Don't worry, he's one of us. The eyes of several people looking at Mu Xing became more and more odd. Even the necromancer can be controlled. You stay here, I'll be back soon. As soon as Mu Xing finished speaking, he was pulled into the familiar stage battlefield. At this time, he controlled the necromancer and the Ratman wizard, and opposite him were two Chaos who took over the bodies of mercenaries. And Mu Xing noticed that there were actually controllers behind these two Chaos. Opposite him, behind the blurred mirror, he saw a blurred figure. Like him, he was pulled into the stage. Obviously, he is not the only one who can enter this special combat system. Unfortunately, the two sides seemed to be separated by an infinite curtain, and they could not see each other's faces or hear each other's voices. Because he was the main attacker, Mu Xing took the first turn. Mu Xing first clicked on the necromancer to get his information. Necromancer Saren, a necromancer resurrected by the Orb of the Dead, with rich combat experience and proficiency in various necromancy spells. Active skills: Summon the Undead, Finger of Death, Dark Ritual, Touch of Decay, Resurrection of the Undead. Passive skills: Summon Skeletons, High Resistance. As expected of a small boss, he has a full range of skills and special pressure skills. The so-called pressure skills are skills such as Dark Ritual, which can cause great pressure and damage to the enemy. Damage is secondary. In this world, pressure value is much more important than damage value. When the pressure rises, even if the enemy does not attack, you will collapse first. The Ratman wizard uses Summon Rat, and the necromancer uses Dark Ritual. Mu Xing puts pressure on the opponent at the beginning without hesitation. Chapter 739. At the same time, Mu Xing clicked on the opposite mercenary and obtained a small amount of information about the mercenary. Hamlet Mercenary Arno, a wandering mercenary from the southern province, proficient in swords and fighting skills. Hamlet Mercenary Kasich, a professional killer from York City, proficient in poison and assassination wind skills. However, Mu Xing did not get the specific skill information of the other party. It was as if some kind of power prohibited his exploration. As expected of the carriers of chaos possession, these two mercenaries are indeed extraordinary. Summon the Rat Guards. The Ratman wizard received the order and immediately summoned the Rat Guards to act as a meat shield and mutated them, turning them into mutated Rat Guards. Higher attack power and stronger defense. And the necromancer directly released the Dark Ritual skill. When the skill was released towards the two mercenaries on the opposite side, thorn rings immediately lit up above their heads, which was a sign of rising pressure. However, Mu Xing frowned. After the two mercenaries were hit by the Dark Ritual, the accumulated pressure value was less than expected. Theoretically, the Dark Ritual will increase the pressure value of the group target by 10 to 15 points. But at this time, the pressure value above the heads of the two mercenaries has only increased by 3 points. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, as if he realized that Chaos's transformation of the body he possessed was mainly focused on stress resistance. The transformation increased their stress resistance, making their stress resistance 3 to 5 times that of ordinary mercenaries. This means that when facing various threats, the speed of stress increase is greatly reduced, which in turn improves combat effectiveness. Mu Xing launched a coordinated attack and fired a shot. The opponent's warrior actually raised his sword to block his attack. Miss, Mu Xing's turn ended, and it was the opponent's turn. The warrior directly slashed the two mercenaries on the opposite side, attacking the two targets in the front row and the middle row. This attack was extremely powerful, and the mutant rat guard was killed with one sword. The attack landed on the rat wizard, knocking off 1/3 of the wizard's health. The damage is so high? This mercenary looked plain, but I didn't expect his attack power to be so terrifying. Then, another assassin mercenary flashed behind the necromancer, and stabbed the necromancer's neck with a sharp dagger. While causing huge damage, it also caused a heavy bleeding state. The necromancer's health was reduced by 1/3, and the heavy bleeding state continued to cause 50% of the assassin's attack power in damage per round. Then, the opposite controller also launched a coordinated attack. Mu Xing saw an arrow shot from the opposite stage, and the arrow directly penetrated the necromancer's chest. Reduce 1/3 of the health. Mu Xing's face was not good. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. He almost killed the necromancer and the Ratman wizard in one round. Even if he didn't die in this round, he would definitely die in the next round. The necromancer had less than 1/3 of his health left, and the Ratman wizard had 2/3 of his health left. If the opponent made another move, the battle would end in one round. No, I have to call someone. Mu Xing began to communicate with the Heart Contract Galaxy and tried to contact Trix. Trix, can you descend? Mu Xing asked. Captain, I'm afraid not. I have a strange negative state and cannot descend to the fantasy world in a short time. There is at least a 24-hour cooling time. Trix's helpless voice came from the other side. Let Vigo descend. Captain, are you in trouble? It's chaos. Chaos has taken over the bodies of local mercenaries and can exist in this world for a long time. They have made some modifications to the objects they take over, and they are extremely resistant to pressure and have extremely high attack power. The other side seemed to be discussing and thinking. After a moment, Trix's voice sounded. Captain, maybe we can try to let Caesar descend this time. Caesar? According to the information provided by the captain, we have come to some conclusions through research. Descendants are divided into temporary and permanent. Temporary descent requires a temporary carrier, and the combat power that can be exerted is strong, but after the descent, there will be a certain cooling time. The more times the descent is made, the longer the cooling time will be. Permanent descent requires a permanent carrier, and the combat power that can be exerted is related to the carrier. Although the strength will be weakened, there is no cooling time. We hope to use this opportunity to verify the possibility of permanent descent. Caesar has the strongest combat power and the strongest resistance to abnormal states in the fantasy world, so we can let him try it first. Mu Xing thought for a while. I haven't made a permanent carrier yet, so I will guide him to descend to the undead zombies summoned by my necromancer. Soon, Trix replied, Captain, Caesar said he has no problem. Mu Xing did not hesitate and directly began to build a descent channel. When his consciousness returned to the stage, he started his turn. He first asked the rat wizard to summon rats and restore health by passively devouring rats. Then he asked the necromancer to summon a zombie. This ragged zombie was the carrier of Caesar's arrival. Then, he connected Trix through the Heart Contract Galaxy and let the divine seal simulate the visualization of Caesar's body. Soon he successfully connected with Caesar. Descend? Mu Xing shouted, and saw a black mist wrapped in a golden scabbard falling on the zombie. The black zombie shivered. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had changed. Although he was still in tattered clothes, he exuded a black aura of bad luck. Captain, Captain, where are you? As soon as Caesar arrived, he began to contact Mu Xing with his consciousness. Don't shout, I'm here. Captain, is this the special combat system? Turn-based? Interesting. The zombie moved his body to adapt to his physical condition. Mu Xing tapped lightly and obtained the zombie's data. Mutated unlucky zombie. A zombie blessed with special power, mutated to gain the power of bad luck. Mu Xing said, the enemies in front of you are two mercenaries who have been possessed by chaos. There are also controllers behind them. Can you withstand it? The zombie shook his head and said, Don't worry, Captain. Now I have the scabbard of the victory oath, and I am the strongest meat shield. As he said that, he launched the taunting skill without hesitation. A middle finger mark immediately appeared on the heads of the two mercenaries on the opposite side. Strong taunt. Add a strong taunt mark to the target. The target can only attack the owner of the taunt mark in the next round. In that case, let's see how you perform. Mu Xing said expectantly. Hey, watch me. Caesar was already eager to try. Finally, Mu Xing aimed at the assassin on the opposite side and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot sounded. A big miss was lit again. Mu Xing was stunned. Is his shooting so bad? Captain, the assassin's dodge rate is very high, estimated to be more than 70% dodge rate. Caesar warned. Mu Xing put away his flintlock rifle, not discouraged, waiting for Caesar's performance. When his turn was over, the opponent launched an attack without hesitation. First, the warrior mercenary jumped and slashed over, with a look of overwhelming pressure. Boom! A sword smashed down, splashing dust all over the ground. Then when the dust cleared, the seemingly fragile undead zombie was unscathed. The shield that appeared on his body flashed away. Chapter 740. As the shield lit up, a big word resist appeared. This jump attack was actually resisted. Not only was Mu Xing a little confused, but even the two mercenaries on the opposite side were confused. Mu Xing quickly checked the zombie's status, and found that it was the shield on his body that blocked the attack. Passive skill. Landing as a fortress. Before the start of the round, you gain a protective shield that can absorb a lot of damage and gain a 30% damage reduction buff. The defense is good, this shield. Mu Xing exclaimed. Captain, this is not the end yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin had already rushed over. This time he aimed at the zombie's heart. And the means of attack also changed from a dagger to an exaggerated pistol, shooting at close range. The gunshot rang out, and the zombie's shield was finally shattered. A red damage number floated above his head. However, this number was only a pitiful single digit, 3. How is it possible? Mu Xing seemed to hear the assassin's confused voice. With my steel body and the protection of the scabbard, it's your good fortune to be able to deal 3 points of damage. Caesar looked proud. If you are not unfamiliar with the use of the scabbard, the damage of this attack should be 0. Mu Xing looked at Caesar in amazement. He realized that this guy had the potential to be a team meat shield. Not only that, he noticed that 2 black skulls appeared above the heads of the 2 mercenaries. Mu Xing quickly clicked to view and obtained the information of the black skull. Dark bad luck. Greatly reduces luck value and resistance to abnormal status. Seeing this negative status, Mu Xing smiled. This is one of the reasons why he chose Caesar to join the team. His bad luck ability is comparable to a surprise weapon at certain times. I don't know if the opponent's controller is also afraid of this bad luck buff, so he directly gave up the coordinated attack this round. The scene changed, and it was Mu Xing's turn. The Ratman Wizard summoned the Ratman Guardian, and the Necromancer used the Touch of Decay. The Rat Wizard released his summoning skill again. After all, this guy's own combat power was really average. A new Rat Guard was summoned, and there was one more meat shield in front of him. The Necromancer raised his staff, and the magic circle lit up. Rotten tentacles were summoned out of thin air, and attacked the 2 mercenaries. One of them blocked, and the other dodged. However, this time they were not so lucky. The bad luck buff took effect, and the blocking and dodging failed. The rotten tentacles fell on them, and the critical hit number lit up directly above their heads. At the same time, 2 negative buffs appeared above their heads. Disease weakness. Disease will reduce the target's life healing and life recovery capabilities. Weakness will reduce the target's attack power and defense power. Mu Xing raised the gun in his hand and aimed directly at the assassin's head. With a bang, the bullet hit accurately, and a huge damage number exploded. The assassin's health was directly knocked down by half. At the same time, the annoying zombie taunt icon appeared above the 2 mercenaries' heads again. The situation was reversed in a short period of time. Caesar's arrival turned the 2 mercenaries on the opposite side from advantage to disadvantage. When the opponent's turn began, the opponent's controller was in a state of entanglement. It was not right to attack or not to attack. Ordinary skills could not even break the zombie's defense. The damage in the single digit was comparable to scraping. The mentality of the 2 mercenaries on the field collapsed directly. At this time, the opponent's controller seemed to have issued an order to escape. The team began to run away, and the opposite stage became illusory. Want to run? Have you asked me for permission? Mu Xing snorted coldly. Captain, don't worry. They have my bad luck buff, so they can't escape. Caesar's voice sounded. Does your bad luck buff have this effect? Although I paid a huge price to obtain this ability, I have been bumping and rubbing over the years. But when I began to master the power of bad luck, I realized its true power. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 mercenaries, who were running away, suddenly fell flat on their faces. The words "failed to escape" immediately appeared above their heads. Failed escape is punishable. Not only will the pressure value increase, but also the opponent will attack for one more round. The 2 mercenaries looked extremely ugly. The stage that was about to separate suddenly became solid again. Mu Xing unceremoniously ordered all members to attack. The Ratman Wizard first controlled the Rat Guard to bite. The Rat Guard pounced on and bit the warrior. The bite skill caused him to lose blood and was also buffed with plague. At the same time, the Ratman Wizard also released an attack spell to attack the warrior, successfully knocking off some of his blood. Necromancer used Finger of Death. Finger of Death is the Necromancer's most powerful attack skill, which can cause high damage to the target and has a chance to apply the Death's Door effect. The special effect of Death's Door will immediately put the target with low health into a dying state. When the Finger of Death falls on the The assassin's already low health will instantly turn red. The death's door effect is directly triggered under the bad luck buff, putting it into a dying state. In the dying state, the target cannot attack, cannot move, and can only passively wait for death. Caesar's zombie pounced forward and killed the dying assassin with one claw. Ah! The assassin screamed, his health was emptied, and he died completely. Mu Xing raised the flintlock in his hand and aimed at the soldier. It's over. Bang. The bullet hit his forehead, and the rotating lead bullet tore his skull and emptied his health. After dealing with the two mercenaries, the manipulator behind the stage suddenly screamed. Mu Xing seemed to hear the sound of his flesh being torn apart. With a puff, the manipulator behind the scenes exploded into a blood mist on the stage. Mu Xing's heart trembled slightly. Is this the consequence of a failed battle? He began to fear for his own arrogance. If the necromancer and the rat wizard were killed just now, would he also be wiped out on this stage? He secretly made up his mind that he must go into battle with full equipment in every future battle. Evil spirits, divine seals, and various combat powers are indispensable. If he fails, will he also be torn into a blood mist like the manipulator? When the battle was over, Mu Xing withdrew from the battle stage and squatted on the ground, panting violently. He noticed that Caesar, who had descended into the zombie's body, did not disappear directly. Are you here permanently? Mu Xing asked. Caesar shook his head. It's just that I used some special means to stay longer, but not more than an hour. Mu Xing checked his status and found that it was true. He could stay for at most an hour, and his consciousness would be driven out. Wait! Mu Xing walked to the bodies of the two mercenaries and cut off a finger. Swallow it. Ah? Caesar was confused and didn't understand what Mu Xing meant. Listen to me, swallow it. I want to verify some conjectures. Although he didn't understand what the captain's strange quirk was, he still opened his mouth and swallowed the finger into his stomach. The next second, a buff sign lit up on the head of the zombie Caesar descended. Unlike the crown of thorns, it was golden, like holy light. Caesar's surprised voice sounded, Captain, I got an extended buff, and the stay time was increased by 1 hour. Mu Xing stared at the buff above his head with a thoughtful expression.